Houston, Texas, USA. Toyota Center. The venue was filled to capacity, yet an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. As the basketball swished through the net, a stark score flashed on the enormous screen before the audience. 97:80, the home buzzer blared urgently, and the referee's whistle pierced the stillness. Rockets coach Mike D'Antoni called for a timeout. The players ambled toward their respective benches, unlike the Warriors, who exchanged high fives and encouragement. The Rockets' bench was marked by a palpable lack of communication. In the playoff conference finals, in a decisive Game 7, the Houston Rockets found themselves precariously teetering on the edge of despair, with only 3 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. 3.5 minutes, a 17-point deficit, facing the formidable Golden State Warriors, and a dismal shooting performance. Was a comeback even conceivable? Some fans began to filter out. This year marked the Rockets' closest encounter with the championship in over 2 decades, merely a step away from shattering the proverbial glass ceiling. James Harden sat despondently on the bench, a towel draped over his head. Beside him, Chris Paul, sidelined by a hamstring injury, was unable to participate in the crucial 6th and 7th games. They had been entrusted with the hope of toppling the Warriors of the universe, yet they were just one step away from triumph. At the end of the bench, Zhou Tong watched the 2 star players, instinctively clenching his fists. "If only I could contribute," he mused. To this day, he remained grateful to Paul, who had advocated for him to secure the final spot on the playoff roster. When asked about his choice, Paul had remarked, "I see a fighting spirit in this kid's eyes. He reminds me of my younger self." Beep! The abrupt mechanical notification caused Zhou Tong to glance around, sensing he was the only one reacting to the sound. Everything seemed muted, as if the world had been silenced. The voices of Coach D'Antoni and his teammates faded into oblivion. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully loaded the path to championship system. Please select an initial template to load. Template 1. Peak Reggie Miller. Template 2. Peak Patrick Ewing." Glancing at the glaring score, Zhou Tong was reminded of the harsh reality. The priority for closing the gap was undoubtedly the 3-point shot. After all, 3 points were better than 2, weren't they? Without pondering the authenticity of this so-called system, Zhou Tong selected Template 1. At this moment, he was willing to explore any avenue that might aid his team, even if it meant merely handing towels to his teammates. Reggie Miller was hailed as one of the greatest shooters in history, ranking 2nd on the all-time 3-point shooting list. With a fiery determination igniting in his eyes, Zhou Tong sprang to his feet and approached Coach D'Antoni. "Kids," the grizzled coach, with hair now gray, accepted the reality. He clapped his hands. "I am proud of the effort you've put forth this season. We'll come back stronger next year." Harden lifted his gaze, filled with resentment and fury. "Coach," Zhou Tong interjected, "I request a play." A fellow benchwarmer, Brown, harbored little fondness for this rookie from the fiery land. "Are you joking? This is Game 7 of the conference finals, not a regular season game. In 3.5 minutes, we'll be heading home." "You're already rambling out of fear," Zhou Tong shot back, fixing his gaze on D'Antoni. "Sir, please let me try. I will leave everything on the court." "Let him give it a shot." Chris Paul, the team's veteran leader, spoke up. For reasons unknown, Paul felt an inkling that perhaps this last-minute addition to the roster could indeed make a difference. D'Antoni looked from Paul to Zhou Tong, nodding. "All right, but Zhou, I'll only give you 3 shots. If you cannot reduce the deficit to single digits within those 3 attempts, you'll sit back down. I guarantee I will accomplish this task," Zhou Tong declared, shedding his training jacket. The timeout concluded. As a symbol of concession, Zhou Tong, often jestingly referred to as the water boy, was granted his opportunity to step onto the court. The commentator's tone shifted as Zhou Tong made his entrance. Zhou Tong is on the court. It appears the Rockets are looking towards next year. During the Rockets' offensive possession, Brown received an inbounds pass from veteran Nene and swiftly advanced the ball. After a brief circulation, it landed in Zhou Tong's hands as defender. Nick Young backed off slightly, showing no inclination to apply pressure. Observing the Warriors' lax defense due to their substantial lead, Zhou Tong decisively launched a shot. The ball sailed through the net, a 3-pointer from just right of the arc. The Warriors dismissed it as inconsequential. Young, known for his isolation prowess, took a careless shot that rattled off the rim. The rebound fell to Zhou Tong, who seized the opportunity to sprint down the court. At the right arc, he halted abruptly, leaped, and shot again another basket. Another three-pointer, once again from the right of the arc. His shooting form was fluid and effortless, and in that moment, every movement seemed to echo the greatness of a legendary Reggie Miller. Turning around, veteran Nene intercepted a pass intended for the Warriors' interior. After securing possession, he swiftly passed the ball to Zhou Tong, who deftly caught it despite Young's desperate attempt to intercept. With unwavering composure, Zhou Tong sank his third three-pointer. 97:89, another one. Zhou Tong's third three-pointer. The commentator exclaimed, exhilarated. The Warriors have paid the price for their complacency. They did not anticipate Zhou Tong as a variable. His partner in commentary nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Warriors have played irrationally in the past few possessions, taking simple shots as the leading team. They missed, and now the Rockets are surging back. The tension has returned. Steve Kerr, the Warriors coach, could no longer remain seated and called for a timeout. Something felt amiss. A player who had risen from the end of the bench had, in less than a minute, narrowed the gap with 3 consecutive three-pointers. On the bench. Who is he? Kerr surveyed his players. A shooter of such caliber. Why do we have no information on him? The analytics officer presented a tablet to Kerr. Zhou is an undrafted rookie from the fiery land today, marks his playoff debut. He is known for his defensive tenacity and attitude, but he has rarely showcased his shooting ability. Kerr pondered thoughtfully. Double team. We cannot allow him another open three-pointer. With just over 2 minutes left, we still hold the lead. Gentlemen, it's time to tighten the screws. Upon resuming play, Kerr cautiously reinserted the starters. Stephen Curry and Kevin Durant executed a pick-and-roll, with Curry penetrating the defense and, facing a double team from the Rockets, calmly dishing the ball to the wide-open Klay Thompson in the corner. 3 points. 100:89, with 2:07 remaining in the fourth quarter, the deficit stood at 11 points. Chapter 2. A decisive kill and the madness of Zhou in the subsequent round. The Rockets attempted a rapid offensive, but to no avail. Kevin Durant secured the rebound and leisurely advanced the ball to the left arc, deliberately consuming time. Following the defensive rotation, Zhou Tong found himself matched against Durant. He firmly positioned himself against Durant's lower body, striving to steal the ball without committing a foul. Kevin, shall we grab some pan-seared scallops with foie gras after this? Zhou casually suggested during the tussle. Sounds delightful. I shall consider it, Durant replied. With a deft fake, Durant shifted his center of gravity to evade Zhou's defense. However, he was reluctant to engage further. He made a high-arching shot, a long-range two-pointer that, despite Zhou's vigorous interference, failed to find the net. The long rebound bounced out. And Tucker, with his wealth of experience, seized the ball. Thompson, quick on his feet, managed to dislodge it, leading to a scramble on the floor. Ultimately, Curry emerged with the ball, only to be swiftly poked by Zhou, causing a turnover. Harden flicked the ball to the already sprinting Zhou, who raced down the court with Iggy from the Warriors hot on his heels. As they approached the basket, both leaped almost simultaneously. Zhou, having reached his maximum speed, appeared too slow in Iggy and Oppo's eyes. Iggy managed to cover Zhou, but unexpectedly, Zhou switched the ball to his right hand, evading the block with a deft maneuver that sent the ball into the basket. Iggy, unable to avoid the collision, crashed into Zhou, and both tumbled out of bounds. The referee's whistle sounded sharply. 2 points valid. Iggy fouled, and Zhou earns a free throw opportunity. Harden quickly extracted Zhou from the pile, embracing him and whispering in his ear, "Well done, Zhou." "Thanks, brother," Zhou replied, giving him a playful pat. The free throw was successful, bringing the score to 192. An 8-point deficit. Curry and Durant executed the signature pick-and-roll, a lethal strategy for the Warriors in critical moments. Curry maneuvered around the screen, shaking off his defender, while Harden was a step slow, helplessly watching as Curry sank a near-game-ending mid-range shot. The score became 102-92. A 10-point gap with just 1:12 left in the game. The Rockets quickly inbound the ball. Harden received it, and Zhou, benefiting from the Warriors' defensive rotation, found himself open. He clapped his hands and called out to Harden, "James, I and Amp, Oppos, am open. I and Amp, Oppos, am open." With his keen vision, Harden immediately spotted his unguarded teammate. Just as Zhou finished his call, the ball was in his hands. Curry abandoned Harden to rotate and double-teamed Zhou at the three-point line. Zhou faked a shot, then returned the ball to Harden outside. Durant quickly adjusted to help, but in the process, he collided with Harden as he took the shot. The ball went in, the whistle blew, and the three-pointer was valid, earning Harden an additional free throw. Facing Durant, Harden completed the 3-1, narrowing the gap to 102-96 with only 49 seconds remaining. Durant brought the ball up, and Draymond Green shouted for his attention. Kevin, get that damn ball to Steven. Durant shot him a dispassionate glance, disregarding him. As defensive rotation shifted, he again faced Zhou, determined to personally dismantle this audacious undrafted player. Relying on his height and reach, Durant rose directly above Zhou for a jumper, leaving Zhou with no chance to contest. Unfortunately for Durant, his shot was a tad too forceful and missed. The long rebound bounced out, and Zhou, with surprising agility, snatched the ball from Thompson's head. A quarterback-like long pass found Ariza on the fast break, and the heavens answered their hopes as he sank a three-pointer. The score shifted to 102-99, courtesy of Zhou and Oppo's assist. Coach Kerr called for a timeout, his voice drowned out by the deafening cheers of the home crowd. "Gentlemen, we must rally," Kerr shouted, gripping the tactical board. "With 35 seconds left, we hold possession. Let us execute a high-percentage play, then apply full-court pressure. We must deny the Rockets any three-point opportunities. Clamp down on Zhou. He is the source of their momentum. Contain him, and we shall prevail." As the timeout concluded, the Rockets aggressively double-teamed the ball handler. Once in Green's hands, he found himself trapped. Durant, due to a miscommunication in the Rockets' defense, found himself unguarded, frantically waving his hands. "Draymond, get me that damned ball." "Shut up, you fool," Green retorted, evading the double team but unable to find an opening. "We were champions before you even arrived." Zhou overheard this and mused at the premature emergence of Green's formulaic bravado. Seizing the moment, Ariza deftly poked the ball loose as Green turned. From behind, Green discreetly nudged Ariza, who, while falling, managed to pass the ball to Zhou. Once in possession, Zhou surged across the court like a whirlwind, approaching the three-point line where Iggy loomed ominously. Zhou executed a shooting fake, and to his surprise, the seasoned Iggy bit on it. "Shit," Iggy cursed, realizing too late. As Iggy attempted to recover, Zhou, unfazed, rose for a shot just as Iggy landed. The ball went in, and the whistle sounded. 3 points valid, plus an additional free throw. Standing at the free throw line, Zhou inhaled deeply and confidently sank the golden shot. The arena erupted, the long-suffering fans finally witnessing a miracle. Amidst the deafening roars, Kerr's face turned ashen as he glanced at the scoreboard. 102-103. The Rockets had taken the lead. With only 7 seconds remaining, the Warriors were out of timeouts. In a mere 3 minutes, Zhou had amassed 16 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. Iggy quickly inbounded the ball to Curry, who raced down the court. With a change of direction, he cleanly shook Zhou off, stepping just inside the three-point line to execute a beautifully fluid shooting motion. At this distance, Curry's shot was lethal, especially given his hot hand tonight. However, at the moment the ball left his fingertips, a shadow leapt beside him, grazing the basketball. The trajectory of the ball altered ever so slightly, resulting in a resounding clang as it ricocheted off the rim. Time expired. 103-102, the Rockets achieved an astonishing comeback, winning the decisive Game 7. With a series score of 4-3, the Rockets eliminated the favored Warriors, advancing to the finals. The arena trembled with jubilation as fans celebrated their team's return to the finals after over 2 decades. Zhou, who had delivered the winning block, lay on the floor, euphorically pumping his fist in celebration. His teammates swarmed him in joyous exultation, shedding tears of relief and happiness. Confetti and streamers filled the air, enveloping the Toyota Center in a festive atmosphere. On the sidelines, Kerr and D'Antoni exchanged handshakes, sharing words of encouragement and congratulations before joining their respective teams in the locker room. The final moments of contention between Green and Durant hinted at brewing discord within the Warriors dynasty. "Crazy Zhou," the DJ announced, coining the nickname that had just come to mind. Tonight, Zhou Tong was the hero of this city. Chapter 3. Unemployment and Fortuitous Blessings. Half a month later, at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, as the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 114-101. The Houston Rockets triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers with an aggregate score of 4-2, lifting the illustrious championship trophy. Star player James Harden was rightfully named the Finals MVP. His performance throughout the series impeccable. During the entirety of the finals, Zhou Tong did not receive a single minute of playtime. The system he had meticulously analyzed without success had also mysteriously fallen silent. The jubilant fans who accompanied the team to the away game transformed the arena into a sea of celebration. LeBron James, the Cavaliers and Amp, Oppos, star. Cast a glance at the ecstatic Rockets players before disappearing into the players' tunnel. In the tunnel, Rockets general manager Daryl Morey intercepted Zhou Tong, his tone frosty. "Zhou, come with me. The owner wishes to discuss your contract." Zhou, still basking in the glory of victory, paid little heed to Daryl's cold demeanor. He followed him to the parking lot, where owner Tillman Fertitta awaited him in the car. Zhou opened the door and squeezed into the vehicle, with Daryl's ample frame following closely behind, occupying more than 1.5 seats, leaving Zhou cramped in the remaining space. "Zhou, congratulations on winning the championship with the team." Fertitta, a businessman adept in strategy, stated, "We shall celebrate later. Regarding your contract, I wish to hear your thoughts first." Zhou expressed his desire to renew with the Rockets. "I want to stay. I love this city. The Rockets provided me the opportunity to perform on the playoff stage, and I cherish this team. James, Chris, Trevor, PJ, Luke, and Eric are all my friends. They have taught me much, and I enjoy playing alongside them. Undoubtedly, I wish to remain. Next year, we will still be strong contenders for the championship." Zhou articulated his stance, yet it was not the response Daryl and Fertitta had anticipated. Fertitta, ever the businessman, had made it clear since taking over the team from Alexander that he was willing to pay luxury taxes for a championship. Zhou believed in him, viewing him as a genuine lover of basketball and the team, in stark contrast to the miserly Alexander. Fertitta exchanged a knowing glance with Daryl and continued, "We have just secured the championship, but this summer will not be easy. There is much to accomplish. The Warriors will undoubtedly regroup next season, and the Cavaliers remain formidable. Moreover, Boston, Milwaukee, Utah, and Dallas are all striving to improve. There is a saying I particularly admire: if you do not advance, you will regress. Hence, we must seek reinforcements to consolidate this hard-won advantage." "I understand," Zhou nodded. "I will build good relationships with new teammates. I am willing to do anything to strengthen the team." His words pleased Fertitta, who smiled knowingly. "Hearing you say that makes me happy. Therefore, please seek opportunities elsewhere, Zhou." "What?" The abruptness of his statement left Zhou stunned. Some messages were too delicate for Fertitta to convey directly, necessitating Daryl to play the villain. "Zhou, I hope you comprehend that the playoffs cannot be compared to the regular season. The finals are a different realm altogether. An 82-game regular season is lengthy, and certain issues may inadvertently be concealed. However, in a best-of-7 playoff series, the margin for error is drastically reduced. Any hint of weakness will be exploited by your opponents." What do you mean?" Zhou stammered, pointing at himself in disbelief. "Am I a weakness?" "Indeed," Daryl continued. "Your defensive attitude and aggressiveness are commendable. Yet in the scant games you played, your plus-minus rating was consistently negative. In other words, having you on the court was detrimental to the team. During the regular season, we could mitigate this flaw by limiting your playing time, but in the playoffs, with every opponent treating us as their primary target and scrutinizing us thoroughly. A and amp, oppos, weakness and amp, oppos, can inflict fatal damage on the team." He emphasized the word and amp, oppos, weakness and amp, oppos, for effect. Fertitta extended his hand. "Zhou, thank you for your contributions this season. I hope in the future we can collaborate again." Zhou numbly shook Fertitta's hand before exiting the vehicle, which drove away silently. Zhou was oblivious to how he returned to the locker room. He sat there, a statue amidst teammates jubilantly spraying champagne and puffing cigars in celebration. Harden, cigar in mouth, vigorously shook a champagne bottle, spraying it toward Zhou. "Zhou, don't just sit there. Come celebrate with us." Zhou looked up at him. Within the team, Harden had always looked out for this undrafted rookie, gifting him an expensive iPhone and a sports car for his birthday. Zhou held a profound respect for Harden, unable to fathom why so many criticized him online. As a teammate, Harden was genuinely a wonderful person. He stood up, maneuvered through the crowd, and embraced Harden. "James, my good brother, congratulations on leading us to the championship. No matter where I am, I will always cheer for you and the Rockets." With that, he turned to leave. Harden attempted to grasp him, but was immediately surrounded by teammates. He sensed something was amiss as he observed Zhou's solitary departure, pondering the situation. As soon as Zhou stepped outside, the long quiet system reactivated. "Ding, congratulations, host, for unlocking a new main quest, the final strike of revenge current side quest. Accept Stephen Curry's invitation," Zhou scoffed coldly. What else can you predict about the future? No sooner had he spoken than his phone chimed joyfully. Zhou pulled it out, recognizing the unfamiliar number. Sliding to answer, he greeted the caller. "Hello. Hello, Zhou," came Stephen Curry and Oppos. voice from the other end. This is Steven. Congratulations on winning the championship. Thank you. You should be elated for winning the championship, yet you sound as though you and Oppos VE just lost your wallet. Haha. To be honest, I just became unemployed. What? I just became unemployed. Well, would you consider coming to the Bay Area? Joining the Warriors? Indeed. This is a personal invitation from me to you. Zhou, taken aback, felt his heart race. Why you are the emblem of the Warriors, while I am but an unknown. To receive a personal call from someone of your stature is truly an honor. Haha, I admire your style of play. Don't forget, we were just caught off guard by you. So, what do you say? Are you interested? I am. However, could I have some time to consider? Of course. If you decide to come to the Bay Area, just give me a call. I will be waiting. The side quest has been completed, and the rewards have been distributed. A new side quest titled "And Oppos, The Journey of Revenge and Oppos" has been released. Please check it promptly. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? Zhou Tong chuckled softly, tucked his phone into his pocket, and made his way toward his parking space. Chapter 4. The Free Market. On July 1st, the day the free market opened, various teams lurked like crocodiles beneath the surface, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Those in need of reinforcement sought to bolster their ranks, while others embarked on rebuilding endeavors. The seasoned veterans, still capable and brimming with experience, remained particularly alluring. After all, having an elder statesman in the locker room is akin to possessing a treasure. They can stabilize the atmosphere, guide the younger players, and provide invaluable mentorship. In the Bay Area, inside the office of the Golden State Warriors and Oppos, owner, Joe Lacob welcomed Zhou Tong with a handshake. Thank you, Zhou nodded, taking a seat beside Curry. The meeting included Lacob, general manager Bob Myers, head coach Steve Kerr, and star player Stephen Curry. The sheer magnitude of the gathering left Zhou somewhat taken aback. Lacob exchanged glances with Curry. Did the Rockets not renew your contract during the offseason? The mention of this matter visibly dampened Zhou and Oppos' spirits. Without the Rockets, he might have never had the opportunity to make a name for himself in the NBA. He longed to remain in Houston, to share in the triumph of winning 2, 3, or even more championships. Yet, on the day of their victory, Daryl had informed him that they would not be renewing his contract. It hurt him deeply. He loved Houston, but Houston no longer wanted him. He forced a smile, albeit a strained and bitter one. Yes, the Rockets have decided not to renew my contract. So, as you can see, I am currently unemployed. Haha. Lacob, however, held Zhou in high regard. Are you interested in playing in the Bay Area? Zhou nodded earnestly. Yes. Do you mind that we just lost to you? Lacob inquired playfully. Not at all. I merely caught the Warriors off guard due to their lack of familiarity with my playing style. Besides, I did not defeat the Warriors single-handedly. Shall I assume that you value teamwork? Lacob continued. Absolutely. Playing alongside my teammates, winning together, and clinching championships is the pinnacle of joy for me. As the phone rang, Lacob excused himself to take the call. Kerr turned to Zhou, saying, Zhou, your performance in Game 7 left a profound impression on me. Your willingness to defend, your proactive approach, and your commendable shooting ability could secure you a place within the Warriors. He added, as you know, we are also a championship-winning team. Our desire for victory and our hunger for success will drive us to further greatness. We prioritize spacing and ball movement. Our tactical system will demand high standards from newcomers. I cannot promise you consistent playing time, but if you can contribute to our second unit and Oppos' offensive firepower, I believe that can be arranged. I have no objections. Zhou replied, patting his chest. The beginning is always the hardest. I will learn, reflect, and strive to integrate myself swiftly. I do not wish to leave the NBA just yet. I want to play, to win, and to capture championships alongside my teammates. Upon returning from his call, Lacob sat back down. So, how does a 3-year, $9 million contract sound? The second year is a team option. Mr. Lacob, Curry interjected, furrowing his brow. I believe Zhou and Oppos' worth far exceeds a $3 million annual salary. This is the most I can offer within my capacity, Stephen. Next year, we will also face contract negotiations with you, Clay, and others in the summer of 20. Very well. Lacob stood. If you have no objections, let us proceed with signing the contract. Agreed, Zhou nodded. Thus, on the first day of the free market, Zhou Tong reached an agreement with the Golden State Warriors for a 3-year, $9 million contract. Following the news, social media erupted with criticism. Some lambasted the Rockets, questioning Daryl and Oppos' prudence and the management and Oppos' decisions. Without Zhou and Oppos, heroics in Game 7. The Rockets would have been home fishing, they argued, while others scorned Zhou for seemingly abandoning the Rockets for a mere $3 million contract, suggesting he had forgotten the team's faith in him. Zhou disabled his social media, tuning out the cacophony of criticism. As for his jersey number, he initially wished to choose number 14, but it had already been retired. Instead, he opted for number 8. A nod to his college days. As he exited Lakab and Appo's office, Zhou and Appo's phone chimed. It was a message. Zhou, you stood me up again. How many times is this? I command you to come here within 5 minutes, or our friendship is over. The tone was utterly non-negotiable, followed by a location pin. Fortunately, it was near the Oracle Arena. Zhou chuckled softly. She had not changed at all. The contact he had saved was a cute pink pig emoji. And the only person who would speak to him in such a commanding manner was none other than his childhood friend and first love, Qin Xiner. Zhou hurried to meet her outside the Oracle Arena, where he found her pouting, hands on her hips, looking quite miffed. Sorry for being late, he said, fully aware of the futility of reasoning with an angry woman. What's going on? I just finished my assignment and heard you signed with the Warriors. Qin Xiner, once a charming girl, had grown into a striking young woman. Did the Rockets not renew your contract? Well, they didn't renew it. But the Warriors are no slouches either. Perhaps this is the start of my rise to fame? May your words ring true. Qin Xin and Appo's patted her flat, tight stomach. No more talking. Let an Appo's find somewhere to eat. You joined the Warriors, and I came all the way to the Bay Area for you. You're paying. Zhou laughed. Do I have the right to refuse? Not a chance, and stop patting my head. With Zhou and Appo's influence, Qin Xin and Appo's had reluctantly become a basketball fan. Though her knowledge was limited to the team Zhou played for and the names and logos of the 30 teams, beyond that, she understood little else. Chapter 5. Preseason. The most significant news of the offseason is undoubtedly LeBron James and Appo's arrival in the Western Conference, joining the Los Angeles Lakers. As one of the greatest players in NBA history, every move James makes, even a mere sneeze, garners extensive attention and sparks fervent discussions. With James on their roster, the Lakers immediately became championship contenders, acquiring numerous players during the offseason to construct a formidable lineup capable of challenging for the title. On October 11th and 13th, the Golden State Warriors will face the Lakers in 2 preseason games at venues in Las Vegas and San Jose. In the previous 3 preseason matches, the Warriors triumphed over the Timberwolves but succumbed to the Kings and the Suns, finishing with a record of 1 win and 2 losses. Coach Kerr opted to allow stars like Curry and Durant to play only the first half, giving the new recruits and younger players ample opportunity in the second half. Zhou Tong accumulated a total of 72 minutes across these 3 games, effectively playing the entirety of the second half in each match. In contrast, during his previous season with the Rockets, Zhou had only managed to clock 71 minutes throughout the entire season. Against the Timberwolves, Zhou played for 24 minutes, contributing 7 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. In the game against the Kings, he scored 16 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 steals, and 1 block in another 24 minutes. Against the Suns, Zhou again played for 24 minutes, amassing 21 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 3 blocks. Notably, he did not record a single turnover in these 3 games. Statistically, Zhou's performance improved with each outing, seamlessly integrating into the team dynamics. Curry expressed his satisfaction with the undrafted player he had personally invited to join, noting that statistics do not fully encapsulate Zhou's impact. During the second half against the Suns, Zhou was tasked with guarding the opposing star, Devin Booker. Under Zhou's relentless defense, Booker, who had scored 24 points on 11 attempts in the first half, managed only 6 points on 10 attempts in the second half. Zhou even managed to strip the ball from Booker in a face-to-face confrontation, followed by a precise long pass that assisted Livingston in executing a powerful dunk. Despite Zhou's impressive individual defense, the Warriors ultimately fell victim to a remarkable turnaround by the Suns. On October 11th, in Las Vegas, the Warriors lost to the Lakers with a score of 105-119. Zhou played for 24 minutes, tallying 17 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Again without a single turnover. On October 13th in San Jose, the Warriors faced the Lakers once more. When the Warriors announced their starting lineup, the media gasped in shock. Absent from the starting 5 were Curry, Thompson, Green, and Durant, with Zhou Tong taking the role of shooting guard alongside Jordan Bell, Damian Lee, Alfonso McKinney, and the immensely talented DeMarcus Cousins. Meanwhile, the Lakers and Oppos starting lineup featured Brandon Ingram, Kyle Kuzma, Ivica Zubac, and Isaac Bonga, with Zhou facing off against Alex Caruso, who, at that time, still had hair. "Today, the spotlight is on you," Coach Kerr said to Zhou as he prepared to take the court. "It's merely a preseason game. Let loose and showcase your talents." Zhou nodded in affirmation. At the opening tip, Cousins tapped the ball to Lee, who then passed it to Zhou. Holding the ball at the left arc, Zhou faced Caruso directly. "Hey, buddy," Zhou said, locking eyes with him. "Need a haircut?" "I know a great stylist." Caruso was left bewildered. Zhou then executed a swift crossover, leaving Caruso behind, clearly indicating that the Lakers had done their homework on him. As Zhou approached the free throw line, Ingram and Kuzma abandoned their assignments to converge on him, with Caruso hot on his heels. Zhou made a decisive stop and delivered a bounce pass through his legs to the unguarded Cousins beneath the basket. Cousins effortlessly scored, marking the Warriors and Oppos' first points of the game. The Lakers quickly inbound the ball in an attempt to catch the Warriors off guard, but Zubac and Oppos' long pass found Ingram, only for Zhou to intercept it. Ingram cursed, chasing after Zhou, who had already advanced the ball to the front court. Spotting an opening, Zhou launched a three-pointer. Zubac resumed the baseline inbounds. And as the ball reached Caruso, Zhou applied immediate pressure. Caruso struggled to maneuver, barely managing to pass the ball out to Zubac. Lee surged in and intercepted the pass, immediately transitioning to Zhou, who leaped high to catch the ball and executed a thunderous dunk. With the score at 7-0, Lakers head coach Luke Walton called a timeout. Within just a minute and a half, Zhou had already accumulated 5 points, 1 assist, and 1 steal. Dressed casually, Curry embraced Zhou, whispering in his ear, "Well done, Zhou." Coach Kerr nodded approvingly, encouraging Zhou to continue exhibiting his skills. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers altered their defensive strategy, double-teaming Zhou the moment he received the ball. The Warriors and Oppos' style emphasizes spacing, and it was clear that Zhou would not have the luxury of operating freely. As Lee came to receive the ball, Zhou passed it to him. Caruso continued to guard Zhou, while Lee attempted to swing the ball to the corner for Bell. Ingram's long reach disrupted the pass, sending the ball out of bounds. Still in the Warriors and Oppos' possession, Cousins inbound the ball, and Zhou quickly came to receive it. Just as he stepped onto the court, the ball returned to his hands. Cousins powered through Zubac's defense to score, with the whistle blowing to confirm the 2 points, along with an additional free throw, which Cousins successfully converted. In just 2 minutes and 6 seconds, the Warriors executed a 10-0 run, with Zhou and Cousins each contributing 5 points. In response, Ingram hit a three-pointer over Lee, ending the Lakers' scoring drought. Zhou received the baseline inbounds and delivered a quarterback-style long pass to a fast-breaking Bell, who soared for a spectacular dunk. Zubac resumed the inbounds, but a miscommunication between Kuzma and Caruso allowed the ball to slip through, effectively gifting it to Zhou. With ample space, Zhou opted not to shoot. Instead, he looked at the basket and delivered a direct pass to the corner, where Lee caught it and sank a beautiful three-pointer. Walton called another timeout. With the Warriors leading 15-3, a lead of 12 points, just 2 minutes and 57 seconds into the first quarter, the announcer praised Zhou's performance, stating, "Today, Zhou appears to be bursting with energy, excelling in both scoring and playmaking." His commentary partner added, "And Oppos' not forget his impressive defense against Caruso at the start. Zhou is an astute player, adept at maximizing disruption of the ball handler while minimizing fouls." His successful defense against Caruso set the stage for Lee and Oppos' subsequent steal. Chapter 6. Unleashing talent unexpectedly. Amidst a smooth offensive start from his team, Coach Kerr decided to substitute Zhou Tong out of the game. For the remainder of the first quarter, Zhou Tong did not return. Once Zhou was off the court, the Lakers and Oppos' previously stagnant offense began to flow seamlessly. Three-pointers and powerful dunks emerged in abundance, and the 12-point lead evaporated in an instant. Quinn Cook, who replaced Zhou Tong, repeatedly faltered, committing 4 turnovers in just over 9 minutes of play. As the first quarter concluded, the Warriors found themselves trailing at 27-31. Had Coach Kerr glanced at the live commentary during this time, he would have been met with a barrage of criticism, nearly prompting his premature retirement. Yet, Kerr's decisions were undoubtedly informed by his strategic considerations, and Zhou Tong's role was to adhere to the coach's directives. Thus, in the second quarter, Zhou Tong re-entered, taking the place of the underperforming Cook. As Lee prepared to inbound the ball, Zhou received it and strolled leisurely to the left arc, where Cousins set a screen, effectively diverting his defender. Following the pick, Zhou rolled down, using his substantial frame to shield Caruso, signaling for the ball. In a switch, Zubac confronted Zhou. With a deft dribble between his legs, Zhou pulled back, leaving Zubac disoriented. Zhou then delivered a precise pass, assisting Cousins for a thunderous dunk, causing Caruso to stumble in the aftermath. Turning his attention back, Kuzma drove through, weaving past defenders to score a layup amidst the chaos. Holding the ball beyond the three-point line, Zhou faced Ingram. Locking eyes with him, he jested, "Hey Brandon, that turnover from the first quarter must be haunting you, huh?" As he dribbled, he taunted, "What do you say? Care to try and take the ball from me? Let's see if you can get past me first, buddy." Ingram, responding to the banter, attempted to snatch the ball, but his gamble resulted in a loss of defensive positioning. Zhou penetrated towards the free throw line, leaping as the Lakers and Oppo's defense converged. Zubac awaited to block, Ingram pursued closely behind, and Caruso lurked for a steal. Yet, with a flick of his wrist, Zhou sent the ball to the corner, where he awaited, launching a three-pointer that found its mark. Ingram inbound, but Zhou dashed in, intercepting the pass. With long strides, he surged toward the basket. Ingram and Zhou leaped almost simultaneously, with Zhou transferring the ball to his right hand midair, colliding with Ingram and forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Boom. The resounding dunk electrified the crowd, who erupted in cheers not only for the spectacular play but also for Zhou Tong. The Warriors and Oppo's bench was in an uproar, Curry and Oppo's exaggerated expression, Durant's thumbs-down gesture implying he was yet to be surpassed, Thompson mimicking a photographer, and Green clapping half-heartedly. Upon landing, Zhou taunted Ingram, "How's that, Brandon? Did I pass your test?" Ingram, frustrated, shoved Zhou aside, retorting, "Don't get too cocky, kid. Just wait and see how I'll school you." What should have been a 2+1 opportunity turned into an offensive foul against Zhou, much to the dismay of the spectators. This minor hiccup did not deter Zhou and Oppo's momentum. Throughout the second quarter, he and Ingram exchanged defensive blows. Ingram sank a difficult three-pointer over Zhou, who swiftly countered by driving past Ingram for a layup. After Ingram hit a mid-range jumper, Zhou swiftly responded with a three-pointer, just a step within the arc. By the end of the second quarter, Ingram showcased an impressive 19 points on 6 of 9 shooting, single-handedly maintaining a slender lead for the Lakers. Zhou, matching his prowess, scored 17 points on 6 of 7 shooting, including a perfect three-pointer and 4 successful free throws, alongside 3 assists, 1 steal, and a block against Ingram. At halftime, the score stood at 57-58, with the Warriors trailing by a single point. During the intermission, in the locker room, Curry playfully shoved Zhou and pounded his chest, exclaiming, "Wow, that dunk on Brandon was absolutely stunning. Well played, kid." Durant tousled his hair enthusiastically. Coach Kerr also applauded Zhou, encouraging him to maintain his spirited approach for the second half. If the first half had merely been a warm-up for Zhou Tong, the second half transformed him into an unstoppable force. His eyes sparkled with fire as the Lakers deployed Zubac, Caruso, Ingram, and Kuzma to defend against him. Zhou met each challenge head-on, showcasing his versatility with three-pointers, drives, and dunks. He was a force to be reckoned with on both offense and defense. In the third quarter, Zhou's remarkable performance, 14 points and 7 assists, propelled the Warriors to a staggering 43-19 lead. The Warriors' dominance returned, leaving the Lakers utterly defenseless. As the third quarter concluded, the score read 100-77, with the Warriors ahead by 23 points. Zhou did not re-enter the game for the entirety of the fourth quarter. When the final whistle blew, the score was set at 121-101, marking a resounding 20-point victory for the Warriors. Zhou Tong, shouldering the team's offense, delivered an impressive stat line of 36 points, 14 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block, vindicating Coach Kerr and Oppo's faith in him. Zhou orchestrated the team and Oppo's offense with finesse, while Cousins feasted on opportunities, effortlessly scoring 16 points. TNT analyst and former player Shaquille O'Neal, having watched the entire game, removed his glasses post-match. "Kenny, is Zhou really an undrafted player?" he inquired. "Indeed." Kenny Smith nodded. "Last season, Chris suggested the Rockets keep him. You witnessed his performance in the Game 7 of the conference finals. Just yesterday, while texting Yao, I mentioned Zhou. Yao told me an old saying in our country: while good horses are often found, good trainers are rare. Zhou is undoubtedly a talented player. I cannot fathom why such a talent was given away to a direct competitor for the championship. Let it go, Charles Barkley and Amp, Oppos. S voice echoed from off-camera. Shaq. This is merely the preseason. LeBron and Lonzo haven't even taken the court yet. The Lakers are far from their full strength. One game does not define everything. In the more intense playoff atmosphere, or even in the finals, this undrafted player will surely reveal his true colors. Kenny Smith jested, "You've said similar things before. And I believe you remember the outcome, right, Charles? Should I bring that stubborn donkey over to refresh your memory?" "F you, Kenny." Charles laughed in retort. "Signing Zhou may very well become the biggest heist of the offseason," concluded Kenny Smith as he summarized the day's broadcast. Chapter 7, 007. A date following a resounding victory over the Lakers. Coach Kerr granted the entire team a day off. The full schedule for the new season had been unveiled, with the season opener set for the Warriors to face the defending champion Rockets on their home turf. This intriguing matchup would see Zhou Tong compete against his former team as a visiting player. Naturally, being a part of the team, he was entitled to a share of the championship ring. Zhou Tong dialed Curry's number. The latter answered promptly. "Hey, Steven." "Hello, Zhou." Curry had just stepped into the parking lot. "How can I assist you?" I and Amp, Oppos, am a bit embarrassed to ask. But could you recommend a restaurant in San Francisco? You must have a girlfriend now, right?" Don and Amp, Oppos, TB ridiculous. That's just my childhood friend, not a girlfriend. Childhood friend. ISN and Oppos. That just another way of saying girlfriend? Why must you think that? Haha, if you and Oppos re-looking for recommendations. International Smoke is undoubtedly the top choice in San Francisco. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes. Is it really appropriate for you to promote your wife and Oppos' restaurant like this, Steven? Oh, you knew that? Curry chuckled on the other end. I heard Clay and Kevin mention it. All right then. By the way, if you mention my name when you dine there, you can get a 50% discount. Really? Just kidding. Zhou Tong suddenly realized that the nickname elementary school kid for Curry held some truth. He truly was quite childish. As the new season approached, Zhou Tong and Oppos' solitary day off was ruthlessly commandeered by Qin Shiner. Over the years, she had risen to prominence in the business world in America, earning the moniker Platinum Swan. Her visit to San Francisco was for a collaboration meeting, and upon concluding the deal, her hunger prompted her to call Zhou Tong, insisting that they share a meal together after such a long time apart. Qin Shiner was 2 years Zhou Tong's senior and had arrived in America 2 years earlier. Zhou Tong silently mused that they had only just dined together the very first day the free market opened. She certainly had a selective memory. At International Smoke in San Francisco, Zhou Tong pressed the brakes and halted the roaring red beast beneath him. After parking, he turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and removed the keys before jogging around to the passenger side. He opened the door and, with a flourish, gestured, "Please, my princess, step out." Feigning surprise, Qin Shiner gently placed her hand in his. "Have I subtly hinted enough for you to finally catch on? You stubborn man. Must everything come from the girl? What nonsense is this?" Zhou Tong gently took her hand as they entered the restaurant. In the past, he had lived a transient life, holding short contracts and leaving as soon as they expired. With no stable job, he had never dared to express his true feelings, regardless of how much he liked her. But now, things were different. He finally had a stable job and could stand tall before her. Qin Shiner smiled silently, fool fortuitously or perhaps through some unseen orchestration. Just as they settled into a window-side table, the restaurant's owner approached them. She was an unremarkable-looking woman whose every gesture exuded an air of sophistication. "Excuse me," she said, smiling without showing her teeth, extending her hand towards Zhou Tong. "Are you crazy, Zhou?" Zhou Tong exchanged a glance with Qin Shiner before standing up and shaking the owner's hand. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" "I am Aisha, the owner of this restaurant. You may not know me, but I'm sure you're familiar with my husband, Stephen Curry." "Well, so you are Aisha. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. This is my first time meeting Stephen's wife. Stephen often speaks of you. To be honest, I'm here because he mentioned that his brother Crazy Zhou would be dining with his girlfriend tonight, and I should take good care of you." Upon hearing the rather embarrassing nickname Crazy Zhou, Zhou Tong felt his toes curl in embarrassment. The mention of girlfriend made him blush, wishing he could vanish into the floor. In contrast, Qin Shiner was far more at ease. She stood up confidently to shake Aisha's hand. "Hello, Ms. Aisha. I'm his girlfriend, Qin Shiner. You can call me Livina." "Livina? You are the Platinum Swan?" Aisha, being a restaurant owner, had encountered many people and had certainly heard of the Wall Street's Platinum Swan Livina. "The Platinum Swan? Zhou Tong was hearing this nickname for the first time. What? You can be called Crazy Zhou, but I can't be called Platinum Swan? Qin Shiner raised an eyebrow. Under Aisha's warm hospitality, Zhou Tong and Qin Shiner indulged in a delightful dinner. Is Curry the leader of your team? Qin Shiner asked during their drive home. Sitting in the passenger seat. He treats you quite well, helping you find restaurants and even having Aisha personally attend to us. Zhou Tong, focused on driving, replied. I was surprised too. You might not believe it, but have you ever seen a team leader who runs plays and sets screens for an undrafted rookie? Qin Shiner shook her head. As the traffic light turned red, Zhou Tong pressed the brakes, but during practice, Curry did just that for me, the undrafted rookie. While waiting at the red light, Qin Shiner turned his face to look into his eyes. Stop saying such things. So what if you were an undrafted rookie? You've already made a name for yourself now, haven't you? Believe in yourself, she said, and believe in me, in my heart. You will always be the undisputed first pick. Your words make me proud. I and Appos am doing this so you can feel proud. When you shine, it enhances my standing as your girlfriend. One day, when you win an Olympic gold medal, I can point to you and tell those jealous women, and Appos, look, that and Appos, as my boyfriend, and Appos, woman. So you finally admit to being my girlfriend? Didn't you reject me on draft day? Did I not just take half a second longer to respond? And you took it as a rejection? You were still giving me the cold shoulder back then, weren't you? Isn't it all the rage to speed things up now? Besides, half a second is ample time to hit a game-winning shot. Go ahead and brag. With that, they shared a smile, their connection deepening. Chapter 8. The opening match on October 17th, Beijing time. The NBA regular season commenced with the Golden State Warriors visiting the reigning champions, the Houston Rockets. As per tradition, the third championship banner was raised above the Toyota Center. Simultaneously, a meticulously crafted video was played on the big screen, succinctly revisiting the team's glorious moments from their championship-winning season. Following the video, a brief 3-second blackout was followed by another clip dedicated to Zhou Tong. However, due to his limited appearances with the Rockets last season, this tribute was less than a minute long. Next came the moment for the championship rings. One by one, the players received their rings, and the final ring was placed in the palm of team leader James Harden. He took the microphone and invited Zhou Tong to the stage. The applause in the arena was sparse. Zhou Tong awkwardly smiled and quickly approached to accept the championship ring from Harden. He embraced Harden in a gesture of camaraderie as the latter whispered, Zhou, my brother, I sincerely wish you all the best with the Warriors. I hope we have the chance to collaborate again. I enjoy playing alongside you. Thank you, James, Zhou Tong replied, lightly patting Harden and Appos' back. As I have always said, no matter where I am, I will always cheer for the Rockets. Finally, Rockets owner Tillman Fertitta sincerely expressed gratitude for Zhou Tong's contributions to the team last season and wished him the very best for the future. Though he notably omitted any mention of Zhou Tong's pivotal role in the Game 7 of the conference semifinals. With formalities behind them, Zhou Tong's next task was to disrupt the celebratory atmosphere at the Toyota Center alongside his new teammates. The Rockets' starting lineup saw little change, featuring Harden, Paul, Capella, Tucker, and off-season addition Carmelo Anthony. The Warriors' starting five consisted of Curry, Durant, Thompson, Green, and re-signed Kevin Looney. The Rockets had constructed a lineup designed to counter the Warriors as their primary rivals, familiar with each other's strategies. However, the Rockets had suffered losses during the offseason, losing Ariza and Bamut to the Suns and Clippers, respectively, which would evidently impact their defensive structure. The consequences of Zhou Tong and Appos' departure remained uncertain. Capella won the jump ball and passed it to Paul, initiating the Rockets and Appos' first offensive play. Zhou Tong sat on the Warriors and Appos' bench, feeling an inexplicable sense of dislocation. He appreciated the Rockets for recognizing his talent, but could not reconcile their abrupt abandonment of him. The first quarter saw both teams exchanging offensive thrusts, with the Warriors holding a slender 2-point lead at its conclusion. Zhou Tong officially took the court in the second quarter, marking his debut regular season game with the Warriors. He was matched up against James Ennis, a new addition to the Rockets. Lee initiated the play from the baseline. Following the preseason tactical plan, Zhou Tong pushed the ball up the court. Livingston, Bell, and Lee began to move frequently, stretching the Rockets and Appos' defense. The Rockets executed their switch-heavy defensive strategy, exchanging players at every screen. Ennis positioned himself defensively in front of Zhou Tong, lowering his stance. Zhou Tong, opting to retreat before suddenly advancing, executed a deft change of direction to elude Ennis. Gerald Green abandoned his defensive assignment, allowing Zhou Tong to deliver a precise bounce pass to Cousins, who scored effortlessly against Nene. With a score of 36-32 and both Harden and Paul off the court, the Rockets were left to rely on whoever had the ball to initiate the offense. Nene, unable to make headway against Cousins, opted to pass out. Gerald Green attempted a three-pointer from just outside the arc, but the ball clanked off the rim. Zhou Tong contested Ennis for the long rebound, securing it just before Ennis could touch it, quickly tapping it to the streaking Bell, who executed a stylish slam dunk. When Nene inbound the ball, new recruit Michael Carter-Williams, referred to as MCW, came to receive it. Suddenly, a blue figure darted in from the side. In a flash, Zhou Tong intercepted the Rockets and Oppo's baseline pass, leaving MCW and Nene helpless as he scored with a soft floater. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets and Oppo's offense appeared disorganized. Gerald Green and Oppo's next three-point attempt missed again, and Cousins grabbed the rebound, launching a long pass to Zhou Tong, who found himself unguarded in the opponent and Oppo's half. Instead of opting for a dunk, Zhou Tong executed a delicate bank shot for 2 points. With a score of 42-32, Coach D and Oppo's only called a timeout. In just over 2 minutes into the second quarter, the Warriors had unleashed an 8-0 run, establishing a double-digit lead. The commentator on CCTV praised Zhou Tong and Oppo's performance, noting how he showed no mercy against his former team. The Warriors and Oppo's signing of Zhou Tong appeared to be a shrewd move, providing Coach Kerr with additional tactical options. The better Zhou Tong performed, the more rest the starters would receive, which would undoubtedly benefit the Warriors and Oppo's playoff ambitions. His partner chimed in, "Indeed, Zhou Tong has been pivotal in orchestrating the Warriors and Oppo's second unit and Oppo's offense, with all 8 points in this run directly linked to him for points and 2 assists. Look, he is playing the role of Curry in the second unit, drawing defensive attention while creating opportunities for his teammates." Upon resuming play, D and Oppo's Anthony quickly substituted in Paul to stabilize the team and Oppo's morale, replacing Nene with Tariq Black. Paul initiated the offense, with Lee assigned to defend him. Black set a screen, causing Lee to become momentarily open. Paul navigated around the pick and confidently sank a mid-range jumper. Zhou Tong advanced the ball, feigning a pass to the left, but instead directed it to the right corner, where Livingston caught the ball and returned it to Lee at the top of the arc, who drained a three-pointer. With the score at 45-34, Zhou Tong found himself matched up against Paul on defense. Paul, adept at exploiting mismatches, made Zhou Tong wary. "Long time no see, Zhou," Paul remarked, attempting to divert Zhou Tong and Oppo's focus. "You seem to be fitting in well with the Warriors." With his seasoned experience, Paul skillfully drew a foul from Zhou Tong, who was left frustrated as Paul headed to the free throw line, converting all 3 attempts. Zhou Tong slapped his forehead in annoyance, prompting Livingston to jog over and reassure him. "Hey, Joe, don't beat yourself up. It's just one defensive possession. I'll get you the ball next time. Just focus on shooting." "Thank you, Sean," Zhou Tong nodded, playfully tapping Livingston and Oppo's backside in acknowledgement. Livingston kept his promise, delivering a perfect pass to Zhou Tong, who found himself unguarded as the Rockets left him open. Positioned at the corner, Zhou Tong launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net. Transitioning back to defense, Paul passed to Black under the basket, but Cousins intercepted the pass. After securing the ball, he launched a long outlet pass to Zhou Tong, who reciprocated with an assist to Livingston, culminating in a powerful two-handed dunk. The score stood at 50-37. Chapter 9. The Crazy Warriors. In the midst of the second section, Coach Kerr opted for a lineup rotation. The well-rested starters made their grand entrance, with Zhou Tong heading towards the bench to exchange high-fives with Curry. The score stood at 56-42, with the Warriors enjoying a comfortable 14-point lead. Before leaving the court, Zhou had accumulated 10 points, 4 assists, and 1 steal, boasting a personal plus-minus of 12. Curiously, after Zhou's departure, the fluid team offense of the Warriors seemed to dissipate. The game devolved into a cycle of endless switches as both teams struggled to dismantle each other and Oppo's offenses, leading to a gradual erosion of the Warriors and Oppo's lead. By the time the halftime buzzer sounded, the score was 67-68, with the Warriors trailing by a single point. During the intermission, Coach Kerr provided a critique of the team's performance before addressing them directly. "Gentlemen, I am aware that the Rockets are the defending champions, and they handed us a resounding defeat last season. However, today marks the commencement of a new season. Last year is behind us. We start anew, aiming once again for the championship. But what are you doing? The Rockets are no longer the same team that overwhelmed us last season. Their defensive structure has crumbled. Yet you have failed to exploit their vulnerabilities, instead choosing to conform to their rhythm. Following this, Kerr continued speaking, but Zhou Tong could no longer hear him, as the system had automatically muted his surroundings. Ding, today's task has been issued. Personal score 15 points and secure a victory in the game. Upon completion, the host will receive a reward of 100 skill points and 100 growth points. Zhou nodded slightly. The task's requirements and difficulty were well within his grasp. It is worth noting that Zhou, after the system lifted its auditory blockade, feigned wiping sweat with a towel when his name was suddenly called. He looked up, resembling a hamster disturbed during its meal. Zhou has done remarkably well leading the second unit. The fluid teamwork is precisely what I hope to witness. Gentlemen, the second half is a fresh beginning, and I expect you to take control of the game as tempo. Increase the intensity. In the second half, Coach Kerr made a bold decision. He pulled Green and Looney from the game and started Zhou Tong and Livingston alongside Curry, Thompson, and Durant. Me, starting. Zhou pointed incredulously at himself, questioning if he had misheard. Today marks the season opener. It is critical to make a strong start. I and my teammates. You have integrated here, Zhou, Kerr interjected, raising his voice to prevent Zhou from continuing. Consider this a tactical experiment. The second half is up to you. Green and Oppo's expression darkened considerably. I disagree, coach. We did not establish the tempo we desired in the first half. We were completely led by the opposing team. Starting an undrafted rookie in the second half is tantamount to relinquishing our advantage. This kid lacks the chemistry with Steph and the others. The team needs to develop. Kerr gazed into Green's eyes. A season is lengthy, but we do not have ample time for lineup experiments. Any issues must be exposed early in the season. Draymond. Zhou looked at Green. I will not betray the coach's trust. Just watch. As the second half commenced, the Warriors attacked first. Curry advanced with the ball, flanked by Durant and Zhou on either side, while Thompson and Livingston positioned themselves in the corners. After a pick-and-roll between Durant and Curry, the latter drove towards the basket, with Durant popping out for a pass. Eric Gordon, starting in the second half in place of Paul, tightly guarded Curry to deny him the ball. Harden maneuvered past Curry to shadow Durant. Faced with the defensive pressure from his former teammate, Durant deftly passed the ball to the corner, where Thompson awaited. Thompson, an imposing threat from beyond the arc, chose not to shoot but continued the ball movement. The Rockets' defensive formation was stretched thin due to the Warriors' continuous passing, allowing Curry to receive the ball beyond the three-point line and drive forward. As the double team arrived, he flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring to the unguarded Zhou Tong. Tucker, initially guarding Zhou, had taken a step back, which Zhou gladly capitalized on, launching a three-pointer. PJ, Harden exclaimed in frustration. We cannot leave Zhou open. Tucker, equally exasperated, recognized Zhou as the least threatening option compared to others. The score shifted to 70-68 as Harden brought the ball past half-court, with Capella moving up to set a screen. Following the pick-and-roll, Capella rolled to the basket, and after drawing the defense, Harden tossed the ball towards the rim. However, Durant anticipated the pass and intercepted it. Curry seized the opportunity to push the pace, delivering the ball to Zhou at a 45-degree angle. Seizing the moment while the Rockets were still adjusting, Zhou executed a cross-court pass to Thompson, who converted for another three-pointer. The score now stood at 73-68. Gordon received a pass from Harden and attacked the basket, only to be met with an emphatic rejection from Durant. Durant collected the ball and launched a quarterback-length pass to a streaking Livingston, who finished with a thunderous dunk. As Capella inbound the ball, Harden, Gordon, and Anthony were all tightly covered, leaving only Tucker unguarded. Zhou, who was supposed to be matched up with Tucker, gave him a bit of space. Out of nostalgia? You can only pass to him. Zhou laughed heartily as he intercepted the pass intended for Tucker, who attempted to recover the ball. But Zhou had already dished it to the corner for Thompson. Another three-pointer sank through the net. The score was now 78-68. Harden pushed the ball quickly, but in the chaos, he stumbled, and the ball ricocheted off his foot, rolling towards the sideline. Zhou, disregarding the risk of injury, collided with Harden in pursuit of the loose ball. In a battle of strength, Harden prevailed, but as he searched for a teammate, Zhou cleverly poked the ball free. In the ensuing chaos, Zhou managed to pass the ball to Curry, who then found Livingston for yet another emphatic dunk. The score reached 80-68. prompting D'Antoni to call a timeout. The Warriors had unleashed a 13-0 run in just 1 minute and 58 seconds, flipping a 1-point deficit into a 12-point lead. The long-lost fluidity of team play reemerged, resembling a flowing stream of teamwork that Kerr had yearned to see. The Warriors fans who traveled to the Toyota Center celebrated exuberantly, while the Rockets supporters could no longer contain their frustration, leading to a clash between the two factions. Seeing his team on the brink of collapse, D'Antoni was compelled to reinsert Paul. However, before Paul even touched the ball, Harden found himself stripped by Zhou in a one-on-one scenario. Durant was already on the move, receiving the ball in stride, finishing with a seemingly effortless dunk, marking yet another assist for Zhou. The score now stood at 82-68. The commentators from CCTV shook their heads in disbelief. It seems that after halftime, the Rockets are completely unable to match the Warriors and Oppo's intensity. They appear bewildered and have made numerous uncharacteristic errors. Did you notice? Kerr altered the lineup in the second half, one commentator noted. He brought Zhou and Livingston in, shifting Durant to the center position. It and Oppo's SA lineup with nearly equal height, with all 5 players possessing shooting range and quick defensive rotations. It was and Oppo's until Paul hit a stabilizing three-pointer that the Rockets finally broke their scoring drought in the second half. Durant prepared to inbound the ball, while Curry advanced with the basketball. After circulating the ball, it found its way to Zhou beyond the arc. Energized, Zhou signaled for his teammates to spread out, facing Tucker. He executed a crossover dribble, spun past Tucker, and charged towards the basket. Beneath the rim, Capella arrived to provide help defense, both players leaping almost simultaneously. In the eyes of the latter, only the hoop remained, fervor surging within. Zhou Tong, with determination, forcefully slammed the ball into the basket, despite the presence of Capella. Boom. The ball went in, and it counted. Capella was charged with a foul, resulting in a 2-1 situation. Zhou Tong confidently sank the free throw. The score stood at 85-71. Chapter 10, Triumph. The Rockets called for another timeout. As they walked towards the bench, Curry joyfully leaped onto Zhou Tong and Oppo's back, enthusiastically recounting the recent dunk. That was absolutely magnificent, Joe. Wow. Did you see Clint and Oppo's expression? He was utterly bewildered. He never expected you to challenge him face to face. Zhou Tong beamed with pride, carrying Curry towards the bench. I was on a roll back there. I actually had you, Kevin. And Clay, clear out space for me to go one-on-one. I might have gotten a bit carried away. Curry jumped down from Zhou and Oppo's back and plopped down next to him. No worries. I admire your youth and confidence. That shot will significantly bolster your self-assurance. The shot was indeed splendid, Zhou. Thompson patted him on the shoulder. Zhou and Oppo's heart raced, still fluttering from the tension. Thank you, Clay. Meanwhile, Anthony was deeply frustrated. As the Warriors went on a scoring spree in the third quarter, he seemed to vanish from the court. Not only was he unable to contribute to the team and Oppo's scoring, but he barely touched the ball. Approaching the twilight of his career, Anthony had chosen to join the Rockets during the offseason, partly due to the recommendation of his good friend, Paul. More importantly, the Rockets had just clinched the championship the previous season. He recognized their championship potential and wanted to make one last push for glory, so he came aboard. However, in the season and Oppo's inaugural game, he learned firsthand what it meant to be overshadowed by the younger generation. As Anthony observed Zhou Tong darting around the court, he was reminded of his 20-year-old self. Yet, the NBA is an organization that emphasizes respect for veterans. The first lesson for newcomers is to honor their predecessors. Thus, upon returning from the timeout, Anthony held the ball beyond the three-point line, signaling for Zhou Tong to face him one-on-one. He feigned a step, but Zhou remained unfazed. Anthony then drove, using his bulk to overpower Zhou, and scored at the rim, drawing a foul in the process, resulting in an additional free throw. The Warriors executed their signature pick-and-roll flawlessly, with Curry feeding Durant, who effortlessly scored. Anthony then inbounded the ball, disregarding Harden and Oppo's request for it, and pushed it to the three-point line, once again challenging Zhou to a duel. This time, he was more direct, utilizing his height to shoot a three-pointer right in Zhou and Oppo's face. The ball swished through the net, and Anthony glared at Zhou with disdain. Zhou could do little, despite his best efforts to disrupt Anthony and Oppo's shot. He was at a disadvantage in both size and stature, helplessly watching as Anthony did as he pleased. After Curry sank a three-pointer, the Rockets rushed to respond. Paul maneuvered to the basket but was thwarted by Livingston and Oppo's defense, resulting in a missed layup. As Zhou prepared to secure the rebound, a red figure leaped over him, slamming the ball into the hoop. Zhou stumbled out of bounds, and Anthony took the opportunity to taunt him. "Welcome to the NBA, kid." Anthony scored 8 consecutive points, delivering a harsh lesson to Zhou Tong. The fiery young player could hardly swallow his pride after being scored on 3 times in a row. Zhou demanded the ball from Curry and signaled for everyone to clear out. He positioned himself against Anthony, initiating a confrontation. Anthony, taken aback by the audacity of the younger player, scoffed. "Oh? You and Amp? Oppos, V got guts, kid. Just on and Amp. Oppos, T come crying to me later." Zhou responded with a determined grin. Zhou sprang into action, his first step lightning fast. Anthony, seasoned from years of battle, quickly established his position. However, Zhou executed a quick pullback, causing Anthony to stumble and momentarily lose his defense. Veteran, Zhou shot from mid-range, the ball finding its mark. "That one was for you." Eager to reclaim his pride, Anthony sought to retaliate, but as he received the inbound pass, Zhou darted in from behind and snatched the ball from his grasp. Livingston followed up, and Zhou set him up for a dunk. Anthony, fixated on his rivalry with Zhou, disrupted the Rockets' and Oppo's offensive rhythm, opting to play solo while his teammates stood idle. Though Zhou and Anthony exchanged blows on the court, Zhou occasionally assisted his teammates, widening the scoring gap. By the end of the third quarter, Anthony had tallied 12 points, while the Rockets managed only 17 as a team. The Warriors dominated the period with a score of 35-17, leading 102-85 after 3 quarters. Zhou had amassed 18 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 4 steals, a commendable performance for a rotation player, even exceeding expectations. Throughout the entirety of the fourth quarter, Zhou did not return to the court. The Rockets and Oppo's offense collapsed in the second half, and the Warriors maintained their lead, ultimately achieving a resounding 20-point victory, marking a triumphant start to the new season. After the game, Coach Kerr praised Zhou and Oppo's performance in the visitors' and Oppo's locker room. "You played exceptionally well tonight, Zhou. Our decision to sign you during the offseason was astute." Listening to Kerr and Oppo's compliments, Zhou shook his head. "No, sir. I realize there are numerous areas in which I can improve during the game. I will immediately immerse myself in training, seizing every moment to enhance my skills." With that, he changed into fresh attire and enlisted a trainer for extra practice in both defense and shooting. Just as Zhou departed, Warriors owner Lacob entered the locker room with a clear intent. "Steve, where and Oppo's Zhou?" "He went to practice," Kerr replied. Lacob leaned in closer to Kerr, whispering, "Come with me. I need to discuss something with you." They stepped outside the locker room. Lacob and Oppo's first words were, "Steve, let and Oppo's try starting Zhou in the next game. Against Utah?" Kerr scrolled through the schedule on his tablet. The Warriors and Oppo's next matchup was indeed at home against the Utah Jazz. It and Oppo's still early in the season. "We have time to adjust our lineup. I believe Zhou will be an asset for us in the playoffs." "Understood, sir. I will ensure he plays with various lineups to identify the optimal combination." Unbeknownst to Zhou, he had just successfully made a long-range 2-pointer during practice. The sound of applause came from behind him. Without turning around, Zhou knew who it was. "Arin and Oppo's. To you supposed to be busy? What? Am I not welcome?" "Chin Xin and Oppo's." Her chuckled softly. "Of course, I must attend to support my little boyfriend during his game. Otherwise, someone might just shed a tear." As Curry and Thompson emerged from the players and Oppo's tunnel, also preparing for practice, Curry paused, observing Zhou and Chin in conversation. A knowing smile spreading across his face as he pulled Thompson back. Thompson, puzzled by Curry and Oppo's actions, asked, "Arin and Oppo's, we going to practice?" "Who and Oppo's? That girl. She seems close to Zhou." "That and Oppo's, Zhou and Oppo's girlfriend," Curry replied with a knowing grin. "Let us not interrupt them." "Oh," Thompson nodded in understanding. Chapter 11. The Jazz and Oppo's visit. Ding dong, today and Oppo's mission has been issued. Mission details: personal score no less than 10 points, rebounds no less than 5, assists no less than 5. Upon completion of the task, the host will earn 150 growth points and 150 skill points. Please strive to complete the task. October 20th, Oakland, Oracle Arena. The Golden State Warriors faced off against the Utah Jazz at their home ground. After the likes of Darren Williams, Carlos Boozer, and Mehmet Okur gradually faded from the league, the Jazz has been on a quest for many years, finally discovering a new generation of stars in Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert. The Jazz is evolving into a formidable team in the Western Conference. In last season and Oppo's divisional semifinals, The Jazz battled fiercely against the eventual champions, the Rockets, in a 5-game series, although they were ultimately eliminated. The tenacity and grit displayed by the Jazz left the Rockets in a cold sweat. The starting lineup for the Jazz remains unchanged, led by Donovan Mitchell, alongside Rudy Gobert, Ricky Rubio, Joe Ingles, and Jay Crowder. In contrast, the Warriors' starting lineup presents an interesting twist. Coach Kerr has benched Looney and inserted Zhou Tong into the starting 5, intending for him to match up against Mitchell. The commentator from CCTV expressed doubt about Kerr and Oppo's strategy, remarking that assigning Zhou Tong to guard Mitchell, who proved last season he is unperturbed by defenders with height advantages, might be questionable. Perhaps Kerr is experimenting with the lineup. The Warriors aim for the championship this season, and in the lengthy campaign, no one can remain tense indefinitely, especially with Curry and his teammates aging. From the preseason, it was evident that Kerr has been cautious in his use of starters. The bench needs someone to step up, and Zhou Tong might just be the right candidate. As Zhou Tong bent down to tie his shoelaces, Mitchell approached him, saying, "Hey, Zhou. I watched your last game against the Rockets. You played exceptionally well." "Thank you, Donovan." Zhou Tong replied with a smile. "I have much to learn, and going head-to-head with you will help elevate my game. I want to let you breach my defense easily today." "Haha. All right, let's settle it on the court." With Gobert winning the opening tip, he passed the ball to Mitchell. Mitchell advanced with the ball while Zhou Tong guarded him just beyond the three-point line. With his tall stature and long arms, Zhou Tong effectively blocked Mitchell's path to the basket, prompting the latter to adopt a cautious approach. After a moment of hesitation, Mitchell retreated and then accelerated, using a quick change of direction to bypass Zhou Tong and drive toward the free throw line. Durant, having positioned himself under the basket, awaited Gobert's request for the ball. Mitchell attempted a floater, but Zhou Tong suddenly surged forward, blocking the shot from behind. Following the successful block, Zhou Tong immediately initiated a fast break. Durant threw a long pass, which Zhou Tong caught and finished with a powerful dunk. 0-2 Mitchell, undeterred, continued to advance with the ball, eager to redeem himself after the previous block. A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Zhou Tong altered his approach, opting not to apply tight defense but instead to obstruct Mitchell's left hand while allowing him to use his right. Mitchell seized the opportunity, accelerating to drive right. Zhou Tong smiled internally, thinking, "You've fallen into my trap." He pursued closely, forcing Mitchell into a corner. Durant again left Gobert open, but Mitchell, recalling his prior mistake, decided against repeating it. He spun past Durant for a layup, only to find a shadow looming above him. A massive hand swatted his shot out of bounds. The ball went out, still in the Jazz's possession. Having faced 2 consecutive blocks, Mitchell began to grasp the Warriors' defensive strategy. Zhou Tong would guard him without help. As he attempted to break through, Durant would leave Gobert open to intercept. Whether for mid-range shots or floaters, Durant's long limbs posed a challenge. Behind him, Zhou Tong stood ready to steal or block at any moment. Thus, in the next round, Mitchell pressed forward once more. True to form, Durant again left Gobert unguarded. Mitchell passed the ball, sending it to Ingles, who stood beyond the arc as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Swish. The three-pointer rang out clearly. 3-2 The defensive strategy that Zhou Tong and Durant had hastily concocted against Mitchell was dismantled in just 2 possessions. The Warriors swiftly adjusted their defensive tactics, opting for switches on screens and executing an unwavering switch across all positions. As Mitchell called for a pick-and-roll, Gobert stepped up to block Zhou Tong. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Mitchell launched a three-pointer. 6-2 Durant casually inbounded the ball, only for Crowder to cleverly intercept it. He charged toward the basket and executed a layup, drawing a shooting foul from Durant in his attempt to block. Crowder converted his free throw with ease. 9-2 Transitioning to the Warriors, Curry's three-point attempt missed. Gobert secured the rebound, and Mitchell sped up the court, taking advantage of the Warriors' disarray to sink another three-pointer. 12-2 Kerr called a timeout, entering the court with a tactical board, shaking his head in disappointment. "Joe, have you not woken up yet?" he exclaimed. "You are responsible for guarding Donovan. How can you let him roam freely? Where has your defensive attitude from the last game gone?" Zhou Tong, frustrated, slapped his forehead. "I'm sorry, coach. I will find my form again." Upon returning from the timeout, Curry and Durant executed a pick-and-roll, with Curry hitting a mid-range jumper. Mitchell received the ball, but as he attempted to initiate his move, he collided with Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong mirrored Mitchell's movements, preventing him from breaking through. Under Zhou Tong and Oppo's defense, Mitchell struggled even to dribble. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an 8-second violation against Mitchell. With a change of possession, Durant quickly inbounded the ball. Curry pushed the ball up the court, passing it to Thompson, who stood poised in the corner for a perfectly executed three-pointer. 12-7 Mitchell, with the ball once more, faced Zhou Tong again. This time, Mitchell opted against a prolonged confrontation, spinning past Zhou Tong and accelerating forward. Zhou Tong pursued relentlessly as Durant again left Gobert unguarded. Mitchell, startled at the familiar scene, hesitated. Zhou Tong capitalized on the moment, snatching the ball from Mitchell's grasp. The ball moved swiftly from Curry to Green and then to Thompson, who expertly converted a mid-range jumper. 12-9 after the inbound, Mitchell was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Zhou Tong's face. The disruption caused him to lose his rhythm, resulting in the ball striking his foot and going out of bounds. "What's wrong, Donovan?" Zhou Tong taunted. "You seem to be in poor form. Perhaps you should take a break?" Mitchell was visibly flustered. As Zhou Tong netted a three-pointer, the lead established by the Jazz at the outset evaporated. 12-12 Chapter 12. The frustrating Mitchell. If Mitchell were to describe Zhou Tong in a single word, it would undoubtedly be sticky. The moment Mitchell received the ball, Zhou Tong would immediately cling to him, making it exceedingly difficult for Mitchell to even dribble past the half-court line. "You insufferable pest!" Mitchell protected the ball, skillfully evading Zhou Tong's relentless attempts to steal it. As I had predicted before the jump ball, Zhou Tong was quick and nimble, striking like lightning to knock the ball loose. "I will not allow you to breach my defense so easily." Simultaneously, both Zhou Tong and Mitchell hurled themselves to the floor in pursuit of the loose ball, colliding in the process. Zhou Tong secured the ball first, swiftly rolling away from Mitchell's grasp, and passed it to Curry. Zhou Tong nudged the ball to Curry, who then launched a long pass to Durant. Boom. Durant, facing Crowder and Oppo's defense, executed a powerful dunk to finish the offensive play. Crowder committed a foul, giving Durant the opportunity for an additional free throw. At 12:15, the Jazz altered their strategy, entrusting Ingles with ball control as he crossed half-court. Mitchell navigated around Gobert and Oppo's screen to receive the ball, but Durant, stationed at center, ignored Gobert entirely. The latter found himself in a wide-open position, yet Mitchell disregarded his request for the ball. Once again, Mitchell faced Zhou Tong, this time vowing to reclaim his dominance. He accelerated, changed direction, and dashed past Zhou Tong toward the basket, only to be met by a familiar face blocking his path, Durant. Mitchell was on the verge of despair. He halted, momentarily bewildered. Zhou Tong poked the ball from behind, allowing Durant to scoop it up. With a flick of his wrist, Curry sped away with the ball. Crossing half-court, he tossed it near the basket, and both Zhou Tong and Ingles leapt into action. With an imposing force, Zhou Tong slammed the ball into the hoop over Ingles. Ingles received the ball and advanced past half-court without hindrance. Upon reaching the front court, he paused to locate Mitchell. The latter continued to weave around screens to receive the ball, but in the next instant, Zhou Tong blocked his path to the basket. Mitchell's dazzling dribbling sequence proved fruitless, as Zhou Tong seized the opportunity to cleanly steal the ball. Mitchell moved forward, yet the basketball remained stationary. Zhou Tong's primary mission today was to tightly mark Mitchell, leaving the task of dismantling the opposing defense to his teammates. After passing the ball to Curry, Zhou Tong relinquished his focus, turning to celebrate prematurely as Curry prepared to take a three-point shot. Swish. At 12:20, Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder finally called for a timeout. Once Mitchell was effectively contained, the Jazz's offense stagnated. Gobert, the towering center, lacked the ability to initiate any offensive plays and could not offer any assistance when the team's offense struggled to find a rhythm. The Warriors orchestrated a fluid team offense, running up an 18-0 score, with Zhou Tong's defense against Mitchell playing a pivotal role. "Well done, Joe," Curry exclaimed, affectionately ruffling Zhou Tong's hair and giving him a thumbs up. "Thanks to your defense on Donovan, we could unleash our offense." Zhou Tong smiled. "I promised the coach I would reclaim my game." He then glanced at Kerr, who returned a look of approval. Following this, the Jazz began to rotate their lineup, substituting Mitchell out for a breather. Observing this, Kerr also opted to rest Zhou Tong, who had tirelessly shadowed Mitchell for a significant portion of the quarter. On the Jazz bench, Donovan and Snyder, with a tactics board in hand, looked at Mitchell with concern. "What's wrong with you? Why engage in a battle of wills with an undrafted player? Can't you see he is deliberately trying to rattle you?" Mitchell raised his gaze to Snyder, stating, "Coach, Joe is like a piece of gum stuck to my shoe. I simply cannot shake him off. Moreover what? It seems I am trapped in a time loop. No matter how I try to rid myself of Joe, as soon as I attempt to break through, Kevin always appears before me." "A time loop? What do you say?" Snyder questioned. "Coach, please give me a little time. I will find my way back." With that, Mitchell disregarded Snyder's words and covered his head with a towel. Kerr and Oppo's decision to place Zhou Tong in the starting lineup had its drawbacks, as the second unit lost a vital offensive initiator. Zhou Tong could have temporarily filled Green's role in the second unit, allowing others to create space and await passes for shots. With Zhou Tong in the starting lineup, the Warriors and Oppo's second unit was left with only Lee as a ball handler. This was not to disrespect the likes of Iguodala or Livingston, but those veterans were aging. Who would want to take on the dual role of organizing the offense while also shooting comfortably? The Jazz capitalized on this, deploying heavy defensive pressure on Lee, allowing him to experience a taste of Curry's treatment. Consequently, the Warriors' second unit struggled with turnovers, while the Jazz's bench players revitalized their performance, turning the game around. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 29-28, with the Jazz surprisingly in the lead. In the second quarter, Snyder reintroduced Mitchell to the game. In response, Kerr brought Zhou Tong back onto the court. The moment Zhou Tong stepped onto the floor, he immediately latched onto Mitchell, whose expression mirrored a "please stay away from me" meme. Why engage in a battle of wills with an undrafted player? Snyder's perplexed question echoed in Mitchell's ears. He stared at Zhou Tong, momentarily frozen. Can't you see he is trying to rattle you? The realization struck Mitchell like a bolt of lightning. The confusion in his eyes dissipated, and clarity enveloped him. With a gentle flick, he passed the ball to Gobert, who muscled past Durant for a score. "I'm so glad you've returned to your normal form," Zhou Tong remarked as he conversed with Mitchell while Green advanced the ball. "Huh, sorry to keep you waiting." A confident smile returned to Mitchell's face. "I was just being stubborn. Let us go. Our game is just beginning." With the ball in hand, Mitchell continued to face Zhou Tong. The latter pressed on Mitchell and Oppo's left hand, offering a strategy to exploit his right. Zhou Tong provided whatever Mitchell needed offensively, and as Mitchell attempted to drive, Zhou Tong refused to yield. The collision sent Mitchell sprawling to the floor. Beep. The referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air, calling a defensive foul on Zhou Tong. As Mitchell had already initiated a shooting motion, he was granted 2 free throw opportunities. Curry jogged over to help Zhou Tong up, giving him a reassuring pat on the back. Green was busy arguing with the referee over the call, while Thompson approached Zhou Tong, placing an arm around his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry about it. Forget that unpleasantness. I'll pass you the ball shortly, and you just focus on taking the shot. If you miss, I'll grab the rebound for you." "Thank you, Clay," Zhou Tong replied, watching Mitchell prepare for his free throws. However, this time, the responsibility of reclaiming the court belonged to him. Chapter 13. A turnaround victory at the conclusion of the first half. The visiting Jazz had established a double-digit lead, rendering the Oracle Arena eerily silent. Having shed the lethargy of the opening quarter, Mitchell unleashed a spectacular performance, scoring 20 points in the second quarter alone. Throughout the first half, despite facing intense defense from Zhou Tong, Mitchell managed to accumulate 26 points, although with a shooting accuracy of less than 40, hitting only 7 of 19 attempts. He also recorded 5 rebounds and 7 assists, albeit accompanied by 5 turnovers. In stark contrast, Zhou Tong seemed to abandon his offensive aspirations, netting merely 7 points in the half, yet contributing with 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals. Mitchell rediscovered his rhythm in the second quarter, while Ingles erupted unexpectedly, as the Warriors struggled to withstand the youthful vigor of the Jazz. With key players like Curry and Durant experiencing shooting slumps, the point gap gradually widened. At halftime, Zhou Tong sat alone in a corner of the locker room, a towel draped over his head, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling dramatically. The grueling battle with Mitchell had drained much of his stamina, a persistent weakness of his. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Kerr was speaking, but Zhou Tong could hear nothing, as the system had automatically muted the external clamor. "Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the Achievement Defensive Champion and activated the redemption feature. The reward for feature unlocking has been issued. Please check promptly." Zhou Tong hesitantly raised his trembling finger to activate the reward. A burst of virtual golden light flashed briefly before everything returned to normal, leaving Zhou Tong uncertain of what he had received. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired 100 skill points and 1 epiphany opportunity. Please select the ability you wish to gain insight into. Mastery of shooting. After the epiphany, your shooting accuracy will increase by 10. Defense enhancement. After the epiphany, your defensive capabilities, game reading, interference resistance, steals, blocks, foul drawing, will be elevated by 1 level. Stamina enhancement. After the epiphany, your stamina recovery speed will increase by 30. Seizing the moment, Zhou Tong opted for an amp, Oppo's, stamina enhancement and amp, Oppo's, without hesitation. Unlike his athletic counterparts, he did not possess boundless energy. Given his current state, even stepping onto the court for the second half would be a struggle, let alone continuing to contest Mitchell. Stamina enhancement has been activated for the host. The soreness in his muscles dissipated, and the weariness that had enveloped him receded like a tide. He yanked the towel off his head, feeling rejuvenated. Joe. Kerr called out several times. But Zhou Tong remained unresponsive. Yes, coach. Zhou Tong sprang to his feet. All good. Kerr gestured for him to sit. I thought you had fallen asleep from exhaustion after ignoring me for so long. Zhou Tong awkwardly scratched his face. How can you still have energy? Mitchell exclaimed incredulously. He had assumed that Zhou Tong's stamina had been thoroughly depleted, yet the latter now appeared vibrant and full of vigor. Of course, Zhou Tong replied, intercepting Mitchell's pass, forcing his sixth turnover. When did I ever say I was tired? Zhou Tong secured the ball, evading Mitchell's attempt to reclaim it. Curry approached to assist, receiving the ball from Zhou Tong as he advanced. Taking advantage of the Jazz and Amp, Oppos's incomplete defense, Curry launched a long-range three-pointer, sinking it effortlessly. Turning around, Mitchell delivered a precise pass akin to a surgeon's scalpel. Gobert received the ball beneath the basket, executing a high layup, but Durant swiftly contested, sending the ball into the stands with a powerful block. The ball fortuitously landed in Zhou Tong and Oppos's hands as he crossed half-court, with Curry and Thompson utilizing constant movement to stretch the defense. Mitchell was momentarily obstructed by a screen set by Durant, and right beside him, Zhou Tong launched a three-pointer. Shit, Mitchell shouted, desperately trying to navigate around the screen to contest. Zhou Tong awaited this very moment, maintaining his shooting form as Mitchell collided with him. The latter and Oppos's hand brushing against Zhou Tong and Oppos's wrist. Both players tumbled to the floor. The ball went in, and the whistle blew. Zhou Tong sat up, pumping his fist in celebration as Durant helped him to his feet, giving a light pat on the back of his head. Zhou Tong stepped to the free throw line and confidently sank the shot. Gobert prepared to inbound the ball as Mitchell came to receive it. Zhou Tong, like a tenacious shadow, glued himself to Mitchell, applying intense pressure. Utilizing his height advantage, he towered over Mitchell, who searched for a teammate. However, a misstep resulted in a traveling violation being called by the referee. The possession shifted to the Warriors. Green orchestrated the play from the top of the arc as Zhou Tong and Durant executed a cross movement, with the latter drawing away Zhou Tong's defender. In a moment of absolute freedom, Zhou Tong received the pass from Green. Ingles, closest to Zhou Tong, abandoned his assignment, but with a swift fake. Zhou Tong maneuvered past him and confidently hit a mid-range jumper. The Warriors' ferocity surged once again as they intensified their defensive efforts in the third quarter. The Jazz were unable to respond adequately, resulting in a staggering 37-15 score for the quarter. By the end of the third, the Warriors led 90-80. Zhou Tong had recorded 13 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists in just 3 quarters, achieving his first career triple-double in merely 2 games, along with 5 steals against Mitchell. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the achievement and Oppos's first triple-double of your life and Oppos's. The reward has been issued. The system has automatically activated the reward. Congratulations on receiving 200 in Oppos's skill points and Oppos's 100 in amp, Oppos's ability points and amp, Oppos's and 1 in amp, Oppos's star player custom template and amp, Oppos's. After being substituted out, Zhou Tong sat at the end of the bench, contemplating the rewards he had just secured. This star player custom template appeared to be a permanent addition, unlike the last, which had been a limited time offer. He was unperturbed by the possibility of his mumblings being overheard by teammates, as the system not only shielded him from external noise. This unscrupulous system, the last peak Reggie Miller template, was a total scam. He mused. Yet, the question remained, whom should he choose? After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against expending this precious reward immediately. Use the best steal at the crucial moment, he thought, resolving to save it for when it truly mattered. Iguodala consumed the final seconds, and as the timer hit 0, the game concluded. The Warriors staged a remarkable comeback, defeating the visiting Jazz 113-106, marking a triumphant start to their home season. Zhou Tong sought out Mitchell amidst the crowd, embracing him warmly. Mitchell gently patted Zhou Tong's back, saying, "You had me locked down today. Next time you come to Salt Lake City, I'll make sure to treat you well." "All right," Zhou Tong nodded in agreement. "I'll be looking forward to it." Chapter 14. Back-to-back the following day, the Warriors embarked on a journey to the lofty heights of Denver to face the Nuggets. Exhausted from travel and the challenges of playing away, Coach Kerr decided to rest Curry, Thompson, Durant, and Green. Looney was prepared to step in, while Zhou Tong, Livingston, Lee, Cousins, and Bell took the floor as the starting lineup. Upon announcing the lineup, Kerr pulled Zhou Tong aside for a private word. "Zhou, tonight, you shall be the focal point. Do not concern yourself with defense. Unleash your offensive prowess." Zhou nodded in agreement. "Go for it, Zhou," Curry encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. "I've never seen you play a complete game. You must dazzle me tonight." I will. Zhou replied, a shy smile betraying the pressure he felt. The Nuggets, a formidable team centered around the indomitable Nikola Jokic, boasted skilled players like Jamal Murray, Paul Millsap, Gary Harris, and Will Barton. The starting lineup included Jokic, Murray, Millsap, Harris, and Malik Beasley. Jokic won the opening tip, and Murray pushed the ball forward. Zhou found himself matched up against Murray. With a feint, Zhou remained unfazed as Murray barreled past him, using his superior physicality to score with ease. 0-2 Kerr instructed Zhou to focus solely on offense. Zhou advanced the ball, facing Murray and Oppo's defense just beyond the three-point line. Mimicking his opponent and Oppo's tactics, he executed a hesitation dribble. Murray, refusing to be fooled, continued to defend. Zhou rose and released a three-pointer, which swished through the net. 3-2 Jokic traversed half-court, delivering the ball to Murray, who utilized Jokic's robust screens. Murray evaded Zhou and confidently sank a mid-range jumper. 3-4 Lee held the ball beyond the arc while Zhou utilized screens from Cousins and Bell to receive a pass. Murray navigated around Cousins, but was thwarted by Bell's screen. Zhou seized the opportunity to shoot another three, scoring once more. 6-4 Murray, quick on his feet, surged towards the basket, exploiting the Warriors' momentary disarray to score a layup off the backboard. 6-6 Lee inbound the ball, and Zhou dribbled past half-court. Facing Murray, he executed a swift change of direction and drove to the basket, unfazed by Jokic's impending defense, finishing with a crafty layup. 8-6 Harris brought the ball across half-court and passed to Jokic, who orchestrated the offense from the top of the arc. Millsap and Beasley exchanged positions, allowing Murray to receive the ball at the free throw line. Zhou conceded him a step, and Murray capitalized, hitting a jumper. 8-8 Livingston quickly inbound the ball, catching the Nuggets off guard. Zhou, already in motion, leaped high and emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. 10-8 Murray, with a fierce determination, launched a three-pointer from just beyond the arc, making it with an audacious flair. 10-11 Kerr called a timeout, as Murray and Zhou engaged in a fierce one-on-one battle that set the tone for the game. Nuggets head coach Mike Malone furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Kerr, however, remained composed, calling the timeout to allow Zhou a moment to recover, knowing his stamina had been a concern. On the bench, Kerr approached Zhou without drawing up any plays, simply asking, "Zhou, are you all right?" As his energy slowly replenished, Zhou nodded, his eyes ablaze with competitive spirit. "Absolutely." Beep. The system chimed, and Zhou checked to find that today's task had been released. Today's task: elevate personal scoring to 30 points and achieve victory. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with 50 skill points. Closing the task interface, the timeout concluded. Zhou removed the towel draped over his head and returned to the court. "It appears I'm set for a scoring duel with Murray," he mused. "Fortunately, our coach is Kerr and not Popovich. Otherwise, after such solo endeavors, I might find myself sidelined due to stomach issues in the next game." The first quarter concluded with the Warriors trailing slightly at 38-41. Throughout the quarter, Murray dominated, scoring 23 points, complemented by 3 rebounds and 4 assists. In contrast, Zhou shone brightly, shooting 7 of 8 from the field and 6 of 7 from three-point range for a total of 20 points. Beep. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement and Oppo's 20 points in a single quarter. I am truly capable, and Oppo's achievement rewards have been issued. Please check promptly. "I suspect Steph has lent Zhou his shooting form tonight," remarked commentator Mark Jackson. "His shooting, off-ball movement, and positioning are truly impressive." His co-commentator, Jeff Van Gundy, rubbed his bald head, saying, "Mark, Zhou's scouting report claimed he was in Oppo's undersized, lacking in physicality, and Oppo's and barely capable of shooting, with the only commendable trait being his defense. It didn't even provide a player comparison." Mark Jackson scoffed. "Scouting reports these days are increasingly unreliable. A player described as barely capable of shooting has just drained 6 three-pointers in the first quarter." After a pause, he continued, I'd wager that the signing of Zhou by the Warriors this offseason is the most remarkable heist of the summer. Van Gundy, a former head coach of the Rockets, added, I still don't understand why the Rockets let Zhou go without compensation this offseason. The Warriors' contract for him is practically a steal. Murray and Zhou set the stage for the game with a series of individual duels early on. Jokic, ever the playmaker, delivered an astounding 12 assists in the first half alone, the majority of which found their way to the red-hot Murray. By halftime, Murray had scored an impressive 29 points on 11 of 14 shooting, including 7 of 9 from three-point range. Had the score margin not been so vast, his statistics might have been even more staggering. Conversely, Zhou had an equally impressive first half, scoring 32 points on 10 of 12 shooting, including 8 of 9 from beyond the arc, along with 4 rebounds and 2 assists. Yet, the scoreboard flashed a disheartening 62-82, with the Warriors trailing by 20 points. Throughout the second quarter, Zhou was the lone bright spot for the Warriors, while his teammates appeared to have lost their shooting touch, as if afflicted by an invisible malaise. Had it not been for Zhou's remarkable performance, the score gap would have been even more pronounced. In the visitors' locker room during halftime, before Kerr could speak, Zhou sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I'm sorry, everyone. I've been too focused on my own game and neglected my duties to connect and organize the team. No, you've done exceptionally well, Kerr reassured him, ruffling his hair. If not for you, we'd be down by 40 points right now. Indeed, Zhou, you've performed admirably. Curry chimed in, wrapping an arm around Zhou's shoulders. Your performance tonight has truly impressed me. I'm glad you're my teammate and not my opponent. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to guard you, haha. Zhou glanced between Curry and Kerr, feeling a swell of encouragement. Sir, hi, Zhou. Kerr smiled, giving him a thumbs up. Tonight, your only task is to unleash your full potential. Chapter 15, Shattering Records, the God of Death, has arrived. As the third quarter commenced, torrential rain poured down. Zhou Tong, fueled by desperation, unleashed his fury. With his team trailing by a significant margin, he could no longer afford to hold back. He executed mid-range shots, penetrated defenses, sank three-pointers, and delivered thunderous dunks. Zhou Tong seemed to possess boundless capabilities, soaring through the air and inspiring every teammate with his indomitable spirit. He plunged into the fray, battling for every rebound, and threw himself onto the floor in pursuit of loose balls. His relentless determination moved his teammates, who finally regained their shooting accuracy. The Warriors suddenly intensified their play, catching the Nuggets off guard. Yet, it would be inaccurate to say the Nuggets were unprepared. They were well aware that the Warriors would erupt in the third quarter. Despite exhausting every strategy, they could not withstand the onslaught. The quarter concluded with an overwhelming score of 33-14. At the end of the third quarter, the Warriors trailed by just 1 point, 95-96. As Zhou Tong walked off the court, his calves trembled with fatigue. With 46 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, he had single-handedly kept the Warriors' hopes alive. In the fourth quarter, during a brief respite of just over a minute, the Nuggets surged ahead with an 8-0 run. Coach, Zhou Tong exclaimed, tossing his towel to the ground as he sprang to his feet. Let me back on the court. At this rate, we will lose. However, Kerr shook his head. No, I'm not letting you back on the court. You've done enough. Zhou Tong was bewildered. What do you mean, coach? Are you really going to give up this easily on a victory within reach? Kerr regarded him meaningfully. Playing back-to-back games in the high altitude of Denver and battling the Nuggets for 3 quarters is already an unexpected victory. And you must understand that a season is long. Let us end it here. I don't want you overexerting yourself at the season's onset. No, coach. I am not overexerted. I can still play. Let us end it here, Zhou. I want to risk your health by sending you back out. I am here to play. The moment I step onto the court, I give everything to the game. As long as there is a glimmer of hope for victory, I will not yield. Neither injuries nor anything else can quench my thirst for triumph. Kerr was rendered speechless. It was the first time he had witnessed such tenacity from Zhou Tong. Since joining the team last summer, Zhou had consistently been regarded as the affable good guy, always smiling and seemingly never angry. Yet, in this moment, Kerr was confronted with a resolutely defiant Zhou Tong for the very first time. Let him play, coach. From the end of the bench, the casually dressed Green suddenly interjected. This guy is a fearless warrior. Nothing is more unacceptable than preventing a warrior from entering the battlefield. Zhou Tong cast a grateful glance towards Green, who, however, ignored him. All right then. Kerr ultimately relented. You're truly a stubborn mule, Zhou. Curry gave Zhou a thumbs up. Zhou, lead the Warriors to victory. Thompson and Durant followed suit, offering their encouragement, while Green hesitated before mimicking the gesture. Thus, Zhou Tong re-entered the fray. However, it was evident that he was exhausted. Upon returning, he immediately committed a turnover, but fortunately, Murray's fast break layup was thwarted by Livingston, the ball spinning around the rim before popping out. A simple, uncontested mid-range shot turned into an airball. Wait. On the sidelines, commentator Mark Jackson held a stat sheet. Suddenly, he gasped as if he had discovered a new world. Zhou Tong has made 12 three-pointers. Just one more, and he will tie Stephen Curry's record for the most three-pointers made in a single game. Oh my goodness. Even the typically stern Jeff Van Gundy could not suppress his astonishment. The better he plays, the harder he slaps the Houston players in the face, regardless of the outcome. Tonight, he is a hero for Golden State, a hero for Oakland. Little did anyone expect that the Denver players would serve as a backdrop for this undrafted talent to achieve fame. With just 46 seconds left in the game, Zhou Tong had already amassed 50 points. The Warriors trailed by 2 points, 121 to 123. Murray missed a mid-range shot that could have sealed the game, and Livingston, reminiscent of his peak, battled for a crucial rebound over Jokic. Time was of the essence as Zhou Tong swiftly advanced the ball. Witnessing the great performance, Murray remained cautious, defending just inside the three-point line, clearly signaling, you can have 2 points, but no three-pointers. Yet tonight, Zhou Tong was unfazed. To him, the hoop appeared as vast as the ocean. He launched a shot from 2 steps beyond the arc, catching Murray off guard. To the latter, it seemed an ill-advised choice for an undrafted player to possess such confidence. But the basketball indeed swished through the net. 124 to 123. Zhou Tong and Oppo's 13th three-pointer had given the Warriors the lead. With 32 seconds remaining, he had equaled Curry's historical record. Jokic slowly brought the ball past half-court, attempting to bleed the clock and deny the Warriors a full possession. The 24-second shot clock dwindled to its final moments as Murray, using Millsap's screen, received the ball. He mirrored Zhou Tong and Oppo's previous shot, scoring over him. 124 to 126, the Nuggets reclaimed the lead with just 9 seconds left. Inexplicably, Kerr opted not to call a timeout. Zhou Tong received the inbounds pass, rapidly advancing the ball past half-court. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Facing the defense, Zhou Tong appeared remarkably composed. Unlike the greenhorn he had been at the start of the season, he compressed the time to its limit, launching a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Murray had done everything possible, nearly slapping his hand in front of Zhou Tong and Oppo's face. Time seemed to freeze, breaths held in anticipation as the basketball soared toward the hoop. Swish! The ball sliced through the net billowing like white waves. The shot was good, the lights flashed. A buzzer beater. 127 to 126. Zhou Tong and Oppo's record-breaking 14th three-pointer had clinched the victory against the Nuggets. Ecstatic teammates rushed to embrace him, burying Zhou Tong beneath their jubilant celebration. They roared, cheered, and shouted his name, Zhou Tong. Murray observed the frenzied celebration of the Warriors, a bittersweet smile on his face. His performance was commendable, with 43 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists, a season high. Yet, in contrast, Zhou Tong had become the embodiment of the god of death. With an astounding 19 of 26 from the field, 14 of 18 from three-point range, and 4 of 4 from the free throw line, he had exploded for 56 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. Most importantly, Zhou Tong had not only excelled statistically but had also led his team to victory. Tonight, Zhou Tong shattered Curry and Oppo's record for the most three-pointers in a single game, and surpassed Yao Ming's record for the highest single-game score by a Chinese player in the NBA. This evening, Zhou Tong stood as the hero of Golden State, the hero of Oakland. In the stands, Qin Shiner wore a subtle smile, as expected of the man I have chosen. Chapter 16. The celebrity effect. In the first week of the season, the Warriors triumphed with 3 consecutive victories, claiming the top position in the Western Conference. They showcased a variety of elements such as commanding wins, thrilling comebacks, and last-second heroics. In stark contrast, the Rockets, having carelessly let Zhou Tong slip away during the offseason, languished at the bottom of the Western standings with a record of 1-2. Their sole victory was a narrow 2-point win against the Lakers. On Monday morning, TNT aired its live show, which selected a particular match from the previous week or a few matches for commentary, concluding with previews of the upcoming games. Kenny Smith chose to highlight the game in which Zhou made a last-second shot to defeat the Nuggets. If Zhou was merely an obscure undrafted player before this game, following his stunning finish against the Nuggets, he had undoubtedly become a household name in the Bay Area. As Kenny spoke, he glanced at the statistics in his hand. Charles Barkley snatched the stats sheet from Smith, his attention drawn to the remarkable figure of 14 three-pointers made out of 18 attempts. Really? He made that many three-pointers? Shaquille O'Neal adjusted his glasses, remarking, before the draft, Zhou had tried out for many teams. One Scout's report stated, he can hardly shoot. The individual who made that assessment couldn't even provide a player comparison. A player labeled as hardly able to shoot just nailed 14 three-pointers in Denver. Kenny Smith made an exaggerated expression. Who wrote that scouting report? Their judgment must have been off the charts. He was just lucky, Barkley scoffed. Consider who the Warriors were missing in that game. Steven, Kevin, Clay, Draymond. They were shorthanded, and the Nuggets didn't defend him well, which allowed him to shine. Smith paused the playback, the footage freezing on Zhou's game-winning shot, showcasing Murray's defense against him. Let us overlook the big guy and focus on the shot. Clearly, Jamal did everything he could. His block was almost in Zhou's face. Yet somehow, Zhou managed to score, leaving Jamal powerless. Oh, and Oppos. Neil chimed in. He asked like a deity of destruction. You understand what I mean? A god of slaughter. He dismantles defenses. And that night, he completely obliterated Jamal, sealing the game with his 14th three-pointer. Wait, God of Slaughter? Is that the nickname you've given Zhou? Smith joked. Well, since he doesn't have a nickname, let us go with that. O'Neal laughed, while Barkley snorted in disapproval. As the standout player of the match, Zhou was naturally obliged to partake in a post-game interview. A female reporter approached him with a microphone, asking, Hello, Zhou. Congratulations on being named MVP of the game. You single-handedly secured the victory for the Warriors. How did you manage that? I stole my teammates' skill sets, Zhou quipped. I owe my gratitude to my teammates and my coach. They placed their trust in me, allowing me the freedom to attack, and I aim to repay that trust. Such a lackluster response was evidently not what the reporter sought. She promptly shifted gears. Let us discuss the game. Tonight, you completely dominated Jamal, hitting the game winner over him. Did you feel he couldn't stop you? No. Zhou shook his head vigorously. Jamal is an exceptionally talented player. That's quite evident. He made some incredibly difficult shots tonight, and I genuinely respect him. Truth be told, every time he shot, I silently prayed, please don't make it, he laughed. With players like Jamal, once they find their rhythm, defenders can only hope for mercy. I was just fortunate. Jamal's game-reading ability, court vision, and shot selection are things WTF? A sudden icy splash of water doused Zhou, leaving him thoroughly chilled. He turned to see Curry sprinting away, laughing. Zhou chuckled to himself, understanding why fans back home affectionately referred to him as the elementary school student. The reporter, unable to extract any sensational comments, concluded with another congratulatory remark before ending the interview. The Warriors chose not to depart immediately, but stayed in Denver for the night. After an arduous battle, the players, especially Zhou, needed ample rest. Zhou slept soundly until the next afternoon, rubbing his eyes as he pushed back the covers and sat up. After stretching and feeling the soreness in his body, he received a text from Curry. Zhou, wake up. Have you had lunch? We're heading back to the Bay Area this afternoon, so pack your things after you eat. After putting down his phone, Zhou took a shower, freshened up, and dressed in clean clothes, ready to head to the store for some supplies. As he entered the shop, the cashier immediately recognized him. Oh my gosh, you're Zhou, right? The hero who saved Golden State. I can't believe it. Today is my first day on the job. Can I take a picture with you? Delighted, the cashier pulled out their phone, eyes shining with anticipation. Of course, Zhou replied, surprised that a single game had suddenly brought him a measure of fame. The clip of Zhou's game-winning shot against the Nuggets circulated online, amassing hundreds of thousands of views, with the number of likes surpassing the views. In this age of rampant connectivity, nicknames like God Zhou, God of Slaughter, and Zeus quickly spread like wildfire. The cashier was notably shorter than him. Zhou bent down, smiled, and flashed a peace sign. The cashier beamed, capturing the moment as a keepsake. After their photo together, Zhou bumped fists with the cashier and proceeded to gather the items he needed from the shelves. I can't believe it. Today must be my lucky day. The cashier thought, gazing at their right hand that had just bumped fists with Zhou, deciding to refrain from washing it for the entire week. No, the whole month. Zhou was shopping for snacks, and he placed a basket brimming with items on the counter. The cashier methodically scanned each item and entered the details into the computer for checkout. Zhou's snacks filled an oversized shopping bag. After some deliberation, the cashier finally mustered the courage to pull a pen from their pocket. "Excuse me, could I get your autograph?" Zhou obliged, scribbling his name on the cashier's shirt without any artistic flair, just clear strokes. Before departing, the cashier gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Zhou, keep it up in the next game." "I will," Zhou smiled, leaving the store. Chapter 17. Confronting the Suns 3 days later, at the Oracle Arena, the Golden State Warriors prepared to face the Phoenix Suns. Zhou Tong had just made history the previous week with a record-breaking 14th three-pointer that clinched a victory against the Nuggets. His offensive prowess was as impressive as his defensive performance. In response, Suns head coach Igor Kokoskov devised a series of highly targeted defensive strategies against him. However, upon the announcement of the starting lineup, Kokoskov was taken aback. The Warriors starters included Curry, Durant, Thompson, Green, and Looney, with Zhou Tong's name conspicuously absent. Out of concern for his development, Coach Kerr opted to have him on the bench. Kokoskov had presumed that after Zhou's breakout performance, Kerr would continue to start him, perhaps even resting regular starters. He had envisioned locking down Zhou Tong and stealing a victory from Golden State. However, it became evident that the disparity between Kokoskov and Kerr mirrored the gulf between the Suns and the Warriors. The Suns' starting lineup remained unchanged: Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton, Josh Jackson, Mikal Bridges, and T.J. Warren. Mikal Bridges, affectionately dubbed Big Bridge by fans, was the most defensively adept player in the Suns and Oppo's lackluster roster. Typically, Kokoskov would assign him to match up against the opponent's key player. Today, that responsibility fell to Kevin Durant. Having experienced a steep decline after their early 2000 success, the Suns had now become one of the weaker teams in the Western Conference, often seen as a target for stronger teams. As the game commenced, Looney tipped the ball to Curry. After a screen, Looney moved towards the basket while Durant set another pick. The Warriors began with a classic Curry-Durant pick and roll, but it was more of a screen than a roll. Durant effectively blocked Booker's pursuit, allowing Curry to take a clear shot, sinking a three-pointer. 0-3 Booker brought the ball past half-court and executed a pick and roll with Ayton. Ayton rolled to the basket, and Booker's pass was perfectly timed, but Looney, while not a dominant force, was enough to disrupt Ayton's shot. The latter, humorously nicknamed Dunbow, attempted a soft floater that clanged off the rim, failing to secure a rebound as he walked away. Looney seized the opportunity, collecting the rebound and passing to Curry, who swiftly pushed the pace and found Thompson for another three-pointer. 0-6 Ayton and Oppo's careless inbounds pass slipped between Booker and Warren, neither managing to catch it. As they exchanged exasperated gestures, Curry seized the moment, intercepting the ball. He faced Ayton head-on, both leaping simultaneously. In a dazzling display, Curry spun like a top in midair, finishing with a layup as Ayton was called for a foul after crashing into him. Following the free throw, the Suns called for a timeout, having fallen behind 12-0, revealing signs of an impending collapse. Kerr, seizing the momentum, initiated his rotation, bringing Zhou Tong onto the court. On the Suns' side, while Booker and Ayton took a breather, Bridges remained, as Kokoskov needed him to match up with Zhou. Despite Durant resting, the Warriors still had Zhou Tong, whose previous performance had rendered any scouting reports utterly irrelevant. As Zhou entered, he swiftly intercepted a pass from Isaiah Canaan intended for Jamal Crawford. He drove straight to the basket, soaring over Dragan Bender for a thunderous dunk that opened his scoring account. "Wow," exclaimed Curry, giving him an enthusiastic push. "That was incredible, brother. When can you teach me to dunk?" "Hey, take it easy, big guy," Thompson teased. "Are you aiming for a poster dunk every game?" Bender, who had committed a foul, protested to the sideline referee as Zhou coolly sank his free throw. Transitioning back, Bridges received a pass from Troy Daniels and broke through for a layup, finally scoring for the team. 2:15 Lee prepared to inbound from the baseline as Zhou brought the ball past half-court. Under the basket, Cousins established position against Richaun Holmes. Eager for the ball, having yet to make an impact in the season's first 3 games, he had every reason to exploit the Suns and Oppo's vulnerability. Zhou lofted the ball to Cousins, who easily maneuvered around the defense for a layup off the glass. 2:17 Seeing his team trailing significantly, Canaan decided to take matters into his own hands, opting for a three-pointer. Ignoring Crawford's calls for the ball, he launched a long-range shot that found its mark. 5:17 Zhou mirrored Canaan's actions, launching a deep three-pointer from the same spot and scoring. 5:20 Crawford showcased his dazzling dribbling skills, leaving Lee bewildered as he broke through the free throw line for a smooth mid-range jumper. Zhou responded with a long pass from the baseline, finding Cousins, who finished with an emphatic dunk. 7:22 As the game continued to ebb and flow, Crawford received the ball beyond the arc, now guarded by Livingston. Unlikely, Livingston remained unfazed by Crawford and Oppos' feints. As Crawford attempted to drive, Livingston cleanly stole the ball. Immediately, Livingston initiated a fast break, with Zhou, Lee, and Bell sprinting down the court. He tossed the ball to Zhou, who deftly passed behind his back to the trailing Cousins for yet another dunk. Bender, chasing, swatted Cousins on the back, prompting a pained yelp from him. Bender was penalized again, while Cousins calmly converted his free throw. 7:25 The deficit had ballooned to 18 points, and the first quarter was barely halfway through. Chapter 18. Seizing the soft persimmon prior to the match, during warm-up exercises, the system emitted a notification. Today's task: achieve 15 assists in the game and secure a victory. Zhou Tong, just about to take a shot, was momentarily stunned by the system's announcement. What? Does this unscrupulous system think I am Steve Nash? 15 assists, how easy it sounds. However, he reconsidered. With the Tsunami brothers on the court, achieving 15 assists should not be overly arduous, right? As it turned out, when the Tsunami brothers performed at their usual level, racking up assists was indeed a trivial task. The frail defense of the Suns crumbled effortlessly, whether it was Curry, Durant, Thompson, or even Green. Each could maneuver past their defenders with a simple turn, leading to either three-pointers or spectacular alley-oops, widening the score gap with ease. After being caught off guard at the start, the Suns' offense faltered, and a pervasive sense of despair enveloped their defense. Kokoskov called 2 timeouts in quick succession. Yet the downward spiral persisted. By the end of the first quarter, the Warriors led by 26 points with a score of 17-43. With a task at hand, Zhou Tong suppressed his desire to attack, seeking out his teammates with every possession. As he held the ball, Livingston, who had been positioned near the free throw line, suddenly made a backdoor cut. Zhou Tong passed to him near the basket, and Livingston executed a flawless alley-oop dunk. Transitioning back, Cannon, in an unexpected turn of events, missed an open layup, the ball spinning around the rim before bouncing out. Zhou Tong, momentarily bewildered, grabbed the rebound. Astonished that 3 Suns players were nearby, yet none made an effort to box him out or even extend a hand. Instead, they collectively watched the ball fall into Zhou Tong and Oppos' grasp. While others wallowed in self-pity, he remained undeterred. A long pass from Zhou Tong found Livingston, who effortlessly scored, extending the lead to 30 points. Kokoskov squirmed in his seat, as his team appeared lifeless, seemingly resigned to defeat. Finally, Crawford managed to sink a three-pointer. Immediately, the Warriors executed a quick inbounds play, with Zhou Tong advancing the ball rapidly. Lee had already established position beyond the arc, completely unguarded. The Suns' leisurely retreat left the fans in attendance drowsy. Lee received the pass, swiftly releasing the shot, landing another three-pointer. At 20:50, the score remained a daunting 30-point deficit. Kokoskov called for a timeout, but his motivational speech proved futile. In a fit of frustration, he slammed the tactical board to the ground. Jamal, you take charge from here. Concentrate the ball and execute single-point explosions. Kokoskov and Oppos' rationale was that with such a significant deficit, they might as well embrace chaos. Crawford, needing the ball to unleash his full potential, was given the freedom to showcase his offensive prowess. It became evident that Kokoskov's gamble was well-founded. With the ball in his hands, Crawford transformed, executing drives, three-pointers, and dunks with ease. He even showcased a spectacular alley-oop dunk. His fluid movements and explosive energy belied his status as a 37-year-old veteran. Crawford's stellar performance injected newfound vigor into the Suns' offense, and their defense intensified as well. In under 6 minutes, the Suns unleashed a staggering 23-4 run, with Crawford contributing 17 points. The Warriors, having relaxed their defense in their substantial lead, afforded the Suns multiple open shooting opportunities. With Cannon hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers, the Suns narrowed the gap to single digits. 49-54, the Suns had executed a fearsome 29-4 scoring surge, and it appeared that Kerr was about to pay the price for his overconfidence. The home crowd felt a pang of anxiety, recalling the previous game in Denver when the team had been overwhelmed in the second quarter. Would history repeat itself today? Zhou Tong would not allow it. Maintaining his composure, Zhou Tong methodically assisted Livingston and Li each once, while banging in 2 3-pointers, extending the lead back to double digits. Subsequently, Li cut in front to intercept Crawford and Oppo's pass, and Zhou Tong delivered the ball to Cousins under the basket. Cousins forcefully cleared out Bender and dunked it in, resulting in Bender's third foul and Zhou Tong's 12th assist. After making the ensuing free throw, the Warriors surged ahead with a 9 o'clock run, widening the gap back to 14 points. Zhou Tong's 14 assists ensured the Warriors led 74-60 at halftime. As the second half commenced, the anticipated Warriors' frenzy failed to materialize, as there was no longer a necessity for it. Booker, provoked by Lee and Oppo's defensive antics, lost his temper and elbowed Lee to the ground. Hey! Seeing his teammate in pain, Zhou Tong rushed over and pushed Booker aside. Buddy, that's a bit excessive, don't you think? Booker, undeterred, retorted, Kid, do you even know who you're talking to? I don't need to know your name. I want to remember the names of those I've defeated. Huh. You are just an undrafted player. Without the Warriors, you are nothing. And what about you? How many years have you been in the league? Do you even know what it's like to play in May and June? You are just a stat patter. You're a loser. Officials and teammates quickly intervened to separate Zhou Tong and Booker, averting a larger conflict. The referees issued simultaneous technical fouls, one for each player. Furthermore, Booker received a second-level flagrant foul for elbowing Lee, resulting in his ejection. The Warriors were awarded 2 free throws and possession of the ball. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement at just a technical foul. The reward for this achievement has been issued. Please check promptly. Lee stepped up to the free throw line, while Livingston provided Zhou Tong with tactical advice. Lee made both free throws, and the Warriors retained possession. Zhou Tong assisted Livingston, who then sank a 3-pointer. Deprived of their core player, the Suns could no longer mount a comeback. As the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 132-107, marking a resounding victory for the Warriors. Zhou Tong scored merely 7 points, but delivered an impressive 21 assists, the highest in the game. After the match, Zhou Tong approached Lee, scrutinizing him closely. Lee felt a twinge of unease under Zhou's gaze. Zhou, is something wrong? I just wanted to check if that elbow from Devin left any lingering effects. Once assured that Lee was fine, Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, I and Oppo's am fine. Thank you for standing up for me earlier. Lee exclaimed, patting Zhou Tong on the shoulder. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Zhou Tong smiled in response. All right. I eagerly await that. Chapter 19. A resounding victory following a decisive triumph over the Suns. The Warriors swiftly journeyed to Washington to face the Wizards in a back-to-back away challenge. The Wizards had long been distanced from playoff contention, with the dynamic backcourt duo of Bradley Beal and John Wall exhibiting immense talent, yet failing to validate their prowess. While the Wizards possessed a certain level of capability, they fell short of qualifying for the playoffs or making any significant impact therein. Coach Steve Kerr seemed to have adopted a routine of resting his key players during back-to-backs, leaving only Kevin Looney from the regular starting lineup. Zhou Tong was entrusted with a pivotal role, starting as the primary offensive threat. Wizards head coach Scott Brooks appeared to seek an element of surprise by altering his lineup. The starting 5 included Beal, Wall, Kelly Oubre, Dwight Howard, and Otto Porter. However, Brooks and Oppo's intentions to counter a novel strategy inadvertently disrupted the team and Oppo's rhythm. Straying from their established framework, the players found themselves adrift on the court. The game easily fell into the Warriors and Oppo's tempo, characterized by rapid exchanges of offense and defense. By halftime, the Wizards, playing at home, found themselves trailing by 24 points. During the intermission, Brooks sought to rectify the situation, reverting to his conventional starters, with each player assuming their designated roles. The Wizards and Oppo's offense finally began to regain its vigor under the leadership of Beal and Wall. Yet, in the third quarter, Zhou Tong emerged as a formidable force, delivering a stunning performance with 21 points in a single quarter, effectively extinguishing the Wizards' hopes of a comeback. The Warriors amassed an impressive 144 points in Washington, securing a commanding 22-point victory. Zhou Tong concluded the game with 34 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals, shooting 13 of 18 from the floor, including 5 of 7 from beyond the arc. New York, renowned as the Big Apple, has seen its Knicks languish in mediocrity for many years. The last time they graced the playoffs was in the 2012-13 season. Team owner James Dolan seems perpetually restless, constantly stirring controversy, while external distractions weigh heavily on the players, leaving them disenchanted and unable to elevate the team's performance. The Warriors continued their Eastern road trip, resting for a day before arriving in New York to challenge the Knicks. Zhou Tong has now evolved into a versatile swingman, with Kerr identifying the optimal role for him. During back-to-back rest periods, he would shoulder the load, while when Curry and others were on the court, he would serve as a reliable bench option. The Knicks' starting lineup consisted of Tim Hardaway Jr., Emmanuel Mudiay, Kristaps Porzingis, Enes Kanter, and Courtney Lee. Playing in New York means being under the perpetual spotlight, as this is a mecca of basketball. Yet, the Knicks' collapse was more abrupt than anticipated. In a mere 12 minutes, the game concluded with a staggering score of 41-12 against the home team, leaving fans in disbelief. They had paid to witness their team compete, not to be subjected to such a lopsided defeat. Mudiay was ejected after receiving 2 technical fouls in the first quarter, prompting some fans to exit early. While fans can accept the loss, they cannot tolerate a lackluster performance devoid of any fight. In the second quarter, the Knicks managed to score 38 points. Yet their feeble defense allowed the same number, leaving them trailing by 29 points at halftime. The Warriors maintained a firm grip on the game, while the Knicks floundered like moths caught in a web, struggling in vain. The final score read 128-100 as the Warriors continued their relentless march. Zhou Tong, hindered by foul trouble, played only 19 minutes, scoring 10 points with 2 assists on 5 of 7 shooting, while committing 5 fouls. The third stop on the Eastern road trip brought the Warriors to Brooklyn, where they faced the Nets. Fans of the league are familiar with Jeremy Lin, who once commanded the floor for the Nets, but has been absent from the limelight since suffering a severe injury in last season's opener. Zhou Tong would not have the opportunity to compete against him, a missed chance indeed. In terms of talent, the Nets were stronger than the previous 2 opponents. While lacking a superstar, their unity and collective effort had led them to numerous victories. It must be acknowledged that head coach Kenny Atkinson has a remarkable ability to develop a team of underdogs. Moreover, the Nets boasted a healthy salary structure, positioning them favorably for the upcoming summer free agency. The Nets and Oppos starting lineup included Joe Harris, D, and Oppos, Angelo Russell, Jared Allen, Travion Graham, and Karis LeVert. Kerr continued to experiment with his lineup, substituting Looney for Zhou Tong, allowing Durant to assume the center position. This configuration had previously served as a secret weapon, having only been deployed once against the Jazz, where Zhou Tong effectively contained Mitchell throughout the game, despite the latter and Oppos' impressive stats. The first quarter unfolded smoothly with minimal fouls, and the Nets led by a single point. Kerr and Oppos' lineup, however, suffered from the absence of a guiding force in the second unit. Consequently, during the second quarter and Oppos' rotation, the Nets gained the upper hand, outscoring the Warriors by 15 points, leaving them down by 16 at halftime. Then, the familiar Warriors and Oppos' frenzy erupted once more. In the third quarter, the Warriors obliterated the Nets, seizing control of the game with a 33-12 scoring advantage, transforming a 16-point deficit into a 5-point lead by the start of the fourth quarter. The final period saw both teams exchanging blows, but the Warriors secured the victory with steady free throw shooting, concluding the game at 120-114, marking their 7th consecutive win. In this match, the Splash Brothers, Thompson and Durant, were not in their usual form, which was a rare occurrence. Fortunately, Zhou Tong was there to rise to the occasion, finishing with 30 points, 9 rebounds, and 12 assists, nearly achieving a triple-double, while shooting 11 of 17 from the field and 8 of 11 from three-point range, without stepping to the free throw line. After a 2-day respite, the Warriors arrived at the final stop of their Eastern road trip in Chicago. This city, once graced by the divine talent of Michael Jordan, had found its new icon in Derrick Rose. The fans in Chicago witnessed Rose and Oppos' ascension and his valiant efforts to lead the Bulls in pursuit of championship glory. However, a catastrophic injury shattered those dreams, and the once mighty Rose was never able to reclaim his former greatness, leading to the gradual decline of the Bulls. Upon learning of his trade from the team he loved so dearly, Rose was overcome with emotion. His bond with Chicago and the Bulls had reached its conclusion. What many initially perceived as an ordinary regular season game unexpectedly became a historic affair, all thanks to one individual, Zhou Tong. Chapter 20. The Butcher and Oppos' skill in butchering the ox, Part 1. In the eyes of the Chicago Bulls and Oppos' head coach, Fred Hoiberg, The threat posed by Zhou Tong is on par with that of luminaries such as Curry and Durant. Despite the home court advantage, it is an arduous task for the Bulls to contain the Warriors' fluid and relentless offense. With Zhou Tong's unexpected rise, it feels as though the Warriors have transformed from the four heavenly kings into a five-headed dragon. Each of the five heads possesses a shooting range, the ability to switch defenses infinitely, and the capacity to drive to the basket and create havoc. Hoiberg is left in despair, pondering whether the grand finale of the NBA is indeed upon us. Given the futility of defense, the only recourse is to engage in a fierce exchange of offense. Perhaps, with a gamble, a bicycle could indeed become a motorcycle? Hoiberg contemplates the notion of trading baskets with the Warriors. Yet he is acutely aware that no team in the league dares to assert they can engage the Warriors offensively and emerge unscathed. Not to mention the five-headed dragon's might. Even with just three of them performing at their peak, the Bulls would be in dire straits. Hence, he resolves to play it as it comes. The Bulls maintain their previous starting lineup: Zach LaVine, Robin Lopez, Lauri Markkanen, Wendell Carter Jr., and Bobby Portis. The Warriors 2. Stick with the starting five that face the Nets, positioning Durant at the center and placing Zhou Tong to match up against LaVine. This lineup, which balances mobility, shooting, and seamless defensive switches, is undoubtedly a formidable weapon for the Warriors. As the game commences, Durant leaps merely for show, while Lopez soars high, directing the ball to LaVine. LaVine advances with the ball, facing Zhou Tong beyond the three-point arc. He has heard whispers. "You are the undrafted player everyone has been raving about?" Zhou Tong responds modestly. "I wouldn't amp. Oppos, T-say and amp. Oppos, impressive and amp. Oppos. I merely strive to fulfill my role." As Zhou Tong closes in, he employs subtle distractions to disrupt LaVine and amp. Oppos' rhythm. "The signing of you by the Warriors is regarded as the biggest steal of the offseason," LaVine remarks, but finding no favorable opportunities against Zhou Tong and Oppos' defense. He opts to pass. "I watched your game winner against the Nuggets. I must confess, you hardly resemble a second-year rookie." Zhou Tong acknowledges, "Indeed. This is merely my second season in the league. However, it and amp, Oppos. It's essential to understand that this is Chicago, my home court. Ultimately, the victor will be me." With that, they engage in a trial of skills. The ball circulates, returning to LaVine and amp, Oppos' possession. He drives forward, but Zhou Tong expertly strips the ball away. LaVine stumbles, and Zhou Tong seizes the opportunity to push the fast break, with Durant signaling him. Understanding the cue, Zhou Tong delivers a perfect pass, allowing Durant to glide in for a thunderous dunk. The score stands at 2:00. As the play resumes, LaVine receives the ball in the post, but Zhou Tong is already positioned defensively. LaVine pushes twice but gains no ground and opts for a fadeaway jumper. As the ball leaves his fingertips, Zhou Tong leaps high, grazing the ball with his middle finger, slightly altering its trajectory. LaVine's seemingly guaranteed shot ricochets off the rim, and Green secures the rebound, clutching it tightly. Zhou Tong approaches to receive the ball, yet Green pays him no heed, instead passing to Curry. Observing Zhou Tong and amp, Oppos' movement, Curry sprints to the opposing half, only to be caught off guard by Green and amp, Oppos' pass. The ball strikes Curry and amp, Oppos' back, and Wendell Carter Jr. retrieves it, initiating a transition for the Bulls. The ball finds Markkanen, who lofts it near the basket, allowing LaVine to execute an impressive alley-oop dunk. The score now reads 2-2. "Hey, Draymond." Zhou Tong jogs over to Green, attempting to discuss the recent blunder. "That last play could have been handled by me." To his surprise, Green erupts, "Shut your mouth. You're not in a position to speak." Feeling unjustly treated, Zhou Tong retreats to the corner, disheartened, unaware of the tension between Green and Zhou Tong. Curry passes back to Green at the arc. Portis, defending, gives Green space, not contesting. Hey. Curry shouts, Joe's open. Nevertheless, Green, lost in the moment, dismisses Curry and Oppos' plea and attempts a three-pointer, which clangs off the rim. The ball falls into Markkanen and Oppos' arms, who is momentarily taken aback. Curry raises his hands in confusion. After regaining composure, Markkanen drives down the court, using Lopez' screen to penetrate the foul line and hitting a mid-range jumper with precision. The score shifts to 2-4. Durant inbounds from the baseline, with Zhou Tong initially intending to receive the pass. However, Green suddenly darts in from behind, snatching the ball and pushing forward. Zhou Tong stands frozen, as does Durant, both bewildered. Green positions himself at the top of the arc, with Durant setting a screen. Zhou Tong maneuvers around Durant, finding an open shot opportunity. Draymond. Zhou Tong gestures enthusiastically, signaling for the ball. Yet again, Green disregards him, passing to a double-teamed Curry. Carter intercepts Green's pass, leading to a rapid counterattack for the Bulls. Levine receives Carter's pass and executes a spectacular windmill dunk. The score is now 2-6. With just over a minute into the game, Kerr calls for a timeout. Green, visibly frustrated, slumps down in his seat at the center of the bench. Kerr glances at him but refrains from comment, instead pulling Zhou Tong and Durant aside for a discussion. Green's irritation grows, sensing his frustrations escalating. Upon returning from the timeout, the Warriors resume their offensive play. Green continues to orchestrate from the top, but his pass to Curry is once again intercepted. The Bulls capitalize on the fast break, with Markkanen driving through the middle, soaring for a layup. The score is now 2-8. Zhou Tong finds himself relegated to mere sprints across the court, unable to even touch the ball. After Levine sinks a three-pointer, Kerr, unable to contain his discontent, calls another timeout. The score stands at 2-11. Following the timeout, Green is absent from the court, replaced by Looney. Zhou Tong pushes the ball up the court, while Curry, Durant, and Thompson focus on movement without the ball. The Warriors' offense finally regains its rhythm as Zhou Tong executes a crossover to shake off Levine. Driving and distributing the ball, Curry receives the pass and swiftly launches a deep shot, nothing but net. As the Bulls inbound the ball, Zhou Tong applies pressure on the ball handler. Noticing this, Durant joins the effort, while Levine struggles to break free from the double team. The moment he attempts to pass, Durant's long arms swiftly intercept the ball. The referee's whistle interrupts the action, signaling an 8-second violation against Levine. Chapter 21, The Butcher and the Ox, Part 2. Seizing the moment when the Bulls and Oppo's defense faltered, Zhou Tong swiftly initiated the play. Durant cut into the paint, receiving the pass and scoring effortlessly. 7-11. Levine advanced past half-court, while Zhou Tong lowered his center of gravity, gradually retreating beyond the three-point line. With a single behind-the-back dribble, Levine deftly maneuvered past Zhou Tong, heading straight for the basket. Underneath, Durant had already established his position, closely pursued by Zhou Tong. Levine leapt high, initiating contact, causing Durant to tumble to the floor. Although the shot was successful, the referee called an offensive foul on Levine. Feeling wronged, Levine believed it should have been a 2-1 opportunity. Zhou Tong approached to help Durant up, giving a light pat on the latter's backside. Looney prepared to inbound the ball, and Zhou Tong received it. Before even crossing midcourt, Zhou Tong executed a precise long pass to Thompson, who immediately launched a three-pointer that found its mark. 10-11. Levine held the ball, driving relentlessly towards the basket. Looney guarded the paint, but seeing little chance to score, Levine leisurely moved to the right corner. He lobbed the ball to the interior, where Lopez managed to push past Looney for an easy layup. 10-13. Zhou Tong rapidly advanced with the ball, aiming to catch the Bulls off guard. The ball found its way to Curry, who passed it to Thompson, who in turn relayed it to Durant. The Bulls' defense responded swiftly, maintaining their positions effectively. After circulating the ball, it returned to Zhou Tong's hands. With the shot clock dwindling, he reluctantly passed to Thompson, nearly getting intercepted. Thompson, however, managed to reclaim the ball just as the defender overcommit in an attempt to steal. This fleeting opportunity, referred to as the Buddha shot by domestic fans, was seized by the ever-reliable Thompson, who raised his hand for his third three-pointer of the quarter. 13-13. With Green absent, the Warriors finally executed the offense they desired. Watching Zhou Tong, who was relishing in setting up his teammates, Green furiously tossed a towel to the ground. The more he observed this undrafted player, the more irked he became. If this continued, Zhou Tong would inevitably usurp his position as a regular starter. Damn it, Green muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Kerr to hear. Green's jealousy, particularly intense, stemmed from his awareness that his offensive threat had significantly diminished. Opposing defenders now dared to give him a step, if not two. Yet, as a seasoned veteran within the Warriors, he remained unwilling to accept this reality. He clung to the notion that he was merely out of form, missing shots that he typically would make. He was not oblivious. He knew full well the damage he inflicted upon the team's offense. In the new season, Green consciously reduced his shot attempts, gravitating towards a more facilitating role. However, the Warriors' offseason acquisition of Zhou Tong was hardly a cause for celebration in Green's eyes. To him, Zhou Tong appeared to be his impending successor. Fresh off a game against the Suns where he recorded 21 assists, an achievement Green had yet to attain, Zhou Tong also posed a significant offensive threat, as evidenced by his historic performance in Denver. Crucially, Zhou Tong had the advantage of height over him. When Kerr deployed the lineup of Curry, Thompson, Durant, Zhou Tong, and Looney, the Warriors boasted an astonishing net advantage of 32.6 points per 100 possessions. In simpler terms, what Green could not do, Zhou Tong could. What Green could do, Zhou Tong could perform even better. Furthermore, 2020 marked the final year of Green and Oppo's contract. The Warriors and Oppo's signing of Zhou Tong sent an unmistakable signal they had identified his potential successor. If Green and Oppo's performance did not improve, a contract renewal was unlikely. Lacob was not Ainge or Riley. He was a compassionate owner. Yet, fundamentally, the NBA was a business league. If Green failed to deliver convincing performances, next summer could very well signal his departure. The first quarter concluded with Zhou Tong delivering 8 assists, aiding his team in establishing an 8-point lead against the Bulls. At the onset of the second quarter, Green remained sidelined, covering his head with a towel, beneath which lay a disgruntled expression. Kerr initiated a roster rotation, leaving Zhou Tong on the court as the focal point of the second unit. Ding, today's objective, achieve 20 assists in the game and secure victory. As Zhou Tong received the ball, the system timely displayed his task for the day. As if I were Steve Nash or Jason Kidd, he silently scoffed. He advanced with the ball, positioning himself at the top of the arc below. Cousins established his position against the defending ASIC, audibly calling for the ball. Zhou Tong lofted it to Cousins, who turned and powered up for a two-handed dunk. ASIC committed a foul, granting Cousins a chance for a free throw. The shot was made with ease, extending the lead into double digits. As the teams exchanged possession, the Bulls and Oppo's quick ball movement resulted in a missed three-pointer. Cousins secured the rebound, and Zhou Tong came to assist. He leisurely dribbled past half court, drawing the attention of all 5 Bulls defenders, allowing Lee to cut in unmarked. As the ball arrived at Lee's hands, he executed a layup with ease. The Warriors' shooting touch was exceptional today, and Zhou Tong delighted in facilitating for his teammates. He increasingly felt as though the system monitored his every move, each shot selection, each pass, each defensive effort, even the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath. Within less than half a quarter, he had delivered 5 more assists. When Curry returned to the court, the score stood at 73-51, with the Warriors leading by 22 points. The Bulls and Oppo's bench had dug a significant hole. As Levine re-entered the game and glanced at the scoreboard, the substantial deficit left him disheartened. In the latter part of the second quarter, Kerr waved his hand, signaling Zhou Tong to rest while Green took his place. I and Oppo's become the backup to that undrafted player? Green thought, his mind racing. Kerr and Oppo's intention was simply to allow Zhou Tong a breather, but Green misconstrued this and spiraled further down his misguided path. Yet, playing was playing, and jealousy aside, Green understood the priority. As soon as he stepped onto the court, he assisted Livingston on a cut for an easy 2 points. It became evident that as long as Green performed at his usual level, the Warriors' offensive system would function smoothly. As the first half concluded, Thompson had made an astounding 9 three-pointers, while Zhou Tong had dished out 13 assists without a single turnover. The score read 92-60, with the Bulls trailing by 32 points at home, suffering a staggering deficit. Chapter 22, The Butcher and Oppo's Art of Breaking Down the Bull, Part 2. It appeared that victory was already in the grasp of the Warriors. After witnessing the Bulls and Oppo's dismal performance in the second quarter, few believed they could reverse their fortunes in the second half. Yet, what has the NBA long proclaimed? Where amazing happens. In the second half, the Warriors' shooting touch plummeted, while the Bulls discovered their rhythm. Markkanen alone scored 10 consecutive points, and even ASIC, the center, managed to hit 3 consecutive three-pointers. The Warriors' momentum crumbled, and the Bulls outscored them by 27 points in a single quarter. The cheers from the home crowd reached a crescendo, while the few visiting fans were left in stunned silence, having become accustomed to witnessing the Warriors dominate their opponents in the third quarter. They never imagined there would come a day when the Warriors would be so thoroughly dismantled. By the end of the third quarter, the Warriors' lead had dwindled to a mere 5 points, with a score of 112-107. Zhou Tong orchestrated the offense with 16 assists, but could not withstand the Bulls and Oppo's collective surge in the third quarter. The 32-point lead was nearly obliterated, forcing Kerr to revert to his starting lineup at the beginning of the fourth quarter. As Zhou Tong advanced with the ball, Curry and Durant positioned themselves at the 245-degree angles. Looney occupied the paint, while Thompson frequently maneuvered to stretch the Bulls' defense. With no favorable offensive opportunities, Looney stepped up to set a screen. Thompson circled around the pick, with Carter caught momentarily off guard by Looney. Zhou Tong passed the ball to Thompson, who effortlessly sank the three-pointer. Zach LaVine pushed the ball up the court, suddenly accelerating past Zhou Tong, who had anticipated this move. Levine charged towards the basket, where Looney had already established his position. Zhou Tong pursued closely as Levine prepared to leap. Without an unexpected intervention, Looney would have been merely a backdrop to Levine's explosive dunk. But Zhou Tong had other plans. He deftly poked the ball from behind, causing Levine to stumble into Looney and Oppo's embrace. Both Curry and Durant raced down the court. Just past the half-court line, Zhou Tong tossed the ball to Curry, who, in stride, nailed another three-pointer. As the Bulls hastily passed the ball, a turnover ensued, and Looney, with his long reach, intercepted it midair. He secured the ball with one hand and launched it to the fast-breaking Zhou Tong, who skillfully tossed it towards the basket, allowing Durant to soar and emphatically dunk the ball. The lead swung back into double digits, prompting Hoiberg to call a timeout. The Bulls and Oppo's self-redemption in the third quarter was impressive. Yet, in the fourth quarter, they seemed to revert to their former selves. Although it was premature to draw conclusions after just 3 possessions, their lackadaisical defense and careless transitions mirrored the dismal performance from the first half. As the game approached the final 5 minutes, the score difference was merely a single basket. Kerr decisively benched Green, deploying a lineup of Curry, Thompson, Durant, Zhou Tong, and Looney. Green was bewildered by Kerr and Oppo's decision and expressed his discontent by aggressively slamming a towel handed to him by a team staff member onto the floor. Kerr feigned ignorance, standing courtside and urging Zhou Tong to refrain from unnecessary movements on defense. Zhou Tong had already achieved a career high of 23 assists, just too shy of the NBA rookie single-game assist record shared by Earl Monroe and Nate McMillan. With Curry handling the ball and the others spread out, Zhou Tong positioned himself in the right corner, closely monitored by Levine. Markkanen found himself mismatched against Curry. Curry and Oppo's dazzling dribbling and an array of fakes left Markkanen disoriented. With a deceptive pump fake, Curry shifted Markkanen and Oppo's center of gravity, and despite the latter and Oppo's best efforts, the former and Oppo's three-pointer found its mark. With a score of 135-130, Carter brought the ball up, and Levine emerged to receive it. Thompson defended closely, clearly indicating a 2-point concession rather than a 3-pointer. Levine then launched into action, accelerating towards the paint. Thompson maintained tight defense without fouling, and although Levine and Oppo's layup failed to convert, he drew a foul. Levine sank both free throws, bringing the score to 135-132. Zhou Tong advanced past half-court, accelerating past Carter and penetrating the lane. Markkanen provided help defense while Carter was ready to intercept from behind. Zhou Tong flicked his wrist, sending the ball to Durant in the corner. Portis rotated to contest the three-pointer, and Durant executed a pump fake, causing Portis to leap. With a step inside the arc, Durant scored with a jumper, making it 137-132. Levine pushed the ball swiftly to the right side beyond the three-point line, launching an audacious three-pointer over Curry, which swished through the net. The score now stood at 137-135. The Warriors quickly inbound the ball, Looney flinging it to Zhou Tong. The pass was slightly off target, and Zhou Tong could not secure it, sending it towards the sideline. Zhou Tong and Portis lunged for the ball, but Zhou Tong managed to tip it to Thompson, who then converted a mid-range jumper. With a score of 139-135, Zhou Tong officially matched the rookie single-game assist record. Markkanen advanced, and Levine used Lopez and Oppo's screen to receive the ball. Markkanen passed, and as Levine caught it, he faked Thompson out of position. Calmly, Levine prepared to shoot a three-pointer. However, Zhou Tong charged in from the side, intercepting the shot. He advanced with measured pace as Curry utilized screens from Durant and Looney to receive the ball. Facing Carter, Curry unleashed a three-pointer, sealing the game at 142-135. On the sidelines, commentator Mark Jackson held his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, we are witnessing the birth of a new record. 26 assists. This young man is simply extraordinary." His partner, one of the greatest shooters in NBA history, Reggie Miller, expressed a wistful sentiment, wishing they had played in the same era, declaring he would have done anything to recruit Zhou Tong. As the final buzzer sounded, Curry leaped onto Zhou Tong and Oppo's back, exclaiming in his ear, "Congratulations, Zhou." Zhou Tong, still unaware that he had broken the historical record, replied, "Did we not win? Why are you congratulating me? You don't know you've shattered the rookie single-game assist record?" Curry shouted, pumping his fist in the air. Seeing Curry and Oppo's exuberance, Zhou Tong finally comprehended the significance of his achievement. Elated, he jogged around the court with Curry on his back. Chapter 23. The rising star Zhou Tong shattered the single-game assist record for rookies, leading his team to victory in Chicago. Consequently, the Golden State Warriors concluded all their October matches. With half a month into the new season, the Warriors firmly secured the top position in the Western Conference with an impeccable record of 8 wins. As the team anticipates contract negotiations with key players next summer, they opted for minor adjustments during the offseason. Among these, the most talked about move was the acquisition of Zhou Tong at a bargain price. Thus far in the new season, he has averaged 21, 5 points, 7, 6 rebounds, and 11, 3 assists per game, boasting shooting percentages of 51, 3 from the field, 45, 4 from beyond the arc, and 90, 7 from the free throw line. Upon reviewing these statistics, one might instinctively associate them with the star players of mid-tier teams. However, it is worth noting that these figures represent Zhou Tong's performance over the first 8 games of the season, in which he started only half of those matches. The better Zhou Tong performs, the more pride it brings to fans from Yin country, especially considering he possesses a championship ring, an achievement even Yao Ming has yet to attain. After watching Zhou Tong and Oppo's highlight reel, Yin country fans humorously remarked that he is earning a $3 million annual salary while performing like a $30 million salary player. In response to Zhou Tong's astonishing performance, Coach Popovich expressed his outrage, labeling it the greatest robbery of the offseason and calling for a re-evaluation of the free agency signing system. He found it perplexing that Houston would release Zhou Tong, thereby strengthening a rival team. Naturally, dissenting voices also emerged. Some fans claimed that it was Coach Kerr and Oppo's tactical system that elevated him, arguing that without the Warriors, he would be nothing, a disloyal ingrate, among other disparaging remarks, leading to heated debates in the comment sections. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong casually leaned his phone against a stand, engaging in a video call with Qin Shiner. After half a month into the new season, he had become a sensation. Whenever he turned on the television or entered an elevator, news about him flooded in. Zhou Tong chuckled silently. What sensation? Fame brings more trouble. Do you think I don't read the comments during live streams? You know? Qin Shiner smiled sweetly. I wanted to keep it from you. But some negative reviews I saw made me furious. What is there to hide? Zhou Tong shrugged. When I step onto the court, I play to the best of my ability, regardless of whether we are ahead or behind. As for negative comments, just ignore them. People will say whatever they want. I can't control that, can I? Your open-mindedness truly captivates me. In the NBA, no one is indifferent to their reputation. Qin Shiner remarked. My mom says you are and Oppo's, mature beyond your years, and Oppo's, and it seems she was right. Indeed, the Rockets gave me an opportunity. That much is undeniable. But they also abandoned me. Did they not? It was Kerr, Steven, and the Warriors who provided me with a chance. Without the Warriors, there would be no Zhou Tong today. From your tone, it seems you intend to stay in the Bay Area? She inquired. That and Oppo's, that's the plan. Good. When you have time, give me a call. I'd like you to meet my parents. What? Meet your parents? Why so sudden? Zhou Tong stammered. My mom wants to meet you. Oh. I forgot to mention, she is a diehard Warriors fan and has season tickets. She attends every home game. Why are you just telling me this now? You never asked. Zhou Tong sighed, rolling his eyes. Qin Shiner, his childhood friend, had always had him wrapped around her finger. What about it? On the other end of the video call, Qin Shiner pouted, crossing her arms. When will you find the time? Or are you planning to abandon your childhood friend? Zhou Tong rubbed his forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? Who would abandon you? I was thinking we could be more direct and get married in the summer. What do you think? Qin Shiner and Oppo's mischievous smile appeared. Oh, so you are this eager? Isn't it all the rage to speed things up nowadays? Don and Oppo's bring the Warriors and Oppo's tactical philosophy into everyday life, okay? From your tone, it seems you are not very willing. Of course, I am willing. I am entirely yours. Do you think I have any choice? Hey, don't say that. Nothing has happened between us. We are innocent. Are you denying it? You took advantage of me and now refuse to acknowledge it? Men are indeed all the same. When did that happen? When did I take advantage of you? I was just teasing you. Look at you, getting all flustered. Zhou Tong stared at the screen, watching Qin Shiner laugh heartily, gritting his teeth. I swear if you were standing in front of me right now, I would gladly give you a good slap. Huh? Qin Shiner scoffed, unimpressed. Would you dare? Zhou Tong took a deep breath, as if about to unleash a bold declaration. Yet, mere moments later, he deflated. I couldn't end Oppo's, bear to. Then what was the point of your bravado? Qin laughed. All right, I must go now. Remember to call me when you have time. Love you Mua. As the call ended, Zhou Tong placed his phone face down on the table. While the name Qin might not be widely recognized, the moniker Platinum Swan is known far and wide. Now a sought-after business elite. The number of suitors vying for her could wrap around the earth, as per Qin own hyperbolic claim. Yet, without exception, she had turned them all down. The reason? During one interview, she had made it abundantly clear. One day, my beloved will arrive on a white horse, stepping on clouds of 7 colors to marry me. Zhou Tong, having watched that interview replay, was stunned when he heard her utter those words he had once borrowed from a movie to confess his feelings to her during their childhood. He never imagined she would remember them all these years. He sighed deeply. The future of their family was becoming increasingly evident. If Zhou Tong did not mention it, perhaps no one would know that the first person to defeat him in a one-on-one contest was, in fact, Qin. Do not underestimate her simply because she is a girl. She was the captain of the school's basketball team until graduation. Chapter 24. Confrontation with the Bucks. After achieving an impressive 11 consecutive victories by defeating the Pelicans, Timberwolves, and Grizzlies at home, the Warriors continued their homestand today, facing the formidable Milwaukee Bucks. The Bucks are a true powerhouse, and this match serves as a significant test for both the Warriors and Zhou Tong. With Giannis Antetokounmpo, affectionately known as the Greek Freak, as their unequivocal core, the Bucks boast a roster filled with exceptional talent, including Chris Middleton, Eric Bledsoe, Brook Lopez, and Malcolm Brogdon. Although their lineup may appear modest, it is brimming with skill, and their offensive and defensive efficiency is among the best in the league. Had they not succumbed to a reversal against the Celtics, the Bucks would also share an 11-game winning streak with the Warriors. Recognizing the Bucks as a serious contender, Coach Kerr opted to keep Draymond Green on the bench. He meticulously studied 11-game tapes of the Bucks, noting their adeptness at exploiting the weaknesses of their opponents on both ends of the court. Even the slightest flaw is swiftly identified and capitalized upon by the Bucks. While Green could provide defensive assistance, his contributions on the offensive end have proven detrimental. With him on the court, the Warriors effectively play 4 against 5. This allows the Bucks to confidently double-team the Warriors and Oppos, primary offensive threats, while strategically leaving less critical shooters open. As the game commenced, Antetokounmpo effortlessly won the opening tip-off, and Bledsoe advanced with the ball. Zhou Tong, tasked with guarding, attempted to intimidate Bledsoe verbally, saying, "Hey, buddy, you must be tired from the travel. Should I book you a hotel for some rest?" Bledsoe merely chuckled at Zhou Tong's provocation, unleashing a lightning-fast first step that caught Zhou off guard. With remarkable speed, Zhou closely maintained his defense, but Bledsoe powered his way to the basket. A quick fake sent Zhou soaring, allowing Antetokounmpo to receive the pass and deliver a thunderous dunk over Looney and Oppos' defense. The score stood at 2-0. Curry advanced with the ball, and Looney set a screen. After the pick-and-roll, Looney rolled to the basket, and Curry lofted the ball to him. However, a menacing shadow leaked high, and Antetokounmpo and Oppos' block sent the ball crashing against the backboard. Seizing the moment, Bledsoe pushed the ball up the court, passing to Middleton, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. At 5-0, Zhou Tong received the ball, but as soon as Bledsoe detected his possession, he clamped down defensively. Zhou attempted a spin move to evade him, but Bledsoe seized the opportunity, causing the ball to slip away. Bledsoe dashed back to the basket, and despite Zhou's quick reaction to chase down and attempt to block, Bledsoe deftly maneuvered around him in midair, scoring with a layup. 2 points counted, and Zhou was whistled for a foul, allowing Bledsoe a chance for an additional free throw. With the extra point, the score swelled to 8-0, prompting Kerr to call a timeout. Antetokounmpo's dominance was wreaking havoc on the Warriors' defense, and Kerr struggled to find a solution. Durant, with his height and wingspan, could match up with Antetokounmpo, but the latter possessed a significant weight advantage. Furthermore, if Durant concentrated on defense, who would spearhead the offense? Zhou Tong was being stifled by Bledsoe, Thompson was rendered ineffective against Middleton's close defense, and Brogdon was shadowing Curry. The Warriors' offensive options dwindled to Looney attempting to score inside, but he faced the daunting challenge of contending with Antetokounmpo and Lopez, while also being hindered by the perimeter defense. The Warriors and Oppos' offensive structure was dismantled by the Bucks and Oppos' targeted defense. And upon returning from the timeout, Middleton struck again with a three-pointer, bringing the score to 11-0. Transitioning to offense, Curry used screens from Looney and Durant to break free and hit a three-pointer, assisted by Zhou Tong, narrowing the deficit to 11-3. as Bledsoe crossed half-court with the ball. Lopez set a screen. Zhou navigated around the pick, only to find Bledsoe stationed beyond the arc. With a grin, Bledsoe faked a shot. Zhou fell for the ruse, leaping toward Bledsoe, but as he realized his mistake, it was too late. Bledsoe launched a three-pointer, and Zhou and Oppos' aggressive defense led to a foul as he collided with Bledsoe, who converted the basket. The score now stood at 15-3. Within just over 2 minutes of the game, Zhou Tong had already accumulated 2 fouls, forcing Kerr to substitute him for Green. As they passed each other, Green coldly remarked, "Did you see that, kid? That and Oppos. That's the gap between you and elite guards. There are countless players in this league who can neutralize you. Don't think a few good games make you untouchable. The NBA is far more challenging than you believe. To establish yourself here, mere effort won't suffice. As an undrafted player, what gives you the right to take my place?" With that, Green strode onto the court, leaving Zhou Tong to glance back and shake his head. Taking a seat at the end of the bench, Zhou Tong draped a towel over his head, his disappointment palpable. For the remainder of the first quarter, he could only watch as Antetokounmpo wreaked havoc inside, while Bledsoe and Middleton scored at will. Looney, tasked with defending the interior, felt like clay in Antetokounmpo and Oppos' hands. Thompson failed to score a single point in the first quarter, and Curry struggled to cope with Brogdon and Oppos' defensive pressure. At 43-19, nearly one quarter into the game, the Warriors found themselves thoroughly dismantled on their home court. Aside from a single assist, a turnover, and 2 fouls, Zhou Tong and Oppos' contributions were negligible. Were it not for Durant and Oppos' series of difficult shots, the score would have been even more lopsided. Based solely on the first quarter and Oppos' performance, the Warriors and Oppos' display was utterly subpar. Chapter 25. Methods to contain Zhou Tong. The Milwaukee Bucks, playing as the visiting team and facing back-to-back games, encountered a Golden State Warriors team that was seemingly well-rested at home. However, the performances on the court suggested that the Warriors bore the burden of consecutive away games. Each member of the Warriors appeared as if their legs were laden with lead, unable to match the intensity of the Bucks. The Bucks executed rapid counterattacks, consistently penetrating the paint with precision. Bucks head coach Mike Budenholzer meticulously analyzed the footage from Zhou Tong's previous 11 games and reached a critical conclusion. Every defender tasked with guarding Zhou committed the same grave error: underestimation. Whether it was Mitchell, Murray, or Levine, none regarded Zhou as a formidable opponent, viewing him merely as an undrafted player with a limited ceiling. They failed to recognize that anyone capable of competing in the NBA is not to be trifled with, especially someone like Zhou, who was driven by an insatiable desire to prove his worth and to demonstrate that the teams that overlooked him had made a grave mistake. This led to Mitchell enduring an excruciating game, the Nuggets suffering under the barrage of 14 three-pointers, and the Bulls being dissected by 26 assists. The painful experiences of the Warriors and Oppos' previous defeats prompted Budenholzer to elevate his focus on Zhou. As a prominent figure among the Spurs coaching tree, Budenholzer devised a highly targeted defensive strategy after thoroughly understanding Zhou and Oppos' gameplay. Bledsoe would take the primary defensive role, allowing Zhou to receive the ball beyond the three-point line, inviting jump shots at will, while Lopez would be ready to double-team should Zhou dare to drive into the paint, giving Zhou and Oppos' scorching shooting touch. Opponents instinctively overlooked his capacity to penetrate and draw fouls. Thus, Budenholzer aimed to keep Zhou away from the paint, encouraging him to engage in isolation plays, three-point attempts, and mid-range shots. Individually, Zhou and Oppos' explosive potential was insufficient to dismantle the Bucks, particularly when compared to the offensive threats posed by Curry, Thompson, and Durant. The Bucks and Oppos' focused defensive tactics bore fruit at the beginning of the second quarter when Bledsoe managed to strip Zhou of the ball, instantly transitioning into an offensive play. Zhou and Oppos' desperate chase proved futile. With his physique, attempting to defend against the fast-breaking Antetokounmpo was akin to striking a rock with an egg. In but a single dribble, Antetokounmpo soared from beyond the three-point line to the basket, elevating to slam the ball down with one hand. Zhou was knocked off his feet by the sheer force of the play, landing unceremoniously in the stands. Frustration was palpable. Taking advantage of the Bucks drawing a foul and heading to the free-throw line, Coach Kerr substituted Zhou with Lee. Before exiting, Zhou had managed to miss all 4 of his shots, including 3 three-point attempts, and had been met with a punishing blow from Lopez during a rare drive to the basket. If Zhou were to glance at the comment section of a live stream at that moment, he would find himself on the brink of retirement from the scathing critiques. Critics claimed he only thrived against weaker teams and faltered against stronger competition, suggesting that Bledsoe should request to defend Zhou every game to secure the DPOY award. Even if he couldn't T-score, at least he could maintain his defensive prowess. To add salt to the wound, after Lee entered the game, the Warriors' offense suddenly ignited. By halftime, the Bucks led with a score of 74-57, ahead by 17 points. During the halftime break, in the home team's locker room, Kerr turned his attention to Zhou, who was gasping for breath with his head hung low. "What's wrong, Zhou? Are you unwell or injured? You seem completely out of sorts today." Zhou shook his head, refusing to lift his gaze. "No, sir. I'm fine. I will find myself in the second half." Zhou's predicament was commonly referred to as hitting the rookie wall, a phase every newcomer inevitably faces. The better one performs, the more scrutiny one attracts. The more attention drawn, the faster opponents analyze one's gameplay. Whether Zhou could surmount this rookie wall depended solely on him. Only by overcoming this obstacle could he undergo a transformation. Zhou glanced around. While Kerr discussed strategies for the second half, no one noticed him. In his mind, he whispered, "System, little AI is here. Do not sell cuteness just because the system has been upgraded. That's disgraceful. Also, bring up the main interface. Loading detailed data. Load complete. Current data for host, name, Zhou Tong, gender, male, position, shooting guard, small forward, unlock pending, current skills, sharpshooter LV2. Defensive wall LV2, stamina boost LV2, speed boost LV2, child of fortune, unlock pending. Only level 2 for skills? It feels as if I've hit a plateau. Level 2 skills are woefully inadequate against a top-tier team like the Bucks. By the way, why is the small forward position still locked? Can positions even be locked? Never mind that for now. System, query my current and amp, oppos, growth points and amp, oppos, and skill points. You currently possess 1582 growth points and 500 skill points. Growth points and skill points can be exchanged at an equal ratio. Upgrade skills. Raise all my current skills to level 3. This will consume 1500 growth points and 500 skill points to upgrade sharpshooter, defensive wall, speed boost, and stamina boost. Confirm enhancement? Yes. Confirm. Enhancement successful. In the second half, Coach Kerr reverted to his starting lineup to close the gap. As Zhou advanced with the ball, Bledsoe's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The player who had been questioning his own existence during the first half seemed to have rediscovered his lost confidence. Taking advantage of Bledsoe and Amp, Oppos' momentary distraction, Zhou accelerated past him effortlessly. Upon penetrating the paint, he encountered Lopez, who had established his position beneath the basket. Yet, Zhou executed a sudden stop and followed up with a graceful floater to score. Bledsoe brought the ball past half-court, with Lopez setting a screen. Utilizing the screen, Bledsoe charged towards the basket, facing Looney. Just as he prepared to respond with a similar floater, an unexpected figure leaped from behind. A towering block eclipsed his shot. Zhou had surged from behind to reject Bledsoe's attempt, sending the ball directly into Looney's hands. Durant had already initiated a fast break, and Looney delivered a quarterback-style pass to Durant. After receiving the ball, Durant paused momentarily before launching a short floater just as Middleton rushed in for defense. The two collided, tumbling into the stands. The shot was successful, granting 2 points. Middleton was called for a foul, and Durant would take an additional free throw. Following his successful free throw, the Bucks quickly resumed play from the baseline, with Brogdon ready to receive the ball. Zhou, moving like a whirlwind, dashed across the court and intercepted the pass before Brogdon could catch it. Without a glance, he dished the ball across to the left at a 45-degree angle where Curry awaited. Curry, with precision, launched a transition three-pointer, sinking it effortlessly. Antetokounmpo attempted to drive towards the basket, but Looney skillfully stripped the ball away. The Warriors immediately pushed for a counterattack, with Looney passing to Curry, who then fed Thompson. Thompson faked a drive, ultimately passing to Zhou, who received the ball beyond the three-point line. As Bledsoe closed in for defense, Zhou opted to pass. In the corner, Durant received the ball and hit another three-pointer. Budenholzer called for a timeout, visibly displeased with his team's performance over the past 2 minutes. The Warriors had unleashed an 11-0 run, narrowing the gap to just 6 points. Chapter 26, The Rookie Wall. A first taste of defeat. The details of what Coach Budenholzer conveyed to his players during the timeout remain unknown. Upon resuming play, Zhou Tong noticed a shift in the Milwaukee Bucks and Oppos' defensive strategy. Holding the ball, he found himself confronted by Bledsoe, who moved laterally to block his path. Zhou initiated his drive, accelerating, while Bledsoe continued to shift, inevitably colliding with him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul against Zhou. Observing this from the sidelines, Budenholzer stood with his arms crossed, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had conducted thorough research on Zhou Tong, discovering that the latter had a tendency to drive to his right. Even when changing direction, Zhou instinctively favored his right hand. Consequently, during the timeout, Budenholzer subtly adjusted the defensive tactics, maintained Bledsoe's staunch one-on-one defense while being vigilant of Zhou and Oppos's offensive choices. Whenever Zhou attempted to drive, they would immediately block his right hand, forcing him to opt for a route he was less adept at navigating. As a result, the Warriors' momentum was swiftly curtailed. Following Zhou and Oppos's offensive foul, the Bucks unleashed a 11-0 run, widening the gap to 17 points. After Bledsoe drew another offensive foul from Zhou, Kerr called for a timeout. He had to concede that Zhou and Oppos's performance on the court was nothing short of disastrous. Zhou and Oppos's impressive display in the past 11 games had led Kerr to mistakenly believe that this young talent would not encounter the rookie wall. However, the reality struck swiftly and harshly. 1 for 8 from the field, 0 for 4 from beyond the arc, with a mere 2 points, 2 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and 4 fouls. This was the dismal report card Zhou submitted against the Bucks. With more fouls than field goals, is this what they refer to as Zhou God? Only Jalen deserves that title. A player performing poorly should not even attempt to bask in glory. His earlier successes were merely due to opponents and Oppos's unfamiliarity. Today, the Bucks and Oppos's targeted defense had exposed his vulnerabilities. The online commentary was brutally piercing, and Zhou could easily anticipate the backlash he would face. In the remaining time, Kerr opted not to field Zhou again. It was evident to him that Zhou had succumbed to self-doubt, thoroughly shaken by the Bucks and Oppos's highly focused defensive strategy. Once his mentality faltered, Zhou could no longer showcase his true potential. After last season and Oppos's championship failure, issues had already begun to surface within the Warriors. Green and Oppos's remark, "We were champions before you arrived," had driven a wedge between him and Durant. Curry and Oppos's invitation for Zhou to join the team stemmed from personal desire. But the final decision to sign Zhou was made by General Manager Myers and owner Lacob. Prior to Zhou's signing, a discussion took place among Kerr, Myers, and Lacob. Green's on-court performance had drastically declined, yet he stubbornly refused to acknowledge this reality, convinced that he merely needed to regain his rhythm through practice. The Warriors were taking precautions. In less significant games, Kerr intentionally increased the playing time for younger players. This was the Warriors' method of nurturing talent, fostering growth through the guidance of seasoned players, thereby minimizing the pains following the dynasty's decline. Signing Zhou was part of this foresight. Myers envisioned Zhou as Green's eventual successor. At the season's outset, Zhou had often shone brightly, breaking Curry's record for the most three-pointers in a single game, establishing a new rookie assist record, and delivering a last-second victory against the Nuggets in Denver. His stellar performances had led Myers and Lacob to believe that even if Green didn't receive a substantial contract next summer, the Warriors would suffer no losses, having already identified a suitable replacement. Yet, Zhou's catastrophic performance against the Bucks today cast doubt on Myers' decision. Was it prudent to replace Green with Zhou? Zhou's contract salary was still within the Warriors' financial capacity, and in the summer of 2020, they held the team option. Even if Zhou failed to overcome the rookie wall and descended into mediocrity, the Warriors could easily choose to trade him. Myers' concern lay in the possibility that if they were to trade Zhou next summer, would the Warriors repeat the mistakes of the Rockets? The name Daryl had become synonymous with failure in Houston. Should his fears materialize, Myers and Oppos's fate might not be any better. The game concluded with the Warriors suffering a significant defeat at home, losing 111-134 to the visiting Bucks. Their 11-game winning streak was snapped. Yet they still held the top position in the Western Conference. After the game, Kerr took Durant to the press conference. Without Durant's contributions, the defeat would have been even more severe. Zhou sat in a corner of the locker room, his eyes vacant. Green shot him a disdainful glance, a cold grunt escaping his lips. "System," Zhou softly called out in his heart. "Xiao AI is here. I have a question for you." "Yes." Xiao AI is always ready to assist the host. "Why?" "I upgraded my skills during halftime, yet they seem ineffective. Is it that I have failed to comprehend you?" Or am I merely too reliant on your assistance? Xiao AI also does not know the answer to that. It's shameful to act cute. So why do you acknowledge me as your host? To help the host realize their dreams. Dreams? What dreams do I have? Host, you are from Yin country. So you wish for the Rockets to claim the championship, correct? Indeed. Thus, that is why Xiao AI recognizes you as the master. However, at that time, you were merely a water cooler attendant, and if the game was not in garbage time, you could not take the court. Therefore, Xiao AI utilized invincible support capabilities to temporarily grant you the skill set of a peak Reggie Miller, leading to the subsequent turnaround. Then why did you encourage me to accept Curry's invitation to join the Warriors? The Rockets abandoned you, a significant contributor, and Xiao AI was very upset. Thus, Xiao AI was determined to assist you, delivering one stellar performance after another to slap the Rockets in the face. However, Xiao AI is ultimately a support system. And the one truly playing on the court is you, the host. What Xiao AI can do is provide help within reasonable limits. After all, Xiao AI is your most loyal support. Oh, are you really just a support system? Well, Xiao AI is uncertain about that. What does uncertain mean? Never mind. I understand your point. Hard work must be matched by skill. Without the requisite technical level, even the world's finest support system would be futile. Yes, I am delighted to assist you, host. Very well, I must go train. Dismissed. Yes, your humble servant takes leave. Chapter 27. The Warriors face the Nets again after a day and Oppos' respite. The Golden State Warriors return to their home court to face the challenge posed by the Brooklyn Nets. In their recent encounter in Brooklyn, the Warriors managed to escape with a narrow victory, thanks to Zhou Tong's near triple-double and his composed free throw shooting in crucial moments. Zhou and Oppos' stellar performance garnered effusive praise from Nets and Oppos' head coach Kenny Atkinson, who, during the post-game press conference, extolled the virtues of a player like Zhou. However, accolades aside, the harsh reality of competition is unforgiving. This time, as the teams clashed in Golden State, the Nets were fueled by a burning desire for revenge. The Warriors' recent defeat to the Milwaukee Bucks revealed their vulnerability in handling Giannis Antetokounmpo, who relentlessly attacked the paint and exploited the Warriors' interior defense. Some speculated that Zhou Tong's dismal performance contributed significantly to the Warriors' downfall. Had Zhou not been effectively neutralized by Eric Bledsoe, perhaps the Warriors would not have crumbled so swiftly. Yet, attributing the loss solely to one individual is rather forced. Nevertheless, as the only active player from Yin country in the NBA, Zhou carries the weight of his fans' expectations. A poor outing transforms him into a target for criticism, while a stellar performance elevates him to the status of a national hero. The Nets and Oppos' starting lineup consisted of Joe Harris, D'Angelo Russell, Jared Allen, Trevon Graham, and Karis LeVert, a constant presence. While the team's collective effort has secured numerous victories, their flaws are as conspicuous as their strengths. The absence of a premier star capable of delivering under pressure has been evident, as Russell has repeatedly demonstrated his inadequacy as a foundational player. In the first quarter, the Nets managed to keep pace with the Warriors, trailing by a mere point. However, as the second quarter commenced and the Warriors began their rotations with Zhou leading the bench, the Nets began to falter. Upon entering the game, Zhou donned a fierce expression, harboring a fire within, and refrained from greeting anyone. He seized the ball, with Spencer Dinwiddie assigned to defend him. Dinwiddie, puzzled by Zhou's grim demeanor, wondered why he seemed so troubled over a mere regular season game. Zhou, undeterred, launched a three-pointer against Dinwiddie and Oppos' defense, stepping back just beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net, the sound echoing pleasingly. As Dinwiddie crossed midcourt, Zhou maintained his defensive stance at the three-point line. Dinwiddie attempted to maneuver around Zhou, but the latter remained steadfast. Kenneth Farid set a screen, allowing Dinwiddie to drive toward the free-throw line, but Zhou swiftly navigated around Farid for a close contest. Dinwiddie, seeking a potential three-point play, was thwarted as Zhou executed a resounding block, sending the ball soaring to midcourt. Allen Crabbe rushed to retrieve the ball, but the Warriors' double team quickly closed in. Lee and Livingston effectively pinned Crabbe near midcourt, causing him to fumble, resulting in a turnover. Transitioning to offense, Lee advanced the ball and passed it to Zhou. With the defensive rotation in place, Jared Dudley found himself matched up against Zhou. The latter utilized a series of dribbles to throw off Dudley's balance before penetrating toward the free throw line. With Farid prepared to contest and Dudley lurking for a steal, Zhou executed a sudden stop and a deft floater to score. Farid's careless baseline inbounds pass was intercepted by Zhou, who snatched the ball before Dinwiddie could react, setting up Lee in the corner. Zhou delivered a no-look pass, sending the ball directly to Lee, who launched a three-pointer that found the mark. As play resumed, Crabbe received a pass from Dinwiddie and attempted to drive for a layup, but Cousins was already waiting, delivering a potent defensive presence. Lee then transitioned the ball to Zhou at a right-side angle, who promptly sank another three-pointer. The Warriors executed an impressive 11-0 scoring run, compelling the Nets to call a timeout. Atkinson, visibly displeased with his team's lackluster performance at the start of the second quarter, vented his frustrations loudly enough for the Warriors and Oppos bench to hear. Upon returning from the timeout, Dinwiddie brought the ball up, opting to pass to Farid in the post against Cousins. However, the referee's whistle interrupted the play. The basket was disallowed due to an offensive foul on Farid. Atkinson, unable to contain his anger, stormed onto the court, berating the officiating crew for what he deemed a blatant flop. His outburst earned him a technical foul, and Zhou calmly sank the ensuing free throw, widening the lead to double digits after a 12-0 run early in the second quarter. Dinwiddie quickly pushed the ball up court and, sensing an opportunity, nailed a three-pointer to break the scoring drought for the Nets. As Lee crossed mid-court, the Nets unexpectedly trapped him, leading to a turnover. Capitalizing on the mistake, Dinwiddie found Dudley in the corner, who faked out Bell and hit a long-range shot. Despite the Warriors' insistence on maintaining Zhou's primary defense on Dinwiddie, Livingston joined the fray. Zhou utilized Cousins' screen to receive the ball, and despite Dinwiddie's efforts to navigate around it, Zhou rose above the defense and sank another shot. Dinwiddie brought the ball past half-court, only to find Zhou and Lee anticipating a trap. Dinwiddie, prepared, passed to Crabbe at the top of the arc, who facilitated for Dinwiddie. But the ball slipped through Dinwiddie's fingers and into Zhou's possession. Zhou's quarterback-like pass found Livingston on the fast break, who finished with a thunderous dunk. The score stood at 43-57, prompting Atkinson to call another timeout as his team and Oppos' offensive flow suddenly faltered. The Warriors' swift and precise counterattacks capitalized on the Nets' series of unforced errors. With the looming threat of collapse, Atkinson was forced to reinstate his starting lineup early. Russell entered the game and immediately made an impact, receiving a perfect pass from Allen and sinking a mid-range jumper, bringing the score to 45-57. Chapter 28. The heat of battle. When the Tsunami brothers are present, the Warriors fear no opponent on the offensive end. Durant is an extraordinary mismatch nightmare, towering over his defender, LeVert, by a head. Thus, the former effortlessly elevates for a shot, and it swishes through the net. Russell brings the ball forward, while Allen steps up to set a screen. As Russell navigates around the pick, Curry, in pursuit, is obstructed by Allen's timely intervention. Russell deftly executes a floater, scoring with ease. As the game transitions to defense, the Warriors quickly execute a baseline inbound. Green pushes the ball with great speed. Thompson fakes out his defender and emerges to receive a pass. Positioned beyond the three-point arc, the ball reaches him perfectly. Just as Thompson releases his shot, Graham, rotating to cover, inadvertently collides with him, causing Thompson to fall. The ball goes in. The three-pointer counts, and Thompson is awarded an additional free throw. He converts it smoothly, extending the Warriors' lead to 16 points at 47-63. Russell brings the ball up, lofting it to Allen beneath the basket. Allen, with a swift turn against Looney's defense, executes a soft hook shot for the score. Green, in a moment of carelessness, has his pass intercepted by Harris. Harris, seizing the opportunity, quickly dishes it to Russell, who delivers a bounce pass to Allen. The latter finishes with a two-handed dunk. Green advances with the ball and positions himself at the arc, passing to Curry. Green sets a pick, and Curry maneuvers around it, driving towards the free throw line. Harris, in pursuit, collides heavily with Green. The latter, robust and solid, suffers no ill effects, but Harris is left in distress, clutching his face in agony on the floor. The officials remain silent, however. Curry glances at the fallen Harris and calmly sinks a mid-range jumper. Hey, Atkinson, furious, storms towards the referees after the official timeout, demanding, "What are you doing? Why was that foul not called? Didn't you see him, Draymond, elbowing?" The lead referee, unyielding, blows his whistle and issues Atkinson a technical foul. With 2 technical fouls accrued, Atkinson is ejected, leaving the Nets without their head coach. On the sidelines, Zhou Tong shakes his head repeatedly. From his vantage point, he observes Green's concealed elbow maneuver, unnoticed by the officials. Fortunately, Harris only suffers a minor nosebleed, and promptly returns to the game after receiving medical attention. Strangely enough, Atkinson's ejection seems to invigorate the Nets. Russell ignites a counterattack with 3 consecutive three-pointers, while Allen relentlessly assaults Looney in the paint. The Warriors' lead gradually diminishes as the Nets surge back with astonishing speed. As the first half wanes, the Warriors hold the final possession. Yet, once again, Green showcases his lackluster shooting ability with a desperate long-range three-pointer that veers wildly off course. The score stands at 70-72, with the Nets trailing by a mere 2 points. As the second half commences, the Warriors initiate a rotation of their lineup. Zhou Tong, upon entering, intercepts a pass from Farid intended for the perimeter. The ball slips through Dinwiddie's fingers as Zhou seizes it, racing down the court like a whirlwind. Dinwiddie pursues closely. Unexpectedly, confronted by Dinwiddie's defense, Zhou flicks his wrist behind his back. Livingston receives the pass and slams it home with authority. Dinwiddie advances, engaging in a handoff with Crabbe. Crabbe, stationed at the arc, receives a pick from DeMar Carroll. Crabbe maneuvers past the screen, driving toward the basket. Facing Cousins' defense, he dishes the ball to Dinwiddie, who finishes with a lofty floater. Lee crosses half court. Zhou emerges to receive the ball and hands it to him before sprinting to the corner. Zhou, confronted by Crabbe, opts for a jump pass, sending the ball soaring to the corner. After adjusting, Lee launches a three-pointer that bounces off the rim. Cousins leaps high amidst the crowd, securing the rebound and granting the Warriors a second chance. The ball finds its way back to Zhou at the arc, where he again faces Crabbe's defense. This time, Zhou chooses to pass, threading the ball through Crabbe's legs to Cousins, who powers through Farid to score while drawing a foul. He converts the free throw, allowing the Warriors to maintain a slender lead. Crabbe brings the ball over half court, passing it to Dinwiddie. Farid sets a screen, but Dinwiddie signals for a one-on-one against Zhou. With a swift change of direction, he drives right, but Zhou remains steadfast in his defense, avoiding fouls. As Dinwiddie attempts to score while leaning against Zhou, the latter swats the shot away, allowing Lee to secure the ball for a rapid transition. Crabbe retreats quickly, abandoning Lee to focus on Livingston, who drives in with a European step, passing to Lee. Lee attempts a bank shot, but Dinwiddie, sprinting back, delivers a resounding block. The referee whistles for goaltending, as the replay confirms Lee's shot had indeed struck the backboard before Dinwiddie's intervention. Crabbe brings the ball up, pausing at the arc. Farid sets another screen, but Zhou, caught off guard, collides with him. The referee blows the whistle for a foul on Farid, who protests vehemently, claiming he did not foul and that Zhou flopped. Dinwiddie pulls him away, aware that further dissent could lead to a technical foul. Zhou rubs his sore nose as he crosses half court. Livingston comes to receive the ball, which Zhou hands over before leisurely jogging to the corner. Facing Carroll's tight defense, Livingston executes a crossover, slicing past him to the basket. Having learned from Zhou's previous experience, Farid refrains from reckless action this time. Livingston halts abruptly, sinking a mid-range jumper with precision. Dinwiddie approaches slowly, engaging in a handoff with Crabbe. With Dinwiddie positioned at the right corner, Crabbe, seeing that Bell has given him space, confidently pulls up for a mid-range shot, converting effortlessly. As the third quarter concludes, Zhou Tong's performance shines brightly, granting Curry and others ample time to rest. The score stands at 101-102, with the Nets trailing by a mere point. Over the first 3 quarters, Zhou accumulates 11 points, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, boasting a 10+ rating, marking an impressive showing. Following the game against the Bucks, Kerr has a private conversation with Zhou, indicating a desire to reduce his playing time to maximize his impact within limited minutes. Zhou is set to assume the role of primary ball handler and scorer off the bench, with his playtime stabilized between 20 to 24 minutes. Zhou agrees to this arrangement. Chapter 29. Overtime. Throughout the fourth quarter, Zhou Tong found himself on the bench, deprived of even a second of playtime. This was a promise made to him by Kerr, no more, no less. The ejection of head coach Atkinson proved to be a pivotal moment in the game, after which the Nets discovered their rhythm. In stark contrast, the Warriors lost their momentum, allowing the former to dictate the pace of the game. Observing his teammates' lackadaisical approach to every play, Zhou Tong shook his head in disbelief. He could not fathom their demeanor as the game approached its decisive final 5 minutes. His teammates appeared unhurried and languid. As time ticked away, the Warriors found themselves embroiled in a protracted tug-of-war with the Nets. The score was tied 7 times in the fourth quarter, with 5 lead changes. With just 4.5 seconds remaining, the Warriors led 127-125. The Nets called their final timeout. Russell had just forced a traveling violation on Green through his tenacious effort, reclaiming possession. Now, the Nets had the chance to either equalize or clinch victory, sending the home crowd's anticipation soaring. Upon returning from the timeout, Allen was set to inbound the ball, with Looney defending. The referee handed the ball to Allen and began the countdown. Looney waved his arms and jumped to obstruct Allen's vision. Russell darted through the crowd, finally emerging at the top of the arc. As the referee counted down to 4, Allen hurled the ball toward the arc. Thompson sprinted towards Russell as the latter moved to meet the incoming pass. Russell seized the ball just before Thompson could make contact. With a quick step forward, Russell launched his shot. Durant's lengthy arms were mere inches away from blocking it, yet he was just a fraction too late. The basketball soared toward the hoop, while below, Looney engaged in a fierce battle for position against Allen. Time, space, breath, and heartbeats seemed to suspend in unison. All eyes were fixed on the ball as it sluggishly approached its target, piercing through the net, a perfect swish. A triumphant cry erupted from the sparse contingent of visiting fans. But the referee's whistle sounded sharply, abruptly silencing the Oracle Arena. The officials rushed to the scorer and Oppo's table, their decision clouded by uncertainty. The arena's large screen began to replay the moment in slow motion, as the referee sought to determine whether Russell's shot was a three-pointer or a two-pointer. Frame by frame, they scrutinized the point where Russell and Oppo's toe met the three-point line. Ultimately, they concluded that Russell and Oppo's toe had indeed grazed the line, rendering it a two-point shot. The score was now tied at 127, and both teams entered overtime. Russell exited the court, his face a mask of frustration, chastising himself repeatedly for taking that unnecessary step which transformed a potential game winner into merely an equalizer. In overtime, the Warriors afforded the Nets no further opportunities. They surged ahead with a 10-0 run, and the Nets could not recover. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed at home, overcoming the shadow of their recent defeat to the Bucks. Curry delivered a stellar performance, shooting 16 of 25 from the field and 9 of 16 from three-point range, amassing 41 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists without a single free throw, earning him the title of MVP for the game. As the standout player, Curry was naturally called for a post-game interview. Zhou Tong, noticing Curry engaged in conversation and facing away, mischievously draped a towel over his head. With a glass of ice water in hand, he stealthily approached Curry from behind the cameraman, seeking a bit of revenge. "Calm down now, Stephen," Zhou Tong shouted, leaping from behind the cameraman and dousing Curry with the icy water. It was a moment reminiscent of a refreshing soda advertisement, as Curry stood with hands on his hips, turning to look at Zhou Tong, who was already laughing as he dashed towards the locker room. American basketball reporters often share a penchant for underhanded tactics in pursuit of sensational stories. One inquisitive reporter, with a glint of mischief in his eye, posed a pointed question. "Stephen, how about your teammate Joe? In the last game, his poor performance led to your loss against the Bucks. Is it possible that Joe doesn't fit into the Warriors system? Has Coach Steve considered reducing his playing time?" No, that's utterly preposterous," Curry responded, shaking his head vigorously, the towel still draped over him. "Our defeat was not due to Joe's performance. Each of us must take responsibility for our losses. We watched the film of the last game together, identifying issues within ourselves. We never attribute a loss to one individual. Joe merely hit a rookie wall. If you know what I mean? I faced a similar situation in my rookie season, but I overcame it. Joe just needs a bit more time. He'll be fine." If you've watched Joe play, you'd understand how talented he truly is. "He is my brother. I like him, and everyone on the team appreciates him." Curry's response left no room for doubt, and the reporter, sensing he could not extract any juicy tidbits, reluctantly shifted topics. The Warriors' next game would be an away match against the Los Angeles Clippers, with a day's rest in between. As everyone packed their bags, Zhou Tong had just finished showering and changed into clean clothes when Curry approached, slinging an arm around his shoulder with an air of mystery. "Joe, do you have some time later?" "Yes. What's up?" Zhou Tong gently pushed him away, mindful of personal boundaries. "I want to introduce you to someone," Curry continued. "I'll introduce you to an agent. You don't have one yet, right?" "Indeed," Zhou Tong affirmed. "I'll introduce you to an agent you're sure to like. By the way, where are you staying?" "I'm renting a place outside." "That won't do. We need to fight side by side for the championship. The agent I'm introducing you to has plenty of business. You can even consult him about buying a house." "Thank you, Stephen." "Thank you for what?" "You're my brother. We're going to fight together here for many years," Curry said. "Speaking of which, where did you stay during your season in Houston?" "I was renting outside." "That LeBron said he would help me find a place, but I turned him down. Why? Because the Rockets? No. Daryl doesn't like me. Don't worry. Everyone here likes you. If you don't have a girlfriend, I could ask Aisha to introduce you to someone. Thanks. But I'll pass. If my girlfriend finds out. Oh no, she is my fiancée now. You're getting married. Congratulations. When are you planning to tie the knot? Probably in the summer. Don't forget to invite me then. What did you say? It's too windy. I couldn't hear you. Haha. You rascal. Chapter 30. The agent Curry initiated a video call with his agent, Jeff Austin. The invitation was promptly accepted. And on the other end of the line, Jeff Austin, a sprightly elderly gentleman, appeared, dressed casually with a cup of coffee in hand. Hey, Stephen. How may I assist you? He greeted. Hey, Jeff. Curry replied, there is something of great importance for you to help with. Allow me to introduce my brother, Zhou. Zhou waved and said, Hey, Jeff. I'm Zhou. Curry continued, he currently lacks an agent. So could you possibly represent him? Moreover, we aim to strive together in the Bay Area for many years. However, my brother is still renting outside. Could you assist him in finding a place in the Bay Area? Jeff paused mid-sip of his coffee. Wait, hold on, Zhou. You mean the killer from your team? The killer? Curry glanced suspiciously at Zhou. Don't look at me. I was unaware I had such a nickname, Zhou replied, feeling quite embarrassed. Zhou scratched his face. I'm the only one from the Yin Nation in the league, right? So, the Zhou you're referring to must be me. I've often heard Steven mention you, Austin said, setting down his coffee cup. I've watched every one of your games. Steven is right. You are indeed an exceptional player. He also mentioned he was pleased you broke his three-point record. I thought you might harbor some resentment towards me. Don't say foolish things. How could that be? Curry laughed, shaking his head. The NBA is a business league. What do businessmen value most? Profit. What type of players do agents like Jeff Austin prefer? Talented stars, renowned superstars, promising rookies, or young talents that can yield substantial commercial value. Jeff Austin had been Curry's agent for 12 years, witnessing too many fleeting glories that swiftly faded into mediocrity. Zhou, of course, was not a renowned superstar, nor a proven player, and certainly not a highly anticipated rookie. What intrigued Austin was the Yin Nation market behind him, which could bring immense commercial benefits to Austin and his agency. How many fans began to follow the Rockets because of Yao Ming? A significant portion of their memories of the team began during the Yao McGrady era. After Yao retired and McGrady departed, the Rockets faltered. Even so, many fans remained loyal. The Rockets have indeed earned their reputation as the home team for Yin Nation fans. Yin Nation fans witnessed the Rockets rise from the depths to the pinnacle once again. Last season, the Rockets captured their third championship trophy in history. As the only active player from the Yin Nation in the NBA, Zhou's name was frequently mentioned among Yin Nation fans. However, during the offseason, the Rockets decided not to renew Zhou's contract, allowing him to join the Golden State Warriors. Now, the Warriors were surging ahead, firmly holding the #1 spot in the Western Conference. What of the Rockets? They remained mired in turmoil. Faith does not collapse suddenly. Since the off-season release of Zhou, Rockets general manager Daryl had initiated a series of ill-fated decisions. Recent comments he made in public further tarnished the Rockets' image among Yin Nation fans. Yin Nation fans have never believed that a data-obsessed portly man and a miserly owner could effectively manage the Rockets, allowing championship contributors to depart without replacement. Such foolish actions drew the ire of Yin Nation fans, leading some to abandon ship in favor of the Warriors. Jeff Austin had long coveted the substantial fan market of Yin Nation. Daryl, having reaped the benefits of Yao Ming, had taken the largest share of the pie. Now, with Daryl and Apos' foolishness leading him away from the table, Austin intended to seize the remaining portion. Mr. Jeff, you flatter me, Zhou said, displaying a sheepish smile as he scratched the back of his head. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm still striving to break into the rotation. Austin laughed heartily. Zhou, such statements may deceive others, but they won't fool me. Didn't I say? I've watched every one of your games. A player who scored 14 three-pointers in the thin air of Denver has no reason to worry about securing a spot in the rotation. With his false humility exposed, Zhou stuck out his tongue. Curry patted Zhou on the shoulder. Zhou, you mustn't be so modest. You need to stand tall. I admire a saying from your culture. Youth should not be without ambition. Exactly, Zhou responded. Yes, that's the one, Curry exclaimed, turning back to the screen. So, what do you say, Jeff? Can we have you as his agent? Austin stroked his chin thoughtfully. He did not initially plan to sign an undrafted player, but the Yin Nation fan market behind Zhou was immensely appealing. After careful consideration, he decided to take a gamble on this young man named Zhou. In the business realm of the NBA, risks and opportunities coexist. If one were to conduct business with trepidation and hesitation, he would not have been able to work alongside Curry for so many years. All right, I agree, Austin nodded in the video call. Zhou, it is an honor to become your agent. I am equally honored to be your player, Zhou smiled. You can obtain my contact information from Steven. I will prepare the contract and send it to you shortly. I will be keeping an eye on your upcoming performances. Good night, Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Jeff. Good night. As the video call concluded, Curry tucked his phone away in his pocket. Zhou extended his hand. Thank you, Steven. I've been a burden to you for so long. Curry grasped his hand. You are my brother. Assisting you in overcoming challenges is my duty. I cherish the Yen Nation and its fans. However, I still struggle to remember some of your customs. Haha. Let us embrace. Here in America, we express friendship through hugs. Zhou laughed as he enveloped Curry in a bear hug. The latter whispered encouraging words in Zhou and Appo's ear, and Zhou nodded repeatedly, indicating he would remember. Los Angeles, known as the City of Angels, is home to two teams, the Los Angeles Lakers and the Los Angeles Clippers. In contrast to the Lakers and Appo's illustrious history, the Clippers and Appo's legacy appears rather humble. Since their inception, they have never reached the conference finals, which has led to years of ridicule from Lakers fans. Chapter 31. The Enchantment of the Clippers. The enchantment of the Clippers, to be precise, pertains to the prowess of head coach Doc Rivers. With the departures of Chris Paul, Blake Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan, the once thriving Lob City has disintegrated. Although the Clippers possess a commendable roster on paper, they have been plagued by inexplicable injuries in the playoffs year after year, resulting in their untimely exits. The question remains, what could be the cause? Perhaps it is worth consulting Doc Rivers. Rivers and Cavaliers head coach Tyronn Lue represent two stark contrasts. Lue is hailed as the master of comebacks, having orchestrated the only 1-3 comeback in NBA Finals history. Conversely, Rivers has been humorously dubbed the epitome of being reversed, being the only coach in history to suffer 2 playoff series losses after leading 3-1. In the aftermath of the dissolution of Lob City, the Clippers and Appo's roster has taken on a more pedestrian nature. The team traded Paul to the Rockets, acquiring a wealth of assets in return, besides the coveted Patrick Beverley. The most notable player on the roster is undoubtedly Lou Williams. As a former 6th Man of the Year, Williams stands as the offensive linchpin for the team. Despite being labeled as defensively challenged, his offensive prowess remains elite. Rivers fielded his regular starting lineup: Lou Williams, Tobias Harris, Danilo Gallinari, Montrezl Harrell, and Patrick Beverley. Coach Kerr, too, presented his usual starters: Curry, Thompson, Durant, Green, and Looney. At the opening tip-off, Looney triumphed over Harrell in the contest. Curry seized the ball and initiated the Warriors and Appo's first offensive play. The Clippers and Appo's defensive assignments left many bewildered. Beverley was tasked with guarding Durant in the low post, while Williams took on the primary responsibility of defending Curry. With Beverley significantly shorter than Durant and Williams known for his defensive liabilities, the matchup appeared unfavorable. Curry is not known for his trash-talking demeanor, yet this did not prevent him from underestimating Williams. He signaled for a screen, and Looney moved up to provide the pick. However, before the screen could be executed, Williams, quick as lightning, swiped the ball from Curry. The careless play cost Curry dearly. Williams secured the steal, and the Clippers swiftly transitioned to offense. Williams surged towards the basket, opting not to take the shot himself, but instead lofting the ball off the backboard. The ball ricocheted, and Harrell capitalized on the rebound, emphatically slamming it home. The score was 0-2, with the Clippers striking first. As the Warriors inbound the ball, Curry brought it across half court. Upon crossing the midline, he called for another screen, with Looney stepping up once more, inadvertently drawing Harrell out of the paint. Curry maneuvered around the screen, accelerating towards the basket, but found the lane unexpectedly clear. Just then, Gallinari shifted to provide help defense, forcing Curry to alter his shot, resulting in an offensive foul as he made contact with Gallinari, nullifying the basket. Williams brought the ball up again, and the Warriors and Appo's defense appeared disorganized, with Curry inexplicably leaving Williams unguarded by a step. Williams seized the opportunity, launching a three-pointer that found its mark. The score now stood at 0-5. Green advanced the ball. Positioned at the top of the arc, Harris, in his defensive assignment, conceded a step, prompting Green to take a three-pointer, which rebounded off the backboard into Harrell and Appo's hands. Harrell promptly launched a long pass to the still-recovering Williams, who scored with ease. The score was now 0-7, and Kerr called a timeout, his frustration boiling over at his team and Oppo's lackadaisical start. "Guys, are you still asleep?" Kerr exclaimed, shattering the tactical board in his rage. "We did not come here for a leisurely stroll. I see no sense of urgency on the court. The Clippers are only 3 wins behind us, and they are still in the upper tier. If we do not respect our opponents, they will punish us." Zhou glanced at Green from the sidelines, chuckling derisively. "Hey, undrafted player, what are you laughing at?" Green shot Zhou a fierce glare. "If it were me, I wouldn't and Oppos have missed that open 3, Zhou retorted nonchalantly. "Are you teaching me how to shoot?" Green shot back, his temper flaring. "I merely hope you can step up quickly. I have no intention of taking the court tonight." Zhou replied, "You think a few good games give you the right to lecture me, kid? You were champions before I arrived, and I never forget that." Green was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Zhou and Oppos' retort. As the timeout concluded, Kerr clapped his hands, proclaiming, "Let and Oppos go out there and tear them apart." Yet, once they returned to the court, Kerr and Oppos' words were forgotten. Durant busied himself trading barbs with Beverly, while Green and Oppos' passing left much to be desired. Despite Beverly and Oppos' incessant chatter, he remained active on the court. When Durant received the ball, Beverly intercepted, initiating a tussle for possession. Durant attempted to reclaim the ball, resulting in contact, and Beverly fell to the ground. Misled by Beverly, the referee called a foul on Durant. Although Durant intended to argue, he turned and walked away instead. The home crowd erupted in cheers, a cacophony of support. The Warriors have long been a target, who wouldn't relish the chance to deliver a decisive blow against them. Williams advanced the ball, with Harrell coming up to set a screen. Looney followed, leaving the paint exposed. Beverly made a cut to the basket, receiving the pass from Williams and converting the layup. Zhou, observing from the sidelines, was perplexed. The team seemed disinterested, lacking the competitive spirit one would expect. Look. Green made a careless pass directly into Beverly and Oppos' hands. Such a fundamental error was unimaginable under normal circumstances. Beverly handed the ball to Williams, who, stationed at the top of the arc, launched yet another 3-pointer. The score now read 0-12, and Kerr felt a surge of frustration pent up within him, desperate to unleash it. Durant seemed to forget his natural height advantage against Beverly, receiving the ball in the low post. Instead of taking a straightforward shot, he attempted a fake, only to shoot over Beverly. The commentators were left bewildered. What is Durant doing? He is so much taller than Beverly. Why not just shoot over him? His partner chuckled knowingly. Beverly has been pestering Durant since the beginning, getting into his head. If Durant gets caught up in Beverly and Oppos' antics, he falls right into the trap. If the Warriors continue this lackadaisical approach, they won and Oppos' win today. In the midst of this, Williams drained his third 3-pointer of the game. 2:15, and only 4 minutes had elapsed in the first quarter. Chapter 32, the enigmatic match at 7:27, following a swift steal by Beverly. Harrell soared for a thunderous dunk, extending the deficit to a daunting 20 points. Coach Kerr and Oppos' patience with the starting lineup had reached its breaking point. Their offense was lackluster, riddled with errors, and their defense was lackadaisical. This was perhaps the most dismal quarter the Warriors had played since the commencement of the new season. Consequently, Kerr made a decisive move, invoking Popovich's classic substitution strategy of 5 in, 5 out, replacing all the starters without exception. "Young man, tidy up the situation. I shall return to seal the deal," Green remarked to Zhou Tong as they passed each other. Zhou Tong paid him no heed, thinking to himself, "You've just committed 3 consecutive blunders, yet act as if you're in a position to lecture me?" A sense of carelessness and arrogance permeated the Warriors. As Lee brought the ball across half-court, he was already contemplating a pass before he had even established his footing. Milo Teodosi anticipated Lee's passing trajectory and effortlessly intercepted the ball. The ball found its way into the hands of Gilgeous-Alexander, who then dished it out to the trailing Avery Bradley. Bradley, upon receiving the ball, executed a bank shot for 2 points. Zhou Tong observed Lee with a look of bewilderment. It was indeed a perplexing match. The Warriors seemed to regard the Clippers with utter disdain. Even after falling behind by a substantial margin within mere minutes, they maintained a languid demeanor. As Zhou Tong advanced across half-court, he refrained from calling for a screen. Facing Bradley in a one-on-one matchup, Bledsoe had previously demonstrated to the league how to defend against Zhou Tong, single coverage, obstructing his right hand while allowing access to his left. Bradley, having learned from Bledsoe and Oppos' defensive tactics lacked the latter and Oppos's physicality. Zhou Tong powered through, effortlessly overpowering Bradley to the basket, leaving the latter with little recourse. Underneath the hoop, marching Gortat had already established his position. Zhou Tong decisively halted, executed a smooth floater, and converted the shot. In an attempt to block, Bradley inadvertently struck Zhou Tong's hand, resulting in a foul. Zhou Tong converted the free throw. At 10:29, thank goodness, the Warriors finally breached double digits for the quarter. Teodosi brought the ball over half court, executing a handoff to Alexander. Facing Lee's defense, Alexander made a significant change of direction, leaving Lee in his wake. He stepped forward and calmly sank a long two-pointer. At 10:31, for reasons unknown, Zhou Tong inexplicably felt like the fool in a clown act. He could not articulate this sensation precisely. It was as if he were the only one on the court genuinely engaged while his teammates approached the game with a casual, sightseeing mentality, prioritizing camaraderie over competition. Lee dribbled over, tossed the ball to Zhou Tong, and sprinted to the corner. The latter stood firm at the corner, akin to a soldier preparing for battle. Bradley lunged at him with exaggerated gestures, causing Zhou Tong to feel harassed, prompting him to pass the ball to Lee, who remained motionless, seemingly lost in thought. It wasn't until Zhou Tong called out to him that he snapped back to reality, allowing Alexander to intercept the ball, resulting in another turnover for Zhou Tong. After losing the ball, Zhou Tong immediately retreated on defense. He positioned himself strategically in Alexander's path, yet the latter executed a spin move to evade him and scored. At 10:33, Zhou Tong could no longer contain his frustration. "Come on, guys, could you please take this seriously? We are not here for a leisurely outing." On the bench, Green scoffed at Zhou Tong's exasperation, muttering, "A player who went undrafted is still just that," instead of reflecting on his own mistakes after a turnover. He complains about his teammates. Does he think he is the star striker in football? Curry shot him a sideways glance, and Thompson turned his gaze toward him as well. Neither said anything, while Durant dismissed him entirely. One cannot awaken someone who feigns sleep. Observing his teammates' lack of improvement, Zhou Tong took matters into his own hands and demanded the ball. He advanced from the backcourt, dribbling toward the front, with Bradley defending him. Utilizing his height advantage, he launched a three-pointer over Bradley's head. At 13:33, Gortat inbound the ball, and Zhou Tong applied pressure on the receiving Alexander. The latter deftly maneuvered away, pushing the ball up the court. Zhou Tong pursued closely, and as Alexander paused at the arc to survey the court, Zhou Tong, with fierce determination, stripped the ball from behind. Fortunately, Livingston was aware enough to retrieve the loose ball and executed a long outlet pass to the fast-breaking Zhou Tong, who finished with an emphatic dunk. At 15:33, Bradley brought the ball up, and facing Zhou Tong's defense, he abruptly halted, passing to Alexander, who was cutting behind him. Bradley used his body as a shield, blocking Zhou Tong. Alexander raised his hand and took the shot, scoring effortlessly. At 15:36, Zhou Tong advanced with the ball, ignoring the wide-open Lee, who was desperately waving for the ball. He accelerated, bulldozing through Bradley toward the basket. Gortat, attempting to provide help defense, sought to block Zhou Tong's path, but Zhou Tong executed a stunning 360-degree spin layup, leaving the crowd in awe. By 17:40, the Warriors lethargically navigated through the first quarter, trailing by 23 points. Had it not been for Zhou Tong's personal scoring spree of 10 points in the latter half of the quarter, the deficit would have exceeded 30 points. The Warriors had delivered their most abysmal performance of the season thus far. In the second quarter, Kerr continued to keep the starting five glued to the bench. Zhou Tong led the bench unit to compete against the Clippers starters. It is said that two fists cannot contend with four hands, no matter how exceptional Zhou Tong was. He could not single-handedly clinch victory for the Warriors in Los Angeles. Nevertheless, he managed to prevent the gap from widening further. Noticing Zhou Tong's exceptional performance and accuracy, Rivers signaled for a double team. The Clippers deployed Beverly to guard him, with Harris poised to assist. Beverly's tenacious defense would prove challenging for Zhou Tong, while Harris, with his height and quick footwork, was not easily shaken off. Once Zhou Tong stepped toward the paint, the double team would immediately converge upon him. Rivers and Oppos's intention was clear. To neutralize Zhou Tong equated to dismantling the Warriors and Oppos's rotation. Whenever Zhou Tong possessed the ball, he would face two, if not three defenders, forcing him to relinquish it, even if it meant allowing the Warriors to exploit numerical advantages elsewhere. He recognized that Zhou Tong was the focal point of the Warriors' rotation, while his teammates were collectively off their game. Once Zhou Tong found himself encircled, no one else on the court could step up to score. Simultaneously, the Clippers opted to leave non-essential shooters open. Cousins and Lee had both transformed into ice-cold marksmen, with only Livingston and Oppos' sporadic contributions proving inadequate. Time ticked away with each team exchanging baskets, yet the gap remained unchanged. Despite Zhou Tong amassing 21 points in the first half, he lamentably received no support from his teammates. By halftime, the Warriors found themselves behind 38-67, a 29-point deficit. As Zhou Tong had aptly noted, it was indeed a perplexing match. Chapter 33. Tempestuous winds. Zhou Tong was never a superhero, nor had he ever aspired to be one. With so many extraordinary talents on the team, the task of saving the world was never his to shoulder. However, today, as circumstances might prove to be an exception. During halftime, Coach Kerr unleashed a torrent of criticism upon the starting five in the locker room. Zhou Tong sat nearby, trembling, having never witnessed Kerr's ire to such an extent. Clearly, the abysmal performance in the first half had ignited Kerr's fury. As the second half commenced, Kerr reverted to his starting lineup. Yet, on the opposing side, Rivers took a gamble, allowing the bench players to remain on the court. The few Warriors fans in the stands believed that the team would rally and turn the tide. But, to their astonishment, a shocking scene unfolded. The Warriors' starting five, facing the Clippers' reserves, found themselves at a complete disadvantage. Durant was repeatedly off target, while both Curry and Green committed turnovers. After Alexander sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, Kerr was compelled to call another timeout. The deficit had ballooned to 35 points, and the situation was dire. The Warriors were teetering on the edge of a precipice, and a mere push from the Clippers could send them into an abyss of despair. Commentator and former Warriors coach Mark Jackson scratched his head in bewilderment, pondering the inexplicable state of the Warriors. Why are they performing so poorly? Stephen, Clay, Kevin, Draymond. Their presence on the court resembles a somnambulistic trance, devoid of any competitive spirit. Indeed, it was a confounding contest. Jeff Van Gundy echoed Jackson's sentiments, questioning whether the Warriors' thirst for victory had diminished. How could a championship-caliber team struggle against a squad merely on the playoff fringes? It was from this timeout that Kerr resolved to pit the bench players against the Clippers with unwavering determination. He would not grant the starting five even a moment more on the court. Upon resuming play, Kerr adjusted the strategy. He instructed Zhou Tong to unleash his full potential, while the other four players focused solely on setting screens, executing cuts, and securing rebounds. With the score at 38-73, Zhou Tong brought the ball past half-court. Guarded by Bradley, with Alexander poised for help defense, Cousins advanced to set a screen, allowing Zhou Tong to maneuver around it and drive toward the basket. Bradley was obstructed by Cousins, and although Alexander managed to navigate the screen, Zhou Tong had already initiated his shooting motion. A last-minute swipe from Alexander brushed against Zhou Tong and Oppos' wrist, yet the referee and Oppos' whistle blew simultaneously. The three-pointer counted. Alexander was called for the foul, granting Zhou Tong an additional free throw. After sinking the free throw, the Clippers inbound the ball. Alexander, moving at a leisurely pace, let his guard down, and in a moment of distraction, lost the ball to Zhou Tong, who seized the opportunity. In his eagerness, Zhou Tong stumbled slightly, but swiftly passed the ball to Livingston on the other side, regaining his footing. Livingston tossed the ball close to the basket, and Zhou Tong leapt high to emphatically dunk it through the hoop. Once focus wavered, a cascade of unimaginable blunders began to unfold. Gortat, standing out of bounds, attempted to throw the ball into play, but it sailed between Bradley and Teodosic, neither of whom could intercept it. Zhou Tong dashed forward to reclaim possession and, confronting Gortat under the basket, scored again. The Clippers suddenly appeared to have lost their rhythm. Bradley brought the ball past half-court, and Alexander, using Gortat and Oppos' screen, attempted another three-pointer, only for it to clang off the rim. Cousins snagged the long rebound and initiated a fast break, delivering a powerful pass to Zhou Tong, who nearly stumbled but managed to score effortlessly with a layup. In the past 2 minutes, the Clippers had descended into chaos. Alexander attempted yet another three-pointer after receiving a screen, but it missed. With Livingston securing the rebound, Zhou Tong pushed the pace, capitalizing on the Clippers and Oppos' disarray to sink another three-pointer. The score stood at 51-73 when Rivers called for a timeout. Zhou Tong had single-handedly orchestrated a 13-0 run, momentarily stabilizing the situation. At that moment, the Clippers remained unaware of the impending storm, oblivious to the torrential downpour that was about to engulf them. Teodosic missed a shot, followed by Alexander committing an offensive foul, and Gortat mishandling a pass. The Clippers and Oppos' scoring drought continued, while Zhou Tong connected with 3 consecutive three-pointers, keeping the Warriors and Oppos' hopes alive. As Gortat attempted an inbounds pass, it was intercepted by Livingston, who swiftly cut off the pass from Teodosic. Zhou Tong raced toward the basket as Gortat entered the court, positioning himself to draw an offensive foul. With a breathtaking gliding dunk, Zhou Tong sent the ball crashing through the hoop. Gortat fell to the ground amidst the contact, and the referee's whistle confirmed Gortat's defensive foul, granting Zhou Tong a free throw opportunity. He converted the free throw, propelling the Warriors to a staggering 25-0 scoring run, reducing the Clippers and Oppos' lead to a mere 10 points. Rivers and Oppos' expression shifted dramatically, prompting another timeout. The Warriors, or rather Zhou Tong, had ignited a newfound confidence. His triumphant roar after dunking on Gortat was a release of all the pent-up frustration he had harbored. The god of death had unsheathed his sword. Mark Jackson exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Tong had entered god of death mode. Jeff Van Gundy clasped his head in disbelief. The Clippers were left reeling from Zhou Tong's onslaught. Rivers called another timeout, but even reinstating the starting lineup proved futile. They were at a loss, unable to comprehend the rapid turn of events as Zhou Tong swatted Beverly and Oppos' layup and launched a long pass to Bell for a thunderous dunk that culminated in yet another timeout by Rivers. As Jeff Van Gundy noted, Zhou Tong had indeed entered god of death mode. He himself could scarcely articulate the sensation, feeling as though he could make any shot, as if the defense should have been engaged the moment the ball was received. The effect was akin to a psychological cue, remarkably effective. Zhou Tong nearly obliterated the Clippers and Oppos' lead single-handedly. He resembled a black hole, devouring everything in his path, scoring 25 points in a single quarter. He led the Warriors to a formidable 50-25 quarter score. Rivers would likely have to pen another monumental chapter in the annals of comeback history. Chapter 34. Unexpected. Zhou Tong was completely consumed by rage, having already scored an astonishing 46 points in just 3 quarters. It is not uncommon for an individual to falter in a game. However, it is rare for an entire team, like the Warriors tonight, to struggle while only Zhou Tong performs at his peak. Owing to the collective lethargy of the team, Zhou single-handedly bore the heavy burden of their hopes. This scene felt eerily familiar. He had done the same in the Denver Highlands. Typically, there is a designated player on the Warriors for such moments, Kevin Durant. No matter how composed Rivers may appear, he found himself somewhat flustered in the presence of Zhou Tong, who had entered a lethal mode. As the fourth quarter commenced, Rivers hesitated no longer and reinstated his starting lineup. Having experienced the humiliation of the playoffs, he was determined not to let the regular season end in disgrace. In the final crucial moments, the Clippers initiated an offensive possession. Lou Williams brought the ball past half court, while Zhou Tong remained focused, his center of gravity low. He subtly shifted his body, attempting to anticipate Lou and Oppos' passing and driving routes. Lou halted at the arc, surveying his teammates and seeking an opening. Unbeknownst to him, a faint golden glimmer illuminated Zhou Tong's pupils. In a flash, Zhou's gaze sharpened. He discerned Lou's next move, a crossover to drive left. It was as though he had foreseen it, as he preemptively shifted laterally to obstruct Lou's path. Lou, taken aback by the revelation of his intentions, collided with Zhou. Zhou swiftly seized the basketball with both hands, extracting it from Lou's grasp while the latter stumbled. The Warriors transitioned immediately to offense, passing the ball to Livingston. Instead of going for the open layup, Livingston chose to dish it to Lee, who, faced with an unguarded basket, surprisingly opted to pass to the trailing Cousins. After a moment of hesitation, Lou's quick recovery was commendable as he leaped to deliver a thunderous block on Cousins. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, landing perfectly in Zhou Tong's hands. With Lou unable to recover in time, Zhou effortlessly laid the ball in. The score stood at 90-92 as the Clippers continued their offensive. Harris brought the ball past half court. Lou, utilizing Gallinari's screen, emerged to receive the ball, while Zhou was momentarily obstructed by Gallinari. Seizing the brief opening, Lou landed a stabilizing three-pointer. With the score at 90-95, Zhou pushed the ball up the court, signaling Cousins to come set a screen. However, Zhou waved him off, motioning for no screen. Cousins retreated to the low post, while Zhou isolated against Lou. Utilizing his size and weight advantage, Zhou barreled into the paint. Harrell abandoned his defensive duties against Cousins, joining Liu in a double team against Zhou. In the midst of the pressure, Zhou expertly threaded the ball to the unguarded Cousins, who finished with ease. The score shifted to 92-95 as Beverly brought the ball up, passing it to Harris at the free throw line. Harris engaged Livingston in a high post isolation. Despite being at a disadvantage in height and size, Livingston's agility proved advantageous. His long arms frustrated Harris, who grew increasingly flustered. Finally succumbing to the pressure, Harris took a mid-range shot that fell short, striking the front of the rim. Yet, Harrell soared in to secure the rebound and emphatically slammed it home. With the score at 92-97, Lee advanced the ball once more, prompting Cousins to set another screen. Livingston and Bell executed a series of cross movements, stretching the Clippers' defensive alignment. Liu was plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease since the moment Lee initiated the advance. As Lee navigated around the screen, he flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring towards the corner. Liu glanced towards the corner, only to be struck by horror. The source of his discomfort became clear. The Warriors' offensive possession seemed to lack a crucial player. Who could it be? Zhou Tong. By the time the Clippers adjusted to defend the three-point line, it was too late. Zhou seized the opportunity, nailing a wide-open three-pointer. The score was now 95-97. On the sidelines, Rivers was incensed, erupting in frustration as Liu advanced the ball past half-court. Beverly approached, executing a handoff, and Liu charged towards the basket. Under the rim, Cousins loomed like a protective canopy, thwarting Liu's advance. In a desperate attempt, Liu pivoted and hurled the ball towards the arc where Rivers awaited. Zhou emerged from the side, snatching the ball right from Liu's grasp. He sped past the half-court line, executing a sudden stop. Liu, having recovered from his error, dashed past Zhou, but by the time he reeled back to defend, it was too late. Zhou had the luxury of adjusting his shooting form, sinking a trailing three-pointer. The score was now 98-97, and the Warriors had successfully taken the lead. Rivers shook his head in disbelief, calling for a timeout. A once 35-point advantage had vanished, leaving the Staples Center echoing with the cheers of the visiting fans. The home crowd sat in stunned silence, and someone in the audience muttered regretfully that if only Zhou were a member of the Clippers. Rivers, unwilling to become a mere backdrop to Zhou's rampage, resolved to take desperate measures. From this moment on, whenever Zhou had the ball, he would be double-teamed, ensuring he was never alone on the court. If necessary, they would even commit fouls to prevent him from attempting any shots. As the Warriors initiated their next offensive possession, Beverly and Liu descended upon Zhou like shadows. Zhou was unable to receive the ball, and no matter how he maneuvered to evade the screens, the two defenders remained steadfastly by his side. Harris converted a mid-range shot, reclaiming the lead for the Clippers. Livingston inbound the ball, and Zhou came to receive it. The moment he caught it, Beverly and Liu positioned themselves on either side, forcing Zhou to return the ball to Livingston, who advanced past half-court. At the arc, Livingston settled, while Bell and Zhou engaged in a face-to-face collision. As they brushed past one another, Bell used a solid frame to shield Beverly and Livingston opted to pass, and Zhou cut towards the basket, receiving the ball against Harrell's defense. As Zhou initiated a shooting motion, Harrell, desperate to block him, extended his foot beneath Zhou's, causing him to land awkwardly. The shot went in, but Zhou twisted his ankle upon landing. With the score at 100-99, the Warriors led by a single point. Yet Zhou had sustained an injury to his ankle. Chapter 35, the efforts all in vain. Zhou Tong was injured. He slowly moved beyond the baseline, clutching his right ankle, his face contorted in pain. After hurting Zhou Tong, Harrell raised his hands high, incessantly explaining to the referee that it was unintentional. Cousins, however, was not one to tolerate such behavior. He charged forward and shoved Harrell to the ground. The latter, infuriated, scrambled to his feet and began a tirade against Cousins, who readily fired back. Lee, Harris, Livingston, Beverly, and Lou Williams quickly gathered around, with some attempting to mediate while others stood up for their teammate. Bell squatted beside Zhou Tong, inquiring, "Buddy, how are you feeling? Can you still feel your ankle?" It hurts. So much." Zhou Tong slammed his hand against the floor. Just as the dawn of a comeback victory seemed within reach, such a mishap occurred. The game was halted. The assistant coaches and medical personnel rushed to Zhou Tong and Oppo's side. Harrell and Cousins were on the brink of a full-blown brawl, but thankfully, their teammates intervened just in time. Cousins pushed through the crowd to Zhou Tong and Oppo's side. Having endured severe injuries himself, he understood the lengthy and tedious recovery process and the fervent desire to return to the court. Without uttering a word, he helped Zhou Tong to his feet. The latter's right foot was completely unable to bear weight, forcing him to rely solely on one leg. Cousins called over Livingston, and together they supported Zhou Tong. Slowly making their way to the locker room, the Staples Center erupted with thunderous applause, with fans from both teams honoring Zhou Tong and Oppos' remarkable performance. After reviewing the video replay, the referee issued specific penalties. Harrell was ejected for a level 2 flagrant foul, while Cousins, Lou Williams, and Beverly each received a technical foul. The technical fouls canceled each other out, but due to Harrell and Oppos' flagrant foul, the Warriors were granted 2 free throws and possession. In front of the screen, Xin and Oppos' was livid. She pointed at Harrell, who walked into the players and Oppos' tunnel with a smile devoid of remorse, and roared, "Who is that person? Who is he? I want all his information in 5 minutes. Dig up every detail of his ancestry. Beep, he injured my man. Who gave him the audacity? Find out if our company has any ties with the Clippers. If so, terminate them all." At that moment, Xin resembled a furious Godzilla, unleashing her wrath as she spewed forth blue flames. Her colleagues, who had never seen her in such a fury, trembled in fear, unwilling to provoke her wrath. She had intended to relish her boyfriend and Oppos' outstanding performance on television, and Zhou Tong had indeed lived up to her expectations, only to witness Harrell and Oppos' reckless act injuring him. Had it not been for a female colleague desperately restraining her, Xin and Oppos' would have hurled a chair at the television. Before leaving the game due to injury, Zhou Tong had already scored an impressive 56 points, tying his career high. With his efforts, he had forged a glimmer of hope for a comeback victory for the Warriors. However, Harrell and Oppos' unintentional foul rendered all those efforts null and void. The Warriors capitalized on the free throw opportunity, extending the score gap to a relatively safe distance. Yet, without Zhou Tong, their rotation lacked the firepower to mount a significant offense. Relying solely on Livingston's sporadic efforts and occasional flashes of brilliance from Cousins, Lee, and Bell proved insufficient. Afterward, the Clippers unleashed a devastating 14-0 run, overtaking the score. Without Zhou Tong, the Warriors could no longer keep pace. The final buzzer sounded, solidifying a 116-121 defeat for the Warriors against the Clippers, marking their second loss of the new season. This was an unexpected and avoidable defeat. Had it not been for Harrell's malicious foul, Zhou Tong would not have twisted his ankle and been forced to leave the game. If Zhou Tong had remained on the court, the Warriors could have nailed Rivers and the Clippers to the pillar of historical disgrace. Numerous reasons could be cited for the loss, but the outcome of the game is unforgiving. History remembers the victors. A defeat is simply a defeat. During the post-game press conference, an oblivious reporter asked, "Your team lost to the Clippers tonight. Do you believe this is directly related to the underwhelming performance of your starting players? Was Zhou and Oppos' injury caused by Montrezl and Oppos' unintentional actions?" Kerr had already been troubled by Harrell and Oppos' flagrant foul. The reporter and Oppos' use of the word unintentional ignited his fury. With a grim expression, Kerr replied, "Losing is never solely one person's fault. We will review the footage and identify the issues we still face. Losing a game is not the end of the world, buddy. The season has just begun. Furthermore, I don't believe that foul was necessary. It exceeded the boundaries of basketball. Joe is a part of our family, and we all hope for his swift recovery." Next question. The post-game diagnosis revealed that Zhou Tong had suffered a grade 2 ankle sprain and would be sidelined for 4 to 6 weeks. Xin initiated a video call with Zhou Tong, who grabbed his phone to accept the invitation. As soon as the video connected, Xin bombarded him with questions. "Darling, how are you feeling now? What did the doctor say? Is the sprain serious? Are you hungry? I'll make you soup and cook your favorite dishes. Okay? Are you still in the hospital? Can I come to see you?" Zhou Tong felt overwhelmed. Wait, hold on. Let and Oppos' take this one step at a time, shall we, my dear? I and Oppos' answer all your questions, but let me gather my thoughts first. Xin and Oppos' acquiesced, sitting demurely in front of the screen. "I'm feeling all right. I can still sense my ankle, but my right foot is completely unable to bear weight. Any pressure causes pain. The doctor said I have a grade 2 ankle sprain, and I won't be able to play for nearly a month. I am indeed a bit hungry. If you're willing to cook me a delicious meal, that would be wonderful." Zhou Tong could see that his girlfriend was genuinely concerned for him. "All right, just wait for me." Xin and Oppos' exclaimed, grabbing her phone. "I'm going to take time off work right now to make you soup and cook all the dishes you love. Hey, come back. Did you just say you're taking time off? Will your boss even allow that? If they don't agree, I'll make them. Money is endless. But I only have one boyfriend in this lifetime. The video call abruptly ended. Zhou Tong set his phone down, a silent smile gracing his lips. Ever since childhood, she had always been so decisive. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? Chapter 36. A moment of warmth. Zhou Tong remained alone in the hospital, opting not to return to Jianzhou with the team. 2 hours prior, Coach Curry, and Thompson had visited him, conveying messages of solidarity, expressing their hopes for his swift recovery, and assuring him of their unwavering support. Shortly after their departure, Zhou Tong received a video call invitation from Qin Shiner. During the call, he candidly admitted to feeling hungry, to which Qin Shiner promptly declared her intention to prepare a multitude of delicious dishes for him. Zhou Tong felt a warmth in his heart, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have such a devoted wife. When he caught a glimpse of the time on his phone screen, it was already past midnight. Startled, Zhou Tong contemplated calling Qin Shiner to tell her not to come. But before he could do so, the doors swung open with a loud bang. Qin Shiner stood there, a smile lighting up her face, one hand holding a thermal container, her breath coming in quick bursts. "Be quiet," Zhou Tong whispered, placing a finger to his lips to signal silence. The hospital had strict rules against loud noises. Qin Shiner huffed in response. "Are you complaining about me? I ran countless red lights just to bring you dinner, and you're complaining?" Zhou Tong was taken aback, realizing how bold she had become. "You ran red lights? Wait, I hung up the video call less than 10 minutes ago. How could you have gotten here so quickly? Are you the Flash?" Qin Shiner took a deep breath to steady her racing heart. She placed the 2 thermal containers on the bedside table, and as she opened the lids, the aroma of the food wafted through the air. "Do you know Barry Allen?" she asked. "I do," Zhou Tong replied. Familiar with her culinary creations, even able to identify the dishes by scent alone. "The Flash. He.S. my friend. He.S. also my friend. Earlier, I called him and explained that I had an urgent matter, asking if I could borrow his super speed for a moment. He agreed." "Really? You're not too old for this kind of thing, are you?" Zhou Tong teased. "Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to cook this feast for you in the middle of the night? You can't just compliment me once and expect forgiveness for your earlier remarks," she replied with a playful pout. Zhou Tong, resembling a petulant child, sulked. "What else do you want from me?" Qin Shiner leaned closer, her delicate finger poking his cheek, a blush gracing her cheeks. "I simply can't deal with you." Zhou Tong, feigning indifference, gazed at her with affection. He gently brushed his lips against her cheek. "You're such a cold-hearted man," she said, shoving chopsticks into his hands. "Now, eat while it's hot." Zhou Tong picked up a piece of chicken mixed with fragrant red chili, savoring the burst of spicy flavors that danced on his tongue. "Delicious," he exclaimed, quickly devouring his meal alongside bowls of rice and stir-fried cabbage. "You see, no one is competing with you for the food," Qin Shiner remarked, handing him a bowl of soup. "Because I'm famished," Zhou Tong replied after swallowing his mouthful. In a whirlwind of appetite, Zhou Tong polished off the 4 dishes and soup that Qin Shiner had brought. After wiping his mouth with the sleeve of his hospital gown, he leaned back against the headboard, sighing contentedly. "So satisfying. Michelin restaurants are missing out by not having you as their head chef, and I mean a 3-star establishment. Could you at least tidy yourself up a bit?" Qin Shiner replied, hastily retrieving a packet of tissues from her bag and carefully wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth. "You know that cleanliness is vital in a sterile ward. That is still not acceptable. You are in a critical condition and must avoid anything that could worsen your injuries." "Shiner, thank you," he said sincerely. "You've done so much for me, and I'm often away for games. You are a renowned platinum swan, and there were times I questioned whether I was worthy of you." "Fool, when did you become so insecure?" She laughed softly, shaking her head. "The Zhou Tong I know has never had an oppose, self-doubt and oppose in his vocabulary. You are forever spirited, like a blazing flame. No matter the circumstances, confidence will never fade from your visage." "Shiner, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten I even had the nickname Platinum Swan, but if I truly am a swan, I am one that belongs solely to you. Didn't I say during our video call earlier? In this lifetime, I will only recognize you as my girlfriend." Zhou Tong's face lit up with a renewed smile. "I admire you. I still vividly recall your impromptu speech during that competition. Humph, have you come to acknowledge my prowess?" Qin Shiner tilted her head, resembling a proud swan. "Indeed, I concede defeat. But I am curious, how did someone as remarkable as you end up with me? Are you being coy? Are you serious?" Zhou Tong was flabbergasted. On a summer night, the stars adorned the sky, and a gentle breeze alleviated the night's heat. a young boy, clad in a tank top and shorts, was playing basketball on the court, oblivious to the sweat soaking his shirt. He controlled the ball, lifting it over his head and launching it towards the hoop. The ball struck the rim, rebounding into the net. Yes, he cheered, pumping his fist in triumph. On the sidelines, a little girl with pigtails shouted, "Tong Tong, time to come home for dinner." The boy rushed over, indignant. "How many times must I say not to call me Tong Tong? Use my full name." "Okay, Tong Tong." "No problem, Tong Tong," she teased, winking playfully. The boy felt an urge to throw the ball at her. As they left the court, the girl asked, "Zhou Tong, is there any meaning in your daily basketball practice?" "Of course. When I grow up, I want to join the NBA. Playing in the NBA is my dream." The boy's eyes sparkled with ambition. The girl responded with an "oh," and then added, "When I become famous, can you make me your bride? AXIN?" The boy spoke without hesitation, and after a moment of contemplation, the girl blushed and nodded shyly. Okay. In that summer, Zhou Tong made a promise to Qin Shiner, a promise woven with the threads of their future. Chapter 37. The injury surge, an inexplicable phenomenon, marked the beginning of the Warriors' misfortunes with Zhou Tong's injury. After years of battling in the finals, the Warriors remained on high alert, never allowing a moment of complacency. Recognizing his team's fatigue, Coach Kerr embraced the suggestion to sign Zhou Tong without hesitation. Once the new season commenced, Zhou swiftly found his rhythm, his exceptional performance becoming the bedrock upon which Kerr felt empowered to grant increased rest to the regular starters. However, during a home game against the Bucks, Zhou encountered the rookie wall. Following that match, Kerr consciously reduced Zhou and Oppos as playing time, reverting to previous patterns. Despite the diminished minutes, Zhou still managed to contribute significantly within the limited time afforded to him. He possessed the capability to dominate games single-handedly, but Harrell's malicious foul abruptly halted his ascendant momentum. In a back-to-back contest against the Atlanta Hawks, Curry was on fire, sinking 7 three-pointers in the first half alone, leading the Warriors to a 20-point advantage by halftime. At that moment, no one could have anticipated that the third quarter would become the turning point determining the Warriors and Oppos' entire season. During an offensive sequence for the Hawks, John Collins set a screen for Trae Young, who drove to the basket. In the process of pursuit, Curry accidentally stepped on Collins' foot, twisting his ankle at a horrifying angle. In an instant, he recoiled, clutching his ankle in agony as he collapsed to the floor. Green, witnessing the scene, quickly committed a tactical foul. Curry's injury mirrored that of Zhou's. Injuries are a fierce adversary, and no one wishes to see them. Green and Thompson supported Curry on either side, slowly escorting him to the players' tunnel. The fans in the arena, along with the Hawks players on the court, offered applause for Curry. At that moment, the collective sentiment echoed a desire for the injury to vanish. With Curry sidelined, the Warriors relied on Durant and Thompson to shoulder the offensive burden. Despite the Hawks and Oppos' fervent resurgence, the seasoned Warriors withstood the youthful onslaught, safeguarding their home court. Post-game assessments revealed that Curry had suffered a grade 2 sprain to his right ankle, necessitating 3 to 4 weeks of recovery. After a day's rest, the Warriors traveled to Oklahoma to face the Thunder. During player introductions, even the players at the end of the bench received applause, but Durant was met with a chorus of boos from the home crowd. Though fans could understand Durant's pursuit of a championship, they disapproved of his choice to join the Warriors in what they perceived as a betrayal. Throughout the game, any time Durant touched the ball, the home fans responded with jeers while they cheered when he missed shots. During the match, his former ally, Russell Westbrook, engaged in verbal altercations with Durant, even delivering a solid block on him. Overwhelmed by the home crowd and Oppos' hostility, the Warriors faltered, suffering a devastating 21-point defeat. Continuing their road trip, the Warriors faced the newly renamed Mavericks in Dallas. Coincidentally, the Mavericks had transitioned from being the Mavericks to the Lone Rangers, with the Warriors as their opponents. The Mavericks were led by Luka Doncic. The Warriors and Oppos' streak of misfortune persisted. During warm-ups, Durant inadvertently twisted his knee without contact. Out of caution, Kerr removed him from the starting lineup. The diagnosis revealed a sprain to Durant's left knee's medial collateral ligament, sidelining him for an extended period. Without Curry and Durant, the Mavericks exploited their freedom to double-team Thompson, while strategically leaving Green open for shots. Ironically, Green found his shooting touch, punishing the Mavericks and Oppos' defensive strategy with a series of open three-pointers. The game remained tightly contested until the final 2 seconds, when Doncic missed a potential game winner. Looney secured the rebound, prompting Kerr to call a timeout. Upon resuming play, Livingston inbounded the ball. Thompson utilized screens from Green and Looney to gain an open shot. But Mavericks and Oppos, Tim Hardaway Jr. managed to graze the ball with his fingertips. The slight deviation in trajectory proved fatal, as Thompson's open three-pointer fell short, resulting in a narrow defeat for the Warriors. The Warriors had lost not only their starters, but also their pivotal rotational players and the ability to resolve games through individual brilliance with Durant and Oppos' absence. This unfortunate reality allowed opponents to double-team Thompson freely, while Green and Oppos' erratic shooting meant he could not consistently capitalize on open opportunities. San Antonio marked the final stop on the Warriors' arduous road trip. Each team now employed strategies to suffocate Thompson, and even with three key players absent, the Warriors struggled to adapt. Coach Popovich, however, took an unconventional approach, opting not to double-team Thompson. Instead, the Spurs focused on double-teaming Green, severing his connections with teammates. While Curry was the fulcrum of the Warriors' offensive system, Green's defensive prowess and playmaking were equally lethal weapons. Without Green's facilitation, Thompson found it nearly impossible to get involved, rendering him ineffective. The Spurs encountered minimal resistance, effortlessly securing victory and handing the Warriors their third consecutive road loss. Upon returning to the Bay Area, the Warriors faced their first opponent, the Houston Rockets. In terms of strength, the Rockets surpassed even the Thunder. Early in the season, the Rockets struggled with integrating Anthony and team chemistry, but they had since rediscovered their championship form. In stark contrast, the Warriors were decimated by injuries. Devoid of their prior championship contender stature, the Rockets illustrated the concept of leaving no survivors. Their starting lineup suffocated Green, while the bench relentlessly targeted Thompson. The Warriors and Oppos' offensive and defensive systems became fragmented, unable to keep pace with the Rockets and Oppos' rhythm, and the scoring gap widened rapidly. Just before halftime, Harden sank a buzzer-beater three-pointer from half-court, extending the deficit to 27 points. Despite Kerr and Oppos' remarkable coaching abilities, he was rendered powerless without the necessary resources. The Warriors suffered a humiliating defeat at home, losing 95-123. As the Rockets avenged their opening night loss, the media exploded with sensational headlines. What has happened to the Golden State Warriors? 5 questions for the Warriors. Has the passion faded? Is the dynasty crumbling? The Warriors faced a 4-game losing streak, with public ridicule and mockery echoing all around. Yet they remained unfazed. Chapter 38. The downturn following a resounding victory over the Trail Blazers and a nail-biting last-second win against the Kings. The Warriors managed to momentarily halt their decline. Triumph can obscure myriad issues, and the most effective rebuttal to skepticism is always to let performance on the court speak for itself. In the games against the Trail Blazers and Kings, Thompson scored 38 and 41 points respectively, sinking a total of 19 three-pointers across both contests. With his steady play in critical moments, the Warriors thwarted the Magic's attempts at a dramatic comeback, narrowly defending their home court. However, their forthcoming journey to the East heralded a challenging stretch of 5 consecutive away games. The Warriors faced a rude awakening right from the start, squandering a 20-point lead and falling victim to a last-second defeat against the Raptors. Subsequently, they were thoroughly dominated by the Pistons, suffering yet another loss. As a favored contender for this season's championship, the Warriors' performance was far from satisfactory. Injuries gnawed away at this once great team, and as the last remaining stalwart, Thompson bore the weight of the team on his shoulders. Though Thompson displayed remarkable prowess in several consecutive games, he is, after all, human, not a deity. Fatigue sets in, and he requires support from his teammates. In most matches, whenever Thompson took a breather, the Warriors' offense would falter dramatically. Cousins, no longer the formidable force he once was, contributed minimally, snagging a few rebounds and occasionally setting screens, which had become his utmost limit. Aside from Zhou Tong, the only player on the roster with the ability to create his own shot was Livingston. He often smiles and remarks, "I'm learning to protect myself more." Behind those words lies a depth of sorrow known only to him. Livingston never imagined a day when the team would rely on his mid-range shooting for scoring. Bell has proven to be ineffective on a championship-caliber team, and although Damian Lee had a few commendable performances, he is still primarily recognized for his connections. Zhou Tong was still in recovery, Curry had just faced an injury, and Durant was unable to provide a timeline for his return. Even after the Warriors secured substantial victories over the Hawks and Cavaliers, the media's skepticism lingered. Journalists, ever eager for turmoil, began to predict the team's demise. speculating about the potential collapse of their dynasty and an early exit in the playoffs, among other dire forecasts. Before their away game against the Milwaukee Bucks, Coach Kerr faced an onslaught of inquiries from reporters, leading to an uncharacteristic emotional outburst. "Guys, I pray every night that injuries will not plague my players anymore. No one welcomes injuries. The reality is that we have been deprived of several key players due to these damned injuries. Steven, Kevin, Zhou. They are all indispensable members of this family. Every game, we give 120% against our opponents. We leave it all on the court. 3 of my players are currently in recovery, and I wish you would send your applause and blessings to them instead of questioning me about the strategy for the next game. If you had even a modicum of respect for my players, you wouldn't be sitting here asking me about my views on the next match. Losing 1 or 2 games is not the end of the world. When our roster is intact, the championship remains our singular goal." Perhaps sensing Kerr's frustration, the Warriors channeled their anger into the game, transforming it into strength. In Milwaukee, the Warriors delivered a performance of high quality, reminiscent of their past prowess. Decisively overcoming the Bucks, the Warriors concluded their Eastern road trip with a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Given their current state, this was an acceptable outcome. Returning to the Bay Area felt like coming home. After a 2-day respite, the Warriors welcomed the Minnesota Timberwolves to their doorstep. The youth in the league is brimming with vitality, capable of running and jumping. The aging legs of Cousins and Livingston struggled to keep pace with the younger players. Karl Anthony Towns wreaked havoc in the paint, forcing Looney to foul out. As the situation grew dire, Thompson once again transformed into a beacon of hope, illuminating the court with his brilliance. Cousins, too, found a semblance of his former self in the fourth quarter, withstanding the onslaught from Towns and the guards. The Warriors, being experienced, relied on defense to dictate the game's tempo. The Timberwolves cooperatively collapsed, allowing the Warriors to secure the win. Yet, in the subsequent game, they fell helplessly to the Raptors. The multifaceted threat of Kawhi Leonard became an insurmountable challenge for the Warriors. His shooting, playmaking, and defense were executed with the precision of a finely tuned machine, accurate, efficient, and lethal. Leonard nearly single-handedly stifled Thompson, who managed a mere 11 points on 18 attempts throughout the contest. A month of mediocrity had rendered the Warriors' previously unassailable ranking precarious. The Nuggets, closing in rapidly, had narrowed the gap with a string of impressive victories. Even the fiercest of competitors have their moments of vulnerability. The Warriors, having hit the brakes hard, naturally afforded an opportunity for their pursuers to catch up. The team's lackluster performance placed immense pressure on Kerr, who bore the brunt of public scrutiny, his voice hoarse and his eyes bloodshot by the time of the post-game press conference. Finally, after the conference, Kerr received a piece of news that offered him a much-needed respite. Zhou Tong had fully recovered and would return to play in the upcoming game against the Sacramento Kings. Having been sidelined for nearly a month due to injury, Zhou Tong felt pent-up frustration. He never wished to experience the helplessness of watching his team struggle again. "Hey Zhou," Thompson texted. "I can finally play alongside you again. You have no idea how happy I am." "Sorry for keeping you waiting, my brother," Zhou replied. "Sitting on the sidelines felt dreadful. That's not where I belong. I should be on the court." "Where are you?" "Just got home. Jeff helped me find a place." "Jeff? Has Steven introduced his agent to you?" "Yeah. Congratulations, brother. Having an agent to manage everything will allow you to focus entirely on the game." "Absolutely." Chapter 39. The return from injury on December 15th, after being sidelined for nearly a month due to injury. Zhou Tong officially made his comeback in the Golden State Warriors home game against the Sacramento Kings. During the player introductions, the home crowd erupted into thunderous applause for Zhou Tong, recalling how, a month prior, amidst the team's slump, he had decisively unleashed his prowess, creating the possibility for a comeback victory. Although that remarkable turnaround ultimately fell short due to Zhou and Apos' injury, without his efforts, the Warriors would not have even reached the decisive moments of the game. "Hey Zhou, you seem to be in good shape. Did you enjoy the applause from the fans?" Thompson inquired while warming up, dribbling the ball. "Huh," Zhou responded, momentarily taken aback as he received a pass from the trainer. "Is this for me? I thought the applause was for you." "Haha, you're too modest. Have you forgotten about that game in Los Angeles? If it weren't for you, we would have drowned long ago. And you dare say that? If you or Steven or Kevin had performed normally that day, I wouldn't have been injured in the first place, all right?" Zhou retorted playfully. "All right, today, I'll show you my best form," Thompson replied, eager to witness Zhou's return. The Kings' starting lineup consisted of Buddy Hield, De'Aaron Fox, Marvin Bagley, Bogdan Bogdanovic, and Willie Cauley-Stein, while the Warriors retained their recent starters, Thompson, Green, Looney, Livingston, and Lee. Cautiously, Coach Kerr opted not to start Zhou, intending to closely monitor his playing time to help him regain his rhythm after a month away from the game. As the match commenced, Looney effortlessly won the tip-off. The Kings' lineup presented strategic flaws, employing 3 guards on the court, leaving insufficient distribution of the ball. Lee advanced with the ball, matched against Fox. At the top of the arc, Lee paused, lifting the ball high above his head to survey his teammates and oppos' movements. Thompson, utilizing a screen from Looney, emerged to receive the ball. Hield, who should have been defending, was blocked by Looney, allowing Thompson to calmly receive Lee's pass and sink a three-pointer. 0-3 Fox brought the ball up the court, and Hield, already signaling for the ball, received it from Fox. However, once the ball reached Hield, it became a one-man show, with the Kings and oppos' offense stagnating as he focused solely on a one-on-one against Thompson. Hield and oppos' array of fakes proved futile as Thompson remained unfazed. Hield, in desperation, launched a contested three-pointer, only for Thompson to respond with a perfectly timed block, sending the ball flying. In the ensuing scramble for the loose ball, Hield discreetly pushed Thompson, allowing him to gain control. Yet, as Hield turned and barreled into Lee, the latter seized the opportunity to strip the ball away. Amid the chaos, Thompson passed to Looney, who found Livingston streaking down the court. Livingston executed a Euro step to evade Bogdanovic's challenge and scored at the rim. 0-5 Hield advanced past half-court, with Cauley-Stein setting a screen. Hield navigated around the screen, but Thompson, unable to keep pace, could only watch as Hield attempted a shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Cauley-Stein positioned himself to grab the rebound. Suddenly, Looney reached out, snatching the rebound from above Cauley-Stein and oppos' head. The ball transitioned to Thompson, who then passed to Lee. Lee executed a brilliant bounce pass to Looney, who drove to the basket and finished strong, drawing a foul from Cauley-Stein in the process. The 2 points counted, and Looney converted the free throw. 0-8 The Warriors unleashed a full-court press, catching the Kings off guard. Hield threw an inbounds pass directly to Thompson beyond the three-point line. Fox stared in disbelief at Hield as Thompson accepted the gift and made another three-pointer. 0-11 Kings head coach Dave Joerger called for a timeout. Hield's play had devolved into isolation and turnovers, and the team and oppos' performance resembled a day's. Joerger, aware of his team and oppos' limitations, understood that in an away game, minimizing the loss was paramount. However, he could not tolerate the stagnation on offense and the defensive lapses. Upon returning from the timeout, Joerger decisively substituted Hield with Nemanja Bjelica. Fox advanced with the ball, while Bjelica, an unheralded player, discreetly positioned himself in the corner, unguarded by the Warriors. Fox, utilizing a screen, drove inside, with Lee closely trailing. Out of the corner of his eye, Fox noticed Bjelica in the corner and deftly passed to him. Bjelica, unchallenged, calmly received the ball and launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. 3-11 As the play shifted, Thompson attempted a drive to the basket, but failed to convert under Cauley-Stein's defense, who secured the rebound. Fox quickly transitioned up the court, with Bjelica ready for another three-pointer on the right side, still ignored by Livingston. If Zhou were on the floor, he would have been astonished by Livingston and oppos' defensive choice. Livingston, having seen many games in his career, figured Bjelica, as a newcomer, was simply experiencing a lucky streak. However, Bjelica was no mere rookie. Fox made a cross-court pass to Bjelica, who effortlessly sank another three-pointer. 6-11 Cautious, Coach Kerr immediately called a timeout, sensing the Kings were beginning to gain momentum, and he sought to quell any unfavorable trends before they could escalate. The Kings demonstrated commendable resilience, refusing to succumb to the Warriors' initial onslaught. Halfway through the first quarter, the Warriors led by just 2 points. Kerr signaled for a lineup change, and Zhou Tong donned his uniform, replacing Thompson on the court. The home crowd generously applauded Zhou and oppos' return. As they crossed paths, Thompson playfully bumped into Zhou. "Zhou, how did I perform?" "Fairly mediocre," Zhou teased. "Not quite up to my standards." "You're quite the braggart. Let me see your skills." "Absolutely." Chapter 40. The acknowledgement of the senior. The Kings have also initiated a rotation of their lineup. Despite being distant from the playoffs for over a decade, the Kings are not lacking in talent, having selected numerous high-ranking rookies during that time. The crux of the matter lies in the need for a player who can unify the team into a cohesive whole, rather than the current scenario where players merely take turns dominating the ball. As Zhou Tong dribbles past the half-court line, he finds himself matched up against Iman Shumpert, a formidable defensive player during his tenure with the Cavaliers, known for his athletic prowess. Positioned at the arc, Zhou Tong attempts to pass to the interior to DeMarcus Cousins. But Shumpert and Oppos' long reach intercepts the pass, sending the ball careening into the hands of Ben McLemore. The Kings swiftly counterattack, with McLemore driving towards the basket. Zhou Tong trails closely, leaping simultaneously with McLemore to deliver a resounding block, sending the ball crashing against the backboard. The ball drops, and both Zhou Tong and McLemore tumble out of bounds. Andre Iguodala arrives just in time, faking out Shumpert and easily scoring at the rim. As McLemore brings the ball past half-court, Costa Koufos sets a screen. McLemore, undeterred, drives into the paint, where he finds Cousins awaiting him. He deftly returns the ball to Koufos, who confidently drains the shot. Zhou Tong takes control again, with Coach Kerr promising that the Warriors will rally around him during this rotation. Cousins signals for a screen, but Zhou Tong waves it off, eager to reclaim his momentum after Shumpert's prior steal. How to counter Shumpert's defense? It's simple, provoke him. Hey, Iman. Zhou Tong taunts, firmly grasping the ball. Why aren't you in Cleveland? Came to Sacramento because LeBron cast you aside? Shumpert, still harboring resentment over his trade from the Cavaliers, bristles at the provocation. Shouldn't you, an undrafted player, keep your mouth shut and just play? Shumpert retorts, his temper flaring as he attempts to regain control. Zhou Tong, sensing his opponent and Oppos' volatility, seeks to further incite him. As Zhou Tong readies for a shot, Shumpert loses his composure, falling for Zhou's feint. Zhou steps forward with poise, hitting a long-range jumper. FK. Shumpert curses in frustration. McLemore advances, calling for a screen from Koufos. The Warriors switch defensively, with Zhou Tong now guarding McLemore. McLemore maneuvers past the screen, but Zhou Tong deftly disrupts his path, causing the ball to ricochet off McLemore's leg and out of bounds. Transitioning possession, Zhou Tong again calls for a screen, this time from the seasoned Iguodala. Despite his age, Iguodala's screens remain top-notch. After the pick, Zhou Tong drives into the paint, and Iguodala pops out. Faced with a double team, Zhou Tong wisely dishes the ball back to Iguodala, who sinks a three-pointer. Shumpert, now aflame with intensity, brings the ball down the court, where he faces Iguodala in a classic matchup of seasoned players. Shumpert, with his flashy ball-handling skills, is met with Iguodala's unwavering, almost mocking demeanor. Feeling underestimated, Shumpert forcefully attempts a shot against Iguodala's defense. With remarkable experience, Iguodala positions himself to thwart Shumpert, applying firm pressure on the ball. The result? A travel violation on Shumpert, who fails to even release his shot. The Warriors swiftly resume play, with Iguodala launching a precise outlet pass to Zhou Tong, who meets McLemore at the basket for a powerful dunk. The referee's whistle blows, 2 points awarded, plus a foul on McLemore, leading to an additional free throw for Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong sinks the free throw, extending the lead to 32-22. Coach Yerger, unable to bear the sight of his team and Oppos' performance, calls for a timeout. Yerger, known for his defensive acumen and often compared to Tom Thibodeau, now faces the glaring defensive woes of his Kings. Offensively, the Kings can hold their own against any opponent, but defensively, they are riddled with vulnerabilities. The Kings' prolonged absence from the playoffs is not without reason. With players like Hield, Fox, and even Tyreke Evans in the past, it seems the Kings have never received the proper guidance on utilizing high-ranking rookies. Perhaps the Kings struggle to develop new talent? Vlade Divac thrived as a player, yet as a general manager, he has fallen short. Throughout the first half, Zhou Tong has soared, amassing 20 points with ease. As the half concludes, the Warriors have established a commanding 19-point lead. Increasingly, veterans are beginning to take notice of this undrafted gem from the land of fire. For instance, Reggie Miller, seated at the commentary booth, remarks, "Mark, I believe Show could contend for this year's Rookie of the Year award." His partner, Mark Jackson, shakes his head. "No, Reggie. This is Joe's second season. By strict definition, that award is beyond his reach. What about the Most Improved Player award?" Miller counters. "That's certainly within reach. If I were a voter, I would gladly present Joe with the trophy right now. He has firmly established himself in Steve's rotation, showing tremendous growth compared to last season." "You have high hopes for him, Mark," Miller responds. "Absolutely. Steph is right. Once you observe his game, you'll understand just how exceptional he is. I'm a fan of his now." Chapter 41. The Fox and the Hunter. As a participant, Zhou Tong displayed little interest in the Most Improved Player award. However, when it came to contending for the championship, he was wholeheartedly committed. The gleaming O'Brien Trophy served as the most direct and potent weapon to silence all skeptics. As always, the most effective way to counter criticism was to let performance on the court speak for itself. In the second half of the game, Coach Kerr reverted to his starting lineup, but he quickly noticed something amiss. The Sacramento Kings and Oppos, starting five for the second half, did not include Heald or Bagley. Instead, McLemore and Jellicoe had taken their places. Kerr's puzzled gaze drifted towards the Kings bench, where Yerger happened to glance back at him, offering a knowing smile. Kerr immediately grasped Yerger's intention. If defense was not an option, then offense must prevail. Fox had already showcased his scoring and assisting prowess during his rookie season, achieving triple-doubles on 3 occasions. In a recent game against the Hawks, he had delivered a remarkable performance with 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 15 assists, marking his first career triple-double. As Fox advanced the ball past half-court, Yerger had requested that the play be centered around him in the second half, allowing him to orchestrate the team and Oppos' offensive strategy. Fox positioned himself at the top of the arc, while Curry remained vigilant, determined to thwart any attempts at penetration. Suddenly, Fox executed a dramatic change of direction that caught Curry off guard. He slipped past the defense and drove into the paint, calmly dishing the ball to Jellicoe in the corner, who promptly sank a three-pointer. Lee brought the ball up, facing Fox's defense just beyond the three-point line. Lee's dazzling ball handling left Fox momentarily disoriented, yet he managed to maintain his defensive position. As Lee prepared to pass, Fox, like lightning, poked the ball away. Seizing control, he raced down the court like a whirlwind, with Lee in hot pursuit. Both players leaped simultaneously, but Fox used a deft maneuver to evade the defense and scored with a layup. 2 points counted. Lee committed a foul, granting Fox an opportunity for a free throw. After successfully converting, a significant miscommunication arose within the Warriors' ranks. As Lee prepared to inbound the ball, Livingston approached to receive it. Upon completing the inbounds pass, Lee hurriedly sprinted up the court, leaving Livingston with no one to pass to. Frantic, he shouted for Lee to return, realizing the ball was coming his way. Lee readied himself, only for a figure clad in purple to dart in and snatch it away. It was Fox again. Livingston retreated to defend, but Fox charged towards the basket without losing momentum. Faced with Livingston and Oppos' defense, he executed a 180-degree spin to score, drawing a foul in the process. Following another successful 2-1 conversion, Kerr called a timeout. The Warriors were on the brink of collapse, with the score gap narrowing to single digits. And Fox exuded increasing confidence. Youth was on his side, brimming with vitality and talent. Even if discipline occasionally faltered, winning was paramount. Double team. Double team. Kerr bellowed. This is our home court, not the backyard of Sacramento. Whenever Fox has the ball, we must trap him, or force him away from the paint and into mid-range shots. Indeed, Fox possessed a clear weakness. His outside shooting was inconsistent, reliant on fortune. When in form, he could easily shoot 6 of 7 or 7 of 8, conversely. He could also falter to 1 of 7 or 0 of 8. Upon returning from the timeout, the Warriors altered their defensive strategy. As soon as Fox received the ball, Livingston and Lee lunged at him. Though Fox was no stranger to being double-teamed, he had never encountered such ferocity from the Warriors. Should he attempt a contested shot, Livingston's long arms could block it. If he drove inside, Lee was poised to intercept. Fox felt like a cornered fox trapped by 2 seasoned hunters, trembling with uncertainty. He maneuvered left and right, gradually reducing the double-team and Oppos' grip. However, in a moment of misstep, he stumbled and was called for traveling. Green pushed the ball up the court. With Thompson stationed beyond the three-point line on the left, Green executed a no-look pass, allowing Thompson to catch the ball and fake out his defender. He then drove into the paint and, against Kufo's defense, executed a fadeaway jumper to score. Fox swiftly advanced past half-court, and Kufo's rushed to set a screen before Louis could position himself. Livingston found himself obstructed by Kufo's, while he navigated around the screen to continue his pursuit. Fox, with astonishing speed, penetrated the paint and confronted Louis. He abruptly halted, delivering a high-arching floater that closed the gap on the scoreboard. Though Fox had only scored once during the double team, he had dished out 7 assists. Ultimately, the Warriors and Oppos' initial momentum transformed into a downward spiral, resulting in a 14-point deficit in the quarter. By the end of the third, the Warriors held a mere 1-point lead. In an effort to protect Zhou Tong, Coach Kerr refrained from granting him any playing time during the second half, leaving his stats at 20 points and 4 assists. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task stretching and moving. Task rewards have been distributed. Xiao AI, Zhou Tong called out to the system as it prepared to log off. I have something to inquire about. What would you like to ask the all-knowing Xiao AI? What is the nature of this main storyline task? I've played numerous games and completed countless tasks, yet the progress bar remains stagnant. The main storyline tasks issued by Xiao AI encompass a series of subsequent side tasks, daily tasks, and achievement tasks. You must complete a certain number of tasks to unlock the following tasks. So that's your reason for frequently vanishing? Hee, sticking out tongue. When did you learn to use emoticons? Xiao AI learned after the system upgrade hee, it and oppos. As shameful to be so cute. But it's effective, isn't it? I beep. You still haven't answered my question. Xiao AI's answer is yes, I see. No further questions. Understood. Despite the limitations of the king's capabilities, the warriors, even amid a fervent comeback, managed to secure victory through steady free throws in the closing moments. Zhou Tong had a habit of silencing or turning off his phone before games, opting to turn it on only after showering post-match, a method he employed to maintain his focus. After the game, Zhou Tong emerged from the shower and powered on his phone, only to be bombarded with notifications. Dozens of unread messages left him feeling dizzy. All were from Qin Xin expressing her concern for him on the occasion of his first game since returning. After reading her messages, Zhou Tong smiled broadly and replied, "The game went smoothly. I'm doing well, feeling fantastic, and eating heartily. Don't worry." Chapter 42. The Expedition to Memphis. How many still remember the Memphis Grizzlies from the era of the Black and White Bears? That team epitomized the essence of tenacity. Their formidable defense instilling fear in the hearts of the other 29 teams in the league. Scoring high in Memphis was akin to an insurmountable challenge. In the playoffs, the Grizzlies, led by the indomitable duo, were the opponents no one wished to encounter, a relentless force that could leave their adversaries battered. Although the Grizzlies have never clinched a championship title, they did achieve the miraculous upset known as the Black Eight and reached the conference finals on 2 occasions. Coincidentally, in both historic moments, their adversary was none other than the San Antonio Spurs. Since the departure of the formidable Zach Randolph, the current Grizzlies have long lost their former glory. Mike Conley and Marc Gasol are barely holding onto the dignity of the old Grizzlies. While they can still secure victories through steadfast defense, the prolonged absence from the finals has led the team and Oppos' upper management to contemplate a rebuilding phase. As they faced the Warriors at home, the Grizzlies fielded what was theoretically their strongest starting lineup: Conley, Gasol, Chandler Parsons, Kyle Anderson, and Garrett Temple. The Warriors, on the other hand, retained the same starting lineup that had triumphed over the Kings: Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Kevin Looney, Sean Livingston, and Damian Lee. Chandler Parsons, known colloquially as Money, has seen his performance plummet since departing from Dallas for a lucrative contract in Memphis, garnering more attention for his off-court escapades. Kyle Anderson, possessing 1/8 Filipino heritage, is affectionately referred to as the Hammer, the Lord of Time and Space, and the essence of human motion. As the game commenced, Looney easily won the jump against Gasol. Lee received the ball and executed a quarterback-style long pass. Anderson failed to intercept, allowing Livingston to complete an alley-oop to the basket. With the score at 2 o'clock, Conley brought the ball past half-court, while little brother Gasol hurried into the paint. In terms of heft, Looney was no match for him. Conley lobbed the ball to the interior, where Gasol initiated a back-to-the-basket move. With 2 powerful thrusts, he pushed Looney backward, seizing the ball with both hands, stepping forward, and laying it in. The score was now 2-2. Looney inbound the ball to Lee, who immediately made a long pass. Anderson was unable to intercept, and Livingston finished with another dunk, bringing the score to 4-2. Conley controlled the ball, with Gasol moving up to set a screen. Looney stayed back in the paint. Conley navigated around the screen, while Lee was effectively blocked by Gasol. Conley drove in, calmly distributing the ball to a teammate lurking in the corner. Anderson, embodying the essence of human motion, executed a shot so fluidly that Livingston felt as though he were watching a series of still frames, prompting him to blink to catch up. Anderson's slow-motion three-pointer found its mark. The score stood at 4-5. Green initiated the offense for the Warriors, with Thompson using Looney's screen to receive the ball. Gasol retreated to the paint, unable to keep pace with the younger Looney. Parsons defended Thompson. Had it been the Parsons from his days with the Rockets, Thompson might have felt some trepidation. However, the current Parsons had descended at a speed rivaling light, and he showed no signs of fear. Thompson, without dribbling or feigning, rose to shoot a three-pointer right over the defense, swishing it through the net. The score was now 7-5. Conley methodically advanced the ball past half-court, awaiting Gasol's arrival in the paint. Anderson's movement resembled a slow crawl. Those unfamiliar with him might find his leisurely pace frustrating. Yet Livingston was unfazed. He had weathered many storms as a champion. As Anderson faced Livingston's defense at the arc, he dribbled once, then twice, with Livingston focused intently on him. It seemed Anderson possessed some supernatural ability to manipulate space. Despite Livingston and Oppo's unwavering vigilance, in the blink of an eye, the ball was no longer in Anderson and Oppo's grasp. In the corner, Parsons received the ball and sank a three-pointer, leaving Livingston in disbelief. The score shifted to 9-10. Kerr understood the Grizzlies' strategy. They were committed to a half-court battle, aiming to minimize unnecessary fouls and mistakes, striving to deny the Warriors any fast-break opportunities. Grizzlies coach Bickerstaff was gambling, betting that the Warriors could not maintain their scorching shooting touch throughout the night. In the past, Kerr would have welcomed a half-court duel, armed with the ace Kevin Durant. But without Durant, who was sidelined with injury, the Warriors had lost their most menacing offensive weapon in a structured game. Lee advanced the ball, executing a handoff with Green at the arc. He led Conley on a chase through the corners, while Thompson used Looney's screen to emerge, only to continue running to the right beyond the arc. Livingston approached, but likewise did not receive the ball. Heading left beyond the arc, Anderson and Parsons exchanged glances, both bewildered by the unfolding play. Looney remained stationed at the top, immovable. Suddenly, Anderson seemed to have an epiphany and rushed to provide help at the arc. His instincts proved correct. Green stepped inside the three-point line, and Lee, utilizing Green's screen, managed to lose Conley. As Green passed the ball into Lee's hands, he simultaneously obstructed Conley's pursuit. Lee launched a three-pointer, bringing the score to 12-10. Chapter 43, The Siege Warfare. In the realm of siege warfare, the Grizzlies are undoubtedly seasoned experts. The Warriors, lacking the formidable firepower of Durant, seem somewhat adrift. The combat prowess exhibited by the Grizzlies today stands in stark contrast to their current ranking. Kerr, wary of underestimating the opponent, recalls the lessons learned from past playoff encounters, prompting the Warriors to keep their starting lineup on the court for the entirety of the first quarter, with the Grizzlies doing likewise. As the second quarter commences, the Warriors initiate their lineup rotation, closely followed by the Grizzlies. The latter field a rotation featuring Jaren Jackson Jr., Omri Caspi, Marzon Brooks, JaMychal Green, and Jevon Carter. The Warriors, on the other hand, are led by Zhou Tong, supported by Cousins, Iguodala, Bell, and Jacob Evans. Once Zhou Tong enters the fray, he immediately engages Caspi, employing subtle defensive maneuvers that, while numerous, remain clean. Frustrated by Zhou and Oppo's persistent defense, Caspi, believing he is discreet, shoves Zhou under the referee and Oppo's nose. The referee swiftly penalizes Caspi for an offensive foul, granting possession to the Warriors. Zhou Tong advances past half-court, confronted by Brooks. At the arc's pinnacle, Zhou signals for a screen, and Cousins, with his head down, steps up to provide the pick. Brooks finds himself ensnared by Cousins, who, despite Brooks's fervent protests to the referee about the legality of the moving screen, receives no sympathy. After navigating the screen, Zhou opts not to shoot but drives towards the basket, prompting Jackson to slide over for support. Faced with the impending defense, Zhou deftly dishes the ball to the waiting Bell in the corner, who swiftly releases a three-pointer, scoring. As Caspi brings the ball up to the arc, Brooks uses Jackson's screen but signals against it, opting for a one-on-one confrontation with Zhou. Zhou, smiling, welcomes the challenge. Brooks, confident in his physical superiority, dismisses Zhou's abilities, believing he can easily maneuver past him. However, Zhou and Oppo's keen instincts kick in, and just as Brooks attempts to exploit his size, Zhou seizes the moment, swiftly intercepting the ball. As Zhou controls the basketball, he initiates a rapid counterattack. Bell, solid yet swift, receives the ball near the basket before Zhou turns to sprint back, arms raised in premature celebration. Behind him, Bell executes a powerful alley-oop dunk. Grizzlies coach Bickerstaff calls for a timeout as his team begins to lose control of the game. In contrast to the Warriors' clearly defined roles within their rotation, the Grizzlies lineup appears chaotic. Bickerstaff instructs his players to concentrate their efforts on Brooks, as they resolve to match the Warriors' strategy. Upon resuming play, Jackson inbound the ball to Brooks, who drives forward while Zhou maintains his defensive stance, utilizing a crossover dribble. Brooks momentarily shakes Zhou, charging ahead only to find Zhou reappearing in his path. Zhou deftly strips the ball away, leading to a fast break. Evans races down the court, with Caspi hot on his heels. As Evans approaches the basket, he attempts a layup, evading a block but ultimately failing to convert as the ball spins around the rim and bounces out. Bell, following closely, seizes the rebound, hesitating momentarily before launching into a shot. However, Jackson arrives just in time, delivering an emphatic block that sends the ball soaring. Zhou, collecting the ball, pauses momentarily, but Brooks, caught in a desperate chase, collides with him. Zhou, with a flick of his wrist, sends the ball flying. Both players tumble out of bounds as the basketball grazes the rim before settling on top of it. After a brief pause, the ball tumbles inward, counting as 2 points. Brooks is penalized for the foul, granting Zhou a free throw opportunity. Following Zhou's successful free throw, the Warriors execute an impressive 11-0 run, transforming a 4-point deficit into a 7-point lead. As Brooks crosses half-court, he struggles against Zhou's relentless defense, eager to reclaim his footing. He seizes upon a moment of vulnerability in the Warriors' formation, launching a three-pointer that finds its mark. Chapter 44, Conquering Difficulties Throughout the First Half of the Match. The Warriors struggled to seize opportunities for fast breaks, managing a meager 4 points in transitional scoring, while the Grizzlies failed to score at all. The Warriors' once fluid offensive rhythm had vanished, forcing them into a grinded-out battle dictated by the Grizzlies. Coach Bickerstaff, astutely aware that allowing the game to slip into the Warriors' control would be tantamount to digging their own grave, urged his players to focus diligently on each possession. He sought efficiency rather than the spectacle of flashy fast-break three-pointers or thunderstunks. At the conclusion of the first half, the Warriors found themselves trailing by 4 points, 51-55. As the second half commenced, Bickerstaff reinstated his starting lineup. Conley advanced the ball while Gasol positioned himself methodically in the paint, possessing a distinct physical advantage over Looney. Conley lobbed the ball to Gasol, who easily displaced Looney and scored with a graceful touch. Lee brought the ball past half-court. Calling for a screen at the top of the arc, Looney set a solid pick, but Gasol remained entrenched in the paint, unwilling to pursue. Lee maneuvered around the screen towards the left corner, while Looney rolled to the basket. Lee returned the ball to Looney, who deftly scored over Gasol's defense with a soft floater. The Warriors tightened their defense as Parsons inbounded the ball and sprinted forward. Upon receiving the ball, Conley was immediately pressured by Lee, prompting Anderson to come to his aid. Parsons had already positioned himself beyond the three-point line on the right side, and Anderson's long pass found him perfectly. With Thompson defending, Parsons flashed a sly smile and passed the ball to Gasol beneath the basket. Thompson, bewildered, raised his hands in disbelief. WTF? Why are you smiling at me? Gasol disregarded Looney and Oppo's challenge, emphatically dunking the ball despite the contact. Looney staggered back as if colliding with a wall, dazed. The 2 points counted, and Gasol was granted an additional free throw due to Looney's foul. He converted, bringing the score to 53-60. As play resumed, Lee surged forward with determination, aiming to catch the Grizzlies off guard. Conley pursued relentlessly, but as Lee prepared to score, Conley swatted the ball out of bounds. The possession remained with the Warriors. Looney inbounded the ball, with Gasol using his long arms to disrupt the play, spotting Green unguarded. Looney attempted a powerful pass, but Gasol and Oppo's fingertips deflected the ball, sending it soaring vertically. Gasol seized the opportunity, initiating a fast break for Conley, who deftly evaded Lee's attempt to steal the ball and scored effortlessly. Cole called a timeout, acutely aware that the Warriors could not afford to continue in this manner. The rhythm of the game was firmly in the Grizzlies' control. Although the deficit was small, if the Grizzlies maintained their efficiency, the Warriors would struggle to keep pace. Time was of the essence. Joe, Cole bellowed. It and amp, Oppo's returned to enter the game. Joe, startled, nodded vigorously before sprinting to the sidelines to remove his warm-up gear. The Warriors made a substitution, with Zhou and Iguodala replacing Green and Thompson. While Thompson respected Cole's decision, Green expressed his displeasure, deliberately bumping into Zhou as he entered the game. Zhou remained unfazed. Green was still unmistakably himself. Looney inbounded the ball, with Zhou intentionally hiding behind him, slowly advancing. Parsons, seeing only Looney, failed to notice Zhou. As they reached the arc, Parsons anticipated Zhou's emergence from behind the center and prepared to chase. However, Zhou burst forth, catching Parsons off guard. Zhou sped to the basket, unleashing a high-arching floater against Gasol's defense, who could only watch helplessly as the ball swished through the net. As play transitioned, Conley and Gasol executed their two-man game effectively. Looney had the height, but he was outmatched by Gasol and Oppo's bulk. Gasol received the ball and backed down Looney, who retreated step by step. Gasol attempted a shot, but it was slightly too forceful, hitting the rim and bouncing out. Looney leaped to secure the rebound. Zhou moved to support, engaging in a handoff with Iguodala. After crossing half-court, Zhou received the ball with Parsons defending. Hey, Chandler, Zhou teased, locking eyes with Parsons. Your hefty contract is quite the bargain. Parsons frowned. Are you mocking me? No, no, no. I'm speaking from the heart, Zhou replied with a faint gesture. If you could deliver performances that matched your contract, the Grizzlies wouldn't be languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference. I'm not so bad that a rookie like you can lecture me, Parsons retorted, taken aback by Zhou's audacity. Looney moved to set a screen but did not provide any cover for Zhou. Zhou passed the ball to Looney, then accelerated past Parsons, cutting into the paint. Looney promptly returned the ball to Zhou, who scored effortlessly. Frustrated, Parsons yelled at Conley for the ball. Mike, give me that damn ball. I want to school that cocky rookie. Conley, baffled by the outburst, nonetheless passed the ball to Parsons. Parsons, facing Zhou head-on, prepared to challenge him. Zhou, recalling Parsons' peak performance with the Rockets, where he was a promising young star, knew he had to be fully alert. As Parsons dribbled, his movements appeared painfully slow to Zhou. Like frames in a stop-motion animation. Too slow. Zhou reached out, dislodging the ball. Seizing control, he bolted down the court. Livingston struggled to keep pace, settling at the left side beyond the arc. In an instant, the ball reached his hands, and Livingston launched a trailing three-pointer, which found its mark. The score now stood at 60-62. As play resumed, Gasol attempted a strong move in the paint but failed to convert under Looney and Oppos. As challenge, Looney secured the rebound and executed a quarterback-style long pass to Livingston, who scored easily, leveling the game at 62-62. The Warriors had unleashed a 9-0 run, equalizing the score. Chapter 45, Collapse. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at a stalemate of 82-82. Although Zhou Tong had limited playing time, he still managed to contribute an impressive stat line of 7 points, 1 rebound, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, with a commendable plus-minus of 14. Entering the decisive final quarter, the Golden State Warriors initiated the offense. Zhou Tong was not on the court. Instead, it was Green who advanced the ball. Positioned at the top of the arc, Looney appeared to be nestled under Gasol, eagerly calling for the ball. Green lofted a pass to the post, where Looney attempted to establish position against Gasol. However, the latter remained steadfast. Left with no choice, Looney pivoted for a delicate floater, only for Gasol and Oppos, as large hand to swat it away. The ball fell into Conley and Oppos' hands, but Looney committed a foul while attempting to reclaim it. The possession shifted to the Memphis Grizzlies, with Conley bringing the ball up. Parsons and Anderson executed a wall screen, swapping their defensive assignments. Positioned beyond the three-point line on the right, Conley delivered the ball to Anderson. The latter faked a shot, momentarily deceiving Thompson, yet instead of attempting the basket, he passed to Gasol near the free throw line. Gasol took a mid-range shot, but Looney inadvertently struck his wrist while defending. Although Gasol's shot failed to find the mark, the referee called Looney for a foul. As Gasol stepped to the line, Coach Kerr replaced Looney, who was burdened with 4 fouls, with Cousins. Gasol converted both free throws, bringing the score to 82-84. Green brought the ball past half-court, with Thompson utilizing Cousins and Oppos' screen to receive the pass. Green delivered the ball, and Thompson, disregarding the defensive pressure from Parsons, sank a three-pointer. The score shifted to 85-84. Conley maintained control as he crossed half-court, positioning himself at the arc while seeking teammates. Parsons and Anderson continued their wall screen strategy. As they sprinted towards the left and right three-point lines, Conley suddenly dropped the ball, accelerating into the paint, deceiving Cousins with a fake shot and delivering the ball to an unguarded Gasol. Inexplicably, Gasol missed the close-range layup, the ball spinning around the rim before popping out. A moment of bewilderment struck Gasol, causing him to lag in pursuing the rebound. Cousins managed to tip the rebound away, and Green secured possession. Thompson dashed down the court, and Green delivered a swift long pass. Thompson caught the ball and made a 3-step layup, scoring to make it 87-84. Conley steadied the tempo, waiting for Gasol to position himself before patiently orchestrating the offensive play. Today, Conley adhered resolutely to Coach Bickerstaff's strategy to minimize unnecessary turnovers and fouls, reduce arbitrary shot selections, and enhance the success rate of their half-court offense. Gasol set a screen, allowing Conley to deftly evade Lee and penetrate the paint. Cousins moved to assist defensively, but Conley artfully maneuvered around the defense with a layup, only to unexpectedly slam the ball against the rim. Neither Conley nor even Cousins could comprehend the moment. As Conley stumbled upon landing, the ball fell free, and while Cousins was still airborne, he tapped it to Green. Green executed a leisurely long pass, assisting Thompson in making another three-pointer, extending the lead to 90-84. The earlier layup seemed to suggest that Conley could repeat the feat 100 times without failure, He did not dwell on the previous misstep, instead bringing the ball up to continue the offensive effort. Yet, as he dribbled, the ball unexpectedly struck his foot, rolling out of bounds. Misfortune appeared to have befallen the Memphis Grizzlies, who found themselves plagued by an array of bewildering errors, missed layups, shots blocked by the rim, and careless turnovers. Coach Bickerstaff scratched his head, baffled by his team and Oppo's inexplicable performance in the fourth quarter. Following Thompson and Oppo's cut and layup, Bickerstaff called for a timeout. Realizing their luck had turned abysmally sour, the home rim seemed to conspire against the Grizzlies as they faced an unyielding barrage of missed opportunities. Conley's mid-range jumper missed. Gasol squandered yet another open layup, and both Parsons and Anderson failed to score from beyond the arc. Even the simplest of free throws eluded Temple, who missed both attempts. The Warriors surged ahead with a staggering 19-0 run, bringing the score to 101-84. Acknowledging the inevitable defeat, Bickerstaff opted to substitute all his starters, resigning to the outcome. He sighed, contemplating the fickle hand of fate that had turned against him. Kerr followed suit, also opting for his bench players. When Zhou Tong re-entered the game, the Warriors had established a comfortable 17-point lead, and the contest had slipped into garbage time. Jackson and Oppo's strong move against Iguodala marked the end of the Grizzlies and Oppo's 6-minute scoring drought, making it 101-86. Cousins inbound the ball to Zhou Tong, who advanced with confidence. His defender, Marshawn Brooks, showed little resistance, but Zhou Tong, too, seemed to inherit the Grizzlies' misfortune, missing an unguarded layup. Fortunately, he reclaimed the rebound and converted the basket, bringing the score to 103-86. The Grizzlies attempted to quicken the pace, yet Caspi and Oppo's open three-pointer clanged off the rim. Jackson snatched the offensive rebound and passed it out. Brooks received the ball but again failed to connect from beyond the arc. Cousins and Jackson tussled for the rebound, with Jackson outmaneuvering Cousins. In previous times, Cousins might have engaged Jackson in a deep conversation about life ideals. However, time has a way of softening our edges. In response to Jackson and Oppo's provocation, Cousins merely smiled. Jackson tipped the rebound to Selden, who drove in for a layup, scoring to make it 103-88. The Grizzlies' strategy against the Warriors had initially proven effective. They focused on half-court play, meticulously working for each point, enhancing their offensive efficiency while minimizing unnecessary errors and denying the Warriors opportunities for fast breaks. They were a mere 12 minutes away from victory. Yet the inexplicable collapse in the fourth quarter rendered their efforts in the first three quarters moot. Zhou Tong concluded the game with a commendable stat line of 12 points. For rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, with a plus-minus of 11. In the 2 games since his return from injury, Zhou Tong had played less than 20 minutes each time, gradually seeking to regain his rhythm. Coach Kerr managed Zhou Tong and Oppo's playing time with meticulous care, almost as if timing his substitutions with a stopwatch. The Warriors' next match would take them to Salt Lake City, where they would face the Utah Jazz. In their previous encounter, Mitchell had issued a challenge to Zhou Tong. When you come to Salt Lake City next time, I will ensure you receive a proper welcome. Chapter 46, Salt Lake City. In the away game where the Warriors faced the Jazz, Coach Kerr deviated from his usual practice and announced the starting lineup early. To everyone's astonishment, Zhou Tong's name appeared on the list. After the game against the Grizzlies, Zhou Tong found Coach Kerr at the entrance of the players' tunnel. "Coach, may I speak with you privately?" he asked. Kerr nodded and led Zhou to a corner. "Coach," Zhou's tone carried a hint of earnestness. "Could you include me in the starting lineup for the upcoming game in Utah?" Kerr paused, unable to comprehend. "Why? If you're in the starting lineup, our rotation will lack a primary scoring option. Salt Lake City is not like Golden State. We need to maintain a seamless transition. If the Jazz get a lead during that transition, it could spell disaster for us." "I understand," Zhou replied, fire igniting in his eyes. "However, Donovan told me that when I arrived in Salt Lake City, he would treat me well. With such expectations, how could I possibly let him down? You are merely engaging in a battle of wills with Donovan. You must remember that you have just returned from injury and are not suited for extended, high-intensity play. Moreover, this is just a regular season game. I can forego the ball. Allow me to focus on defending Donovan, just as I did with Kevin back in Golden State. Coach, this is a battle between men, and I will not shy away from it." "Well, please, Coach. I will assure him that if I can stop him once, I can do it again. Besides, matching up against Donovan will only help me improve." "Very well. In the game the day after tomorrow, you will defend Donovan. Make sure to cut off his connection with his teammates." "Yes, I will, Coach." This was the reason Kerr decided to include Zhou Tong in the starting lineup. Over a month ago, during their last encounter, Zhou and Durant had effectively contained Mitchell. Zhou may have lost in terms of statistics, but he secured the victory, leaving Mitchell frustrated for quite some time. Today, determined to avenge that defeat, Mitchell led the Jazz in welcoming the Warriors on their home turf. Without Durant, could Zhou single-handedly limit the versatile Mitchell? The Jazz made no alterations to their starting lineup. Mitchell, Gobert, Rubio, Ingles, and Crowder. As the jump ball approached, Zhou sought out Mitchell. The latter glanced at his teammate and grinned. "I thought you might hide on the bench to avoid me. Don't be foolish." "I will not evade our confrontation," Zhou replied, nudging Mitchell with his shoulder. Just don't get lost in Salt Lake City. Rest assured, I won T. I have my navigation on." As the game commenced, Gobert easily won the jump against Cousins. Rubio brought the ball up slowly, and at the arc, Mitchell came to receive it, leading Lee to the corner. Mitchell noticed the fierce determination burning in Zhou's eyes and smiled. "It seems you are ready." Zhou nodded slightly. "Of course. You are a worthy opponent. I cannot afford to let my guard down for even a second." "Then I shall begin. Bring it on." No sooner had he spoken than Mitchell utilized an incredibly swift first step to breach Zhou and Oppo's defense. Zhou, taken aback by Mitchell and Oppo's speed, quickly leveraged his height to cover the driving lane. The two engaged in a fierce collision, while Gobert pulled Cousins out of the paint, leaving the basket open. Mitchell, leaning against Zhou's defense, surged in, but his layup failed to find the mark due to Zhou's vigorous contest. In the ensuing scramble for the rebound, Cousins secured the ball. Lee approached for support, and Cousins passed it to him. Lee advanced rapidly, facing Rubio at the arc. Zhou jogged over to block Rubio, providing Lee with a screen. Lee maneuvered around the screen, charging into the paint where Gobert's long arms loomed ominously, threatening to sweat any shot. Lee thus plunged into Gobert's embrace, delivering the ball to Cousins behind Gobert. Cousins rose for a shot, but Crowder, arriving swiftly, fouled him. Cousins stepped to the free throw line, making one of two attempts. The score stood at 1-0. Mitchell brought the ball across half-court, calling for a screen at the arc. Gobert moved to set the pick, blocking Zhou. Mitchell took advantage, darting past the defense into the lane. Zhou squeezed through the screen, pursuing Mitchell, who, faced with Cousins in front and Zhou behind, executed a sudden stop and a deft floater for a score. 1-2. After receiving the inbounds pass, Lee immediately tossed the ball to Zhou, signaling for him to orchestrate the offense. As they exchanged possession, Zhou faced Mitchell's defense. "From here on, do not expect to pass easily." Mitchell lowered his stance, fully focused. Your provocation has no effect on me," Zhou retorted. Zhou passed the ball to Cousins in the post, who began to back down against Gobert. Just as he dribbled, Crowder's help defense arrived. Crowder deftly knocked the ball from Cousins' grasp, prompting the Jazz to launch a fast break. Mitchell sprinted down the court with Zhou in hot pursuit. Lee quickly retreated, positioning himself in Mitchell's driving lane, ready to draw an offensive foul. Unexpectedly, Mitchell adjusted his pace, effortlessly shaking Lee off, penetrating the paint just as Zhou arrived. Both leaped simultaneously. Zhou was poised to stuff Mitchell and Oppo's shot, but Mitchell had anticipated him. Gobert thundered in, and with a deft flick, Mitchell sent the ball soaring into Gobert's waiting hands. Gobert leaped high, delivering a thunderous dunk that electrified the crowd. 1-4, Zhou brought the ball over half-court, with Lee coming to receive it. In the paint, Cousins established position against Gobert, calling for the ball. Lee lobbed it to him, but his Cousins caught it. Crowder's double team arrived. The constant harassment from Crowder exasperated Cousins, who, while turning to make a strong move, raised his elbow, sending Crowder sprawling. The referee decisively blew the whistle, calling an offensive foul on Cousins. He chuckled, dropping the ball to the floor and turning back. Rubio brought the ball up, and Mitchell came to receive it. Faced with Zhou's defense, he quickly passed to Crowder at the right three-point line. Zhou diligently guarded Mitchell, while Crowder attempted to return the ball to him, but Zhou smothered Mitchell, preventing him from receiving the pass. Crowder, lacking the ability to create offense, tossed the ball to Gobert. Gobert turned and executed a smooth floater, securing 2 points. 1-6. Mitchell laughed loudly as he sprinted past Zhou. "I've been improving myself for the past month. You cannot stop me." Zhou was never one to concede easily. Is that so? Then let us see. Chapter 47. One-on-one today. Zhou Tong is matched up against Mitchell. As Zhou Tong dribbles past half-court, Mitchell takes on the primary defensive role. The former mirrors the moves with lightning speed, effortlessly breaking through Mitchell's defense. However, Mitchell's physical prowess allows him to effectively block Zhou Tong's right hand, compelling him to drive with his left. Mitchell and Oppo's defense appears successful until he collides with an unexpected obstacle. Cousins, who had come over to set a screen. Mitchell, focused entirely on the ball, fails to notice his surroundings and crashes into Cousins. Zhou Tong chuckles softly, switching the ball to his left hand and deftly evading Gobert and Oppos, as lengthy arms to score. 3-6 Mitchell advances with the ball, and Zhou Tong suddenly intensifies his defense. As Mitchell steps over the midcourt line, Zhou Tong pressures him, caught off guard. Mitchell stumbles but manages to maintain control of the ball, only for Zhou Tong to swiftly poke it loose. Both players dive for the loose ball, drawing their teammates to the fray. The referee and Oppos' whistle interrupts, calling a backcourt violation on Mitchell. Iguodala jogs over to help Zhou Tong up, giving him a light pat on the back as a gesture of encouragement. With the change of possession, Lee brings the ball past half-court. Rubio, mimicking Zhou Tong's approach, pressures Lee as soon as he crosses the midline. Lee clutches the ball tightly, exuding a determination akin to a child refusing to share his toy. Rubio envelopes him defensively, prompting Zhou Tong to rush over for support. Just as Zhou Tong receives the ball, Mitchell snatches it away. Fortunately, Zhou Tong reacts swiftly, regaining possession. "You're quite the troublemaker," Zhou Tong teases. Mitchell retorts, "So are you." Zhou Tong signals for a screen at the top of the arc, and Cousins jogs over with effort. Utilizing the screen, Zhou Tong shakes off Mitchell's defense, charging straight for the paint. Gobert awaits him, prepared to serve Zhou Tong a spicy hot pot of rejection. However, in a surprising twist, Zhou Tong abruptly halts, coming to a stop. Gobert finds himself in a dilemma. Should he leap to block or hold back? If he jumps, he risks a foul. If he doesn't Zhou Tong could easily shoot or lay up. Gobert's moment of indecision passes quickly, and he chooses to leap. In that fleeting moment, as Mitchell is poised to jump for the block, Zhou Tong deftly flicks the ball to the right corner where Lee is positioned. Lee shakes off Rubio and calmly sinks a wide-open three-pointer. 6-6 After being outmaneuvered by Zhou Tong, Mitchell is determined to regain his footing. He brings the ball up. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, Gobert vacates the paint to set a screen, but Mitchell waves him off, signaling for no screen. Zhou Tong remains alert, attempting to predict Mitchell's next move. Unexpectedly, Mitchell steps back, catching Zhou Tong off guard. With a swift motion, he creates space and launches a three-pointer. Swish. 6-9 Mitchell and Oppos' step back three catches Zhou Tong by surprise, leaving the latter visibly frustrated. He shouts at Lee, "Hey, Damian, get me that damn ball." Startled, Lee instinctively looks to veteran Iguodala for guidance, who gives a slight nod. Only then does Lee pass the ball to Zhou Tong, positioned at the top of the arc. Zhou Tong takes on Mitchell one-on-one. With a height advantage, he disregards any need for fakes or step-backs. Zhou Tong rises directly against Mitchell's defense and sinks a clean three-pointer. As the remainder of the first quarter unfolds, Zhou Tong and Mitchell engage in a fierce one-on-one duel. Mitchell finishes the quarter with 17 points, while Zhou Tong leads with 20. Both teams are evenly matched, and the first quarter concludes in a tie. During the intermission, Kerr appears visibly anxious. He has elevated Zhou Tong to the starting lineup, which has stripped the rotation of its primary scoring option. He fears the Jazz will capitalize on this transition and seize control. In the second quarter, Kerr's concerns materialize. At this point, the Warriors on court 5 consist of Jacob Evans, Quinn Cook, Jordan Bell, Alfonso McKinney, and Damian Jones. The Jazz, fortified by Derek Favors in the paint, boast defensive stalwarts like Cephalosha, Dante Exum, George Niang, and Royce O'Neal, who can relentlessly assault the Warriors' fragile defense. A mere passing and cutting play from the Jazz easily dismantles the Warriors' defense. Favors frequently dominates near the basket, while the Warriors' rotation falters on both offense and defense. Kerr views Cook's playmaking skills as woefully inadequate. After O'Neal drains a trailing three-pointer, the Jazz unleashes a 15-0 run, widening the gap. Kerr calls 2 timeouts in quick succession to no avail. Initially, Kerr intended to grant Zhou Tong more rest, but the performance of the rotation players has been disheartening. He shakes his head and approaches Zhou Tong, who is seated at the end of the bench, saying, "Zhou, I need you. We can't let the Jazz score so easily. We need you to halt their momentum." Zhou Tong nods solemnly, yes. Thus, Zhou Tong re-enters the game. Kerr has opted to rest Green, Thompson, and Looney, a decision that now seems overly ambitious. With the offense struggling, he must increasingly rely on the recently recovered Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong brings the ball past half-court, positioning himself at the top of the arc. Bell sets a solid screen, allowing Zhou Tong to navigate around it. Out of the corner of his eye, he spots a teammate open in the corner. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the ball soaring like a cannonball into Damian Jones's hands. Jones receives the pass and nails a three-pointer, earning Zhou Tong an assist. Cephalosha advances, handing the ball to O and Amp. Oppos. Neal before remaining at the top of the arc. O and Amp. Oppos. Neal accelerates, leaving Cook behind, who displays evident frustration and even gives up the chase. Quinn. Chase him down. What are you doing? Kerr shouts from the sidelines, demanding Cook to pursue. Cook sluggishly trails, but by then, O and Amp. Oppos. Neal has already leaped into the air. He unleashes a powerful dunk over the rotating Evans, igniting the home crowd and Oppos' fervor. The 2 points count. Evans incurs a foul. And O and Amp. Oppos. Neal steps to the line for an additional free throw. He converts it, extending the Jazz and Amp. Oppos' lead to 15 points. 34-49 playing away. The Warriors find themselves facing a double-digit deficit. On the sidelines, Kerr picks up the clipboard, preparing to call another timeout. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong, while advancing the ball, continuously shouts at Kerr, "No, no, no. Coach, don't call a timeout. Just give me a little more time. Please believe in me." The word timeout hovers on Kerr and Oppos' lips, but Zhou Tong and Oppos' fervent plea compels him to swallow the words back down. Chapter 48. The drama-obsessed referee. The Golden State Warriors and Oppos' rotation, both offensively and defensively, has proven to be less than satisfactory, a fact that is patently obvious. Lacob and Myers have constructed a star-studded starting lineup, which consequently limits their options for the rotation. Following the signing of Cousins during the offseason, the Warriors and Oppos' salary cap has nearly reached its breaking point. In order to facilitate a smooth agreement with Zhou Tong, Myers and Lacob deliberated and extended the most generous contract possible within their means to demonstrate their sincerity. Thus far in the new season, Zhou Tong has unequivocally validated the Warriors and Oppos' investment in him with his outstanding performance. Once Zhou Tong entered the game, the Warriors and Oppos' rotation gained a significant anchor. Although defensive issues persisted, their offense became markedly more palatable. Zhou Tong, positioned beyond the three-point line on the left side, executed a pick-and-roll with Bell. After the screen, Zhou Tong drove towards the basket while Bell moved outward, drawing two defenders. Zhou Tong deftly returned the ball to the open Bell, who converted the mid-range shot with composure. As the score stood at 36-49, Cephalosha advanced the ball while facing Zhou Tong and Oppos' defense. O and Oppos. Neal utilized Favors and Oppos' screen to receive the ball, but in a split second, Zhou Tong stripped the ball away. O'Neal attempted to reclaim possession but inadvertently slipped. Controlling the ball, Zhou Tong launched a fast break as Alfonso McKinney surged down the court, receiving the pass and executing a powerful layup. With the score at 38-49, Favors inbound the ball to Cephalosha. In this rotation, Zhou Tong was tasked with defending the Jazz and Oppos' perimeter stalwart, Cephalosha. The latter paused to find a teammate, who was Favors moving to receive the ball. Cephalosha passed. But Zhou Tong, ever vigilant, was not deceived by Cephalosha and Oppos' feints, shadowing him closely as they approached the basket. With a commanding view, Favors located a teammate beneath the hoop and delivered the pass. Cephalosha, receiving the ball, attempted a strong layup. But Zhou Tong had anticipated this and swatted the ball away with his large hand. The ball landed in O and Oppos', Neal and Oppos' possession, who, faced with a defending Damian Jones, calmly passed to the waiting Exum in the corner, who sank a three-pointer. As the score shifted to 38-52, Zhou Tong advanced the ball, calling for Bell and Oppos' screen. Bell and Oppos' robust frame provided an effective barrier, allowing Zhou Tong to penetrate the paint. Suddenly, a player in white charged at him from the side. Zhou Tong, sensing the impending danger, deftly pulled the ball to his left hand, narrowly avoiding Cephalosha and Oppos' attempted steal. After circling around, Zhou Tong found himself beyond the three-point line on the right. Bell continued to approach for a screen, but Zhou Tong gestured for him to stand down. Facing Cephalosha and Oppos' defense, Zhou Tong took a confident three-pointer, which ricocheted off the front of the rim before fortuitously dropping in 2 seconds later. The score now at 41-52. Favors missed an open layup opportunity. In the ensuing scramble for the rebound, Favors swatted the ball away. Zhou Tong, leveraging his height, managed to tip the ball away from Cephalosha, landing it in O and Oppos', Neal and Oppos' hands. Bell intercepted the ball, but O and Oppos', Neal swiftly regained control. As the two battled for possession on the floor, teammates converged, creating chaos near the free throw line. In the midst of the turmoil, Bell seized the ball, rolling to secure it tightly in his grasp. Oh, and Oppos. Neil attempted to pry it away, but the referee and Oppos' whistle pierced the air. Jump ball. Bell and O and Oppos. Neil. The referee approached the center circle, holding the ball aloft as Bell and O'Neill readied themselves. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and the two leaped simultaneously. While O and Oppos, Neil slightly lagged in jumping ability, his height granted him an advantage to tip the ball. Cephalosha, leaning on Zhou Tong, exaggeratedly fell to the ground in an attempt to claim the ball. The referee, undeterred, called a foul on Zhou Tong for pushing. Feeling unjustly accused, Zhou Tong sought to explain to the referee that he had not committed a foul, rather, Cephalosha had exaggerated. The referee, however, disregarded his plea and issued Zhou Tong a technical foul. The atmosphere on the sidelines was charged as Coach Kerr, incensed, erupted in profanities. He called a timeout and stormed onto the court, vocally confronting the referee who had just penalized Zhou Tong. Despite the attempts of Zhou Tong and the assistant coach to restrain him, Kerr appeared ready to devour the referee whole. Ultimately, he received 2 technical fouls in quick succession and was ejected from the game. The Jazz capitalized on the free throws, converting all 3, bringing the score to 41-55. The live broadcast of the game was inundated with furious comments from viewers who expressed their outrage at the officiating. Comments such as understood, the referee has an agenda today. I need all his information within 5 minutes, and does this mean Zhou Tong should tie his hands and feet? Flooded the chat. Cousins, unable to contain his frustration, nearly erupted, and had it not been for Livingston and Lee restraining him, he might have attempted to stuff the referee who had penalized Zhou Tong into the basket. During a subsequent offensive sequence for the Warriors, McKinney missed a layup following a pass from Zhou Tong. Cephalosha advanced the ball again. But the earlier call had instilled a sense of caution in Zhou Tong's defensive play. Cephalosha easily bypassed him, driving towards the basket unopposed. Zhou Tong and Oppos' attempt to block was merely a token effort as he feared further fouls. Yet, as fate would have it, Cephalosha scored, and the referee and Oppos' whistle sounded yet again. Zhou Tong internally lamented, realizing he had been called for another foul. With a resigned smile, Zhou Tong and Oppos' teammates surrounded the referee, with Bell vociferously demanding, "What foul was there on that play? Where was the foul? I didn't even reach out my hand. Did you blow your whistle in error?" The referee paid him no heed and walked away. Zhou Tong continued to smile ruefully as he returned the basketball to the referee with a bounce pass. However, this innocuous act resulted in yet another technical foul against him. With 2 technicals to his name, Zhou Tong was ejected from the game, pushed to his limits. Zhou Tong confronted the referee directly. "Why did you give me a technical foul?" "Why? I merely wanted to return the ball to you." "What did I do wrong?" "I haven't uttered a single word this entire time." "Did your damn whistle malfunction?" "I truly want to crack open your skull to see if there's anything inside but money, you piece of..." Before he could finish, the assistant coach rushed in to restrain Zhou Tong, guiding him towards the player tunnel. Chapter 49. Prior to his ejection, Zhou Tong recorded 23 points, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Mitchell, resting on the sidelines, was utterly astonished upon witnessing Zhou's expulsion. He had the clearest view of the events. If Zhou's first foul, a push, could be construed as an act of embellishment by Cephalosha, then the second foul, a hand check by Zhou, was unequivocally a misjudgment. In Mitchell's eyes, both technical fouls that led to Zhou's ejection were unwarranted. Zhou was merely attempting to explain to the referee that he had not pushed anyone and wished to return the ball, yet inexplicably received 2 technical fouls. Mitchell removed the towel from his head and greeted Coach Snyder before hastily making his way to the players and Oppos' tunnel. Accompanied by an assistant coach, Zhou entered the players and Oppos' tunnel. A crisp notification chimed in his ear. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement stealing the spotlight from the referee. Rewards have been issued. Please check promptly." Zhou discreetly wiped the sweat from his face and tapped to confirm on the virtual screen. After completing this, he stole a glance at the assistant coach, who remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious. "Hey, Zhou." Mitchell jogged into the player's tunnel, approaching Zhou with urgency. "Zhou." Zhou paused and turned around, somewhat surprised to see Mitchell. "Donovan, is there something you need?" Zhou's tone was not particularly friendly, still irked by the unfair officiating. Mitchell extended his hand. "I'm truly sorry for what happened. Had it not been for the calls, we could have settled things on the court." Zhou merely stared at his hand, showing no inclination to shake. "I understand how you feel. I saw everything from the sidelines and don't believe you did anything wrong. The 2 technical fouls were completely unjustified. Zhou, you're my friend. And you always will be. I admire your style of play and dream of the day we might be teammates." After hearing so much from Mitchell, Zhou finally cracked a smile. Oh, Donovan, what do you call this? The penalties for illegal recruitment are not limited to fines. As an opponent, you are indeed a bothersome fellow, Mitchell chuckled. But as a teammate, perhaps we would mesh well. Thank you for your kindness. However, I am quite content where I am now. Maybe during the off-season, you'll reconsider? I have no intention of leaving Golden State. Relocating and finding a new place is quite troublesome. If you change your mind, feel free to call me. I can help with your concerns. With Zhou expelled, the Warriors lost their ability to mount a defense. The Jazz widened the gap, and there was no longer any need for Mitchell to return to the game. Throughout the second half, he transformed into a member of the cheer squad, waving a towel and rallying his teammates. The Warriors faced a devastating defeat in Salt Lake City, losing by 34 points, marking their most painful loss of the season thus far. After the game, Coach Kerr brought Zhou to the press conference. In an unusual display, he openly criticized the referees and their calls. Without a doubt, my players faced unprecedented challenges tonight. Our resources on defense were limited. How can 5 defend against 8? The rules dictate that we can only field 5 players, which is incredibly challenging. Do you understand what I mean? Even in man-to-man defense, we still miss 3 of their players. They easily create open shots, which is very difficult. A male reporter raised his hand to inquire. How do you view Zhou's 2 technical fouls? Without question, we will appeal to the league. Kerr reiterated the phrase without question. Yes, we will appeal. Zhou did nothing wrong. Before the first technical foul, he attempted to explain to the referee that he had not pushed anyone. He said nothing. The second technical foul is beyond my comprehension and unacceptable. Zhou merely wanted to return the ball to the referee. That is a perfectly normal action. Tonight could have showcased an extraordinary game. The Jazz are a respected opponent, and they are strong. We needed to be at our best to compete. However, due to certain inexplicable factors, we lost control and could not catch up. It's incredibly difficult, with limited resources on defense. When you miss 3 of their most threatening offensive players, it's challenging to secure a victory on the road. Kerr had been as subtle as possible, but it was clear he was mocking the referees and the controversial calls of the evening. It was Zhou's first time attending a press conference with Kerr. Typically, it was Curry, Thompson, Durant, or Green who had this privilege. He took deep breaths, his heart racing. Indeed, Zhou was nervous. He had yet to acclimate to interviews. He would much rather be in the gym lifting weights than attending a post-game press conference. But one cannot avoid certain situations. A female reporter noticed Zhou and Apos' anxiety and raised her hand to ask, Zhou, good evening. We all know that before your ejection, you were successfully defending Donovan. Do you feel that Donovan is no longer your rival? Zhou inwardly scoffed, questioning the professionalism of the media. Kerr remained silent, turning his gaze to Zhou, eager to see how he would respond to the pointed question. You are mistaken, madam. I hold him in the highest regard. Zhou shook his head. Without a doubt. Donovan is my friend. On the court, we play for our respective teams, but that doesn't prevent him from being one of my closest friends off the court. Just now, he texted me about treating me to dinner. Donovan is an exceptional player. Competing against him pushes me to improve. There is much I can learn from him. The female reporter pressed further. I recall you once described Jamal in a similar manner. In your view, who is stronger, Jamal or Donovan? They are both outstanding players. There is no hierarchy of strength between them, Zhou remarked, internally scoffing again. Only by facing them directly will one understand their formidable nature. They excel at seizing opportunities. The moment you show even a hint of weakness, they will capitalize on it. Competing against them demands my utmost focus. Once they find their rhythm, they can easily overwhelm you. This compels me to train more diligently to improve myself. Zhou and Apos' response left the female reporter without any ammunition, and she sat down in disappointment. Kerr smiled, nodding in approval. Chapter 50, Family Dinner and Betrothal. Zhou Tong slowly opened his eyes, greeted by an entirely unfamiliar ceiling. He pulled away the thin blanket draped over him and sat up, a sharp pain at the back of his head causing him to involuntarily gasp. Where am I? He glanced around the strange room, devoid of decoration, resembling an unfinished shell of a house, or perhaps a prison cell. With a creak, the ajar door swung open. To his surprise, it was Chin Xin and Amp, Apos, who entered, carrying a tray of food. Xin and Amp, Apos, Confusion crossed his face. What are you doing here? No. Why am I here? Do you know where this place is? Chin Xin and Apos, set down the tray and gracefully approached, her slender waist swaying as she walked to the bedside. She gently cupped his face in her delicate hands, examining him closely. You're awake? Very good, very good. It seems the surgery was a success. Congratulations. You are now a girl. No. Zhou Tong jolted awake from the bizarre dream, sitting up with his pajamas soaked in cold sweat. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, confirming that everything important was intact, allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. He then began to ponder why he had such a strange dream. The Warriors' next game was in 3 days, a home match against the Mavericks. Coach Kerr had given the team a day off, and there was no training scheduled for the day following the game. The team had recently faced controversial officiating in Salt Lake City, which had affected their morale. Therefore, he decided to grant everyone a day off to help them reset their mindset. As championship contenders, the Warriors were often the target of scrutiny. It was understandable to encounter controversial calls. However, instances like the last game against the Jazz, where the referees blatantly targeted the visiting team without pretense, were rare throughout a season. Coincidentally, Zhou Tong found himself caught in the midst of that very situation. He thought he might as well buy a lottery ticket. Perhaps luck would be on his side. What time is it? He picked up his phone beside the pillow to check the time. It was just past 7:00 and Oppo's clock in the morning. Zhou Tong shifted back into a comfortable position, intending to sleep a little longer, but as soon as he lay down, his phone rang. The ringtone, a pure instrumental piece he cherished, was The Wings of Icarus. It was a call from Chin Xin and Oppo's. He answered, his voice lethargic. Let me guess. On the other end, Chin Xin spoke cheerfully. The background noise was filled with the honking of car horns, indicating she was outside. You're still in bed. You checked the time and thought it was early, intending to snooze a bit more, right? Zhou Tong yawned. Are you a worm in my stomach? You absolute clueless man. Who describes their girlfriend as a worm? Chin Xin replied, visibly displeased. Then what should I call you? Little Xin? A Xin? Xiner? Call me whatever you like. Just don't call me a worm. You specifically called to say this. I almost forgot the main point. It's all your fault. You've muddled my thoughts. So what is the matter? You're at home, right? Zhou Tong pushed aside the covers and sat up, running his fingers through his hair in a disheveled manner. Yes. So what is going on? You haven't forgotten what we discussed last time, have you? Chin Xin hinted. What is it exactly? Meeting my parents. You haven't forgotten, have you? No. I haven't forgotten. How could I forget something so important? I'm in Golden State now, and your next game is the day after tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up in the evening. All right, fine. That's it then. By as they drove, Zhou Tong fidgeted by scratching his face, tousling his hair, and tugging at his clothes, displaying signs of restlessness as if the passenger seat was pricked with needles. Even a fool could see his unease. Chin Xin cast him a sidelong glance. Nervous? Of course. How could I not be nervous? Zhou Tong continued to take deep breaths. It's not your first time meeting my parents. Why are you so nervous this time? Isn't it different? This time, I'm visiting as your boyfriend. Relax. Relax, calm. Follow my lead. Deep breath. This is getting ridiculous, you. Time passed, and when Chin Xin finally pressed the brakes, bringing the roaring red beast to a stop, Zhou Tong only then realized they had arrived. She turned off the engine, removed the key, and as Zhou Tong opened the passenger door, he stumbled slightly. Chin Xin and Oppo's rushed to steady him. Look at you. Why are you so tense? You know I have a stage fright issue. By the way, your car looks just like mine. Didn't you drive me in your car before? I liked it so much that I bought one just like yours. Chin Xin patiently explained. Speaking of which, we're a couple. Doesn't it show we're in sync to drive the same car? Don't think only girls need security. Boys need it too. Oh, all right. Let us head inside. It's almost time for dinner, and I'm starving. Chin Xin supported Zhou Tong with one hand while pressing the doorbell with the other. Zhou Tong, tall and heavy, would have been challenging to manage if not for Chin Xin's regular workouts. The door opened swiftly, revealing a middle-aged woman with graying hair. Mom, I'm back. Chin Xin nudged Zhou Tong as she with her toe. Look, I brought my fiancé home. Zhou Tong straightened his posture and greeted the middle-aged woman. Hello, Auntie. I'm Zhou Tong, Xin's boyfriend. Oh my, Tong has grown so tall. The woman said, pulling Zhou Tong inside. I used to watch you play from the stands. Now I can finally see you properly. Come in, come in. Tonight's dishes are all your favorites. The middle-aged woman led Zhou Tong into the house, leaving Chin Xin and Oppo's standing bewildered in the wind. Chin Xin and Oppo's So love will disappear, right? At dinner, the head of the family naturally occupied the main seat. Tong. The head of the family served a piece of sweet and sour ribs into Zhou Tong's bowl. I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Please, go ahead. Zhou Tong set down his chopsticks. The head of the family posed a question that even Chin Xin found nerve-wracking. You see, Both you and Xiner are no longer children. Shouldn't you two be considering marriage? She and Xiner buried her head in her food, though her heart raced slightly. She was too worried about him marrying someone else. She simply needed assurance as a girl. Yes. Zhou Tong nodded. Xian and Appos, and I have discussed this. Our plan is to get married after the season ends, during the off-season. With a thud, Qin Xiner heard her heart drop back down from her throat. Good, good. The head of the family beamed. However, I have one condition. Zhou Tong speculated, could it be about the betrothal gifts? You must take the season's championship trophy as the betrothal gift. Haha, great. Chapter 51. Warriors vs. Mavericks. Dirk Nowitzki, an undisputed legend in the annals of Mavericks history, led his team to a triumph over the formidable Miami Heat and Appos' Big Three in the NBA Finals. A feat that remains a topic of admiration to this day. Such instances of a single player carrying a team to victory are rare in the history of the league. However, with age catching up to him, Nowitzki can no longer single-handedly rescue his team from adversity as he did in his youth. His current role within the team is to provide veteran leadership in the locker room and to mentor a cadre of young talents spearheaded by Luka Doncic. The Mavericks traveled a considerable distance today to face the Warriors on their home turf. Head coach Rick Carlisle fielded a starting lineup that included Luka Doncic, Harrison Barnes, DeAndre Jordan, Wesley Matthews, and Norman Powell. On the Warriors' side, both Stephen Curry and Kevin Durant remain sidelined due to injuries, and neither is expected to return before Christmas. Consequently, Coach Steve Kerr adjusted his starting five to include Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Kevin Looney, Sean Livingston, and Damian Jones. Europe has always been a breeding ground for prodigious young talent, and Doncic is a prime example. Early in his career, he spent a significant period with Real Madrid, helping the team secure the EuroLeague championship. Upon entering the NBA, he was drafted by the Atlanta Hawks, only to be traded to the Dallas Mavericks in exchange for Trae Young. His extraordinary talent is evident, particularly in his exceptional court vision and ball handling skills. Defending against him has proven to be a considerable challenge for Kerr. How does one defend against a guard standing at 2 meters tall and weighing 104 kilograms? It is nearly impossible. Looney, lacking both the physical advantage and height, would find himself overwhelmed in a one-on-one matchup against Doncic. This mismatch would render Looney a liability on defense, as Doncic would exploit this weakness mercilessly. In their previous encounter, Kerr learned firsthand the prowess of Doncic, who single-handedly dismantled the Warriors and Appos' defensive scheme. Had Doncic not missed a critical mid-range shot that could have sealed the game, the Warriors might not have even had the opportunity to tie. Though Jordan is also aging, he effortlessly won the opening tip-off against Looney. The Mavericks gained possession, and the ball found its way to Doncic. He advanced the ball with poise, facing Jones at the top of the arc. While his speed is not overwhelming, he adeptly maneuvered past Jones with a subtle change of pace. After evading his defender, he made his way to the basket, prompting Livingston to abandon his assignment and slide over for help. Doncic gracefully lofted the ball near the rim, allowing Jordan to effortlessly finish the play. 2-0 Green brought the ball past half-court, matched up against Matthews. He called for a screen, with Looney stepping up to provide the pick. Jordan opted not to follow and instead retreated to the paint. Green navigated around the screen and charged into the lane, where Jordan awaited him. With Thompson and Livingston both covered, Green found himself alone within a meter of space. Matthews chose not to defend, and Jordan turned his back, poised to grab the rebound. As a seasoned champion, Green could not tolerate such disrespect. He launched a mid-range shot that clanged off the rim, with Jordan securing the rebound and passing it to Doncic for the transition. Doncic advanced the ball, facing Jones at the arc. Jordan lumbered up to set a screen, drawing Looney's defense away. Doncic weaved around the pick, accelerating past his defender into an unguarded lane. Looney, caught off guard, turned to recover, only to collide with Jordan. Livingston abandoned his assignment to provide help. Doncic executed a sudden stop and pop, scoring effortlessly. 4-0 as Green crossed half-court. He directed his teammates to position themselves. Thompson, utilizing Looney's screen, emerged open for a catch-and-shoot opportunity. Green passed the ball, but Barnes, well acquainted with him, swiftly intercepted it. Barnes immediately sought out Doncic, who took control of the ball and advanced it leisurely. With a dramatic change of direction, he left Jones bewildered. Doncic then calmly sank a three-pointer. 7-0 Livingston received an inbound pass and executed a long throw to Green, who then passed to Thompson in the corner. The Warriors moved the ball with astonishing speed, tearing apart the Mavericks' defensive formation. Thompson capitalized on the Mavericks' delayed transition and launched a three-pointer. 7-3 Doncic received the ball, immediately passing it to Matthews, who brought it up court. Donai quickly moved to provide support, receiving the ball back from Matthews. As the Warriors rotated their defense, Thompson found himself matched up against Donai. The latter's feint failed to deceive Thompson, who was instead caught off guard by a pass that seemed ambiguous, leaving him perplexed. Jordan, with an intuitive understanding, executed an alley-oop dunk. 9-3 Green, now at half-court, continued to orchestrate the offense, with Looney setting another screen while Jordan remained in the paint. Matthews remained stationary, opting not to chase over the screen but instead positioned himself to defend against Green's corner cut. Following the pick-and-roll, Looney slipped to the basket, but Green and Oppos's pass lacked the necessary force, allowing Donai to swoop in and steal the ball. The Mavericks transitioned quickly, with Barnes bolting down court as Donai delivered an accurate long pass. Barnes effortlessly finished at the rim. 11-3 as play resumed. Thompson's outside shot clanged off the backboard. Jordan secured the rebound and promptly sought out Donai, who advanced the ball with a measured pace. In a tussle with Green, Matthews made a sudden cut, catching Green off guard. Donai passed the ball to Matthews, who, using his sturdy frame, powered through Looney's defense to score, drawing a foul in the process. He converted the free throw with ease. 14-3 Kerr called for a timeout. The Mavericks' defensive scheme had been utterly dismantled by Donai. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He had overlooked a reliable perimeter defender, Klay Thompson. Upon returning from the timeout, the moment Donai received the ball, Thompson was glued to him. Jordan stepped in to set a light screen, blocking Thompson momentarily to allow Donai to advance past half-court. At the top of the arc, Donai directed his teammates, but Thompson, like a wraith, stealthily appeared behind him, swiping the ball away. Donai reclaimed possession, and as Jordan approached to set another screen, Thompson intercepted the ball just as Donai prepared to maneuver around the pick. Transitioning quickly, Livingston surged down court, and Thompson passed the ball to him, enabling Livingston to soar for a layup. 14-5 Donai realized that whenever he possessed the ball, Thompson would be closely shadowing him. Although he could use his speed and changes in rhythm to evade defense, whenever he felt he had outmaneuvered Thompson, the latter would adapt and re-establish his position. In a moment of misfortune, Donai inadvertently dribbled the ball off his foot, resulting in a turnover. Chapter 52, Thompson vs. Donich. Donich committed 2 consecutive turnovers. Green brought the ball up, lofting a pass to Looney in the paint. Looney, with his back to the basket, attempted to back down Jordan. Jordan and Oppos's defense was impeccable, leaving Looney with no space to maneuver. Suddenly, Looney executed a feigned shot, successfully deceiving Jordan and effortlessly scoring with a layup. 14-7 Donich ceased to receive the ball as Barnes took over. Donich set a solid screen for him, effectively blocking Jones from trailing. Barnes penetrated the lane, and faced with Looney and Oppos's defense, he calmly passed to Matthews in the corner. Matthews faked Green, then confidently sank a three-pointer. 17-7 The Warriors quickly inbound the ball, with Livingston receiving it and racing down the court, leaving Powell trailing behind. At the arc, Livingston executed a swift change of direction to evade Barnes, using a Euro step to glide in for a layup. 17-9 Jordan rushed over to inbound the ball, but Matthews momentarily lost his focus, and with Jordan's pass lacking precision, the ball slipped through Matthews' fingers. Matthews' moment of solitude with the ball was interrupted as Livingston seized the opportunity, dashing forward to take control. The Warriors swiftly organized their offense, with Looney, Green, and Thompson returning to the play. Looney charged in, receiving the pass from Livingston, and elevated over Jordan's defense to score. The 2 points counted, and Jordan was called for a foul. Looney capitalized on the ensuing free throw opportunity. 17-12 in the Mavericks starting lineup. Only Donich and Barnes possessed substantial playmaking abilities, while Matthews was more suited as a catch-and-shoot shooter. The team's poor offensive and defensive performance in recent possessions caused Carlisle to shake his head in dismay. He wished to avoid placing undue pressure on the rookie Donich, but with Nowitzki aging, the team's reliance fell squarely on him. Donich brought the ball up to the arc, facing Thompson's defense. He gestured for everyone to clear out, signaling his intent to isolate. Thompson, attentive and focused, was unyielding, refusing to let Donich exploit any minor misstep. With a solid defensive foundation, Thompson was impervious to typical fakes. Donich, opting for straightforwardness, dribbled and launched a three-pointer over Thompson. The ball swished through the net. 2012 as the Warriors commenced their offensive possession. Carlisle called for a timeout. He replaced all but Donich in the starting lineup. Carlisle recognized the necessity of Donich as a playmaker and his threat on offense, intending to keep him on the floor for the entirety of the first quarter. Kerr mirrored this strategy, retaining only Thompson from the starting 5. Thompson effectively contained Donich, while the bench player Zhou Tong entered to apply pressure alongside Thompson. Their strategy was to trap Donich upon receiving the ball, severing his connection with teammates. At that moment, the Mavericks and Oppos, 5 on the court were Donich, Dennis Smith, Maxi Kleber, Dorian Finney-Smith, and Dirk Nowitzki. The Warriors continued their offensive push. Lee held the ball at the top of the arc, and Zhou Tong used Cousins and Oppos' screen to receive the ball, facing Dennis Smith and Oppos' defense. Zhou Tong advanced toward the corner, executing a handoff with Thompson. Donich pursued defensively, but Zhou Tong exerted himself to shield Donich, creating a somewhat open look for Thompson. For a player of Thompson and Oppos' caliber, even a slight opening sufficed. The ball soared in a radiant arc, finding the net. 2015 Donich brought the ball to the top of the arc, passing to Nowitzki in the post. Nowitzki initiated a backdown against Cousins, who defended well. With a pivot, Nowitzki executed his signature jump shot over Cousins, scoring 2 points. 22-15 Zhou Tong advanced rapidly, facing Smith's retreating defense at the arc. Zhou Tong executed a quick crossover to evade Smith and barreled into the paint. Kleber rotated to defend, positioning himself well at the basket. Zhou Tong took 3 long strides, skillfully maneuvering around the defense to score. Kleber fell, and the referee's whistle sounded. Zhou Tong glanced over and noticed the referee signaling an offensive foul. With a smile, Zhou Tong set the ball down and turned to run back. He had no intention of contesting the call. Any further words could lead to an additional technical foul. Zhou Tong's indifference did not extend to others. If one were to liken Kerr to a monster, he would undoubtedly be Godzilla, exhaling azure flames in fury over Zhou Tong's offensive foul. Perhaps the referee, aware of the situation, refrained from issuing a technical foul to Kerr. Donich brought the ball up, facing Thompson's tight defense at the right three-point line. He called for a screen, and Kleber jogged over to block Thompson. Donich maneuvered around the screen, only to find Zhou Tong in his path. Thompson also navigated around the screen, joining Zhou Tong to trap Donich. The two confined Donich, while Smith moved in for support. Donich passed the ball, but in the chaos, it deflected off Thompson, bouncing off Smith's foot and out of bounds. The Warriors regained possession, with Zhou Tong pushing the ball up the court. Alfonso McKinney engaged in a tussle with Finney-Smith, both players jostling for position. McKinney abruptly cut to the basket, and Finney-Smith nearly lost his balance due to inertia. Zhou Tong passed the ball to McKinney, who soared for a layup. 22-17, as the first quarter concluded, Donich appeared ill-prepared for the Warriors' double team, compounded by his teammates' inability to provide adequate support. Relying solely on Nowitzki's sporadic contributions proved insufficient, and the Mavericks gradually fell behind. 31-32 by the end of the first quarter, the Warriors had overtaken the score. During the rotation phase, Zhou Tong led the Warriors, while Brunson spearheaded the Mavericks. In the second quarter, the Warriors initiated the offense. Zhou Tong advanced against Brunson's defense. Noticing Brunson, who was a head shorter than him, Zhou Tong let his guard down momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Brunson swiftly positioned himself to obstruct Zhou Tong and Oppos' lower half, rendering him immobile, and then deftly stripped the ball away. With possession, Brunson immediately pushed for a fast break, with Zhou Tong in pursuit. At the arc, Brunson slowed down to halt. As Zhou Tong matched his pace, Brunson suddenly accelerated, completely shaking off the defense and soaring for a layup that found the net. 33-32 in just one possession. Zhou Tong learned firsthand the prowess of Brunson. A former NCAA champion, he was indeed a formidable opponent. Chapter 53, Zhou Tong versus Brunson. Zhou Tong, feeling vexed, slapped his thigh in frustration, cursing himself for his moment of complacency. As he dribbled past half court, Brunson shadowed him closely. The two shared a similar physique, allowing Brunson to effectively limit Zhou Tong's movements. The entire league recognized Zhou Tong as the linchpin of the Warriors' rotation. To stifle him was to undermine the very foundation of their gameplay. Before Brunson took the court, Carlisle had pulled him aside, imparting vital instructions. Jalen, your task tonight is to defend Zhou. I understand the challenge, but I have faith in your capabilities. Remember, Zhou has a tendency to drive right. Your build is comparable to his. Try to avoid calling for help, denying the Warriors any advantage in mismatches. Brunson absorbed this counsel and adhered to it in his defense, channeling Zhou's right hand and forcing him to the left. Observing this, Zhou Tong smirked, amused. Surely, you do not believe I am still the same player I was at the season's outset? My habit of driving right has been thoroughly analyzed. Do you think I cannot adapt? With that thought, Zhou Tong executed a swift change of direction and drove left, catching Brunson off guard. The latter was a beat too slow to react as Zhou Tong glided past, eluding Nowitzki's defense with a deft layup. 33-34 34 Brunson, unhurried, advanced the ball. Facing Zhou Tong's defense at the top of the arc, Nowitzki positioned himself to set a screen, but Brunson signaled for him to hold back. He feigned a step, but Zhou Tong remained unfazed. Brunson then slowed his pace, maneuvering toward the corner. In a flash, as Zhou Tong shifted his weight, Brunson accelerated, veering past him into the paint. Zhou Tong, momentarily deceived, twisted his body to give chase. Cousins guarded the rim as Brunson decelerated, halted, and executed a soft floater. Just as the ball was about to leave his fingertips and descend towards the hoop, Zhou Tong surged in, swatting Brunson's shot away with a volleyball-style rejection. McKinney seized the opportunity for a fast break, but his layup was thwarted by the recovering Finney-Smith. The rebound fell to Lee, who scored with a bank shot. 33-36. Having faced such a rejection, Brunson developed a newfound respect for Zhou Tong. This player was indeed formidable, he thought. At the top of the arc, Brunson confronted Zhou Tong once more. Nowitzki set a screen, and Brunson navigated around it, heading towards the corner. After the pick, Nowitzki rolled down, and Brunson adeptly returned the ball to him. Nowitzki elevated and scored effortlessly. 35-36. Zhou Tong advanced the ball again, with Brunson guarding closely. At the arc, Zhou Tong received the ball, stepped back, and launched a three-pointer. Brunson, taken by surprise, was unable to react in time. The sound of the net swishing was crisp and melodious. 35-39. Finney-Smith crossed midcourt, and Brunson moved to receive the pass. Zhou Tong and McKinney immediately closed in on Brunson, creating a double team. After Finney-Smith passed the ball, he abandoned his teammate, leaving Brunson speechless. As he was pushed toward the sideline under the Warriors' pressure, Zhou Tong cut sharply, causing the ball to bounce off Brunson's leg and out of bounds. The Warriors swiftly inbound the ball to Zhou Tong. Brunson and Finney-Smith closed in, attempting to encircle him. Rather than succumb, Zhou Tong flashed a devilish grin at Brunson, eliciting discomfort and causing his movements to falter. Zhou Tong passed the ball to McKinney, who executed a powerful gliding dunk. 35-41. Carlisle called for a timeout. Without a doubt, Zhou Tong's smile had left a psychological imprint on Brunson, who was bewildered by its implications. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Brunson found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, as a member of an NCAA championship team, Brunson possessed resilience. He quickly shook off the unease and, facing Zhou Tong's defense, launched a deep three-pointer. 38-41. Throughout the second quarter, both Zhou Tong and Brunson showcased their talents, orchestrating their respective teams' offenses while scoring against one another. Zhou Tong blocked Brunson twice, while Brunson intercepted two of Zhou Tong's passes. 60-58. As the first half concluded, the Warriors trailed by 2 points. During the intermission, Zhou Tong felt a subtle shift within him as the system notification chimed. Ding, today's task has been issued. Task details: achieve victory and compel Brunson to commit no fewer than 5 turnovers. Host. Give it your all. Zhou Tong dismissed the system's playful tone with a roll of his eyes. The task posed a significant challenge, after all. Brunson was a rookie with limited playing time. Forcing him into at least 5 turnovers during this limited window seemed nearly impossible, especially considering he had not committed a single error in the first half. System, Zhou Tong sighed. Little AI has arrived. Was the task of 5 turnovers solely achievable through steals? Not exclusively. Forcing Brunson into offensive fouls, 3-second violations, etc. also counts towards the turnover tally. Zhou Tong's realization dawned upon him. He had previously been trapped in a habitual mindset. All right, I understand now. During the halftime break, Carlisle adjusted the lineup. He substituted Matthews and Barnes, allowing Brunson and Finney-Smith to start the second half. Similarly, Kerr made a strategic response, pulling Livingston and Lee in favor of Zhou Tong and McKinney, who had performed admirably in the first half. In the third quarter, the Warriors initiated the offense. Green brought the ball past half-court as Thompson emerged from a screen to receive the pass. Looney blocked Donich, allowing Thompson to rise and sink a three-pointer. 60-61. Brunson brought the ball up, facing Zhou Tong's defense from the right side, near the three-point line. He slowed down, feigned a step, then swiftly accelerated. His movements were fluid and decisive. Zhou Tong maintained his position directly in front of Brunson, obstructing his driving lane while employing subtle hand movements to disrupt Brunson's rhythm. Brunson struggled to cope with this pressure. In an attempt to drive past Zhou Tong, he inadvertently struck the latter's face, all under the watchful eyes of the referee. The official promptly blew the whistle, calling an offensive foul on Brunson. The ball returned to the Warriors. Green positioned himself at the top of the arc, where he could best survey his teammates and oppos' movements. Zhou Tong maneuvered around Looney's screen to receive the ball. Reluctantly, Green passed it to Zhou Tong, who, while fending off Brunson's defense, charged toward the basket. Brunson clung tightly to the ball, and as Zhou Tong attempted a shot, Brunson managed to strip it away. Once again, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul on Brunson. Chapter 54, the decisive moment even in the critical moments of the game. Brunson remained composed. After being fouled by Zhou Tong on both offensive and defensive ends, he quickly grasped the referee and oppos's judgment standards. Engaging in futile arguments at such a juncture was evidently irrational. The cost of incessant complaints could lead to a technical foul, which was hardly worth the risk. Thus, when the Warriors initiated their offensive possession and Zhou Tong brought the ball up, Brunson strategically positioned himself at the top of the arc, allowing Zhou a half-step of space. This maneuver not only minimized excessive physical contact and the risk of a foul, but also enabled him to respond promptly to Zhou's directional changes. As anticipated, Zhou executed a cross-step to his left for a drive, with Brunson diligently guarding him. Sensing Brunson's reluctance to engage physically, Zhou pressed in closer, using his body to penetrate towards the basket. This was precisely the opportunity Brunson had been waiting for. He suddenly retreated, catching Zhou off guard, causing him to lose control of the ball and fall to the ground. Seizing the moment, Brunson initiated a fast break, and the Mavericks transitioned swiftly from defense to offense. Finney-Smith received Brunson's exquisite pass, deftly dodging McKinney's gamble for a steal, and soared for a layup to score. Throughout the majority of the third quarter, Zhou Tong and Brunson engaged in a battle of wits and skill. As they meticulously orchestrated their respective teams' offenses, they simultaneously scored against each other. This tit-for-tat dynamic was palpable. Brunson thwarted Zhou and Oppo's layup attempts twice, while Zhou intercepted Brunson and Oppo's bounce passes intended for the interior. As the game reached a fever pitch with a score of 85-87. Both teams fiercely contested every possession, unwilling to concede. Thanks to Thompson's buzzer-beater three-pointer, the Warriors entered the final quarter with a slender lead. At the outset of the fourth quarter, Brunson and Finney-Smith remained on the court. Kerr deployed a lineup of Looney, Green, Thompson, McKinney, and Zhou Tong. Luka Doncic brought the ball past half-court, encountering a double team from Thompson and Zhou. Brunson quickly moved to provide support. As Doncic passed the ball, Zhou abandoned the double team to pursue Brunson. The latter drove towards the basket, with Zhou trailing closely. Brunson executed a change of pace, allowing Zhou to pass, and then swiftly took a mid-range shot to score. The score was tied at 87-87 when Green advanced the ball and orchestrated the play from the top of the arc. Thompson signaled to Zhou, who understood immediately. The two exchanged defensive assignments through a cross screen, with Zhou taking over Doncic. Thompson faced Brunson, receiving the ball and quickly releasing a long-range shot that swished through the net. With the score at 87-90, Jordan Jr. inbounded the ball from the baseline. Doncic was immediately met with a double team. Brunson approached for assistance, but he failed to notice that this was a trap set by the Warriors. His focus on his teammate caught in the double team caused him to overlook Zhou's abandonment of the trap. As Doncic passed the ball to Brunson, the latter turned to drive but was swiftly intercepted by Zhou, who skillfully stripped the ball away. Following Brunson's turnover, he attempted to reclaim the ball, yet Zhou was quicker, passing it to Thompson, who charged towards the basket for a two-handed dunk. With the score at 87-92, the next defensive possession saw the Warriors implement full-court pressure. Doncic faced relentless defense from Thompson, while Zhou shadowed Brunson like a phantom, mirroring his every move, even synchronizing their breathing. Finney-Smith sprinted to receive the ball, barely avoiding an 8-second violation. Doncic and Brunson re-engaged in the team and Oppo's offensive strategy, executing a similar cross-screen to swap defenders. Doncic isolated against Zhou at the top of the arc, while Brunson remained vigilant of Thompson's every action. Zhou faced a formidable opponent in Doncic, who seemed like a mountain in stature. As Doncic powered his way past Zhou towards the basket, he casually tossed the ball into the air, where Jordan Jr. caught it with both hands and slammed it through the hoop. With the score at 89-92, the Mavericks adopted an aggressive full-court defense. However, the Warriors were prepared, as Green and Thompson each made long passes to easily break through the Mavericks' pressure. In just 3 passes, the Warriors dismantled the entire Mavericks' defense, leading to Zhou passing the ball to Cousins, who effortlessly finished with a layup. During the transition, Cousins joyfully high-fived Zhou in celebration. With a score of 89-94, the Warriors firmly grasped control of the game, while the Mavericks continued to play catch-up. Realizing that trading baskets would not secure a victory, Donich exchanged a knowing glance with Coach Carlisle, who nodded slightly in agreement. From that offensive possession onward, Donich resolved to take charge of the game. He controlled the ball, advancing from the backcourt. Positioned on the right side, just outside the three-point arc, Donich faced Thompson's defense and, from just a step away from the three-point line, rose up for a shot, which swished through the net. The score was now 92-94, and both teams exchanged blows, reaching the final moments of the contest. With a score of 107-109 and the Warriors leading by 2, the Mavericks held possession. With just 13.2 seconds remaining, Coach Carlisle called for the last timeout. Undoubtedly, Donich would be the Mavericks' primary option for the final play. The dilemma Carlisle faced was whether to pursue a safe two-pointer or go for a game-winning three-pointer. Opting for the safer two-pointer was a more prudent strategy, but Jordan Jr. was already burdened with 5 fouls. Should the game enter overtime? The seasoned Warriors would undoubtedly target the paint, seeking to exploit Jordan and Oppo's foul trouble. A three-pointer would be the most straightforward approach, allowing Donich to execute the final shot with the clock winding down, a high-risk, high-reward scenario. As the players engaged in a fervent discussion about strategy, an epiphany struck Carlisle. Upon returning from the timeout, he substituted Finney-Smith for Nowitzki. Donich inbounded the ball, while Looney flailed his arms in an attempt to disrupt the play. At the top of the arc, Nowitzki used his height advantage to receive the pass, and Donich quickly moved to support him. Thompson remained intensely focused, while Donich glanced at the dwindling timer. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, Donich made his move. He drove towards the basket, leaning against Thompson and Oppo's defense, prompting Zhou to rush in for the double team. Before the trap fully materialized, Donich passed to his teammate in the corner, Dirk Nowitzki. In the past, Nowitzki had repeatedly saved the team from dire situations. Today, as the team faced yet another critical moment, he was poised to become the savior once more. Receiving the ball in the corner, Nowitzki elevated over Looney's defense and released a three-pointer. Thud. The ball rattled around the rim twice, but this time, fate did not answer his call. As the players fought for the rebound, Donich managed to secure the ball amidst the chaos, but the clock had already expired. Carlisle and Oppo's unexpected strategy was executed successfully, yet one could only lament that Nowitzki and Oppo's potential game-winning three-pointer had not found its mark, resulting in a narrow 2-point defeat for the Mavericks. The Warriors emerged with a hard-fought victory on their home court, unscathed but challenged. Chapter 55. Comprehensive upgrades following a narrow victory over the Clippers. The Warriors prepare to face another Los Angeles team, the Lakers, at home. This match, scheduled for Christmas Day in the United States, is affectionately dubbed the Christmas Showdown by fans. The festive spirit envelopes the streets, adorned with cheerful Santas distributing gifts to every passerby from their oversized bags. For a modest fee, one can interact with Santa and capture a photo together. The Lakers are a formidable opponent, prompting Coach Kerr to intensify today's training session. Engaging in rigorous 5-on-5 full-court drills, he commands with the fervor of a real game, vociferously directing from the sidelines. Any misstep, be it a faulty run, poor offensive choices, or defensive lapses, draws his ire, leading to a lesson for the errant player. After practice, Zhou Tong drags his weary body home. After indulging in a comforting hot shower, he reclines in bed. The house is empty, allowing him to speak freely. Little Du is here. The voice is not that of the familiar Xiao AI. Zhou Tong feels a twinge of unfamiliarity. Why has it changed to Little Du? Because Xiao AI is tired and needs rest, so Little Du is here to assist you. By the way, I have all the traits you like. Zhou Tong raises an eyebrow. Your words could easily lead to misunderstandings. It wouldn't be surprising if this book gets banned. Little Du doesn't understand what the host is saying. Stop imitating Xiao AI to be cute. Let us discuss serious matters. You are Little Du, right? Bring up my skill panel. Loading skill panel, please wait. Loading complete. Current skills, Sharpshooter LV3, Defensive Wall LV3, Physical Enhancement LV3, Speed Enhancement LV3, Child of Luck LV1. Who understands this? Could you provide specific details? For instance, represent the strength of skills with concrete numbers. That would be much clearer. Include my physical data as well, displayed numerically. Would you like to change to scoring mode? Yes. Change complete. Host, Zhou Tong. Age, 20. Height, 194 centimeters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Wingspan, 208 centimeters. Standing reach, 267 centimeters. Running reach, 385 centimeters. Strength, 93. Speed, 93. Endurance, 95. Explosiveness, 95. Ball handling, 94. Passing awareness, 94. Layup, 95. Mid-range shot, 93. Three-point shot, 93. Steal, 91. Block, 90. Note: the system's default passing score is 90, with a maximum of 99. Current overall score, 93, qualifying as a rotation player with starting potential in mid-tier teams. Speaking of which, Zhou Tong's gaze lingers on the words Child of Luck on the skill panel. Little do, what exactly is this Child of Luck? Well, do you remember the slogan the NBA promotes? Where amazing happens. Bingo. Basketball is a magical sport. While skill is undoubtedly vital, it is not the entirety. Sometimes, a sprinkle of luck is necessary. Stop beating around the bush, be direct. Alright, do you recall the game against the Jazz, where you were ejected after receiving 2 technical fouls? Don't tell me this is the work of the Child of Luck? Bingo, you are quite astute. I can't believe this. You deceitful system. Please don't be upset, let me explain. Your Child of Luck ability is currently at level 1, so its benefits are limited. In matches, it may offer you both positive and negative assistance. Then why not upgrade it? That is not possible, host. The Child of Luck can only be upgraded after completing a set number of tasks. Could you tell me how many tasks are needed to elevate this ability to level 2? 250. I can't believe it. Why are you so agitated? Little Do was just joking with you. You've become increasingly cheeky after the update. Stop with the cuteness, Cora. Alright, Zhou Tong turned his attention back to his physical data, muttering, 194 centimeters. Isn't that a bit short? Luka is 200 centimeters tall, weighing only 90 kilograms. While it's a considerable weight for an ordinary person, in the NBA, unless one possesses Durant's caliber, a collision could easily send one flying. I recall Curry weighing 88 kilograms. Should I consider gaining a bit more weight? After much contemplation, Zhou Tong decided to consult the system. Little Do. Little Do is here. Can my physical data be modified? I mean, can it be adjusted like skill points? Absolutely. Really? Of course. Little Do is dedicated to being your strongest support. Very well then. I'd like to slightly modify my physical data. You currently have 1573 upgrade points. Let me think. Set my height to 198 centimeters, wingspan to 211 centimeters, and weight to 96 kilograms. Let us see if the adjustments reflect in real time. This modification will consume 1,000 upgrade points. Confirm modification? Confirm. Your physical data has been modified. Zhou Tong frowned. It seems there is no noticeable change. Host, Rome wasn't built in a day. The changes you've made will gradually manifest in future matches. Are you truly just an assistant? Zhou Tong's expression shifted. I've been meaning to ask, are you genuinely only an assistant? Of course. Little Do aspires to be the best support in the nation. I've never heard of any system that can modify physical data at will. You wish to etch a vibrant mark in the illustrious history of the NBA. If Little Do isn't exceptional, how could I assist you in realizing that dream? Who exactly are you? Little Do is simply Little Do. Zhou Tong increasingly sensed that this system was far from ordinary. Thus far, the system had not caused him harm, allowing Zhou Tong to temporarily suppress his myriad of questions. After making slight adjustments to his standing and running reach, he dismissed the system and picked up his phone to text Chin Xin. For the upcoming Christmas showdown at home, will you come to watch the game? Chin Xin's reply arrived almost instantly, as if she had been waiting for his message. How could I refuse my fiancé's invitation? Then, what about work? I'll take a leave of absence. How is it that you utter the phrase taking leave with such nonchalance? What other choice do I have? While work undeniably holds significance, the Christmas battle occurs but once a year. Moreover, my fiancé will be participating in the competition. In light of this, my choice is clear. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Just as long as you understand. By the way, I have decided that my Christmas gift will be the victory in the home ground of the Christmas battle. Excellent. Count on me. Chapter 56, The Christmas Clash. Warriors vs. Lakers, Part 1. The match between the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Lakers was scheduled for 11:30 a.m. Beijing time, allowing countless fans from the Fiery Nation to enjoy the game while having their lunch at home. The seismic shift in the league occurred during the offseason when LeBron James chose to join the Lakers, igniting the hopes of many veterans yearning for a championship. With the addition of a plethora of immensely talented rookies, the Lakers swiftly emerged as one of the frontrunners for the championship title. However, Basketball is not merely a matter of addition. Despite acquiring LeBron James, the Lakers found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, striving to secure a playoff berth. A bewildering spectacle that left many astounded. In contrast, the Warriors experienced an unexpected defeat to the Rockets in the conference finals last season. However, with the acquisition of DeMarcus Cousins and other key players during the offseason, the Warriors surged into the new season with vigor. Although injuries intermittently disrupted their momentum, they steadfastly held their position at the pinnacle of the Western Conference. Lakers and Oppos, head coach Luke Walton fielded a starting lineup comprising LeBron James, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Rajon Rondo, Brandon Ingram, and JaVale McGee. Walton opted for Caldwell-Pope to replace the injured Lonzo Ball and McGee to take the place of Ivica Zubac. Meanwhile, Warriors coach Steve Kerr deployed a starting five of Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Kevin Looney, Alfonzo McKinnie, and Sean Livingston. Livingston's presence aimed to counter Ingram, allowing the seasoned veteran to impart wisdom to the spirited young player. McKinnie was tasked with guarding Caldwell-Pope, while Rondo's well-known playmaking ability made him a target to be strategically left open. As the game commenced, McGee easily outjumped Looney for the tip-off. Even in his later years, McGee's leaping ability remained impressive, a testament to his past participation in dunk contests. James advanced the ball slowly, facing Green's defense at the top of the arc. Green eagerly volunteered for the challenge, and with limited defensive resources at his disposal, Kerr had no choice but to acquiesce. Green applied relentless pressure, constantly attempting to swipe the ball. McGee moved up to set a screen, but its effectiveness was questionable. As James navigated around the pick to drive towards the basket, Green maneuvered around the screen to continue his pursuit. Following the pick and roll, McGee rolled to the basket, and James promptly returned the ball to him. McGee, confronted by Looney and Oppos' defense, executed a delicate floater to open the scoring. 2-0. Green brought the ball up, with Looney providing a screen as McGee retreated to the paint. Green maneuvered around the pick and drove toward the basket, while James bulldozed through Looney, closely trailing Green. With McGee pressing in front and James in hot pursuit, Green found himself cornered. He halted, catching a glimpse of McKinnie open in the corner. Rondo, true to his reputation as a floor general, anticipated Green and Oppos' passing intent and intercepted the ball with his large hands. The Lakers transitioned swiftly, with James already sprinting down the court. Rondo lobbed the ball near the basket, and James caught it, showcasing a thunderous dunk. 4-0. Looney inbound the ball, carelessly tossing it to Green, who was not sufficiently focused. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted past him, and the ball was gone. Where did it go? It was in Rondo's hands. Rondo swiftly delivered the ball to the sprinting James, who soared for a layup. 6-0. Looney continued to inbound the ball, with Rondo closely shadowing Green, making it difficult for him to receive the pass. As the 5-second violation loomed, Livingston hurried to the backcourt to receive the ball. Looney passed it to Livingston, narrowly avoiding another turnover. Livingston crossed half court, and finally, Green managed to shake off Rondo's tenacity to receive the ball. After passing it to Green, Livingston made his way to the corner, where Ingram remained vigilant, anticipating his movement. The Lakers and Oppos' defense rotated, with James stepping up to guard Green. A seasoned veteran, James was unfazed by any of Green and Oppos' tricks. Green was compelled to lob the ball to Looney beneath the basket. Looney, with his back to the basket, attempted to post up against McGee. However, McGee cleverly pulled the rug out from under him, causing Looney to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, the ball slipping from his grasp. McGee regained possession and swiftly passed the ball to the sprinting James. James received it, leaping high for a soaring dunk that extended the lead. 8-0. Kerr called a timeout. Clearly dissatisfied with the unfolding events, James had taken control from the outset, delivering a series of impactful plays that left the Warriors momentarily stunned and set the tone for the entire game. "Are you gentlemen awake?" Kerr bellowed at his players during the timeout. "We're playing in our own backyard. We are the rightful owners of this arena. Why are you acting as if you're guests in someone else's house? Where's your fight? Where has your spirit gone? The fans did not pay to watch us get trounced. They have been kicking our behinds. What should we do?" Alfonzo McKinnie timidly raised his hand and shyly suggested, "Kick back." "Precisely." Kerr nodded vigorously. "We need to show them what we and Oppos remade of. Gentlemen, it and Oppos has time to elevate the intensity of this game." Upon returning from the timeout, Green committed yet another passing error, again falling victim to Rondo and Oppos' theft. The Lakers effortlessly sliced through the Warriors and Amp. Oppo's defense with a few quick passes, delivering the ball to Ingram, who, facing Livingston's defense, launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. 11-0 Kerr, observing from the sidelines, felt his blood pressure rising. If there had been a bottle of pressure medication within reach, he would have unhesitatingly consumed half of it. Green advanced the ball. With James giving him a step of space at the top of the arc, Green, now hesitant to act recklessly, realized that a turnover would leave him vulnerable to an unstoppable James on the fast break. Looney set another screen, but once again, James effortlessly crushed through it in pursuit. Green, driving towards the basket, executed a dazzling no-look pass, only for Thompson to miss the quick-fire three-pointer. McGee secured the rebound, and Rondo came to collect the ball. Rondo leisurely dribbled past half-court before executing a long bounce pass to James, who finished with a layup. 13-0 The Warriors struggled to break their scoring drought, with both inside and outside attacks crumbling. Looney and Oppo's high-arching layup was met with a fierce rejection from McGee. The Lakers countered, with Ingram finishing a dunk off a pass from James. 15-0 Chapter 57, The Christmas Clash. Warriors vs. Lakers, Part 2. The first quarter had elapsed for over 4 minutes, and the Warriors had yet to score a single point. The players and Oppo's dismal performance on the court infuriated Coach Kerr, prompting him to call another timeout, after which he substituted all of the starting players without exception. The Warriors initiated an early rotation, with Zhou Tong leading DeMarcus Cousins, Damian Lee, Damian Jones, and Jonas Jerebko onto the court. On the Lakers side, Coach Walton also made adjustments to his lineup, though he substituted only LeBron James, bringing in Lance Stevenson in his stead. Lee gradually brought the ball past half-court, awaiting Cousins to establish position in the paint. Holding the ball at the top of the arc, he faced Rondo and Oppo's defense. The seasoned Rondo deftly poked the ball away from Lee, but Lee managed to reclaim it. In the paint, Cousins called for the ball. Lee lobbed it inside, and Cousins received it, backing down against McGee. After a couple of dribbles, help defense arrived. Stevenson and McGee converged on Cousins, who, leveraging his bulk, forced a slight opening and attempted a shot, but it ricocheted off the rim. In the ensuing battle for the rebound, Cousins swatted the ball away. It landed in Lee's hands at the top of the arc, and the Warriors reorganized their offense from the perimeter. In the post, Cousins continued to call for the ball, but McGee quickly circled around and pushed him behind. Zhou Tong utilized Jerebko's screen to receive the ball, while Ingram, in pursuit, was effectively blocked by Jerebko. Zhou Tong swiftly released a three-pointer, scoring and breaking nearly 5 minutes of scoring drought for the Warriors. 15-3 Rondo brought the ball up, facing Lee and Amp. Oppo's defense. Despite Lee's insistence, Rondo executed a crafty maneuver, leaving Lee in his wake. As Rondo penetrated toward the basket, he encountered Cousins, casually flicking the ball over him to McGee behind. McGee received the ball and scored effortlessly. 17-3 Zhou Tong pushed the ball swiftly, with Ingram guarding him closely. "Here we go again, Brandon," Zhou Tong taunted. "Was my preseason defeat not painful enough for you? Huh? You and Oppo's, just an undrafted player. Thinking you and Oppo's, the main character?" Ingram scoffed. "Today, we're going to hand you a thorough beating. And you, I'll destroy you, rookie." As Zhou Tong exchanged banter with Ingram, he used his newly fortified physique to brush past him, facing McGee's defense. With a high-arcing teardrop shot, he scored and drew a foul from McGee, confidently converting the free throw. 17-6 After receiving the ball, Rondo was met with Lee's staunch defense. What appeared to be tight defense in Rondo's eyes was riddled with gaps. He showcased an impressive display of ball control, pushing the ball forward. Despite Lee's relentless pursuit, he had no choice but to watch as Rondo passed to Ingram. Ingram, positioned at the top of the arc, isolated against Zhou Tong. The latter squinted slightly, attempting to anticipate Ingram's next move. A flicker of golden light glimmered in Zhou Tong's eyes as he focused intently, predicting Ingram and Oppo's forthcoming action, a crossover dribble leading to a left-hand drive. Sure enough, Ingram executed the crossover and initiated his left-hand drive. Zhou Tong, having anticipated the move, pivoted to obstruct Ingram and Amp. Oppo's path, cleanly stealing the ball. Ingram surged past, but the ball remained with Zhou Tong, already in motion for a fast break. Jerebko signaled to Zhou Tong, who launched a long pass to him. Jerebko caught the ball and executed a simple dunk. 17-8 Turning back, Ingram called for the ball from Rondo, continuing his isolation against Zhou Tong. McGee sought to come up for a screen, but Ingram waved it off, signaling everyone to spread out. "Brandon, are you even aware? Zhou Tong taunted during the defense. I and Oppos, VE defeated plenty of players one-on-one. You and Oppos, re neither the first nor the last. Beep. Ingram spat out a vulgar remark. Wait until you can stop me before you talk. Zhou Tong and Oppos' smile vanished. While he was indifferent to trash talk during the game, he could not tolerate comments that involved family. Ingram pivoted to shake Zhou Tong off, but Zhou and Oppos' fingertips grazed the ball, causing Ingram to lose control. In a desperate attempt, Ingram threw himself to the ground to chase the loose ball. Zhou Tong forcefully pried the ball from Ingram's grasp, initiating a rapid transition. A step inside the free throw line. Zhou Tong leapt high, executing a soaring windmill dunk that astonished the crowd. 17-10 Come on, Brandon. Zhou Tong shouted at Ingram, who was approaching for an inbound pass. Did you not just say you would destroy me? Here I am. Come and try. Ingram, frustrated, shoved Zhou Tong aside, fueled by youthful exuberance. Zhou Tong was not one to take a hit without retaliating. He marched over to Ingram, and the two exchanged heated words, their heads nearly colliding. Sensing the escalating tension, teammates hurried to separate them. The referees were unsympathetic, issuing technical fouls to both players. The technical fouls canceled each other out, and no free throws were awarded. This minor incident evidently affected Ingram's mindset. His driving layup was thwarted by Cousins and ricocheted off the rim. Although Stevenson was wide open on the perimeter, an agitated Ingram ignored his teammate and fired a miss. Transitioning back, Zhou Tong sprinted with the ball, seizing the moment while the Lakers were still unsettled. He delivered a precise pass to Cousins in the paint, who muscled past McGee for a strong finish. 17-12 Walton could no longer sit idly by and called for a timeout. Things were starting to feel off since Zhou Tong's entrance. The Warriors had surged with a 12-2 run, rapidly closing the gap. Double team. I repeat, double team. During the timeout, Walton devised a specific strategy against Zhou Tong. From the next possession onwards, anytime Zhou received the ball, he was to be double-teamed. They needed to sever his connection with his teammates. Let him score 50 points if he wished. They simply needed to win. With that, he turned to a visibly agitated Ingram. Brandon, don't fall into his trap. Can't you see he's trying to mess with your mentality? Just focus on yourself and play well. As the timeout concluded, the moment Zhou Tong received the ball, Stevenson and Ingram aggressively converged upon him. Zhou Tong found himself surrounded, and Lee quickly rushed to receive the ball. Ingram subtly shoved Lee from behind, causing Lee to collide with Zhou Tong, dislodging the ball. Stevenson scooped it up, passing it to Ingram, who glided in for a powerful dunk to finish. 1912 Chapter 58, The Christmas Showdown. Warriors vs. Lakers, Part 2. During the preseason, Walton had already experienced Zhou Tong's prowess. After receiving an inbounds pass from Cousins, Zhou Tong swiftly transferred the ball. Lee advanced over half court, with Zhou Tong and Ingram entangled behind him, engaging in subtle maneuvers. Cousins positioned himself to set a screen, allowing Lee to navigate around it and drive towards the basket, with Rondo closely trailing. Jerebko and Zhou Tong exchanged defensive assignments through cross movements, with Pop being tasked to defend Zhou Tong. Lee passed the ball to Zhou Tong at the corner, who executed a feint to elude the lunging Ingram and calmly took the shot. The ball swished through the net. 1915 Rondo brought the ball forward, with Lee attempting to obstruct his path. Rondo drove, resulting in a collision with Lee. As Rondo initiated a shooting motion, he drew a shooting foul from Lee, earning 2 free throw attempts. During Rondo's free throw interval, the Lakers made substitutions, with Ingram, McGee, and Pope taking a breather. Zubac, Kuzma, and Alex Caruso entered the fray. 21-15 Lee advanced with the ball, as Cousins moved to the top of the arc to set a screen. Lee navigated around it and drove. While Cousins rolled towards the basket, Lee made a bounce pass, and Cousins high-pointed the ball to score. 21-17 Walton refrained from substituting Rondo, whose ability to orchestrate and control the game was Walton's greatest reliance. The young players, fearless and prone to erratic play, could easily squander the hard-earned lead. With Rondo on the court, this predicament could be largely averted. Rondo quickly pushed the pace, with Caruso receiving the ball at the arc, facing Zhou Tong's defense. Caruso called for a screen, and Zubac laboriously moved up to set it, obstructing Zhou Tong. Caruso penetrated, with Zhou Tong squeezing through the screen to pursue. Faced with Cousins' defense, Caruso coolly dished the ball to Kuzma, who shot from just inside the three-point line but missed. Cousins and Zubac contended for the rebound, with Cousins showing signs of age, lacking the athleticism and explosiveness he once had. Zubac seized the rebound over Cousins and secured a second chance opportunity. The ball was passed to Kuzma, who received it beyond the arc. With a swift release, Kuzma drained a three-pointer. 24-17. Throughout the first quarter, the Warriors' performance was far from satisfactory. Despite having the home court advantage, they found themselves bewildered by the opponent's strategy. If not for Zhou Tong's 12 points and 4 assists in the quarter, the Warriors might have already collapsed. 38-25. The first quarter concluded, with the home Warriors trailing by 13 points. Upon the return of Green, Thompson, and others, the Warriors mounted a 13-2 run, narrowing the gap to just 1 point. However, once LeBron re-entered the game, the Lakers swiftly stifled the Warriors' momentum, responding with a 13-2 run of their own to extend the lead. For the Warriors, LeBron James was an insurmountable obstacle. 71-54. The first half ended, with the Lakers seizing a 17-point lead on the road. During halftime, Kerr closed the locker room door. This time, he refrained from unleashing his fury on the players and instead reflected upon himself. In the first half, they had us on the ropes, and I must take primary responsibility. My preparation was insufficient, and I failed to adapt to the Lakers and Oppo's changes in time. Let us forget the dismal first half. The second half will be a fresh start. We must play each possession with utmost diligence. We must strive to minimize turnovers, unnecessary fouls, and poor shot selections, resolutely denying the Lakers opportunities for fast breaks. We must view ourselves as challengers rather than complacent frontrunners, focusing on defense and ensuring a high success rate on offense, controlling the pace of the game. Gentlemen, are you ready? With fervor coursing through their veins and determination ablaze in their eyes, Kerr observed the rejuvenated spirits of the players. He opened the locker room door. Go out there and reclaim victory in this game. The second half commenced with the Warriors' offensive possession. Green possessed the ball, noticing that Rondo had switched to defend him, while James closely shadowed Thompson. Although Rondo lacked Green and Oppo's sturdiness, he compensated with agility and intelligence. He could anticipate Green's intentions and passing routes. Beneath the basket, Looney established position, extending his arms for the ball. Green's pass was intercepted by Rondo, who initiated a fast break, delivering a precision pass to James, who finished with a powerful dunk. 73-54. Green continued to advance the ball, with Thompson using Looney's screen to receive it. However, upon catching the ball, he found himself tightly guarded by James. Thompson's ability to attack was limited, prompting Green to come to his aid. Unfortunately, as soon as Green received the ball, he fell victim to a double team from James and Rondo, unable to assist his teammate. Thompson watched helplessly as his companion was ensnared. Green stumbled, committing a traveling violation, prompting the referee to blow the whistle. The Lakers quickly executed an inbounds play, with James receiving the ball and launching a long pass downcourt. Rondo then passed it to Ingram, who sank a three-pointer. 76-54. Kerr called for a timeout. The Lakers had intensified their defensive pressure in the third quarter, leaving the Warriors disoriented. Lacking Curry and Durant, many of the Warriors' strategies became untenable. Amid Kerr's troubled thoughts, his gaze fell upon Zhou Tong at the end of the bench. An idea struck him. What if I added another ball handler on the court? Allow Green to focus on defense and support while entrusting the organization and facilitation to Zhou Tong? Thus, Kerr substituted McKinney for Zhou Tong. Upon returning from the timeout, Zhou Tong received the baseline inbounds pass, matched against Pope. He gradually brought the ball over half court and passed it to Green at the top of the arc. Green, in his familiar playmaking position, directed his teammates' movements. Thompson utilized Looney's screen to receive the ball, but during the process, James collided with Looney while pursuing, resulting in a defensive foul call. The Warriors retained possession. Zhou Tong quickly executed an inbounds play, with Green receiving the ball and swiftly transferring it to Looney beneath the basket, who effortlessly scored. 76-56. Rondo pushed the ball rapidly, with McGee setting a screen. Rondo maneuvered around it, passing to James in the low post. James, backing down Thompson, executed a turnaround jumper with poise. 78-56. Chapter 59. The blossoming Walton glanced at the Warriors lineup on the court, a look of relief spreading across his face. By introducing an additional ball handler, he allowed Draymond to focus on defense and playmaking, while Zhou took charge of organizing the team's plays. This clear division of roles was a commendable strategy, Walton mused. LeBron James, receiving a pass from Rondo, drove to the basket and drew a foul from Looney. As James stepped to the free throw line, Walton substituted Caruso for KCP. James made both free throws, further widening the gap. Zhou brought the ball across half court, now being guarded by Caruso. Upon seeing him, Zhou felt a sense of disdain. He resorted to his usual taunting, addressing Caruso. Hey, Alex, how's your hair? I know a fantastic hairstylist in Los Angeles. Would you like an introduction? Unfazed, Caruso pressed aggressively. Zhou paid the price for his scorn as Caruso stripped the ball away. Zhou attempted to recover it, but Caruso, like a whirlwind, sped off, easily scoring a layup in the paint. 82-56 Zhou continued to dribble, facing Caruso at the top of the arc. Looney moved to set a screen, but Zhou declined the screen and signaled for everyone to clear out. Caruso positioned himself perfectly to intercept Zhou's drive, standing resolute. Zhou barreled through, knocking Caruso down. The referee blew the whistle, calling an offensive foul on Zhou. Rondo took the ball, with Green applying full-court pressure. At the top of the arc, James came to set a screen. Green discreetly leaned into James, a subtle move that went unnoticed by the officials. Yet, James stood firm, while Green staggered. Rondo penetrated. And with Zhou abandoning his assignment to help trap the ball handler, Rondo delivered a pass to an unguarded Ingram in the corner. Ingram quickly adjusted, evaded his defender, and made a jump shot. 84-56 Transitioning back, Thompson received a pass from Green but overcooked his shot. The ball hit the back rim and bounced long, allowing McGee to secure the rebound. The Lakers swiftly pushed the ball up the court. James caught a brilliant pass from Rondo and barreled toward the basket. No one could halt LeBron's fast break. The phrase was not merely rhetoric. With a thunderous crash, Zhou was sent sprawling out of bounds. James soared high, delivering a powerful dunk that ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The basket counted, and Zhou was called for the foul, granting James an opportunity for an additional free throw. 87-56 James converted the free throw, pushing the lead beyond 30 points, prompting Kerr to call a timeout. Unlike the Lakers, whose players exchanged high fives and encouragement, the Warriors bench exhibited a stark lack of communication. Zhou sat despondently, while Thompson remained silent. Green, seething with frustration, found that his fury could not rectify the situation. Livingston attempted to rally the team, while Looney looked up at him, somewhat bewildered. What has happened to the Warriors? This was likely the shared question among every home fan. Since December began, something felt amiss. The Warriors started losing inexplicably, and matches that should have been easy victories turned into fierce battles until the last moment. Key players like Dirk Nowitzki and Lou Williams had missed game-winning shots, allowing the Warriors to narrowly escape with 2 victories. The loss in Salt Lake City was particularly egregious, with former Warriors coach Mark Jackson declaring it an entirely unacceptable defeat that deserved to be discarded into the annals of disgrace. The Energy Solutions Arena, known for its daunting home court advantage since the era of Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer, posed a challenge, especially at over 1,000 meters elevation. Yet, as a championship-caliber team, the Warriors crumbled in the face of adversity, which was simply inexcusable. A 4-game losing streak in November could be excused by poor form. December's bewildering defeats could be attributed to injuries. But today, the Warriors had exhausted all their good fortune and could no longer find excuses for their failings. They were missing Curry and Durant, yet the Lakers also fielded an incomplete roster. The two teams displayed contrasting spirits on the court. The Lakers radiated vitality, while James appeared rejuvenated. In stark contrast, the Warriors presented an image of lethargy, seemingly wishing for the game to conclude. In terms of the game adjustments, Walton outclassed Kerr. Each substitution and strategic adjustment by Walton had an immediate impact. Conversely, Kerr seemed to be grasping at straws. What has happened to the Warriors? Their fervor for victory has waned, their thirst for championship glory diminished, and even their passion for the game has dissipated. 103-79 as the third quarter concluded. The homestanding Warriors trailed by 24 points. Kerr had exhausted 6 timeouts yet could not stem the tide of decline. LeBron had donned a long-sleeve training shirt, laughing and conversing with his teammates, indicating he did not intend to return for the fourth quarter. The Warriors appeared to have accepted defeat, accustomed to losing, as Kerr pulled all the starters, resigning to the inevitable. With 2 games remaining in December against the Trail Blazers, one in Golden State and one in Portland, the Trail Blazers were in formidable form, having just triumphed over the second-place Nuggets. Given the Warriors' current state, facing Damian Lillard's Blazers promised to be a daunting challenge. Zhou volunteered to play, only to be outright declined by Kerr. Why? Zhou inquired. The season is long. We need not obsess over a single game's outcome, Kerr replied with a bittersweet smile. And don't you sense it? Our passion for the game, our determination for victory, our desire for championships has faded. Zhou looked at him in confusion. That's all I can share with you. Next season, we may need to rely on you more, Kerr said, patting Zhou's shoulder. Zhou felt no joy at the prospect of increased responsibility. Rather, he was left perplexed by Kerr and Oppo's words, sensing an inexplicable feeling of urgency regarding their time together on the court. It was not as if he had been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Instead, he felt an unshakable sense that his time playing alongside this group would soon diminish. Chapter 60. The loss and post-match interview. The outcome of the game, a decisive 127-101, was already determined. Caruso leisurely dribbled the ball across half-court, and the Lakers chose to forego their final offensive play, allowing the 24-second shot clock to expire. The referee and Oppos' whistle pierced the air, signaling a routine 24-second violation against the Lakers. Cousins inbound the ball, and after receiving it, Jerebko stood still, letting the final seconds tick away. As the final buzzer echoed, Jerebko handed the ball back to the referee, passing by, and exchanged embraces with the opposing players. After greeting Caruso, Zhou Tong turned to head towards the player tunnel. A voice called out to him from behind. He paused and turned to see it was LeBron James. "Hey Zhou, you played exceptionally well tonight. I admired the energy you displayed on the court," LeBron said, wrapping his arm around Zhou Tong and Oppos' shoulders and speaking into his ear. "Aside from Yao, you are the second player from the Land of Fire to earn my respect." "Thank you, LeBron," Zhou Tong replied. "Congratulations on your victory. It was merely good fortune. I haven't forgotten the caliber of your team. I look forward to our next matchup in Los Angeles. We shall regain our rhythm," LeBron chuckled. "I eagerly anticipate it." LeBron continued with some words of advice, which Zhou Tong graciously accepted. On the Warriors' side, Zhou Tong and Thompson attended the post-match press conference. Zhou Tong still felt uneasy under the spotlight of the interview. Thompson, noticing a bottle of drink on the small table, swiftly moved it beneath the table, as it was not one he endorsed. American journalists share a common trait: they thrive on drama. A male reporter raised his hand to pose a question directed at Zhou Tong. "Good evening, Zhou. Tonight, your team suffered a heavy defeat at the hands of the Lakers. Do you believe anyone in the team should be held accountable for this loss?" Thompson frowned, displeased, just as he was about to interject. He saw Zhou Tong pick up the microphone. "Yes. If anyone should be held accountable for tonight's defeat, it is undoubtedly me. I failed to meet my responsibilities. The coach placed his trust in me, and I did not deliver a performance worthy of that trust. Yes, I am responsible for this painful loss." "Are you out of your mind?" Thompson exclaimed in confusion. "Why would you take the blame on yourself? Losing is never the fault of a single individual. We will review the game footage, identify our shortcomings, and reflect earnestly." Before he could finish, another female reporter raised her hand. "Good evening, Zhou. You appear quite disheartened. How do you assess your teammates and Oppos' performances after such a significant loss to the Lakers?" "My teammates? Without a doubt, they performed admirably. It was merely a matter of missing a few shots," Zhou Tong replied. "Tonight, Lady Luck seemed to turn her back on us. We failed to make some shots we usually would have. Yet, I still believe in my teammates. Yes, I have faith in these incredible individuals. I trust they will find their rhythm." Zhou Tong emphasized his belief in his teammates by using the word and Oppos, believe and Oppos, 3 times. "Additionally, I must clarify. My prior comments do not include this individual beside me, as he refuses to let me stay at his house." "WTF?" Thompson playfully shoved Zhou Tong, mockingly scolding him. "You rascal. That's because you eat too much. You can devour a meal meant for 2. You polished off all the cheese in the kitchen. And you still want tea admitted." "My zodiac sign is the rat," Zhou Tong replied. "So you mean I should get a cat?" With that, Zhou Tong and Thompson exchanged smiles, filling the press conference room with an atmosphere of joy. On the Lakers and Oppos' side, Coach Walton and LeBron attended the post-match press conference. The male reporter, who had initially aimed to provoke Zhou Tong, now shifted his attention to LeBron. "Good evening, LeBron. Tonight, you decisively defeated the Warriors, demonstrating that they are not invincible. Does this victory signify that the current Lakers team is superior to the Warriors?" "Wow, that's quite a tricky question." LeBron subtly expressed his dissatisfaction. "You must understand, the season is lengthy. We play 80 to 90 games, sometimes over 90. Players are not machines. Prolonged periods of intense pressure can be exhausting." Another male reporter stood up to inquire. "LeBron, could you comment on Zhou?" LeBron interrupted him directly. "Wow. Without a doubt. I admire this young man. I appreciate the energy he exhibits on the court. After the game, I offered him some advice on how to establish himself in the league. I know he went undrafted, which is perplexing. How could such an outstanding player not be selected? If I were the general manager with a top 10 draft pick, I would undoubtedly choose him without hesitation." Laughs. "A player like Zhou is undeniably formidable. He trains diligently, seizing every opportunity to improve himself and become better. Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Zhou Tong pulled out his phone, glancing at the caller ID. It was indeed Qin Xin and Oppos. He answered the call, opening with 2 words, scumbag. What? Qin Xin and Amp, Oppos. Was momentarily taken aback by his remark. Aren't and Amp, Oppos. Do you supposed to be cursing me out? She said, scratching the back of her head. I thought after your loss, you would specifically call to scold me. On the other end, Qin Xin and Amp, Oppos, rolled her eyes. What do you take me for? Do I resemble a woman who creates a fuss? Yes. Zhou Tong, you scoundrel. Not only are you unreasonable, but you're also quite rude. You really can conjure up nonsense. All right, enough joking. What do you need from me? Are you interested in participating in a charity event? A charity event? Upon hearing those words, Zhou Tong instinctively thought of blood donation. Yes, Qin Xin and Oppos, responded. The company's boss is organizing a charity event, and each employee can bring a relative along. I drew the chance to visit an orphanage to see the children. Would you like to join me? A charity event requires a lottery? Do you think this is a housing lottery? There are too many people at the company. It would make sense for a large group to visit the orphanage at once. The children would be frightened. Back to the point. Do you have time? Yes. Chapter 61. A long-awaited good news to be prudent. Zhou Tong confirmed with Qin Shiner the specific timing of their company and Oppos' charitable activities, receiving the response that it would likely coincide with the All-Star game, as discussions were still ongoing, but it was highly likely to be finalized. Zhou Tong did not oppose participating in charitable events alongside the competition. When Qin Shiner mentioned she would contact him with definite news later, he readily agreed. The painful defeat during the Christmas battle seemed to have gone unnoticed by the Warriors. In their home game against the Portland Trail Blazers, the Warriors continued to struggle on the court. Under the leadership of Damian Lillard, the Blazers quickly seized control, delivering a staggering blow to the Warriors with a 17-0 run right from the start. For most of the match, the Warriors found themselves in the role of the pursuer. They managed to briefly take the lead before the end of the game thanks to the stellar performances of Thompson, Green, and the substitute McKinney, only to be met with a game-winning 3-pointer from Lillard. The final score stood at 110-109, marking the Warriors and Oppos' second consecutive home loss. Zhou Tong was filled with frustration, mentally berating himself countless times. The decisive shot by Lillard had been made right under his defense, leading him to believe that his failure to keep up with Lillard was the reason for the team and Oppos' loss. After the game, Zhou Tong sat alone on the bench, reluctant to leave. Coach Curry in casual attire, and Thompson, with a towel draped over his head, joined him. Curry nudged him with his shoulder. Hey, Zhou. The game is over. Aren't you heading back to the locker room? We could have won this match. Zhou Tong and Oppos' expression was one of bitterness. He lacked the courage to meet Curry and Oppos' gaze. If I had stayed close to Damian and not let him slip away, I could have defended the shot. In truth, Zhou Tong was overly self-critical. Under his stringent defense, Lillard had only made 1 3-pointer throughout the match, a remarkable feat considering Lillard and Oppos' notorious prowess. Lillard and Oppos' statistics read, 23 attempts with 7 successful, 1 out of 11 from 3-point range, 7 out of 8 from the free throw line, totaling 22 points, for rebounds, 11 assists, 7 turnovers, and 5 fouls. Zhou Tong and Oppos' sole task was to defend Lillard, and his own statistics were 14 attempts with 4 successful, 0 out of 6 from 3-point range, 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, yielding 10 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, and 5 steals. After the game, Lillard approached Zhou Tong, praising his defense and describing it as suffocating. Kerr patted Zhou Tong on the shoulder, saying, Zhou, I admire your sense of responsibility. However, I detest how you constantly shoulder the blame for our losses. I have emphasized time and again that losing is never solely one person and Oppos' fault. Your defense against Damian tonight was commendable, and I will not dismiss all your efforts due to a single play. Thompson removed the towel from his head. You feel guilty, don't you? He requested a ball from the staff and tossed it into Zhou Tong and Oppos' hands. I'm going to practice more. Will you join me? Zhou Tong glanced at the basketball in his hands, then looked up at Thompson. I'm going to practice more. Will you join me? Thompson repeated. Zhou Tong finally felt a sense of relief and stood up. All right. A day later, in Portland, the Warriors faced the Trail Blazers again, with Zhou Tong entrusted by Kerr to defend Lillard once more. This time, the Warriors took the initiative, reclaiming their championship demeanor with a 21-5 run, swiftly asserting their dominance on the court. As the team faced adversity, Lillard stepped up, executing a series of challenging shots to narrow the gap. By the fourth quarter, the Blazers had even taken the lead. A familiar script was about to unfold, but Zhou Tong had no intention of allowing it. As the Blazers' morale soared, he intercepted Lillard's pass to the corner on defense. Then, on the offensive end, he hit a crucial three-pointer over Lillard and Oppo's defense to stabilize the team and Oppo's momentum. Lillard could not tolerate anyone disrupting his territory. He attempted to retaliate but was called for an offensive foul against Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong single-handedly halted the Blazers' surge. After that, the Warriors firmly controlled the game, denying their opponents any further opportunities. The final score was 115-105, with the Warriors securing victory on the road, breaking their two-game losing streak. Lillard's statistics were impressive. 23 attempts with 14 successful, 9 out of 14 from three-point range, 11 out of 12 from the free throw line, totaling 48 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 6 turnovers. In contrast, Zhou Tong recorded a perfect performance, 7 attempts with 7 successful, 4 out of 4 from three-point range, 4 out of 4 from the free throw line, achieving 22 points, 4 rebounds, 12 assists, and no turnovers. During the match, Lillard observed Zhou Tong's graceful and agile movements, envisioning him in a Trailblazers jersey. After the game, Lillard approached Zhou Tong, holding his own jersey, and initially, Zhou Tong did not comprehend the gesture. Lillard pointed at Zhou Tong's jersey and then waved his own, prompting Zhou Tong to understand. He hurriedly removed his jersey and handed it to Lillard, who exchanged it for his own. "Zhou, you played exceptionally well," Lillard said, embracing Zhou Tong. "Why is a player as talented as you not my teammate? Can I interpret this as you recruiting me?" Zhou Tong jested. "Haha, don't try to twist my words. It's a pleasure to meet you, my friend. Your talent should not have gone undrafted. I hope we can have the opportunity to play together in the future." You've fallen for it, Damien. Just a friendly reminder, recruiting violations are not permitted. We'll chat more in the offseason. Sounds good. In the first game of the new year, the Warriors achieved a resounding victory in Phoenix. Zhou Tong entered a killing mode, scoring 43 points with 21 attempts and 14 successful, 7 rebounds, 14 assists, 5 steals, and no turnovers. His counterpart, Booker, faced Zhou Tong's stringent defense, resulting in 22 attempts with only 8 successful, 0 out of 7 from three-point range, and 12 out of 14 from the free throw line, yielding 28 points, 4 rebounds, 11 assists, and 8 turnovers. In the fourth quarter, Booker was ejected after receiving 2 technical fouls due to his dissatisfaction with the officiating and elbowing Zhou Tong. Without their mainstay, the Suns faltered and could not close the gap. After the game, the Warriors received exhilarating news. Curry and Durant had exceeded expectations in their recovery and were set to return for the upcoming home game against the Rockets. Finally, after enduring so much, the clouds have parted to reveal the moon, Zhou Tong reflected. Chapter 62. The terrifying James Harden. Is James Harden formidable? Indeed, he is. Is James Harden terrifying? Absolutely. Among those who have shared the court with him, Zhou Tong holds the most profound understanding. Especially during the period when Chris Paul was sidelined due to injury, Harden delivered a breathtaking scoring display that can only be described as terrifying. He disregarded defenses, maneuvering through the offense as if it were an unguarded realm. He adeptly balanced scoring and playmaking, showcasing his prowess in both areas. With sheer determination, Harden single-handedly extricated the Rockets from the depths of despair. At the season's inception, they languished at the bottom of the Western Conference, but now they stand proudly among its top 4. The match between the Warriors and the Rockets is eternally rife with intrigue. Both teams have traversed over each other's corpses to reach the finals and claim championships. In the season opener, the Warriors disrupted the celebratory atmosphere at the Toyota Center, thoroughly besting the Rockets, who had just received their championship rings. The Rockets were fueled by a fervent desire for revenge. Their strategy was meticulously crafted, from roster choices to defensive schemes, compelling the Warriors to approach the game with utmost seriousness. During this contest, Stephen Curry and Kevin Durant made their much-anticipated returns. In playing on their home turf, the Warriors quickly established a lead. At the onset of the third quarter, following a three-pointer from Curry, the Warriors held a 20-point advantage, leading many to believe the outcome was already decided. However, Harden had a different perspective. With a series of exquisite assists and challenging baskets, he relentlessly kept the score within reach. His indomitable spirit inspired every teammate, as Tucker, Capella, and Gordon stepped up, gradually whittling down the deficit to 6 points by the end of the third quarter. During the intermission, Coach Kerr passionately outlined his strategy. "Joe, You will be tasked with guarding James. You know him best. Any concerns? Zhou nodded affirmatively. None, I assure you, sir. The challenge of defending Harden with his formidable presence would be monumental for Zhou. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Rockets initiated the offense. Harden brought the ball across half-court, facing Zhou and Oppo's defense. Long time no see, Zhou. Harden remarked while dribbling. Since leaving Houston, it seems you've rediscovered the joy of playing. Congratulations. Zhou opened his arms. Thank you, James. I will never forget your support during my time with the Rockets. You are my friend, always. However, I want to let you pass easily. Their personal camaraderie was set aside as they prepared for battle. Harden waved off any screens, signaling his teammates to clear out for an isolation against Zhou, who remained fully focused and vigilant. The world knows of Harden and Oppo's explosive first step, but Zhou remained steadfast, refusing to be deceived. Suddenly, Harden executed a step back, feigning a shot, causing Zhou to bite. Harden drove past him, launching the ball skyward for Capella, who finished with a thunderous dunk. As the Warriors resumed possession, Curry orchestrated the play. Matched against Gordon. Gordon's defensive capabilities had often been underestimated. His remarkable defense against Donovan Mitchell in the previous playoffs was a testament to his skill. Curry struggled to find opportunities, passing to Durant, who was met by Tucker's staunch defense. Tucker, renowned for his defensive acumen, anticipated and countered Durant and Oppo's moves effectively. Despite Durant's attempts to shake Tucker off, he ultimately relied on his height to score a three-pointer over him. Harden advanced with the ball again, Zhou continuing to guard him closely. Seizing a moment of disarray in the Warriors' defense, Harden executed a crossover, evading Zhou with a European step, scoring over Looney's defense. As Curry took the ball again, Gordon shadowed him closely, unfazed by Curry's feints. When Curry attempted a forceful drive, both players leaped simultaneously, resulting in a foul against Gordon, who was penalized for defensive contact. Curry converted the free throw. Harden's aggressive style of play had become the Rockets' secret weapon. He charged down the court, Zhou maintaining his position beside him. At the top of the arc, Harden faked a dribble and drove, forcing Zhou back a step. Suddenly, he stepped back and launched a three-pointer. Zhou steadied himself, but it was too late. Swish. The ball sailed through the net. In a swift transition, Gordon intercepted a pass from Curry intended for the interior and pushed the ball forward, delivering it to Harden, who executed a European step. Strong against Looney's defense to score again. The referee signaled a foul against Looney, and Harden converted the ensuing free throw. As the Warriors initiated another offensive round, Curry faced a double team from Tucker and Gordon. Durant moved in for support, but Tucker opted to continue his pressure on Curry. The Rockets executed a defensive rotation, with Harden matched against Durant. In this clash of former teammates, Durant leveraged his height advantage to penetrate the paint, facing resistance from Capella while Harden pursued from behind. With a deft flick, Durant passed to Looney, who easily scored a layup. Coach D'Antoni called for a timeout. Although the deficit appeared within reach, the Rockets had never truly caught up. The Warriors maintained a firm grip on the game, exchanging baskets as the clock ticked away. Chapter 63, the decisive moment the match continued as Gordon received the serve. Upon gaining possession, he swiftly maneuvered the ball past the half-court line, where Harden awaited. Positioned beyond the three-point arc on the right side, Harden faced Zhou Tong's defense. Having previously suffered from Zhou Tong's step-back three-pointer, he now remained vigilant. Observing the minute movements of Harden's feet, Harden feigned a drive, but Zhou Tong remained unfazed. Noticing the sudden halt in Harden and Oppo's advance, Zhou Tong reacted swiftly, rushing towards him just as Harden executed a step-back three-pointer. Despite the interference, the ball ricocheted off the rim twice before falling away. Looney secured the rebound and passed it to Curry. As Curry brought the ball past half-court, Looney positioned himself at the arc to set a screen. Curry navigated around the screen, but Gordon, blocked by Looney, quickly circumvented him to pursue. Curry adjusted his rhythm, and as Gordon closed in, he dished the ball to Durant, who released a rapid shot from the right side, leaving Tucker unable to contest as the ball sailed through the net. 104-112 Harden, feeling fatigued, was no longer invincible, especially against the Warriors, where he needed to remain perpetually alert. In response, Gordon sprinted with the ball, momentarily halting to weave past Curry's defense and driving to the basket. Looney had prepared a spicy hot pot for him, and Gordon elevated with a high-arching shot, effortlessly scoring over Looney and Oppo's attempt to block. 106-112 Zhou Tong, now at the top of the arc, passed the ball to Curry, who was closely guarded by Gordon. During their time together on the Rockets, Gordon and Zhou Tong had frequently collaborated on pick-and-roll plays, with Zhou Tong's quality screens facilitating Gordon's drives. However, now on the receiving end of a screen, Gordon felt a tinge of annoyance towards Zhou Tong's obstruction. Curry deftly escaped his defender, penetrating the lane. But his layup was thwarted by Capella's vigorous interference. Capella secured the rebound, and Harden moved to assist. The Warriors promptly double-teamed. With Thompson and Zhou Tong converging on Harden, he maneuvered left and right, leveraging his physicality to create a sliver of space before passing to Gordon. As Curry lunged to intercept, he miscalculated, allowing Gordon to race to the right corner beyond the three-point line, where he abruptly halted, adjusted, and launched a shot. 109-112 turning the tide, Curry and Durant executed a pick-and-roll. After the screen, Durant drifted outward while Curry drove, drawing two defenders. In midair, Curry spun and returned the ball to Durant, who, receiving it, effortlessly eluded Tucker, sinking a smooth three-pointer. 109-115 at the top of the arc. Harden faced Zhou Tong in isolation, visibly worn out. His dribbling and subsequent fakes appeared sluggish. Zhou Tong, half-jokingly yet serious, remarked, "James, you look tired." Harden readily admitted his fatigue, wishing Zhou Tong was still on his side to conserve energy for the fourth quarter. As Zhou Tong reached for the ball, Harden attempted to draw a foul, but his weary body betrayed him, leading to an awkward misstep. Zhou Tong seized the opportunity to strip the ball from Harden, initiating a fast break for the Warriors. Zhou Tong passed to the streaking Durant, who soared for a dunk, scoring effortlessly. 109-117 D'Antoni called a timeout with only 130 seconds remaining in the game. After a grueling battle, Harden was indeed exhausted. As he noted, had Zhou Tong still been on the Rockets, he could have preserved more stamina for the decisive moments instead of depleting his energy prematurely. During the timeout, D'Antoni devised a strategy centered around Harden as bait, intending for him to attract defenders and distribute the ball. Gordon, Tucker, and others were tasked with making crucial shots. Upon returning, the Warriors immediately double-teamed Harden, precisely as D'Antoni had anticipated. As Harden drove, Thompson and Durant converged, and he passed to Gordon on the perimeter. Sensing danger, Curry rushed to contest, but Gordon, just a step shy of the three-point line, rose up to shoot, successfully converting the shot. 112-117 The Warriors sought to control the tempo and maximize their shooting efficiency, but the Rockets were pressed for time. When Curry received the ball, Gordon charged forward aggressively. Curry passed to Thompson, who quickly relayed it to Durant. However, Tucker intercepted the ball, and in a moment of quiet determination, Gerald Green, who had been largely unobtrusive throughout the game, collected the ball and made a long pass to the fast-breaking Gordon, who executed a soaring layup. 114-117 Looney inbound the ball, but the Rockets immediately double-teamed the ball handler. Zhou Tong found himself trapped by Gordon and Tucker. As the referee began to count down, Curry rushed to receive the ball, but Zhou Tong's hurried pass resulted in a miscommunication, leading the ball to collide with Curry and Oppo's elbow. In the ensuing scramble for possession, the referee blew the whistle for a violation, an 8-second call against the Warriors. With possession shifting to the Rockets, they quickly inbound the ball. Gordon charged to the basket, executing a deceptive play that left Looney in a dilemma. As Looney hesitated, Capella leapt high, emphatically slamming the ball into the basket. 116-117 The Rockets embarked on a 7-0 run, narrowing the deficit to a single point. Coach Kerr called a timeout, taken aback by the Rockets' tenacity and resilience. With only 45 seconds left, a typical performance from the Warriors should secure victory. Upon returning from the timeout, Thompson received a pass from Curry and launched a three-pointer, eliciting despair from the visiting fans as the ball swished through the net. 116-120 The Rockets resolutely executed their bait strategy, finally demonstrating the tactical prowess expected of a championship-caliber team. Harden drove to the free-throw line, drawing two defenders, and stumbled as he passed to Tucker, who, evading Durant, sank a critical shot from his preferred area. 119-120 In the ensuing offensive possession for the Warriors, Looney received the ball beneath the basket and scored. But as he landed, he heard the referee's whistle. Looking down, he was startled to see Capella sprawled on the floor. Realizing his mistake, he glanced at the baseline referee, who signaled an offensive foul. In the final moments of the game, Looney's crucial offensive foul relinquished control of the match. The Warriors appeared disoriented. Harden continued to draw defenders, and Green, using Capella's screen, emerged to receive the ball. Harden leaped to pass, but Curry sprinted towards the ball, only to find Gordon. However, deftly tapped the ball to Green at the arc, who settled into his rhythm and confidently sank the three-pointer. 122-120, the Rockets attained their first and only lead of the game. With just 24 seconds remaining, the atmosphere was electric. Chapter 64. Overtime arrives as promised. Coach Kerr swiftly called another timeout, urging his bewildered players to regain their composure. Charles Barkley once likened the Houston Rockets to a giant Texas cockroach, a sentiment that resonates accurately in the present moment. The Warriors had once held a commanding lead of 20 points, seemingly on the verge of drowning the Rockets. Yet, time and again, the Rockets persevered, retaliating fiercely against their adversaries. Kerr substituted Zhou Tong for Green, and upon resuming play, the Warriors unveiled the long-awaited Curry-Green pick-and-roll. The Rockets appeared ill-prepared. Gordon, who should have been shadowing Curry, found himself effectively blocked by Green. Curry deftly maneuvered past the defense, plunging into the paint, and, with a crafty layup over Capella, scored. The score was tied at 122-122. D'Antoni utilized his final timeout, leaving 7.2 seconds on the clock for the Rockets to execute their final play. The world held its breath, knowing precisely who would take the last shot for the Rockets. After the timeout, Capella inbounded the ball. Looney waved his arms to distract, while Harden, utilizing Gordon's screen, emerged to receive the pass. Capella found Harden near midcourt, who dribbled to the left wing, facing Zhou Tong's defense. For seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, Harden made a decisive move, but Zhou Tong remained unfazed, recognizing the feint. Indeed, Harden feigned a drive before opting for a three-pointer. The basketball soared towards the hoop, its trajectory seemingly perfect. However, fatigue hindered Harden and Oppo's final shot, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Looney secured the rebound. Harden and Oppo's miss meant the game was tied, leading to overtime. At the overtime tip-off, Capella triumphed over Looney, tapping the ball down for Harden to advance. During this critical juncture, Kerr refrained from deploying Zhou Tong, placing his trust in the regular lineup. Thompson guarded Harden closely as he faced defensive pressure, promptly signaling for a screen. Capella stepped up to provide the pick, allowing Harden to navigate around it. Thompson pursued diligently, and after the screen, Capella rolled to the basket. With defenders converging, Harden distributed the ball to Capella, who emphatically dunked over Looney. The Rockets took an early lead in overtime, 124-122. Green initiated a fast break, decisively executing the Curry-Green pick-and-roll. Curry received the ball, and as Green set a screen, he passed it on. Gordon struggled to displace Green's solid frame, allowing Curry to slip past the defense and confront Capella and Oppo's challenge directly before dishing the ball to Looney, who scored effortlessly. The scoreboard read 124-124. Harden advanced past half-court with Thompson defending him. Green remained vigilant, poised to assist at a moment and Oppo's notice. Harden executed a feint before driving left, but Green's help defense forced him a halt. Surrounded by defenders, Harden passed to Gordon, who swiftly reclaimed possession after Thompson intercepted the ball. Capella set another screen, enabling Gordon to penetrate the lane and score against Looney. The whistle blew. Looney committed a foul, granting Gordon a chance for an additional free throw, which he successfully converted. The score now stood at 127-124. Transitioning quickly, the Warriors capitalized on the Rockets' disarray. Curry passed to a sprinting Durant, who soared for a layup, narrowing the gap to 127-126. The Warriors intensified their defensive pressure on Harden. Kerr recognized that Harden was the core of the Rockets and Oppo's lineup. Apart from him, only Gordon possessed any significant ball-handling ability, provided he refrained from dribbling between his legs. Thompson and Green double-teamed Harden, who clutched the ball tightly, awaiting his teammates and Oppo's support. Gordon rushed to receive the ball, but in that fleeting moment, Green snatched it away. Thompson seized the opportunity to launch a long pass to Durant, who executed a soaring dunk, putting the Warriors ahead, 127-128. The Rockets responded with urgency. Gordon pushed the pace, exploiting the Warriors' delayed defense. Positioned beyond the arc on the right side, Gerald Green found his rhythm, converting a three-pointer to regain the lead at 130-128. Green prepared to inbound the ball, which Looney received before finding Curry. Curry advanced, passing to Green, who orchestrated his teammates and Oppo's movements from the top of the arc. Durant posted up against Tucker, signaling for the ball. Green delivered it, and Durant, undeterred by Tucker's defense, elevated for a jumper that found its mark. The score was tied once again at 130-130. The Rockets sought to reclaim control but acted too hastily. A momentary lapse in communication between Harden and Gordon resulted in a turnover. Harden's pass was intercepted by Curry, who ignited a fast break. Curry handed the ball to Thompson, who penetrated for a layup, putting the Warriors ahead at 130-132. D'Antoni Anthony called for a timeout with 49 seconds remaining. We remain unaware of the tactical adjustments D'Antoni Anthony devised during the break. Upon resuming, the Rockets' formation appeared disjointed. Harden inbound the ball while Capella stood at the top. Gordon and Tucker occupied the corners, with Gerald Green running back and forth. The Warriors were left in a quandary regarding whom to defend. Aside from Capella, the remaining 4 players possessed shooting range. Should they double-team Harden? That would leave Gordon and Tucker open for shots. Would they rotate to cover the corners? A single screen from Harden could easily yield a three-pointer. The referee handed the ball to Harden, blowing the whistle to commence the countdown. Harden passed the ball to Capella, who served as a facilitator, holding the ball high until Harden entered the play. Gordon and Tucker remained stationary, leaving the Warriors in a dilemma. Harden utilized a screen to accelerate past Thompson's defense, effortlessly scoring 2 points. The score was now tied at 132-132. Kerr called a timeout with 32 seconds left. He deliberated whether to bring Zhou Tong back onto the court. Zhou was the Warrior most familiar with Harden, having defended him adequately in the fourth quarter. However, Green had built a rapport with his teammates over the course of the game, undoubtedly surpassing Zhou's level of synergy. After much contemplation, Kerr resolved to keep Green on the floor. As regulation time concluded, Zhou Tong's stats reflected 14 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. With a plus-minus rating of 15, he had successfully thwarted Harden and Apos' potential game-winning shot, although Harden and Apos' own fatigue played a role. Nonetheless, the fact that he missed the decisive shot against Zhou and Apos' defense remained undeniable. Chapter 65, The Will of Fate. The game resumed with the Warriors on the offensive. Green initiated the play, while Capella endeavored to disrupt his vision. Curry tirelessly maneuvered to find space, as Thompson obstructed Gordon's path. With an opening created, Curry received the ball from Green at the arc. Gordon, having navigated around the screen, swiftly closed in on him, leaving Curry with limited opportunities. Green moved into assist, but Gerald Green, in a moment of keen awareness, poked the ball away. Chaos ensued as the ball slipped from Green's grasp, leading to a frenzied scramble on the floor. Thompson seemed to have secured the ball, yet it slipped through his fingers, bouncing toward the sidelines. Tucker and Durant vied for the loose ball, with Tucker making a desperate dive, just grazing the basketball but failing to grasp it. Durant, momentarily hindered by Tucker's foot, managed to extend his long arms to retrieve the ball, pulling it back as he fell out of bounds. Thompson contested possession with Harden, but Thompson gained control, passing to Curry at a 45-degree angle on the left. After receiving the pass, Curry executed a feigned shot, evading the defense before making a mid-range jumper. The score stood at 132-134 when D'Antoni called for a timeout with just 7 seconds remaining. However, Durant's save, upon review, was undeniably out of bounds. The Rockets' away game against the Warriors was a highlight, broadcasted across platforms such as Yanghua, Geelong, and Liobua. One commentator, after reviewing the footage, exclaimed in confusion, "Wasn't he that out of bounds?" The replay clearly showed Durant had stepped out while making the save. Both the baseline and sideline officials, positioned nearby, witnessed the entire incident. It was unequivocally an out-of-bounds call, leaving the commentator perplexed at the official's oversight. Oracle Arena transformed into a sea of jubilation, drowning out the visiting fans' accusations of the official's blindness. The comment section of the live stream was overwhelmed with remarks about the referee's incompetence, with sentiments ranging from admiration for their perseverance despite apparent blindness to incredulity over such a blatant missed call. D'Antoni, meanwhile, was strategizing for the final offensive play, dismissing the controversial call as just another day in the league. Everyone knew the Rockets would entrust the last possession to Harden. Upon returning from the timeout, D'Antoni's plans were disrupted as he switched out Looney for Iguodala. The game resumed with Gerald Green inbounding, while Durant aggressively disrupted the play. Green and Apos' pass was deflected out of bounds by Durant, wasting a precious second, yet the Rockets retained possession. Green continued to inbound the ball. Harden received it near the sideline as Green moved to the corner. Tucker stepped in to set a screen, and after the pick, Harden drove toward the basket, facing a double team from Thompson and Green. With time dwindling, Harden, with a quick motion, launched a shot amidst the tight defense, the ball sailing gracefully through the air and swishing through the net. The Rockets surged ahead. Harden had saved the team. The score was now 135-134. Iguodala signaled for a timeout as the Warriors sought to regroup with precisely 1 second remaining. The visiting fans erupted in ecstasy, while the home crowd fell into despair. Oh my! From afar in Yingwa, both commentators gasped in unison. What a miraculous shot! My goodness! Harden's play was nothing short of divine intervention. The two commentators struggled to articulate their excitement. The previously critical commentator remarked, Harden has truly reached the pinnacle of his craft tonight. In the face of adversity, Harden emerged as a hero, saving the Rockets with a golden three-pointer, while simultaneously plunging the Warriors into despair. Despite his triumphant shot, Harden remained composed, reminding his teammates that the game was not yet over. During the timeout, Kerr devised a final strategy to have Durant execute the last shot. Thompson prepared to inbound the ball as the others began to position themselves. Durant utilized a screen from Green to receive the ball, positioned just inside the three-point line. Durant contested Tucker's defense, launching a shot that hit the rim and bounced away as time expired. The game concluded with the Rockets narrowly defeating the Warriors, thanks to James Harden and Oppo's game-winning shot. Oracle Arena became a jubilant sea of celebrating fans as players rushed to embrace Harden, reveling in their shared victory. Zhou Tong, after exchanging greetings with Gordon and Tucker, walked away into the players and Oppo's tunnel without looking back. The Warriors ultimately paid the price for their overconfidence. They had once held a commanding 20-point lead, yet the Rockets demonstrated resilience, forcing the game into overtime, where the controversial call on Curry and Oppo's near buzzer beater was ultimately overturned by Harden and Oppo's exceptional three-pointer. Post-game, the atmosphere in the Warriors and Oppo's locker room was heavy with disappointment. No one felt good after being reversed and eliminated on their home court. Zhou Tong intended to take a shower but couldn't endure Green's incessant chatter. He decided to leave the locker room to practice his shooting. At the end of the players and Oppo's tunnel, someone appeared to be waiting for him. Harden. Hey, James. Zhou Tong forced a smile as he approached. That shot you made was simply incredible. Congratulations on your victory. Thank you, brother. Harden enveloped Zhou Tong in a bear hug. I still can't get used to seeing you in a Warriors jersey, haha. I thought we would play together for a long time, contending for championships. But you seem to have rediscovered the joy of the game. The NBA is merely a commercial enterprise. Zhou Tong embraced Harden back, gently patting him on the back. That and Oppo's, that's just business. It's the NBA, and I understand. Did Zhou Tong truly comprehend? Winning a championship yet being urged by the owner and general manager to seek a new opportunity. The team owner even informed him of the decision not to renew his contract while he was still in the car. Who could reconcile with such a reality? The door of the Rockets will always be open for you. Thank you, my brother. Chapter 66. The dire news on Saturday, January 5th. Gene Sheener felt akin to a brick, moved wherever needed. Today, she had come to the company's Los Angeles branch to assist in resolving some business challenges. With expert hands, what seemed like a formidable problem to the branch was effortlessly unraveled by her. Today, however, she was particularly restless. The thought of overtime was out of the question. Why prolong a battle that could be resolved within regular hours? As soon as the workday concluded, she grabbed her handbag and prepared to leave. Lawina, someone called out from behind her. She paused and turned to see a colleague from the branch, who was waving 2 cards that resembled vouchers. Thank you for your help. Without you, we would have been at a loss. As a token of appreciation, would you join me for a buffet? I have vouchers. No, thank you. Gene Sheener politely declined. I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps another day, I shall treat you. Today. Her restlessness stemmed from the anticipation of a scheduled video call with Zhou Tong. He had succumbed to her persistent requests, agreeing to their weekly Saturday calls. Thus, she was eager to return to her little world and connect with her fiancé. Feathery snowflakes mingled with rain, descending softly and blanketing the rooftops in white. As the city lights flickered awake, the inclement weather did little to dampen people's spirits. Gene Sheener pressed the brake and waited for the red light, each second crawling by. While waiting, she donned her headphones, opened her playlist, and set it to loop. The melodious, upbeat music filled her ears as she closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Unbeknownst to her, across the intersection, a medium-sized truck suddenly veered left, breaking free from the flow of traffic. In the next instant, the wheels skidded on the slick surface. And a series of misguided maneuvers from the driver only exacerbated the situation. The truck tipped over, sliding toward Gene Sheener. Danger struck abruptly. She finally sensed the peril. By the time she opened her eyes and reached for her seatbelt, it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the overturned truck bore down upon her. Bang! Zhou Tong had just concluded his training and was packing up in the locker room when his phone rang urgently. He pulled it from his pocket. The caller ID displayed Qin Shiner's number. A smile crept onto his lips as he answered. What's the matter? Missing me? However, a stranger's voice emerged from the other end. Hello. May I speak with Mr. Zhou? Who are you? Zhou Tong's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. Why do you have my wife and Appo's phone? Mr. Zhou, this is Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Your wife, Ms. Lewina, has been involved in a traffic accident in Los Angeles and is currently receiving treatment, the voice stated calmly. What? Zhou Tong leaped up, his sudden outburst startling his teammates. His heart raced, and he struggled to maintain his composure, his voice trembling. What? What is her condition? Is it serious? Please rest assured. Your wife has sustained minor injuries, primarily superficial wounds. However, as a precaution, she will need to be observed in the hospital for a while. Can you come in now? The nurse, responsible for contacting Zhou Tong, reassured him. He nodded fervently. Yes. I will be there immediately. Just then, Cole entered the locker room and collided with Zhou Tong, who was hastily shouldering his bag. Joe, what's wrong? You look anxious. Apologies, coach. May I take a leave of absence? Zhou Tong's expression was frantic. My fiancée has been in a traffic accident in Los Angeles and is in the hospital. I need to be with her. Cole nodded, of course. I am sorry to hear this. I sincerely hope your fiancée is okay. Remember, everyone here is your solid support. Thank you, coach. Zhou Tong exclaimed before rushing out of the locker room. After Zhou Tong left, Curry called Aisha to inquire if she was in Los Angeles. Yes, I'm in Los Angeles for an event, Aisha replied. Zhou's wife, Lewina, has been in a traffic accident and is currently in the hospital. Could you visit her on my behalf? I have a game tomorrow and cannot leave. Wait. You mean Lewina? It is indeed Lewina? Yes, Aisha's expression turned grave. All right, I will. With the assistance of the team's public relations. Zhou Tong arrived at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center as swiftly as possible and rushed inside. He burst through the entrance with a force reminiscent of a bull, startling the nurse, who feared he was there to cause trouble. Where is Ms. Lewina, who was involved in the traffic accident? I am her husband, and I wish to see her. Zhou Tong blurted, urgency evident in his tone. The trembling nurse looked at him in disbelief, questioning whether this brutish man could indeed be Lewina's husband. Seeing her skepticism, Zhou Tong quickly retrieved his phone and found the recent call log to show her. Look, you called me earlier. I came as soon as I received the call. The nurse finally relaxed slightly and directed him. Zhou Tong expressed his gratitude and rushed toward the patient room. Shiner. He pushed open the slightly ajar door, startling the doctor who was examining Qin Shiner, nearly dropping her stethoscope. She turned to see a stranger standing at the entrance and asked, Who are you? Zhou. You can call me Shou, he replied, pointing at Qin Shiner on the hospital bed. I am her husband. The doctor's eyes lit up. You are Zhou. The Appo's, killer and Appo's, from the Warriors? Wow. Could I have your autograph? Of course, but please tell me, how's my wife? Zhou Tong was consumed with concern for Qin Shiner and Appo's well-being. Readily agreeing to the autograph request, the doctor cleared her throat, feigning seriousness. Rest assured, your wife is fortunate. The accident resulted in only minor injuries, primarily superficial wounds. She will need to be kept under observation for a while, but once she has fully recovered, she will be able to leave the hospital. Zhou Tong did not forget to sign his name in the small notebook handed to him by the doctor. Chapter 67. Companionship. Qin Xiner was uncertain how long she had been asleep. It was her first opportunity to wake naturally since entering the workforce. As she stirred, a sharp pain shot through her forehead. Upon attempting to touch the area, she realized her clothing had been changed to a hospital gown at some point. Xiner? Zhou Tong, who had been in a light slumber, immediately opened his eyes upon hearing her stir. His gaze fell upon the gently awakening Qin Xiner, and he was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. You're awake. Thank goodness. Qin Xin and Appo's peered over to the bedside and was met with a reassuring face. A Tong? It's me. He wiped away his tears with the back of his hand, unable to contain his relief. Nothing mattered more than her safety. Qin Xin and Appo's managed a pale, weak smile. A man should be strong. Why are you crying? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? All right. I won't cry anymore. Zhou Tong sniffled, hastily drying his cheeks. Satisfied, she nodded slightly. How do you feel now? Does your wound still hurt? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? After a brief pause, he asked a rather foolish question. By the way, do you still know that 1 + 1 equals? Chin Xiner, wishing to tease him a bit, replied, 249. As expected, Zhou Tong's expression changed instantly. What? No way. Wait for me. I'll get the doctor right now. Before she could stop him, he dashed out of the room. Following a doctor's examination, it was confirmed that Chin Xiner was not seriously injured. The wounds from the traffic accident were mostly superficial, but she was still weak from just regaining consciousness and needed to rest. For safety's sake, she would need to stay in the hospital for another week. I'm fine. I'm really fine, Chin Xiner insisted, eager to be discharged, unable to tolerate the pervasive scent of disinfectant in the hospital. Look, I'm perfectly lively. Zhou Tong firmly pressed her back down into the bed, tucking in the blankets with care. He looked at her with the same determination she had shown when he was bedridden with fever. Your discharge isn't up to you. It's up to the doctor. For the next week, you're staying here. No arguments. Resigned, Chin Xiner nodded and settled into a comfortable position beneath the covers. Zhou Tong was pleased with her compliance and gently brushed her bangs aside. But I'm starving, she lamented, her delicate brows knitting into a pitiful arc that made one want to smooth them out. Living off glucose is unbearable. Can I have something to eat? He hesitated, his voice barely a whisper. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. I want a hamburger, fries, and a Coke. Yay. Yai? Are you serious? Do you hear yourself? You just regained consciousness and want to eat those high-calorie foods? But I want them to be quiet. I'll see if I can find some kanji for you. You need a light diet right now. When the hospital called me, I had just finished my training session. I rushed over. Otherwise, I would have brought you chicken soup. Are you going to poison the chicken soup? Chin Xin and Appos, joked. Zhou Tong rolled his eyes and raised his hand as if to flick her forehead. I'm a patient now. Can you do that? She teased, a slight smirk on her lips, holding him under her spell. I can't bear to, he sighed, deflating like a punctured balloon. Fine. I'll get you kanji. Stay put and don't wander off. She nodded obediently. I'll behave. The Warriors faced off against the Kings in Sacramento today. Before the game, Kerr announced to the media that Zhou Tong had left the team for personal reasons, with no set return date. This sparked a whirlwind of speculation among the press. Some suggested the Warriors might be looking to trade Zhou for immediate talent, considering his impressive performance this season. Others speculated he might be facing personal difficulties, noting he had been seen carrying heavy loads late into the night. Ultimately, few reliable conclusions emerged. This was the second game since Curry and Durant's return, and Kerr remained cautious, strictly controlling their playing time. Curry played for only 25 minutes, while Durant was on the court for less than 24, despite the Kings causing some trouble throughout the game. The Warriors secured a victory with a score of 127-113. After the game, Curry texted Zhou Tong to inquire about Chin Xiner and his well-being. Zhou Tong felt a warm glow in his heart and reassured Curry not to worry, promising he would return to the team as soon as Chin Xiner was discharged. May God bless your wife. We'll be waiting for your return, Curry concluded. Thank you, Stephen, Zhou Tong replied. Is that Curry? Chin Xiner asked, glancing at Zhou Tong's phone, which lay face down on the bedside table. Yeah, he nodded, then suddenly realized something was amiss. Why aren't you asleep yet? I've slept enough. My body feels lazy, and I can't fall asleep. That is not acceptable. You need rest more than anything right now. Hey, are you ordering me around? Yes, what is wrong with that? Since I'm here to take care of you, you must do as I say. She smiled helplessly. How come I never noticed this domineering side of you before? Of course you didn't, T. He shot her a look. Do you have any idea how worried I was when the hospital called to tell me you were in an accident? I wished I could borrow Barry Allen's speed to be by your side. By the way, it's the first time I've seen you cry. You've never shed a tear, no matter how harshly your parents scolded you. A man may have tears, but they are not shed lightly unless truly heartbroken. I'm growing fonder of you, all right. I'll behave and sleep. Now that's more like it. And where will you sleep? There will be a place for me to sleep. Don't worry. However, before sleeping, she extended a hand from beneath the covers and poked his cheek. Can you give me a kiss? Of course. He stepped closer and lightly brushed her soft cheek with his lips. What a heartless man. Now hurry and sleep. Chapter 68. Unstoppable victories. The media's speculation regarding Zhou Tong's whereabouts intensified, garnering attention comparable to the infamous altercation between Green and Durant in the Warriors' locker room last year. At that time, the information available was scant. All that was known was that Green repeatedly hurled insults at Durant, using derogatory language. The Warriors imposed an internal suspension on Green and required him to publicly apologize to Durant during practice, which allowed the matter to settle. The Warriors were poised to face the New York Knicks at home, marking their second and final encounter of the season. At the pre-game press conference, reporters again inquired about Zhou Tong's location. The baseless conjectures became unbearable for Coach Kerr, who maintained a sour demeanor throughout the conference, frequently urging for the next question. In recent days, aside from bathing and using the restroom, Zhou Tong had scarcely left the hospital room. Xin Xin and Oppos, who refused to sleep soundly, often kicking off her covers. Each night, he would rise intermittently to check if she had kicked off her blankets again. If so, he would tenderly cover her up and smooth her bangs. The consequences of his sleep deprivation manifested in his lack of vitality. By dawn, Zhou Tong was yawning incessantly, having hardly slept at all. His complexion appeared haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. Xin Xin and Oppos felt a pang of sympathy. Tong, you should rest more. Look at those heavy dark circles. It and Oppos, fine. You still need someone to take care of you, Zhou Tong insisted, forcing a smile. I'm in great shape. I can manage. No, this is non-negotiable, she asserted firmly. You will go rest now. If anything happens, I will call the doctor. But you, Zhou Tong attempted to plead. Be obedient, Xin Xin and Oppos said sternly. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Tong retrieved the folding bed from the corner, unfolded it, and lay down, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. Once he was sound asleep, Xin Xin and Oppos quietly got out of bed, moving as lightly as possible. She knew he was a light sleeper, easily disturbed by the slightest noise. She tiptoed to his side, draping the thick coat that had been resting on the chair over him. Fool, she mouthed silently, chastising him for not covering up in the cold. He curled up, lost in slumber. Watching him, Xin Xin recalled a saying she had heard. Those who curl up while sleeping are often children deprived of love. She smiled softly, adjusting the corners of his blanket. From now on, you have my love. The Warriors seized control of the game within a single quarter and dismantled their opponents in just 2. By halftime, they had stretched their lead to over 20 points. For reasons unknown, the Knicks had developed an obsession with forwards in recent seasons, possessing so many that they could nearly form a mahjong table. While their unique strengths might yield success, facing a championship contender like the Warriors disrupted their rhythm. Compounded by their off night, the Warriors Splash Brothers unleashed a torrent of scorings, making disaster inevitable. Throughout the second half, Curry, Durant, and Thompson did not re-enter the game. Instead, the trio transformed into cheerleaders, waving towels and vocally supporting their teammates. Curry even took on a logistical role, passing towels and drinks to the bench players. In the entire league, which other team as star would assist their reserves in such a manner? The final score of 122-95 marked a comfortable victory for the Warriors, securing their second consecutive win. When Zhou Tong awoke, night had completely fallen. He grabbed his phone from beside his head, realizing the time was already 9:34 p.m. Oh no, how could I have slept so long? He quickly sat up, shaking off the grogginess. Xiner hasn't eaten yet. She must be hungry. I need to get food. I've already eaten. Xin Xin's voice drifted from nearby. You can continue to rest peacefully. He squinted at her, sitting on the hospital bed, engrossed in short videos. You've eaten? What did you have? How long have I been asleep? Xin Xin and Oppos looked up from her phone. The hospital provides meals for patients. You Don and Oppos, need to worry. You were truly exhausted. You've been asleep for nearly 12 hours. 12 hours. Zhou Tong was bewildered. Did I really sleep that long? What about your lunch and dinner? She returned to her videos. I told you, the hospital has meals prepared. Just keep resting. You don't know how pained I felt seeing your exhausted face this morning. Oh. He nodded repeatedly, flopping back down. Moments later, soft snores filled the air. After scrolling through videos for a while, feeling tired, she set her phone down to prepare for sleep. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed him sleeping soundly on the folding bed, emitting gentle snores. Carefully, she got up to turn off the light. With a click, the room was plunged into darkness. In the dimness, she reached out to gently touch his face. Good night. Sweet dreams, my dear. If you were to ask Hoiberg about his feelings when facing the Warriors on their home turf, he would candidly express that he was haunted by a psychological shadow. Earlier in the season, in Chicago, Zhou Tong had shattered the rookie record for assists in a single game, thwarting the Bulls and Oppos' remarkable comeback. To Hoiberg, Zhou Tong seemed to embody the spirits of legends like Kidd, Nash, and Magic Johnson. He was not fighting alone, though it may seem unkind. Upon hearing that Zhou Tong would be leaving the team for personal reasons, he felt a sense of relief. At least he would no longer serve as a mere backdrop. His feelings about being inscribed in the annals of history were mixed. However, Hoiberg was so preoccupied with Zhou Tong that he overlooked the 3 sharpshooters on the Warriors. The consequences were swift and severe. Curry sank 9 of 14 three-pointers, scoring 38 points. Thompson hit 8 of 12 from beyond the arc, contributing 34 points. Durant made 12 of 15 two-pointers for 32 points without attempting a single three. Green dished out 17 assists. The ferocious output from this quartet extinguished the Bulls and Oppo's morale. The final score of 147-109 was a rout, marking the Warriors' third consecutive victory. Hoiberg substituted all of his starters before the third quarter concluded, conceding defeat early. In a post-game interview, Hoiberg remarked, "Congratulations to the Warriors on their victory. They dominated the game on both ends of the court and completely dismantled us. That's all I have to say." As reporters watched his despondent figure depart, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Chapter 69, Rehabilitation on January 14th. The Warriors traveled to Dallas to face the Mavericks. In their previous encounter, Nowitzki had missed a game-winning shot, allowing the Warriors to narrowly secure victory. However, at that time, the Warriors were missing both Curry and Durant, leaving their lineup incomplete. Now, with both players recovered from injury, the four Kings were back in their rightful places. Once Zhou Tong returned, the Warriors would once again summon their quintet of dragons. Thanks to her regular exercise, Chin Xin and Amp. Oppo's, her recovery surpassed expectations. The injury she sustained in the accident had nearly healed, leaving no lasting repercussions. She could now rise from her bed and walk steadily around her hospital room. Nevertheless, Zhou Tong remained overly cautious, preventing her from moving about freely. "Hey, if you don't let me get out of bed, I'll die of boredom." Chin Xin and Oppo's, pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. "I'm not calling you. Besides, who told you to get up?" Zhou Tong set down his phone and approached her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder to gently push her back down. "You can end Oppo's. Run around until the doctor says you can be discharged." She rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Run around? When would I even have the chance? You practically guard the door. The moment I step out, you'll catch me again. Besides, I've hardly even left the room during my stay." Zhou Tong shot her a sidelong glance. "I'm doing this for your own good. You're still weak and can't afford any bumps or bruises. You've been seriously injured. You need to recover completely without any lingering issues." "You could say something nice for once." "What lingering issues? Do you want me to have after effects or something? What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm angry now. The kind of angry that wants to be soothed." "Really?" Chin Xin huffed again, deliberately turning her head away in a show of defiance. Zhou Tong said nothing, simply took her hand and playfully shook it. When they were children, he often sought her forgiveness this way when he had upset her. She was easily swayed and soon softened. Yet, in an effort to establish her future household authority, she steeled her heart and continued to ignore him. "All right. You're forcing my hand." Observing her stubborn demeanor, Zhou Tong decided to deploy his trump card. He gently turned her lovely face towards him and slowly leaned in. Her eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Moments later, a tender kiss filled with fervent affection pressed against her rosy lips. Her heart raced. He had never been this forward before. In the crystalline depths of his eyes, she saw her own surprise, confusion, and helplessness reflected back at her. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and the sweetness of the moment enveloped her. She gradually succumbed, wrapping her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. He eagerly reciprocated. And their kiss was both innocent and sweet, a blend of tangy and saccharine that etched itself into her memory. She wished for time to freeze in that instant, allowing her to immortalize it in her heart. MMM. It was only when she playfully punched his chest that he reluctantly released her. Chin Xin and Oppo's, pressed her rapidly rising chest, feeling both shy and annoyed as she shot him a glare. "Do you enjoy bullying me so much?" "HM?" Zhou Tong smirked mischievously. "Clearly, you seem to be enjoying it. I was about to end it, but you leaned in again, eek." Chin Xin's face turned crimson as she picked up her pillow and hurled it at him. "Stop talking about it. It's so embarrassing." Zhou Tong ruffled her bangs playfully. "So, who's in charge at home from now on?" She pouted. He was quite pleased with her answer. "HM?" But she quickly realized she had been tricked, her expression shifting as she shot him a sidelong glance. For a brief moment, his happiness deflated. "You're in charge." She felt satisfied with his response. The Mavericks, playing at home, displayed unexpected tenacity and resilience. The Warriors had managed to stretch their lead to over 15 points 3 times throughout the match, yet each time, the Mavericks would rally back. Dirk Nowitzki, reminiscent of his prime, showcased his prowess, scoring 30 points, grabbing 11 rebounds, and dishing out 5 assists. Coupled with Luka Doncic and Oppo's 34 points, 8 rebounds, and 14 assists, The duo kept the score tightly contested, battling the Warriors until the very end, with the Mavericks trailing by 2 points at 116, 114, and only 14 seconds remaining. The Warriors held possession. Coach Kerr called a timeout to devise a high-percentage play. The Mavericks had only one timeout left, and Carlisle urged his players to defend fiercely, avoiding fouls that could lead to free throws while attempting to either secure a stop or steal the ball from the Warriors. When play resumed, Looney inbounded the ball, but Jordan's frantic interference proved ineffective. Curry received the ball near the sideline, where the Mavericks quickly double-teamed him, making it impossible for him to pass. Durant and Thompson were tightly guarded, and with the ball not moving, Kerr prepared to call another timeout for a revised strategy. Unexpectedly, Curry, in a moment of desperation, tossed the ball towards the top of the arc with one hand, where Draymond Green caught it. Finney-Smith made a grave error as the closest defender. He failed to engage immediately. Green, with composure, took his shot, delivering the final blow to the Mavericks' hopes. With a score of 119-114, Carlisle used his final timeout. Finney-Smith was filled with regret. His critical defensive lapse had squandered the team and Oppo's entire effort. Carlisle instructed his team to attempt a three-pointer, followed by an immediate foul. However, when Don's shot bounced off the rim and Looney secured the rebound amidst the crowd, the Mavericks' last glimmer of hope faded. As the clock expired, the Warriors emerged victorious on the road, marking their fourth consecutive win. After the final whistle, the Warriors players rushed to embrace Nowitzki, listening intently to the sage advice of the veteran. They cherished every moment spent competing alongside a legend, fully aware that the day of his retirement was drawing near. Each game featuring the German machine was one less to behold. At long last, Zhou Tong received the news he had eagerly awaited. Following a thorough examination, the doctor granted Chin Xin and Amp, Oppos, permission to be discharged. Congratulations, Mr. Zhou. Your wife has no lasting effects from her injuries and has fully recovered. She can be discharged at any time. Zhou Tong, filled with excitement, grasped the doctor's hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Words cannot convey my appreciation. Why don't we take a picture together? The doctor suddenly winked at him. I'm a fan of yours. My kids would be envious if I got a photo with you. Zhou Tong, both amused and touched, graciously agreed to the doctor's request for a picture. Chapter 70. A return to form in a home game. The Denver Nuggets faced the formidable Golden State Warriors, while Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and Paul Millsap were sidelined. The Nuggets, depleted in strength, were up against a Warriors team riding high on a 4-game winning streak. Having just suffered a crushing defeat in Houston at the hands of James Harden, who scored 45 points and dished out 13 assists, the Nuggets and Oppo's defense was in disarray. Upon returning to the high altitude of Denver, Coach Malone made the bold decision to rotate nearly half of the starting lineup, adopting a strategy reminiscent of a welfare program. The Warriors seized the opportunity without hesitation. With Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, and Klay Thompson firing on all cylinders, Draymond Green orchestrated the team with precision. By the end of the first quarter, the outcome had already seemed certain, as the Warriors secured a resounding victory on the road. After dismantling the Nuggets, they were set to return to the Bay Area, where they would face the New Orleans Pelicans the following day. At the pregame press conference, Coach Kerr provided reporters with reassurance. Zhou Tong had rejoined the team and would start against the Pelicans. However, Curry and Durant would be absent from the game. Their reasons for missing the matches varied as they were peculiar. Although Thompson and Green would take the court, their playing time would be strictly monitored. The Pelicans, upon hearing this news, were delighted. The Warriors had essentially rotated half of their starting lineup, indicating a clear concession. The Pelicans aimed to lock down Zhou Tong, hoping to snatch a victory on the road. On the day of the match, the Pelicans and Oppo's starting lineup featured Anthony Davis, Drew Holiday, Nikola Mirotic, Solomon Hill, and Antoine Moore. In contrast, the Warriors and Oppo's starting five seemed underwhelming. Zhou Tong, Damian Lee, DeMarcus Cousins, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. In terms of matchups, Holiday took on the defensive role against Zhou Tong. The opening tip was easily won by Davis, who passed the ball to Holiday, who then orchestrated the offense. With Davis and Oppo's as presence, the Pelicans and Oppo's tactics would naturally revolve around him. Holiday, at the top of the arc, faced Zhou Tong and Oppo's defense and lobbed the ball into Davis in the paint. Davis, backing down against Cousins, found himself unable to overpower his former teammate and opted to pass the ball back out. Holiday, handling the ball at the top, saw Mirotic set a screen. After the pick and roll, Mirotic stepped back and hit a three-pointer. 3-0. Zhou Tong brought the ball up the court. The Pelicans' defensive strategy involved Mirotic taking on the center position, battling Cousins inside, while Davis played power forward. The Warriors and Oppos' unusual lineup left Davis puzzled as to whom he should primarily defend, with Zhou Tong and Lee as the guards and Cousins at center. Thompson was designated as small forward, leaving Green in the power forward spot. This arrangement allowed Davis to roam freely, expanding his defensive coverage. Besides facilitating plays, Green posed little threat on the offensive end. Zhou Tong utilized Cousins' screen to isolate Mirotic, initiating a one-on-one confrontation. Zhou executed a crossover dribble, leaving Mirotic off balance before driving in with a Euro step. Faced with Davis and Oppos' long reach, Zhou passed to Thompson in the corner, who drained a three-pointer. 3-3. Holiday advanced past half-court, displaying his ball-handling skills with an effortless finesse. Though he and Zhou Tong were of similar height, Holiday deliberately lowered his center of gravity, making it difficult for Zhou to intercept the ball. Holiday searched for an opportunity while Zhou remained vigilant. Suddenly, Holiday delivered a bounce pass to Mirotic in the paint. Zhou attempted to steal the ball but narrowly missed as it slipped through his fingers. Mirotic, holding off Cousins' defense, scored. 5-3. Lee brought the ball across half-court and passed to Zhou Tong at the top. Zhou continued to use screens, isolating Mirotic again. This matchup was particularly challenging for Mirotic, who struggled to keep up with Zhou and Oppos' agility. Zhou easily evaded the defense and drove to the basket, only to be met by Davis, who loomed large like a protective canopy. Zhou passed out to Cousins, who attempted to score but was met with a firm block from Davis. Holiday took possession. Positioning himself at the top of the arc underneath, Davis posted up against Cousins, calling for the ball. Holiday lobbed it into the paint. Davis, backing down against Cousins, found himself in a favorable position as Cousins, slowed by previous injuries, could not match Davis's speed or explosiveness. Davis made a powerful move, scoring while drawing a foul from Cousins, converting the free throw. 8-3. Zhou Tong brought the ball up, calling for a screen. However, the screen was set by Thompson, not Cousins. The latter was unable to defend effectively and was often left stranded on offense. Thompson momentarily blocked Holiday, allowing Zhou to drive to the basket. Holiday, however, chased around the screen and managed to intercept Zhou's pass. The Pelicans quickly transitioned, with Davis involved in the fast break. Holiday stopped at a 45-degree angle on the right, dishing the ball to Davis, who took off with a powerful three-step leap, leaving Cousins unable to respond. Davis scored while also drawing a foul, converting the subsequent free throw. 11-3. Lee advanced with the ball, facing tight defense from Holiday. With his wealth of experience, Holiday anticipated Lee and Oppos' next move, a diagonal pass to the corner. Holiday lunged, fingertips grazing the ball, altering its trajectory into Moore's hands. Moore initiated a fast break, launching the ball ahead for Holiday, who soared for an easy layup. 13-3. Kerr called a timeout, unable to bear the poor performance of the starting lineup any longer. Cousins, stationed at center, appeared old and slow, unable to contend with either Davis or Mirotic, needing to pause and catch his breath after a few sprints. Upon resuming play, Kerr replaced Cousins with Looney. Zhou Tong brought the ball up, and Looney battled Mirotic for position in the paint. The Pelicans adjusted their strategy, returning Davis to his preferred power forward role while Mirotic took over at center. Seeing Looney struggling for opportunities, Zhou passed to Lee, who faced Moore's defense, took a step in, and returned the ball to Zhou. Zhou executed a wide-ranging pass to Thompson, who was poised to receive the ball. Suddenly, a hand intercepted the pass. Holiday. He snatched the ball, launching a long pass to Davis, who caught it midair and slammed it home. 15-3. Kerr observed Zhou Tong bringing the ball past half-court and felt a multitude of questions clouding his mind. Today, Zhou seemed uncharacteristically passive, showing little desire to score and displaying a lackadaisical approach to passing. After 2 consecutive turnovers, he remained unfazed, appearing almost leisurely. Chapter 71. Who defends? Who is a dog? Zhou Tong possesses an innate ability to connect and organize, yet today, he appears out of sorts, as if still ensnared in slumber. His handling of the ball is casual and lethargic, and after committing errors, he abandons pursuit after merely a few steps. This dismal performance plunges the Warriors into a deep hole right from the outset. Coach Kerr, unable to tolerate Zhou Tong's lackluster display as the core and primary playmaker of the second unit, calls a timeout. Zhou, what is the matter with you? At first, Kerr manages to restrain his emotions. Did you stay up all night playing video games? You seem like you and Oppos, still asleep. Do you need a can of Red Bull? However, As he continues, his agitation mounts, his voice rising. Wake up, Joe. Where has your energy and passion gone? I need you, and the team needs you. We require the killer god version of you, not this foolishness on the court. Zhou Tong, initially dazed and distracted, suddenly finds clarity through Kerr's words, akin to a sudden awakening. The gazes of his teammates fixate upon him, while the fervent cheers of the home crowd resonate in his ears. He pinches his thigh and slaps himself lightly. I apologize. Coach, Zhou Tong earnestly confesses. I was lost in thought just now, but I'm alert now. Good. Kerr pats his head. Go out there and crush the Pelicans' defense. Zhou Tong nods solemnly. Yes. Holiday is the first to notice the change in Zhou Tong. Previously, his eyes were vacant and bewildered. Now, that emptiness and confusion have vanished without a trace. Instead, he exudes the unwavering determination of a hawk locking onto its prey. As Zhou Tong faces Holiday's defense at the top of the arc, Livingston approaches to set a screen, but Zhou gestures for him to clear out. He intends to take Holiday on one-on-one. Zhou makes a swift move, feigning a drive. He fakes the drive and instead shoots, causing an unprepared Holiday to step back. A step-back three-pointer is released, and the ball swishes through the net. 15. Sixmore receives the inbounds pass and immediately seeks out Holiday. Holiday brings the ball past half-court. Confronting Zhou Tong's defense, he decisively calls for Mirotic to set a screen, using the switch to place the relatively slimmer Lee in front of him for a one-on-one. Holiday navigates around the screen, driving hard to the basket. Lee is pushed to the free-throw arc, and Holiday attempts a high lob pass for an alley-oop to the imposing Anthony Davis. However, Looney leaps high to disrupt the pass. The ball lands in Lee and Oppo's hands, but Holiday quickly snatches it back. Lee, using the momentum from Moore's turn, deftly steals the ball from him. Moore tumbles to the ground, but the referee sees no foul. The Warriors push for a fast break, yet the Pelicans swiftly retreat, stifling their opportunity for a quick transition. Zhou Tong takes control at the top of the arc. Calling for a screen from Looney, he maneuvers around the screen, but Hill blocks his path. Zhou deftly flicks the ball to Thompson at the arc. Moore shouts in alarm, rushing to contest. Yet, Thompson has already completed his shooting motion. Moore collides with him, but the ball finds its mark. The referee blows the whistle. The basket counts. Moore is called for a foul, and Thompson earns a free throw, which he converts. 15-12 Kerr's timeout proves immediately effective. In the blink of an eye, the Warriors have closed the gap. Pelicans head coach Alvin Gentry calls for a timeout. The Warriors' deep-rooted legacy is evident once they find their rhythm. Even the most substantial leads can evaporate in an instant. Kerr rests two regular starters, carefully managing Thompson and Green's playing time, which disrupts the Warriors' formidable defensive structure. He entrusts Zhou Tong to take the lead, hoping for an explosive offensive performance to decide the game's outcome. Kerr's tactical approach is straightforward: engage in a shootout. Whoever defends is a fool. Seeing the Warriors' strategy, Coach Gentry opts to loosen the reins, engaging in a shootout with the Warriors. On the road, relying solely on defense may not hold up. A shootout could potentially carve a path to victory. Consequently, both teams engage in a fierce offensive battle, displaying little interest in defense. Both sides find their shooting touch today, leading to a rapid-paced game. By the end of the first quarter, the Warriors hold a slender lead, with Zhou Tong contributing 7 assists. In the second quarter, Zhou Tong takes a breather. The Warriors lack their organizational core, and the offense devolves into chaos. Players resort to individual play, each taking turns with the ball. Unfortunately, the Warriors' shooting touch plummets, resulting in numerous missed shots, compounded by a lack of rim protection. The Pelicans see several transition opportunities, widening the gap significantly. By halftime, the Pelicans have established a 17-point lead. Despite the substantial deficit, Kerr maintains an air of calm. Throughout the second quarter, he keeps Zhou Tong firmly on the bench, denying him even a moment on the court. Zhou Tong complies. But compliance does not equate to blind obedience. He repeatedly requests to enter the game to rectify the situation, yet Kerr consistently declines. In the first half, the Pelicans achieve a remarkable shooting percentage of 61, with three-point shooting at 60. Such fierce firepower has not yet shattered the Warriors' resolve, leaving Gentry with an unsettling premonition. He senses that in the second half, the Warriors' explosive offense may return with a vengeance. Sure enough, Gentry's concerns materialize after halftime. The Warriors dramatically intensify their defensive efforts, leaving the Pelicans utterly unprepared. Gentry calls 2 consecutive timeouts, yet the slide continues unabated. During a stretch of 6 minutes and 34 seconds in the third quarter, the Pelicans manage only a single field goal. The Warriors unleash a terrifying 27-2 run, transforming a 17-point deficit into an 8-point lead in the span of half a quarter. The world knows the fearsome nature of the Warriors' explosive offense. Much like Thompson in Game 6 of the series, one may know an eruption is impending. Yet it remains impossible to defend against. Frustrated, Troy Williams even resorts to a reckless elbow to Damian Jones on defense, igniting a minor scuffle. After reviewing the footage, the referee issues Williams a flagrant foul, ejecting him from the game. As a consequence, Damian Jones also receives a technical foul. 102-112 as the third quarter concludes. The Pelicans find themselves trailing by 10 points. Chapter 72, a battle of scoring. This was an authentic scoring duel, where the regular season radiated an atmosphere reminiscent of the All-Star game. The Warriors and Pelicans engaged in a fierce offensive showdown, with the flow of the game delighting the spectators in attendance. In the realm of the NBA, there exists a term known as clutch time, defined as the final 5 minutes of a game where the point differential is 5 or fewer. At 132-134, the game entered this critical phase, with the visiting Pelicans trailing by 2 points. Holiday brought the ball up, while Zhou Tong spread his arms and lowered his center of gravity, attuned to every movement of the former. Mirotic came up to set a screen, and Zhou Tong stumbled into Mirotic's embrace. Holiday made his move, weaving around the screen to drive toward the basket. Zhou Tong quickly maneuvered through the screen to defend, but Holiday passed the ball to the low post, finding Davis. In the low post, Davis showcased his prowess with a step-back mid-range jumper, executing it with remarkable finesse. At 134-134, Zhou Tong brought the ball past half-court. With Holiday shadowing him, Zhou pressed forward, but Hill and Oppo's double team came swiftly. He clutched the ball tightly, and Lee charged in to receive a pass. Zhou dished the ball out, but Holiday seized the moment, intercepting the pass. Zhou immediately attempted to reclaim possession, but Holiday had already sent a long pass down the court. Davis, anticipating the pass, soared for a thunderous dunk. Unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the side, intercepting the ball mid-flight. It was Livingston. Coach Kerr maintained his strategy, keeping Thompson and Green on the bench from the start of the third quarter. Livingston dove to snatch the long pass intended for Holiday. Swiftly advancing the ball past half-court, he passed to Jones in the right corner, who, unfazed by Hill's defense, executed a feint that left Hill stranded. Before delivering a diagonal pass to Zhou Tong at the arc show, facing Holiday and Oppo's defense, launched a three-pointer that rattled in. At 134-137, Holiday called for a screen at the top of the arc, and the Warriors resolutely switched on the pick. The defender switched from Zhou Tong to Lee. While Zhou posed a challenge, Holiday felt less constrained facing Lee. He bulldozed through Lee's defense, driving toward the basket. Waiting for him was Looney, who was poised to defend. Holiday halted, faking a shot before delivering a deft pass to Davis, who took flight and effortlessly dunked the ball into the hoop. At 136-137, as Zhou Tong brought the ball over half-court, he glanced at Coach Kerr standing on the sidelines, who signaled the play. Zhou understood immediately. Looney stepped up to set a screen. Rather than penetrate, Zhou dribbled toward the left corner. Livingston came over to screen, allowing Zhou to drive left with his dominant hand. Hill, who should have been in pursuit, was obstructed by Livingston, and Zhou drew a foul while driving. He tossed the ball, twisting his body mid-air, landing on the ground. The ball grazed the backboard, lingered on the rim for a moment, and then fell into the net. 2 points counted, and Mirotic was called for a foul, granting Zhou an additional free throw, which he converted. At 136-139, as the game reached its pivotal moments, the ball must be entrusted to those deemed reliable. Holiday and Oppo's offensive performance had been lackluster, barely surpassing a 30% shooting rate. He brought the ball up, immediately passing to Mirotic in the paint. Mirotic's robust frame allowed him to excel in physical confrontations. Do not be misled into thinking he only thrived beyond the arc. He possessed formidable skills in finishing at the rim. Mirotic backed down Looney, who, despite lacking in bulk, compensated with agility. Seizing the moment as Mirotic lowered the ball, Looney swiftly intercepted it. A scramble ensued, but Mirotic regained control and muscled the ball into the basket. At 138-139, Zhou Tong shone offensively. Lee advanced the ball and quickly sought out Zhou. Utilizing Livingston's screen, Zhou emerged to receive the ball, with Holiday defending him. With years of experience, Holiday maintained a strong defensive presence. Zhou, observing Holiday's stance, executed a hesitation dribble, but Holiday remained unfazed, holding his ground. Zhou faked a drive before stepping back for a three-pointer. Holiday rushed to contest, feeling the urgency of the moment. Zhou sank the three-pointer. At 138-142, Holiday brought the ball up as the Warriors abandoned their previous switch defense. At the top of the arc, Holiday called for a screen from Mirotic. The Pelicans executed a pick-and-roll, but Holiday refrained from passing after Mirotic rolled to the basket. Zhou Tong remained undeterred, making the right defensive choice, regardless of the screen. As long as the ball was in Holiday's hands, Zhou focused solely on him. In the low post, Davis positioned himself, hands raised for the ball. Looney found himself trapped behind Davis, a prime opportunity for the Pelicans. Holiday, spotting the opening, aimed a pass to Davis. However, as he leaped to deliver the ball, Zhou Tong's hand emerged, altering its trajectory. Zhou and Holiday battled for possession, with Zhou gaining the upper hand, tapping the ball to a breaking Livingston. Livingston caught the pass and, against a rapidly retreating Hill, executed a deft layup while drawing a foul. He converted the free throw. At 138-145. Coach Gentry called for a timeout. With merely 70 seconds remaining, it was clear that the Pelicans were in dire straits. The commentator praised Zhou Tong's pivotal contributions. Zhou Tong and Oppo's offense and defense were crucial, extending the lead to 2 possessions. Another commentator concurred, noting, "The Pelicans have struggled to score from beyond the arc in the second half." Upon resuming, Davis inbound the ball. Holiday, utilizing Mirotic's screen, received the pass at the top of the arc. The Pelicans executed another pick-and-roll, but Holiday, with the ball, drove into the lane, drawing defenders before dishing it out. Mirotic, positioned at the arc, launched a three-pointer that rattled out after 2 bounces on the rim, with Looney securing the rebound. Lee advanced the ball past half-court, delivering it to Zhou Tong near the free-throw line. The poised second-year player exhibited remarkable composure, keenly identifying Jones cutting along the baseline. Zhou and Oppo's pass found Jones, who scored effortlessly, sealing the game. At 138-147, Holiday managed a futile mid-range jumper, but the Pelicans ceased their fouling attempts. As time expired, the Warriors triumphed in this high-scoring battle. Zhou Tong played for 32 minutes, achieving an impressive stat line of 35 points, 7 rebounds, and 12 assists, despite recording a career high of 6 turnovers. His crucial offensive and defensive plays against Holiday decisively influenced the outcome. Chapter 73, the rampaging Lillard in the final game before the All-Star weekend. The Golden State Warriors embarked on an expedition to Portland, facing off against the Trail Blazers. Prior to the match, Coach Kerr inexplicably harbored a foreboding sensation, sensing that something extraordinary was about to transpire. This apprehension stemmed from the announcement of the All-Star Game starting lineup at the end of the previous month, which conspicuously omitted Damian Lillard's name. Although he secured a spot on the reserve list, preventing him from missing the All-Star Game altogether, this exclusion left Lillard profoundly displeased. Given both his team's performance and his individual statistics, he was undoubtedly deserving of a starting position. Yet, the voting process revealed a stark reality. As Lillard ranked 6th among Western Conference backcourt players, garnering merely 1/3 of the votes received by the leading vote-getter, Steph Curry. Enraged, Lillard was poised to unleash his fury, a phenomenon that often resulted in misfortune for one or two unfortunate teams. This time, it was the Warriors who would bear the brunt of his wrath. The starting lineup for the home team, the Trail Blazers, comprised Damian Lillard, C.J. McCollum, Evan Turner, Jusuf Nurkic, and Maurice Harkless. The Warriors maintained their standard starting 5, Curry, Thompson, Durant, Green, and Cousins. Although Cousins had aged, his physical presence remained formidable enough to contend with Nurkic in the paint. However, the opening tip-off presented a challenge for him. Cousins made a token leap, reaching for the ball, but Nurkic claimed the tip and directed it to Lillard. Lillard then entrusted the ball to McCollum, who orchestrated the offense. Lillard and Curry engaged in a physical tussle towards the corner, while McCollum called for a screen. With Nurkic remaining stationary beneath the basket, Turner set the screen, and the Warriors made it clear that they would switch on every screen. After the switch, Durant found himself matched up against McCollum, while Turner successfully thwarted Thompson and Oppo's attempt to double-team the ball handler. With the ball in hand, McCollum lowered his center of gravity and drove towards the basket, prompting Cousins to step in for the double team. In a tight space, McCollum managed to dish the ball out to the corner where Lillard stood ready, who, disregarding Curry's defense, rose and released a shot that found its mark. Kerr observed Lillard's impassive demeanor as he returned to defense, and his unease intensified. 0-3 Green brought the ball up, directing traffic from the top of the arc. Curry emerged from the weak side to receive the ball, posing a significant threat with it in hand. Even without the ball, Curry and Oppo's ability to evade defenders and shoot was unparalleled in history. The Trail Blazers were acutely aware of this. Whenever Curry had the ball, two defenders shadowed him intently. Green located a teammate who had managed to create a sliver of space, yet his cross-court pass was intercepted effortlessly by Harkless, transitioning from defense to offense. The Trail Blazers swiftly dismantled the Warriors' defense with a few quick passes. McCollum distributed the ball to Lillard, who easily converted an open layup. 0-5 The Warriors quickly inbound the ball, with Green and Thompson each making a pass that traversed the entire court. However, Curry's layup attempt was thwarted by Nurkic, the ball spinning around the rim before ultimately bouncing out. Nurkic secured the rebound, while Lillard ambled across the midcourt line. With a single hand, Nurkic launched the ball forward like a cannonball. Lillard raced towards the ball's landing point, while Curry, in pursuit, chose to concede as Lillard soared for a commanding dunk, adding another 2 points. 0-7 From the outset, Lillard was on fire, his intensity palpable, as if an inferno burned within his eyes. The intricate passing and cutting between Curry and Thompson were rendered trivial in the face of Lillard and Oppo's newfound prowess. He disrupted the Warriors' offensive flow, stealing the ball with ease. Lillard surged forward, passing the ball to Turner, who executed an impressive windmill dunk. 0-9 Lillard's extraordinary performance instilled a sense of urgency within the Warriors, who found themselves unable to break the scoring drought. Frustration began to seep into their demeanor. The more they pressed, the less responsive the ball became. Thompson's three-point attempt ricocheted off the rim. Lillard, disregarding concerns about fatigue, rushed to the frontcourt as Turner secured the rebound, providing an assist for Lillard's effortless layup, further extending the lead. 0-11 Kerr called for a timeout, his premonitions now a stark reality. Lillard remained expressionless, while the din of the home crowd drowned out Kerr's tactical instructions, leaving the players nearly oblivious to their coach's words. Realizing they could no longer allow the opponent to dictate the pace, Kerr instructed his players to slow down and maintain composure. If outside shots failed, they should attack the paint, either drawing fouls or aiming for high-percentage shots. Engaging the Trail Blazers at their own fast pace would lead only to demise, especially with Lillard evidently in a state of heightened performance. Following the timeout, the Warriors initiated their offensive possession. Curry lobbed the ball to Cousins in the post, but as Cousins turned to make his move, he encountered Nurkic's expertly executed defense. The ball was deflected into Harkless's hands, prompting McCollum and Lillard to advance rapidly. Harkless accurately found McCollum, who tossed the ball towards the basket for Lillard to catch and finish with a thunderous dunk. 0-13 Durant finally broke the Warriors and Oppo's scoring drought with a mid-range jumper, prompting the Trail Blazers to quickly inbound the ball. McCollum received the pass and distributed it to Turner near the midcourt line, but the Warriors managed to regroup defensively, thwarting the Trail Blazers' fast break attempt. Turner then sought out Lillard, who was stationed in the corner, with Curry immediately closing in. Turner leaped to distribute the ball, finding Harkless at the top of the arc, who faked out Green and drained a three-pointer. 2-16 The Warriors countered with speed as Green orchestrated from the arc, with Curry cutting along the baseline. Curry received the ball mid-air, colliding with Turner, sending the ball sailing into uncertainty. When he landed, he stumbled and fell, only to witness McCollum's trailing three-pointer swish through the net. 2-19 Durant hit another mid-range shot, while Kerr continued to voice his frustrations over what seemed to be a questionable foul by Turner on Curry. The referee, unable to tolerate Kerr's complaints any longer, issued a technical foul. Lillard converted the resulting free throw. For 20 Kerr called another timeout, his team reeling from the Trail Blazers and Oppo's early onslaught. Lillard was omnipresent, dashing across the court with the ferocity of a tempest, rendering Curry's efforts to defend him nearly futile. Compounding this, his players appeared to disregard Kerr's guidance, unwittingly falling into the Trail Blazers' fast-paced rhythm once again. Kerr was left in a state of despair. Chapter 74. The unfortunate Warriors in merely half a quarter. Lillard accumulated 12 points and 2 assists, with his shooting remaining flawless. It was evident that his omission from the All-Star starting lineup had incited considerable ire within him. The most effective response to skepticism and disdain is invariably to let one's South performance on the court speak volumes. In this regard, Lillard never disappoints. The Warriors, regrettably, became the unfortunate victims. The Trail Blazers dismantled the game in just 12 minutes, with Turner seemingly rediscovering his youthful prowess, soaring with remarkable agility. Lillard and Oppo's shots became increasingly audacious, each one finding its mark. The Warriors were unable to score and faltered defensively, crumbling under pressure. By 22:45, the visiting Warriors faced a staggering deficit. Trailing by 23 points in a single quarter, having dug themselves a substantial hole right from the outset. As the second quarter commenced and the rotation players took to the floor, the situation improved somewhat. The Blazers bench had long been criticized, but those days now seemed behind them. With strategic updates during the offseason, including the addition of promising rookies Anthony Simons and Gary Trent Jr., the Blazers bench finally began to take shape. Among the reserves, one player stood out, Seth Curry, the younger brother of Stephen Curry. However, in stark contrast to his brother's renowned reputation, Seth remained relatively obscure. Historically, the Warriors bench had been derided as a mere facade, spectacular in appearance, yet fragile and easily toppled. The addition of Zhou Tong during the offseason provided a much-needed foundation for this once unstable structure. With Zhou Tong leading the second unit, they embarked on a scoring spree. A 16-2 run that compelled Blazers and Oppos, coach Terry Stotts, to call for a timeout. The players and Oppos' lackadaisical performance on the court was apparent to even the most casual observer. Stotts, unreservedly, berated the bench players, expressing his frustration with their indifference. "We cannot allow one season's failures to overshadow the accomplishments of our opponents," Stotts bellowed at his bench. "The Warriors have won multiple championships, and that has always been our aspiration. They may experience fluctuations, but let us not forget, they are the Golden State Warriors. Now, gentlemen, muster the spirit and give our opponents the respect they deserve. Otherwise, their counterattack will obliterate us. This is our home court, our sanctuary, and we shall not. We cannot allow the enemy to claim victory from this place. Charge forth and tear them apart." At that moment, Stotts remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm looming on the horizon, oblivious to the torrential rain that was about to descend. In the second quarter, Zhou Tong executed 5 three-pointers, all successful. The Blazers bench erupted in astonishment, clearly unprepared for his onslaught. With a simple screen, Zhou gained open looks, and each successive three-pointer pierced the Blazers' defense. Lillard was not the only one dissatisfied with the All-Star selections. Although Zhou Tong was an undrafted player, he could be considered a sophomore in every sense. Would it be too much to expect him to secure a spot as a reserve for the rookie game? Yet, his name was conspicuously absent from the roster, as if Commissioner Silver had deliberately chosen to ignore his presence, offering no token invitation. This sparked outrage among fans in the homeland. One post exclaimed, "Zhou has played exceptionally well for most of the season, yet he cannot even make the rookie game roster." Some players, with lesser statistics and attendance, are practically begged to participate. Just because Zhou is an undrafted player from our nation, does that mean he is to be looked down upon? The legacy left by Stern is about to be squandered. As the post gained traction, countless individuals chimed in with their comments, many expressing their disdain for Silver. Not only fans from Zhou and Oppos, as Homeland voiced their discontent, but colleagues in the United States also joined the chorus. Coach Kerr openly supported Zhou Tong, stating, "To be honest, I struggle to comprehend the rookie game roster. Zhou is an exceptional player. He is an indispensable part of our team. How can such a player not even make the list? I simply do not understand." Players such as Mitchell, Durant, Harden, and Paul echoed similar sentiments. Coaches including D and Oppos, Anthony, Popovich, Malone, and Rivers also publicly advocated for Zhou and Oppos' inclusion in the rookie game. Under immense pressure, Commissioner Silver issued a statement the following day, promising to engage in deep reflection while extending a sincere invitation for Zhou to participate in the All-Star three-point contest. However, fans remained unconvinced, viewing the NBA's response as a reluctant concession, disrespectful to Zhou and his homeland. Zhou was equally incensed, feeling he had not received the respect he deserved. Had it not been for Silver and Oppos' compelled concession, he would have found himself sidelined entirely. Thus, he directed his frustration towards the Trailblazers, who unfortunately became the target of his ire. Zhou's performance, scoring 20 points in a single quarter, nearly obliterated the Blazers' lead. By halftime, the home team held a mere 4-point advantage, leaving local fans anxiously wondering if a collapse was imminent. However, Lillard would not permit anyone to run rampant on his home turf. Zhou's stellar performance in the second quarter ignited Lillard's competitive spirit, prompting him to sink 5 three-pointers in the third quarter, all successful. Kerr, unable to sit idly by, promptly deployed a double-team strategy against Lillard. Yet Lillard resembled a cold, emotionless automaton, recalibrating his base commands to prioritize playmaking over scoring. He became the bait, drawing 2 or even 3 Warriors defenders, only to distribute the ball. The Blazers and Oppo's perimeter shooters unleashed a torrent of shots, rendering the Warriors and Oppo's defense utterly porous. By the end of the third quarter, the Blazers led by 20 points. Fully aware of the inevitable outcome, Kerr substituted all his starters early, conceding defeat. In the fourth quarter, both teams struggled to find their rhythm, resulting in a series of missed shots that threatened to warp the basket. The atmosphere was oddly harmonious. An amusing incident occurred during the game. Seth Curry, while driving to the basket, drew a foul and approached the free throw line. As he sank his first free throw, Warriors' Damian Jones unexpectedly rushed over to high-five him. Following the exchange, both players froze, momentarily confused. Jones glanced down at his jersey, finally discerning friend from foe, while Seth could only chuckle at the absurdity. As the game drew to a close, Seth Curry consumed the last remnants of time, and with the final whistle, the match concluded. The Trail Blazers effortlessly triumphed over the Warriors, marking the end of their final game before the All-Star festivities. Chapter 75. The All-Star Weekend. The All-Star Weekend has commenced. This year, it is hosted in Charlotte, paying homage to the hometown hero, Kemba Walker, the star player of the Charlotte Hornets, who has nearly secured a spot in the All-Star game. Midway through the season, numerous trades and signings transpired at this juncture, with teams across the league actively engaged in preparations, some fortifying their rosters in pursuit of playoff glory, while others dismantle for a rebuilding phase. Amidst this maelstrom, the Golden State Warriors remain unperturbed. When Zhou Tong departed the team for personal reasons, speculation ran rampant in the media regarding general manager Bob Myers and Oppo's intentions to trade him for immediate assets to enhance the squad. However, such conjectures were swiftly dispelled upon Zhou Tong's return. Undoubtedly, Curry appreciates the surprises that this young talent brings. Although Zhou Tong's rapport with Draymond Green appears strained, victory can overshadow any discord. What could possibly be more significant than contending for the championship? Prior to boarding the flight to Charlotte, Curry sent a succinct text to owner Joe Lacob, stating, "Exercise the team option next summer. Keep Zhou." Zhou Tong exhibited little interest in matters such as team captaincy or voting results. He refrained from investing his time and attention in affairs that did not concern him. For him, the disappointment of being omitted from the Rising Stars Challenge paled in comparison to the vexations of controversial calls on the court. The participants in the three-point contest included Dirk Nowitzki, Stephen Curry, Damian Lillard, Danny Green, Buddy Hield, Seth Curry, Devin Booker, Chris Middleton, Joe Harris, and Zhou Tong. The league had previously revised the three-point contest rules in 2014, allowing contestants to select from 5 shooting spots, with 5 money balls worth 2 points each. Consequently, the maximum score in the three-point contest increased from 30 to 34 points. On the first day of the All-Star Weekend, during the Rising Stars Challenge, Team USA triumphed over Team World, with Kyle Kuzma earning the MVP title. To assert that Zhou Tong did not feel a pang of envy would be disingenuous. He yearned to participate in the Rising Stars Challenge, yet he had not even made the roster. As if Commissioner Adam Silver had etched his disdain for Zhou Tong's status as an undrafted player on his face. Indeed, Silver harbored an aversion to Zhou Tong, the undrafted talent hailing from the East. The following day, the excitement continued to unfold. The Skills Challenge kicked off the festivities. Once a domain exclusively for guards, the Skills Challenge had seen illustrious participants such as former King of the Hornets, Chris Paul, The Flash, Dwayne Wade, the Son of the Wind, Steve Nash, and one half of the Utah Jazz duo, Darren Williams. Williams even set a record with a time of 25 seconds in the Skills Challenge. However, with the league's modification of the rules allowing big men and forwards to compete, interest in this event surged. This year's champion, Jason Tatum of the Boston Celtics, staged a remarkable comeback against Nikola Jokic and Mike Conley, overcoming a significant deficit in the finals to clinch victory with a clutch three-pointer. Next up was the three-point contest, which garnered considerable attention due to the sibling rivalry between Stephen Curry and Seth Curry. The first to compete was the legendary Dirk Nowitzki of the Mavericks. He positioned the money ball spot at the right 45-degree angle, commencing his round from the left corner. The timer began. Nowitzki's shooting form was graceful. With a high arc, the basketball traced a beautiful parabola as it swished through the net. He performed admirably at the first spot, sinking 4 shots, including the final money ball. However, his performance faltered at the second spot, where he only made 1 shot, and the money ball ricocheted off the rim. The third spot yielded similar results, with just 2 successful attempts, and the money ball hilariously bounced behind the backboard. Upon reaching the money ball spot, Nowitzki seemed to have found his mark, netting 4 out of 5 attempts. At the right corner, he concluded his round with a standard shot and a money ball, finishing with a score of 20 points. Zhou Tong was the first to approach Nowitzki for a congratulatory fist bump, exclaiming, "Veteran, you performed well today. I should have skipped the cookies before the game. Haha." Nowitzki chuckled, "I'm about to retire. The future belongs to you young ones." Next up was Zhou Tong's teammate, Stephen Curry. Curry placed his money ball spot at the right corner and began from the left corner. The timer started. Curry's shooting combined speed with arc. Nearly every shot was nothing but net. He was on fire, making all 5 attempts from the left corner. At the left 45-degree angle, the basketball obediently followed suit, but unfortunately, the last money ball veered off course. At the top of the arc, he maintained an impressive shooting percentage, missing only the final money ball while successfully sinking all 4 standard shots. However, at the right 45-degree angle, Curry inexplicably transformed into a clumsy shooter, with a cacophony of clangs echoing as he missed all 5 attempts. Fortunately, he regained his composure at the money ball spot, sinking all 5, ending with a score of 24 points. As Curry exited the court, he shared a celebratory chest bump with Zhou Tong, inquiring with a grin, "Hey, why didn't I hear your cheers just now?" Zhou Tong retorted playfully, "Cheer? You shot like rubbish from the right 45-degree angle. You dare ask for cheers? Haha. You're bold to say that. Of course, we're not teammates today, we're rivals." The third participant was the renowned Damian Lillard, affectionately nicknamed Lillard the God. Lillard positioned his money ball spot at the top of the arc, starting from the right corner. The timer began. Lillard's initial performance left the audience gasping, as he missed all 5 shots, including 2 air balls. Fortunately, he found his rhythm starting from the right 45-degree angle, making 4 out of 5 attempts, including the final money ball. At the top of the arc, Lillard showcased his precision, sinking all 5 money balls, each a perfect swish, at the left 45-degree angle. After missing the first shot, he made the subsequent 4. Finally, at the left corner, he sank the first 4 shots, but with time to spare, he adjusted and released the final money ball, which cruelly bounced off the rim. Lillard concluded the contest with a score of 24 points, tying with Curry. This year's three-point contest was nothing short of a spectacle, with the first 3 competitors all surpassing the 20-point threshold. Chapter 76. The fourth contestant to take the stage was Danny Green. His shooting spot was positioned at the left side, at a 45-degree angle, while he commenced his performance from the right corner. The timer began. Danny Green's shooting speed was within the realm of the average player, and his trajectory was remarkably straight. The basketball swished through the net with a crisp sound, delightful to the ears. He successfully made all 5 shots at the first spot, and as the final ball left his fingertips, he dashed towards the right 45-degree angle. He received the ball, shot, and scored. Repeating this sequence, he made the first 4 shots at the second spot, but unfortunately, the last ball lacked fortune, circling the rim twice before rolling out. It seemed even he did not anticipate that this missed shot would become a turning point. At the top of the arc, he managed to score only 1 flower ball, missing the remaining 4 standard shots. Upon reaching the flower ball spot, his performance was equally dismal. This was supposed to be an excellent opportunity to accumulate points, yet he managed to score only 2 out of 5 flower balls. At the left corner, he succeeded with just 2 standard shots, ultimately finishing with a score of 18 points. As he exited the court, he clapped his hands in frustration. Zhou Tong approached him, exchanged a few pleasantries, and playfully patted him on the back as a gesture of encouragement. Danny Green was amused by his light-hearted joke, laughing as he playfully embraced his neck. If the first 4 players showcased their average capabilities, the 5th contestant, Buddy Hield, could be described as a blacksmith. He placed his flower ball spot at the top of the arc, yet he failed to score a single shot from both the left corner and the left 45-degree angle. After finally hitting 4 consecutive flower balls to regain some confidence, he only managed to make 2 standard shots at the right 45-degree angle in the right corner. As the countdown ended, Hield's score remained the lowest at a mere 10 points, leading to his early elimination. Next up was Seth Curry. Seth positioned his flower ball spot at the right corner and began from the left corner. The timer started. Seth's shooting form closely resembled that of his brother Steven, though in terms of speed, Steven clearly had the upper hand. At the first spot, he missed only 1 standard shot out of 5. At the second spot, Seth unfortunately missed 3 consecutive shots. After successfully making the 4th standard shot, he fumbled the flower ball, causing his shot to veer wildly off course. sailing over the backboard and into the player tunnel. At the top of the arc, he hit all 5 shots. The fourth spot contrasted sharply with the previous one, as he missed all 5 attempts. On the sidelines, Stephen Curry, who had just prepared to cheer enthusiastically, was left dumbfounded by the stark contrast in his brother's performances. At the corner flower ball spot, Seth started strong by hitting 3 consecutive shots. However, the fourth shot bounced off the rim, and the final attempt fell woefully short, resulting in a score of 18 points. Devin Booker's performance was equally absurd, rivaling that of Hield. He began by missing 5 shots in a row, failing to score at the first spot. It was evident that Booker had not brought his aiming skills today. He barely managed to sink a standard shot, thinking it might signal a turnaround, only to slip further into despair by missing 4 more shots. At the top of the arc, he finally displayed normalcy, sinking 4 flower balls. Nevertheless, at the subsequent 2 spots, he only managed to score 3 standard shots, finishing with 12 points, narrowly avoiding the lowest score. Yet, he could not escape the misfortune of early elimination. The third-to-last contestant, Middleton, performed adequately, scoring 23 points. Then, Joe Harris took the stage, placing his flower ball spot at the right 45-degree angle and starting from the left corner. The timer began. Joe Harris might be the only player who could match Stephen Curry in shooting speed. He made all 5 shots at the first spot. At the second, he missed 1 standard shot. At the top of the arc, for standard shots obediently swished through the net, but the last flower ball was the lone rebel, mischievously bouncing out of the rim. At the flower ball spot, he hit the first 4 flower balls, elevating his score to 23 points. For reasons unknown, Zhou Tong suddenly realized that Joe Harris was becoming a formidable competitor. Joe Harris missed the final flower ball and hurried to the last spot, where he missed the last 2 shots. As the countdown ended, his score settled at 26 points. Zhou Tong was the last to take the stage. With Zhou Tong's participation, an additional spot would be available in the 3-point contest finals. Ding dong. Special mission issued. Claim the 3-point contest championship. Upon completion, the host will receive 300 scoring points, 300 skill points, and amp, Oppos, Peak Ray Allen and amp, Oppos, experience card for 3 days. Please strive to complete the task. Host, Zhou Tong positioned his flower ball spot at the right corner, beginning from the left corner. Before the competition commenced, he blew into his palms. Come on, Joe. Stephen Curry cheered from the sidelines. Show me your skills. Sometimes, peaking too early is not advantageous, since the system required him to win. He first needed to secure a place in the finals. No questions asked. It was simply a matter of performance. The timer commenced. The basketball seemed to follow a predetermined program, seamlessly transitioning from Zhou Tong's fingertips into the hoop. He successfully made 7 consecutive shots before finally missing the 8th. However, he then embarked on another streak of 7 successful shots. Stephen Curry watched intently from the sidelines, pondering if Zhou Tong might break the record during the preliminaries. Zhou Tong and amp, Oppos, lips curled into a slight smile as he began to perform. His remarkable acting convinced the audience that he was genuinely experiencing a shooting slump. At the 4th spot, he failed to score. Upon reaching the flower ball spot, he deliberately missed the first shot, pausing for a moment with the second flower ball. He suddenly realized that both Curry and Lillard had scored 24 points, meaning he needed to surpass Middleton and amp, Oppos' score to ensure his place in the finals. With a quick thought, he glanced down at the flower ball in his hand, secretly relieved. Fortunately, he recognized the importance of not overestimating himself at that moment. After sinking the final flower ball, the countdown ended. With 25 points, Zhou Tong narrowly defeated Middleton, securing the last ticket to the finals. The 4 contestants advancing to the 3-point contest finals were Stephen Curry, Damian Lillard, Joe Harris, and Zhou Tong. Stephen Curry approached Zhou Tong to celebrate with a chest bump, playfully punching him on the chest. You and amp, Oppos, got it, Zhou. I thought you were going to break the record. Zhou Tong withheld his inner calculations, knowing that revealing them might lead to a less than favorable reaction from Curry. Chapter 77. The champion of the 3-point contest, Zhou Tong. The order of appearances in the finals is determined by the scores from the preliminaries, with the player achieving the lowest score taking the stage first. Curry and Lillard, having tied, resolved their order through a game of rock, paper, scissors at Zhou Tong's suggestion. Lillard went first, followed by Curry, and then Zhou Tong, with Joe Harris closing the sequence. Hey, Damian. Zhou Tong called out to Lillard before he took the stage. I hear chocolate and music pair quite well on rainy days. Lillard, puzzled, bore an expression reminiscent of Nick Young and amp, Oppos, classic meme. Perhaps influenced by Zhou Tong and Amp, Oppo's nonsensical banter. Lillard lost his shooting precision, missing 8 consecutive shots and finishing with a mere 16 points. Had he not made all 5 shots from the money ball, his score would have been even lower. Fuming, Lillard strode towards Zhou Tong, who stood unfazed and smiling. The former playfully wrapped his arm around Zhou Tong's neck, teasing, "You sly dog. When did you start playing mind games?" Strategy. Zhou Tong and Lillard exchanged playful banter, exuding camaraderie. The second contestant, Curry, exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Tong before he took to the court. Curry set his money balls on the left corner and began from the right corner. "Hey, Zhou." Lillard leaned in. "What did that look from Steven mean?" Zhou Tong feigned innocence, shaking his head. "I have no idea." "Yet you nodded?" Lillard pressed. "He asked the captain of my team. I thought it best not to hinder him." The timer commenced. Curry quickly found his rhythm, making all 5 shots at the first point. His shots soared with an arc so high that any ordinary player would have sent the ball out of bounds. Yet Curry and Oppo's shots, after reaching a certain height, would plummet sharply, landing perfectly in the hoop. At the second point, he again made all 5 shots, prompting the host to remark that it seemed Steven aimed to challenge the scoring record of the contest. At the third point, he missed his first ordinary shot, but the remaining 3 ordinary shots and 1 money ball fell through the hoop as if by design. By the end of the third point, Curry had amassed 17 points. As he progressed towards the left corner, Curry missed the last money ball at the fourth point, yet this did not prevent him from surpassing the 20-point threshold. Upon reaching the money ball spot, with his shooting rhythm increasingly smooth, Curry deliberately slowed his pace as he still had ample time. The first money ball went in, followed by the second, the third, and upon making the fourth, he decided to attempt a buzzer beater. He held his shot until the last moment, but regrettably, the ball bounced off the rim, leaving his score fixed at 29 points. "You were ruthless, Steven," Zhou Tong gasped, pushing the smiling Curry playfully. Curry wore a confident grin. "Once I win the championship, dinner is on me." Curry and Oppo's exceptional performance placed considerable pressure on Zhou Tong, who knew that the system would only assign tasks and distribute rewards without offering any assistance during the contest, as that would constitute cheating. Zhou Tong selected the arc top for his money ball spot, suppressing his smile, and commenced from the right corner. Curry did not genuinely believe himself assured of victory. His words were merely a ploy to instill psychological pressure on Zhou Tong. Yet, as he observed Zhou Tong poised to strike, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, akin to the anticipation of an extraordinary event about to unfold. The timer began. Zhou Tong mirrored Curry's trajectory, making all 5 shots at the first point. He also succeeded at the second point. Curry had missed his first shot at the third point, and recalling this, Zhou Tong unconsciously exerted more force. As the ball left his hand, he inwardly exclaimed in alarm. It struck the backboard, ricocheted, and danced around the rim, spinning endlessly. Even Zhou Tong lost count of how many rotations it made. Ultimately, it did go in. A weight lifted from his chest as he let out a quiet sigh of relief, silently expressing gratitude to the heavens. Perhaps divine favor was indeed upon him, for Zhou Tong had yet to miss a single shot. After the fourth shooting point, he had already accumulated 24 points. The host burst with excitement. "Here it comes. Is the first perfect score in the history of the 3-point contest about to be unveiled? Will it be tonight?" The entire audience rose, unwilling to miss the historic moment. In perfect unison, they held their breath, fearing any sound might disrupt Zhou Tong's concentration. The first money ball, the second, the third, the fourth. No one could impede Zhou Tong now. Should he sink the final money ball, he would etch an unparalleled record in the annals of the 3-point contest. Zhou Tong grasped the last money ball, exhaling a steadying breath. He executed his shooting motion, leaping and releasing the ball, which soared towards the hoop. 1 second, 2 seconds. Though merely 2 seconds had elapsed, it felt like an eternity. Swish. The sound of the ball netting was crisp and melodious, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. Curry was the first to rush onto the court, exuberantly tackling Zhou Tong to the ground in celebration. Lillard, Joe Harris, Seth, and Nowitzki soon joined, applauding and showering him with congratulations. That night, Zhou Tong, an undrafted player from the Fiery Nation, performed a miracle. Sinking all 25 shots and achieving a perfect score of 34, undisputedly crowned the new champion of the 3-point contest. With no need for Joe Harris to take the stage, the awards ceremony could commence early. Nevertheless, he still stepped onto the court to complete the contest, delivering a commendable performance of 24 points. Though it paled in comparison to Zhou Tong and Oppo's dazzling display, eclipsing even the team leader Stephen Curry. The highly anticipated brotherly showdown ultimately served as a backdrop for Zhou Tong and Appos' extraordinary performance. Coincidentally, the award was presented to Zhou Tong by none other than the current all-time three-point king, Ray Allen. As Zhou Tong received the heavy, golden trophy from his predecessor, he listened attentively to Ray Allen and Appos' words of wisdom. "I am honored," Ray Allen addressed the audience, "to witness the birth of this historic moment in person." He then left the stage for Zhou Tong, who stepped forward, raising the trophy of the three-point contest champion high above his head, basking in the glow of the spotlight. That night, Zhou Tong was undeniably the star of the show. Chapter 78, A Narrow Path for Rivals following the triumphant capture of the championship title. Zhou Tong promptly made his way to Houston, naturally after securing the approval of Coach Kerr. He had promised Qin Shiner that he would accompany her as a family member to participate in a charitable event. One should not assume that NBA players are solely focused on basketball. They also engage in a myriad of philanthropic activities during their leisure time. For instance, they may spend a day working as staff in a fast food restaurant, visit children in welfare homes to play games with them, or take on temporary roles as cashiers in supermarkets, among other activities designed to enhance their public image, which players are more than willing to partake in. Zhou Tong and Qin Shiner visited a welfare home in Houston, where they spent a delightful day playing games, shooting hoops, and crafting with the children. Before parting, Zhou Tong graciously fulfilled the children and Appos' request for autographs and photographs. After leaving the welfare home, Zhou Tong called his agent, Jeff Austin. He expressed his desire to build a basketball court for the welfare home in Houston so that the children could run freely in new shoes on the court. In his name, he hoped that one day he could face them on the court within the league. Austin readily agreed, assuring him it would be taken care of. Once the All-Star weekend concluded, the regular season resumed. The Warriors and Appos' first opponent following the All-Star festivities was the Sacramento Kings. Appos' Aaron Fox had been closely observing Zhou Tong and Appos' every game since his return. With each viewing, his curiosity grew. Since his comeback in mid-December, Zhou Tong and Appos' game exhibited an inexplicable sense of dissonance, though Fox could not quite pinpoint the nature of that dissonance. However, after watching the Warriors face the Mavericks, as Zhou Tong drove past Brunson's defense, Fox experienced a moment of revelation. He finally grasped that elusive sense of dissonance. All his doubts were resolved. Since his return in mid-December, Zhou Tong had significantly reduced his frequency of drives, often opting to linger on the perimeter for jump shots. The incisive drives that characterized the beginning of the season had vanished, while he could still score through his shooting accuracy. It was evident to all that Zhou Tong and Appos' style had softened. The psychological impact of Harrell and Appos' dangerous play lingered, instilling a fear of driving and the possibility of injury. At least, this was Fox and Appos' interpretation. "Joe, I now know how to defend against you," Fox stated as he called a timeout, freezing the replay at the moment Zhou Tong drove past Brunson. "Just you wait." The Kings retained the starting lineup from their previous encounter, with the only change being Harrison Barnes, recently acquired through trade, replacing Jellicoe. The Warriors and Appos' starting five comprised Curry, Thompson, Durant, Green, and Cousins. Recently, Cousins had been feeling somewhat despondent. He had joined the Warriors on a one-year, $5 million contract with the intention of making a statement against the league. However, due to a significant injury, declining athleticism, and age-related factors, he had yet to deliver a convincing performance. As the season progressed, he even lost his starting position to Looney. Yet today, he found himself back in the starting lineup, determined to reclaim his status. Cousins won the opening tip-off, and Curry controlled the ball as he advanced slowly. Positioning himself at the top of the arc, Green approached to set a faux screen. Receiving the ball from Curry, Green orchestrated the play from the top, while Thompson used Durant and Appos' screen to receive the ball. The Kings immediately double-teamed the ball handler. Thompson passed to Durant in the low post, who executed a turnaround jumper to score the first points of the game. 0-2 Fox advanced with the ball, feeling an unspoken frustration. He had analyzed Zhou Tong's game footage and deduced a method to defend against him. Yet, Zhou Tong was not in the starting lineup, leaving Fox with the sensation of striking a punch into cotton. When faced with Curry and Appos' defense, he used a lightning-fast first step to evade him and drive to the basket, scoring with a high-arcing floater against Cousins. 2 Green brought the ball up, passing it to Curry at the top of the arc. Curry faced Fox, with Cousins setting a screen. Curry utilized the screen to break free from Fox and drove to the basket. Calmly, he dished the ball to Thompson in the corner, who then passed it back to Durant. Durant effortlessly sank a three-pointer. 2 5. The Kings quickly executed a baseline inbound play, with Fox receiving the ball and sprinting down the court in a flawless fast break. He left his teammates and defenders far behind, scoring with ease. 4. 5. Curry received the ball, passing it to Green as he moved. Green positioned himself at the top of the arc, while Curry flitted about the court like a butterfly amidst flowers, weaving through the Kings' lackluster defense. The Kings' loose defensive formation appeared more like a facade, lacking any real intensity. With the help of Cousins and Oppo's screen, Curry found an open shot from mid-range, converting it confidently. 4. 7. Fox brought the ball across half-court, facing Curry and Oppo's defense at the top. He feigned a drive to attract a double team from the Warriors. Immediately, Fox passed to Bogdanovich in the corner, who, after faking out his defender, had a perfect opportunity for an open shot but opted to pass instead. Fox was caught off guard by this decision and failed to receive the ball. Curry seized the opportunity, launching a long pass to Durant, who soared for a graceful dunk. 4. 9. Fox positioned himself at the top, executing a pick-and-roll with Bagley. He used the screen to drive in, only to find Curry and Thompson converging on him. Fox passed out to Bogdanovich at the top, who sank a three-pointer. 7. 9. Hield seemed to vanish on the court, unable to touch the ball, merely following his teammates as they ran back and forth. Curry, attempting a layup under the pressure from Cousins, failed to score, but Cousins secured the rebound and passed to Fox. Fox brought the ball up and passed to Hield, who was unprepared for the pass and let it slip through his fingers, resulting in yet another turnover. Curry, on the other hand, sprinted down the court, passing to Thompson, who soared for a layup. 7-11 as play resumed, Cousins aggressively attacked the basket against Cousins, but his hook shot bounced off the rim. Cousins grabbed the rebound, and Curry received the ball. He passed to Green, who then found Thompson. Thompson used a feint to shake off his defender at a 45-degree angle on the right side before driving to the basket. The Kings quickly converged on him, and Thompson dished the ball out to Curry, who immediately passed it inside to Cousins. Cousins powered through the defense to score. 7-13 The game reached an official timeout. Chapter 79. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Yet another breakthrough. During the rotation phase, Fox was substituted out for a rest, thus forfeiting the chance to confront Zhou Tong directly. As he passed by McLemore, who was entering the game in his place, Fox seized the latter and Oppo's arm and imparted crucial advice. Ben, once you step on the court, your primary responsibility is to guard Zhou. Remember to defend right at the three-point line and deny him any opportunity for outside shots. I have analyzed Zhou and Oppo's past game footage. Since his return from injury, he has significantly reduced his drives to the basket. Your task is to force him into actions he loathes. Do you understand? McLemore nodded in affirmation, signaling with an and Oppo's gesture. Zhou Tong took the floor leading the bench unit. During the Warriors and Oppo's offensive possession, he pushed the ball up the court. Positioned at the top of the arc, he faced McLemore, who was firmly stationed at the three-point line, fully focused on Zhou and Oppo's every move. Zhou quickly discerned McLemore and Oppo's intentions. He's south encouraging me to drive, he thought, a quiet smirk forming in his mind. Zhou feigned a move, but McLemore remained unfazed. He passed the ball to Damian Lee, who was positioned beyond the three-point line on the right side. Lee executed a fake drive before returning the ball to Zhou. Upon receiving the pass, Zhou made a wide, sweeping change of direction, eluding McLemore and barreling towards the basket. As he faced John Kufus, who had already established his position under the rim. Arms raised in anticipation of a block, Zhou executed a masterful 180-degree turn for a layup, the ball swishing through the net. McLemore was momentarily taken aback, thinking, this is not what we discussed. Fox, sitting on the bench, was equally stunned, questioning his own judgment. The Kings and Oppo's fast break proved fruitless, and Looney secured the rebound, passing it to Zhou. Zhou swiftly crossed half-court, preparing for the last shot before the first quarter concluded. 7, 6, 5, 4. Zhou made his move, his lightning-quick first step catching McLemore off guard. The latter lagged in his reaction and was left behind as Zhou drove in for an Eurostep layup. He engaged in a physical confrontation with Kufus mid-air. The shot went in, although Zhou stumbled out of bounds upon landing. The basket counted, 2 points valid. Kufus was charged with a foul, and Zhou converted the free throw. The game clock expired as the Kings initiated play. The Warriors led 28-33. Throughout the first quarter, Zhou did not attempt a single outside shot. During the intermission, McLemore plopped down beside Fox, exclaiming, "This is not what we agreed upon. You said Zhou had reduced his ball handling drives, but what about those 2 breakthroughs just now?" Perhaps he has seen through our defensive scheme, Fox replied, his brow furrowed in concern. This was the scenario he dreaded most. If that's the case, I can only wish you luck. You must adapt on the fly. Above all, never lose sight of Zhou. As the second quarter progressed, the scoring gap remained unchanged. Once more, during the rotation, Zhou faced McLemore's defense. Undeterred, McLemore maintained his position at the three-point line, gambling that Zhou's previous two drives had merely been whims. Zhou, however, had already discerned his defensive strategy. As he dribbled past half-court, he deliberately cast a glance towards the Kings and Oppos bench, momentarily locking eyes with Fox. An ominous premonition suddenly surged within Fox. His brow furrowed in disbelief. Could it be? Zhou feigned a step with his right foot, causing McLemore to hesitate for just an instant. His weight shifting slightly. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhou executed a crossover, shaking off the defense for yet another drive. As he charged towards the rim, he challenged Kufus, both leaping nearly simultaneously. Zhou's speed and vertical leap surpassed Kufus and Oppos. Although his initial layup bounced off the rim due to the interference, Zhou quickly leapt again, tapping the ball in over Kufus. The score read 47-53. As McLemore brought the ball up, he called for a screen from Kufus, who moved to set a pick. However, Kufus and Oppos' departure from the paint meant he could not return in time, and his sluggish footwork rendered the pick-and-roll disastrous. Nonetheless, on the offensive end, after setting the screen, Kufus rolled to the basket, receiving the ball from McLemore and scoring against Looney. The score was now 49-53. Zhou controlled the ball at the arc, while Looney moved up to set a screen. Kufus followed, leaving the paint vulnerable, yet the Kings continued to switch on screens, resulting in McLemore being tasked with guarding Looney and Kufus facing Zhou directly. Zhou had witnessed countless times how players like Harden and Paul school defenders, such as Jokic and Gobert. Absorbing these lessons, he had honed his craft of exploiting mismatches. Displaying dazzling ball handling skills, Zhou left Kufus disoriented. He broke past the defense, executing a feint that sent the pursuing Kufus off balance. As Kufus scrambled to recover, Zhou accelerated again, finishing with a layup. The score was 49-55. As McLemore dribbled, he locked eyes with Zhou. Unexpectedly, Zhou remarked, "Your defensive strategy today is to guard my jump shot while allowing me to drive, correct?" McLemore felt a jolt of panic. Since my return from injury, I have drastically reduced my driving attempts, opting instead to linger on the perimeter for shots. So you believe that by limiting my outside shooting, I pose no threat to you, right? Zhou and Oppos' smile deepened ominously. McLemore and Oppos' expression turned grave. How did you know? Zhou intercepted the ball from McLemore and Oppos' hands. The reduction in my driving attempts was never part of my plan. McLemore and Oppos' turnover handed the ball to Zhou, who promptly tossed it ahead to a sprinting Livingston. Livingston soared into the air for a powerful dunk. The score was now 49-57. Transitioning swiftly, the Kings countered with Jellica receiving a screen and draining a three-pointer. The score stood at 52-57. Up to this point, Zhou had yet to attempt a mid-range shot, focusing solely on driving to the basket. McLemore was utterly unable to contain him. Zhou executed a simple change of direction, leaving McLemore sprawled on the floor. He drove to the basket, dishing the ball to Livingston in the low post, who turned and scored with a jumper. The score was 52-59. Jellica sank another three-pointer, keeping the Kings tightly in the contest. The Warriors quickly initiated a baseline inbounds play, with Zhou sprinting the length of the court, passing to Lee on the right side. Lee then fed the ball to Livingston, who leapt and dished it out mid-air. Zhou received the pass and drove, drawing a foul from Kufus. Zhou stepped to the free throw line, converting both attempts. The score was now 55-61. Chapter 80, defeated by breakthroughs. Throughout the first half, Zhou Tong relentlessly penetrated the defense of the Kings, leaving it in disarray. The strategy that Fox had instructed his teammates to implement fell apart completely. In just the first half, Zhou Tong scored 13 points through successive breakthroughs and delivered 5 assists. The Kings and Oppos' bench players were in dire straits, with Kufos already burdened by 3 fouls and McLemore with 2. Essentially, every time Zhou Tong broke through, they had no choice but to resort to fouling to halt his advance. As the first half concluded with a score of 61-67, the Warriors maintained their lead on home ground. During halftime in the visitors' and Oppos' locker room, McLemore covered his face with a towel, exuding a palpable sense of dejection. Fox approached, taking a seat beside him, and patted his shoulder, suggesting a change in defensive strategy for the second half. Upon hearing this, McLemore ripped the towel from his face. expressing frustration. You said there were no problems, yet clearly, there are significant issues. Zhou and Amp, Oppo's first step is too quick, and he capitalizes on every opportunity. Just a moment of my laxity gives him an advantage. Do you think my 2 fouls were just random? Then shall we try double teaming in the second half? Fox proposed tentatively. Huh. Macklemore scoffed. Double team? Have you forgotten how the Clippers and Nuggets were obliterated? Fox and Oppo's eyes darted, formulating a plan. We might as well try something desperate. Besides, the kind of double team I and Oppo's am suggesting is not your ordinary double team. However, throughout the entirety of the third quarter, Coach Kerr seemingly anticipated the game's flow, keeping Zhou Tong firmly on the bench without granting him a moment on the court. When Zhou Tong finally entered at the start of the fourth quarter, Fox was already on the sidelines resting. Kerr was often criticized for his meticulous substitutions, sometimes, even when Curry was in peak form. He would be pulled for a breather at the designated rotation time. Yet today, his timing worked to Fox and Oppo's detriment. Zhou Tong and Oppo's playing time was perfectly staggered with Fox and Oppo's preventing the latter from seizing the chance to confront Zhou directly. Nevertheless, Coach Yerger adopted Fox and Oppo's suggestion to implement a double team whenever Zhou Tong had possession. As Zhou passed the ball, one defender would immediately abandon the double team to closely shadow him. In essence, the directive was clear. Zhou Tong must not be allowed to receive the ball comfortably or execute his breakthroughs without resistance. Yerger and Oppo's targeted defense effectively stifled Zhou Tong, leading to a stagnation in the Warriors and Oppo's bench offense. The Kings launched a vigorous counterattack, nearly leveling the score. Yet, undeterred by the Kings and Oppo's focused defense, Zhou Tong persisted in his offensive choices, continuing to break through, either going for layups or distributing the ball. His steadfastness ultimately bore fruit. Midway through the fourth quarter, Zhou Tong and Oppo's drive resulted in Kufo's 5th personal foul, forcing him to exit the game and bringing Cauley-Stein back onto the court. Zhou Tong stepped to the free throw line, sinking both attempts. The score swelled to 96-106, marking the Warriors' largest lead of the game. As Fox returned to the court, Zhou Tong was substituted out, and the two missed the opportunity to confront one another once again. Fox glared at Zhou Tong with frustration, who responded with an apologetic glance. Before leaving the court, Zhou Tong and Oppo's stats stood at 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists, with a plus-minus of 12. As the surrounding noise faded, Zhou Tong and Oppo's gaze turned vacant. He walked directly to the end of the bench, exchanging high fives with his teammates. Sitting at the end of the bench, a system notification shined in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing today's task. The task reward has been issued. Please check promptly. Zhou Tong called out mentally, system. Little do is here he pulled up the schedule calendar, feigning contemplation while stealing a glance at his teammates, who seemed utterly engrossed in the game, motionless. The season schedule has been loaded for the host. He circled the remaining 2 games against the Kings this season. A smile crept onto Zhou Tong and Oppo's face. Since Fox sought a showdown, he would gladly oblige. Host, are you foolish? The Warriors have already completed all 4 games against the Kings this season. Zhou Tong was momentarily taken aback. Does that mean I must wait until next season? Indeed. With a hint of disappointment, Zhou Tong closed the system interface, directing his gaze back to the court. The Kings and Warriors, both part of the Pacific Division, faced each other 4 times in a season. Today, Fox had missed his chance to confront Zhou Tong, and now he would have to wait until next season. As Fox crossed half-court, the Kings substituted in their entire starting lineup. Cauley-Stein set a high screen, while Fox maneuvered to the left beyond the 3-point line. Following the screen, Fox distributed the ball, and Cauley-Stein elevated to score while contending with Cousins' defense. 98-106 Curry advanced the ball, passing to Green. Green directed traffic from the arc, while Curry utilized a high screen from Durant to receive the ball. As Fox closed in, Curry faked his defender, nailing a 3-pointer. 98-109 Cauley-Stein prepared to inbound from the baseline, but Fox faced immediate pressure from the Warriors' defense. Hield rushed to provide support, muscling past Curry to receive the ball. Hield drove forward quickly, utilizing Cauley-Stein's screen, and as Thompson pursued, he seemingly relinquished his defense, allowing Hield a clear path to the basket. Hield challenged Cousins directly, executing a floater that found the net. Cousins managed to draw a charge on Hield, resulting in an offensive foul. With possession shifting, Green brought the ball up. Curry came to receive it, and Green set a screen, blocking Fox's path. As Curry drove, he attracted a double team from the Kings, passing the ball out to Green. who found himself unguarded at the top of the arc. He delivered, sinking the three-pointer. 98-112 Yerger called for a timeout. Hield's offensive foul had signaled the failure of the strategy to leave Green open, resulting in a swift exchange of 5 points. It was evident to all that the Kings' prospects were dimming. The seasoned Warriors, despite being relentlessly pursued by the youthful Kings throughout the game, solidified their victory with key offensive and defensive plays. As Curry controlled the ball, draining the final seconds of the clock, the Kings ceased their fouling. Players began to shake hands, embrace, and exchange words of encouragement. 104-118 as the game concluded. The Warriors emerged victorious on their home turf with a tense yet safe win. Fox, draped in a towel, found Zhou Tong amidst the crowd. They embraced, with Fox remarking, "I missed the chance to face you this time. But worry not. Next season in Sacramento, you will meet a different Kings team." "Very well. I will await that with anticipation," Zhou Tong replied with a slight nod. Chapter 81. The entangled rivalry. The Golden State Warriors welcomed the Oklahoma City Thunder to their home court for a highly anticipated matchup, generating buzz comparable to that of the Warriors' clashes with their longtime adversaries, the Houston Rockets and the Cleveland Cavaliers. Kevin Durant once again faced his former team and his old comrade, Russell Westbrook. In their previous encounter, Durant was preoccupied with verbal exchanges with Westbrook, enduring a barrage of boos from Thunder fans each time he touched the ball. This turmoil significantly affected Durant's mindset, leading to a dismal performance that contributed to the Warriors' crushing defeat on the road. Determined to avenge that loss, the Warriors were resolute in their quest for retribution. The Thunder's starting lineup remained unchanged: Russell Westbrook, Paul George, Dennis Schröder, Steven Adams, and Andre Roberson. Last season, the Thunder, boasting the formidable trio of Westbrook, George, and Carmelo Anthony, aimed high with aspirations for the championship. However, they were unexpectedly ousted in the first round of the playoffs by the Utah Jazz. During the offseason, the increasingly isolated Anthony departed for the Houston Rockets, seeking another championship opportunity. Thus, the Thunder's star-studded lineup only lasted a single season. This served as a stark reminder that merely amassing star talent does not guarantee immediate success and may even backfire. The Warriors fielded their strongest lineup as well: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant, and DeMarcus Cousins. With Cousins starting, the Warriors had struggled during the opening tip-off in previous games, and this match was no exception. Adams secured the tip-off, and Westbrook gradually advanced the ball, marking the official commencement of the contest. Westbrook positioned himself at the top of the arc, spotting Adams battling Cousins beneath the rim. Seizing the moment, Westbrook decided to exploit Adams' matchup. He passed the ball inside, where Adams, with his back to the basket, engaged in a one-on-one against Cousins. As Westbrook anticipated, Cousins was unable to withstand Adams' strength, resulting in Adams scoring the initial points of the game. As Curry brought the ball up, Westbrook assumed primary defensive duties. With speed and power, Westbrook effectively hindered Curry and Oppo's attempts to accelerate and penetrate. Curry passed to Green, who orchestrated the offense from the top of the arc. Westbrook maintained close contact with Curry, while Thompson, utilizing a screen from Durant, emerged to receive the ball. Green distributed to Thompson, who successfully converted a three-pointer. As the game unfolded, the Warriors and Thunder engaged in a fierce battle, each striving to assert dominance. Westbrook's strategic playmaking and relentless pursuit of opportunities showcased his intent to not only elevate his performance, but also inspire his teammates. The intensity of the match escalated, with both teams exchanging leads and thrilling the audience with their prowess. In a fast-paced sequence, Westbrook dashed down the court, penetrating the Warriors' defense and executing a powerful dunk, further igniting the competitive atmosphere. The Warriors retaliated swiftly, with Curry and Green executing a seamless pick-and-roll, culminating in a three-point shot that brought the score to a tie. As the game progressed, the back-and-forth continued until Thunder's head coach, Billy Donovan, called for a timeout, seeking to regroup his team amidst the escalating tension. Chapter 82. Westbrook and Oppo's composure. In a state of calm, Westbrook and Oppo's scoring prowess and playmaking abilities rank among the elite in the league. Today, his offensive decisions were astutely made. Adams held a distinct advantage over Cousins, prompting the Thunder to focus their initial plays on this matchup. Cousins found himself at a disadvantage, unable to provide the high screens for guards as Adams does. His mobility was limited, making it difficult for him to recover once he ventured out. Thompson anchored his defense effectively, limiting George's impact. Consequently, Westbrook consistently sought out Adams, to the extent that the Warriors resorted to triple-teaming him, yet to no avail. Westbrook's precise pass found Adams once more, who spun around, leaving Cousins bewildered. Adams easily converted the layup, earning Westbrook another assist, with a score of 25-19. The Thunder began to widen the gap. Durant, under relentless pressure from Roberson, struggled even to receive the ball, let alone score, due to his size and weight. Curry faced a natural disadvantage against Westbrook, who today opted to temper his personal scoring ambitions in favor of facilitating for his teammates. The only exception was the matchup between Draymond Green and Dennis Schroeder, where both players seemed to disregard each other defensively. However, Green's offensive capabilities had nearly vanished, preventing him from capitalizing on the Thunder's strategic neglect. In contrast, Schroeder maintained an above-average mid-range shooting ability, even with his inconsistent three-point shooting. In the paint, Adams overpowered Cousins, executing a smooth hook shot for 2 more points. By the end of the first quarter, Adams had already amassed 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 steal, while Cousins, aside from failing to score, had also accrued 2 fouls. Green brought the ball up, directing traffic at the top of the key. Curry, utilizing a high screen from Durant, received the ball, and after a feint that eluded Schroeder, he drove into the lane. Adams, like a protective canopy, shadowed Curry closely, who, in a tight spot, passed to Cousins for a layup attempt. Suddenly, a blue figure leaped impressively, fingers soaring 30 centimeters above the rim, blocking the shot. It was Westbrook. The ball fell into Curry's hands, who quickly scored with a delicate floater. With a score of 30-25, Westbrook dashed down the court, his speed rendering others as if they were in slow motion. It was a sentiment echoed by an unknown observer. Despite past severe injuries, Westbrook's speed remained astonishing, allowing him to score with ease. As the first quarter concluded, Curry's buzzer-beater three-pointer clanged off the rim, leaving the Thunder ahead by 7 points. In the second quarter, the Thunder fielded a lineup of Jeremy Grant, Patrick Patterson, Raymond Felton, Hamidou Diallo, and Terrence Ferguson, with Felton being the sole dependable ball handler. The Warriors countered with a bench unit led by J.R. Smith, Damian Lee, Sean Livingston, Kevin Looney, and Alfonso McKinney. The Warriors initiated the offense in the second quarter, with Smith bringing the ball past half-court, matched up against Grant. Thunder's coach Donovan, aware of Smith's capabilities, assigned the best defender in the bench unit, Grant, to guard him. Smith executed a series of fakes, but Grant remained steadfast, maintaining his defensive position. Smith then passed to Lee, who, after faking Felton, drove to the basket. Facing Patterson's defense, Lee passed to Livingston in the corner. Diallo quickly closed in, prompting another pass back to Smith at the top of the arc. Smith engaged Grant in a one-on-one, successfully faking him out and driving left for a layup. Felton brought the ball up, passing to Grant, who took a step inside the three-point line to face Smith's defense. The outside world deemed them strong contenders for the championship, prompting Smith to taunt, "It seems a bit misguided, doesn't it?" Grant smirked, acknowledging the Warriors' championship history but dismissing Smith. As they exchanged barbs, Smith declared, "I certainly don't need your respect. It must be earned." He stole the ball from Grant, who quickly reclaimed it and attempted to drive past Smith, only to be called for an offensive foul. The Warriors quickly inbound the ball, with Smith racing down the court while Grant pursued. At the top of the arc, Smith altered his rhythm, catching Grant off guard. He then executed a Euro step to the basket. Grant, arriving just in time, was knocked to the ground as Smith tossed the ball, which rolled in off the backboard. A two-pointer confirmed, with Smith subsequently converting the free throw. The score stood at 32-30. On the other end, Patterson attempted to post up against Looney but was met with a resounding rejection. Lee pushed the ball forward, with Smith using Livingston's high screen to receive the pass. Grant stumbled over Livingston's foot, falling to the ground without any call from the referee. Seizing the opportunity, Smith launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net. With the score at 32-33, Donovan called a timeout, having underestimated Smith, who single-handedly turned the game around in just over a minute. "Well done, J.R.," Curry exclaimed, jumping over to pat Smith on the back. Smith celebrated with his teammates, casting a glance towards the Thunder and Oppo's bench, locking eyes with Grant. Upon resuming play, Grant and Oppo's layup was thwarted by Looney, who secured the rebound. Smith quickly advanced the ball and passed to Lee, who nailed a trailing three-pointer, making the score 32-36. Grant brought the ball up again, calling for a pick. Patterson set a high screen, pulling Looney out, which opened the lane for Diallo, who cut along the baseline. Grant leaped and delivered a pass to Diallo, who finished the open layup. The score was now 34-36. Chapter 83, Unfinished Grievances. Zhou Tong, with a leisurely pace, dribbled the ball past half-court and positioned himself at the arc and Oppo's apex. Observing this, Green, seated on the bench, scoffed, believing Zhou Tong was attempting to imitate him. The nuances of orchestrating plays from the arc and the ensuing tactical adjustments are not skills one acquires overnight. Youth often rushes to master what it has yet to learn. Looney set a high screen and rolled to the basket, receiving a pass from Zhou Tong. He deftly converted the shot with his right hand, simultaneously drawing a foul from Patterson. Looney added the free throw, bringing the score to 34-39. Felton advanced the ball and passed to Grant just inside the three-point line on the right. Grant called for a pick, with Patterson stepping up to set the screen. This time, Looney opted not to switch, positioning himself under the basket. Grant maneuvered left, while Patterson rolled to the paint, demanding the ball. However, Grant's pass to the post was intercepted by Looney. Lee retrieved the ball and quickly dished it to Zhou Tong, who was sprinting down the court. The Thunder's defense was swift. As Zhou Tong caught the ball, Diallo lunged at him fiercely. Remaining composed, Zhou Tong passed to the cutting Livingston, who soared for the layup, making it 34-41. Thus, the Warriors executed a remarkable 16-2 run, transforming a 7-point deficit into a 7-point lead. Donovan finally opted for a substitution, returning all starters to the court, with the exception of Grant, who remained. Westbrook brought the ball up and passed to George at the arc. George faced Thompson in a one-on-one, employing a series of feints. Thompson's balance shifted ever so slightly, an opportunity seized by the astute George, who drove to the basket. Cousins and Thompson converged on him, but George managed to create space for a pass. Westbrook leaped high, redirecting the ball to Grant beyond the arc, who sank a three-pointer, narrowing the score to 37-41. Curry advanced the ball and passed to Green at the top. Green, while observing his teammates, thought to himself, "Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of playmaking from the arc." Curry navigated around half the court to receive the ball, with Green providing a screen that thwarted Westbrook and Oppo's defense. Curry launched a three, but it was too strong, ricocheting off the rim. In the ensuing chaos, Westbrook secured the rebound and launched it ahead, where George caught it mid-flight and executed a thunderous dunk, bringing the score to 39-41. Curry regained possession, passing to Durant in the low post. As the Thunder's defense rotated, Westbrook found himself matched against Durant. Few understood Durant's game better than Westbrook, who firmly established his position to try for a steal. Their back-and-forth banter echoed the rivalry. Durant had left the Thunder in pursuit of a championship, a decision Westbrook could comprehend, yet struggled to accept, especially given Durant's choice to join the Warriors, who had recently triumphed over them in the playoffs. The term traitor reverberated, and Westbrook had not shown Durant any kindness since. As they conversed, Durant attempted a turnaround jumper, only for Westbrook to swat the ball out of bounds. The Warriors retained possession. Green inbound the ball, but Westbrook snatched it from Durant, sprinting down the court. Grant and George trailed closely, and Westbrook launched the ball off the backboard. George caught the rebound and executed a powerful dunk, leveling the score at 41-41. The Thunder had regained the upper hand, while the Warriors and Oppo's return to their starting lineup yielded no desired effect. Westbrook and Oppo's defense on Durant was commendable. Durant struggled, shooting just 3 for 10 in the first half, with 4 turnovers. With Durant's poor performance, the Warriors lost their formidable asset. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the visiting Thunder maintained a slender lead of 58-54. During the intermission, Donovan replaced Schroeder with Grant, concentrating the ball in Westbrook's hands. For Westbrook to maximize his impact, he needed the ball. Placing him and Schroeder on the court simultaneously would diminish their effectiveness. Allowing Schroeder to lead the bench unit would also amplify his offensive prowess. Simultaneously, defensive matchups adjusted, with Westbrook assigned to Durant and Grant to Curry. Donovan worried that Grant might struggle against Curry, while Westbrook could falter against Durant and Oppo's shooting. Yet, taking a risk might yield unexpected rewards. Donovan's bold strategy caught the Warriors off guard in the second half. Grant effectively contained Curry, while Durant remained subdued under Westbrook and Oppo's vigilant defense, even facing another rejection from him. The Thunder unleashed a 17-3 run, swiftly widening the gap. It wasn't until Westbrook and George each sank a three-pointer that Kerr realized the need for a timeout. Following the break, he replaced Green with Zhou Tong. As Green passed Zhou Tong on his way out, he declined to acknowledge him, even deliberately bumping him aside. Roberson's defensive fundamentals were solid, rarely faltering or gambling for steals. The Thunder executed a strategy of switching on screens with precision, allowing Zhou Tong to exploit this by drawing Adams out. After an initial lapse where he was rejected by Adams, Zhou Tong adapted, consistently scoring against him after switches. Zhou Tong proved capable of both scoring and assisting his teammates. Under his leadership, the deficit was quickly erased. With only 18 seconds remaining, the Warriors trailed by 2 points, and the Thunder held possession. Westbrook, at the top of the arc, faced Zhou Tong. In that critical moment, Zhou Tong muttered to himself, resolute in his intent to take the shot. Strangely, Westbrook suddenly smiled, leaving Zhou Tong perplexed, before exclaiming, "Look, a UFO." Zhou Tong remained unfazed. Yet, in the fleeting moment he blinked, the ball was no longer in Westbrook's hands. On the right arc, George caught the ball, evaded his defender, and steadily sank a three-pointer, nearly sealing the victory at 117-112. With no timeouts remaining, Curry charged down the court, attempting a hurried three that missed. Adams secured the rebound, and as Looney fouled him, he stepped to the free throw line. Adams converted one of 2 attempts, and by the time Looney managed to snag a rebound amidst the fray, time had expired. The Thunder emerged victorious in a nail-biting contest against the Warriors. Despite scoring only 13 points, Westbrook delivered a staggering 19 assists, orchestrating a performance that saw 6 teammates score in double figures. After the game, Westbrook cast a fleeting glance at Durant and the crowd, then walked away without a backward glance, the animosity still unresolved. Chapter 84. Be catching on the first day of April Fool and Oppos' Day. The Warriors traveled to Charlotte to challenge the Hornets. After a hiatus of half a month due to injury, Zhou Tong was set to make his comeback in this match. In a previous game against the Suns on the 11th of last month, the Warriors had taken an early commanding lead. Coach Kerr rotated his lineup, and Zhou Tong led the bench players onto the court. However, Kerr could not have anticipated that misfortune would strike at this moment. During a defensive sequence, Booker, positioned at the top of the arc, utilized a screen to drive towards the basket. Zhou Tong maneuvered through the pick to pursue but inadvertently stepped on Ayton's foot, causing his right ankle to twist at a painful 90 degrees. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his ankle in agony. With the assistance of his teammates, Zhou Tong exited to the player tunnel and did not return to the game. Post-match assessments indicated that Zhou Tong's sprain was not severe. However, given that his right ankle had previously endured a significant injury, the team and Oppos' medical staff recommended a rest period of 1 to 2 weeks. A cautious Kerr reiterated that Zhou Tong must be free of pain, capable of running, jumping, and sprinting before he could take to the court again. Kerr was particularly vigilant regarding injuries, and Zhou Tong dared not voice his willingness to play through the pain for fear of reprimand. The Hornets' starting lineup for this game included Kemba Walker, Bismack Biyombo, Marvin Williams, Nicholas Batum, and Tony Parker. The Warriors' first 5 comprised Curry, Thompson, Zhou Tong, McKinney, and Looney. When one thinks of the Charlotte Hornets, what first comes to mind? Words such as dismal, feeble, or laughable may readily spring forth. Their last playoff appearance was during the 2015-16 season when Jeremy Lin was still on the roster. They battled the Heat in a 7-game series in the first round, only to be ousted in disappointment. Since then, they have not tasted the sweetness of the playoffs. As the game commenced, Looney secured the jump ball against Biyombo, deftly directing the ball to Curry. Curry quickly passed it to Zhou Tong, who proceeded to advance the ball slowly before positioning himself at the top of the arc. Emulating Green, he orchestrated the play. Curry navigated around half the court to receive the ball, calling for a pick as Looney stepped up to provide the screen. Curry, utilizing the pick, drove towards the basket with Walker trailing closely. Suddenly halting, he altered his rhythm, catching Walker off guard. Biyombo abandoned his assignment to help, and Curry calmly distributed the ball to Zhou Tong beyond the arc, who confidently sank a three-pointer. 3 o'clock Walker advanced with the ball, passing it to Parker outside the three-point line. A veteran seasoned by the battles of the court, Parker used a feint to evade Zhou Tong and Oppos' defense, penetrating towards the basket where Looney awaited. Parker executed a jump shot, and Looney fell to the ground, though the referee remained silent as Parker scored. 3-2 Zhou Tong swiftly brought the ball past half court, passing it back to Curry. Due to his height and build, Walker was not renowned for his defensive prowess. Curry effortlessly faked a move, leaving Walker behind, and drove in. Biyombo, who had positioned himself under the basket, attempted to draw an offensive foul, but Curry's slight misstep sent the ball flying to the corner where Thompson, unguarded, received it and calmly made another three-pointer. 6-2 Parker advanced the ball, controlling the pace. Biyombo set a high screen, and Parker drove past it, but the Warriors switched defensively. Walker, who should have received the ball, was tightly covered by Zhou Tong, pushed towards the sideline. Curry defended Parker's drive, and as Parker collided with him in a battle for possession, Curry managed to wrest the ball away and quickly passed it to McKinney, who charged into the paint and scored with ease. 8. 2 Biyombo prepared to inbound, and Zhou Tong applied immediate pressure on the ball handler. Under Zhou Tong's tenacious defense, Walker struggled to bring the ball past half-court, just before the midline. Biyombo provided a screen, allowing Walker to break free and pass to Parker, who then dished the ball to Batum. Batum, in the low post, attempted to exploit Thompson, but Thompson's strong defense thwarted him, suppressing Batum and the ball together. Block. After securing the ball, Thompson quickly sought out Curry, who then passed to Zhou Tong on the fast break. Walker's pursuit was commendable, but Zhou Tong executed a sudden stop beyond the three-point line, evading Walker with ease. The three-pointer was effortless, a poetic display of skill. 11. 2 Parker brought the ball up, calling for a pick at the top of the arc. This time, it was Batum setting the screen. Zhou Tong fought through it to pursue Parker, who leaped into the air to pass to the right corner. McKinney quickly rotated to cover, but Walker received the ball, launching an open three-pointer that found the net. 11. 5 Curry pushed the ball rapidly, with Zhou Tong utilizing Looney's screen to receive a pass. Curry distributed the ball, and Zhou Tong, with a deceptive move, eluded Parker to drive towards the basket. Biyombo had established position, yet Zhou Tong showed no sign of slowing down as he charged towards him. They both leaped simultaneously, and in the ensuing physical confrontation, Zhou Tong held his ground, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Boom! A thunderous dunk, with Biyombo conceding a foul. Upon landing, Zhou Tong displayed his biceps, a triumphant grin on his face. "That was absolutely magnificent," exclaimed Curry, pushing him playfully aside. "Zhou, that dunk was incredibly powerful." Well, Zhou Tong completed the free throw, bringing the score to 14-5. The Hornets switched ball handlers, with Batum bringing the ball past half-court. At the top of the arc, Parker received the ball, lofting it into the paint for Biyombo, who began to back down Looney. Looney maintained his defensive position, and as Biyombo turned to make a play for the basket, Looney swatted the ball away. Curry swiftly tossed the ball to Zhou Tong on the fast break, who galloped forward, executing a graceful windmill dunk. 16-5 The Hornets quickly inbound, with Batum sending a long pass to Parker. Parker then launched another long pass to the unguarded Walker under the basket. As Walker prepared for an easy layup, suddenly, a figure clad in white soared high, blocking the shot. Zhou Tong. Walker could scarcely believe his eyes as he squandered what seemed a certain scoring opportunity. Zhou Tong retrieved the ball and sent a long pass to Curry, who quickly distributed it to McKinney in the left corner. McKinney faked out his defender and sank another three-pointer. 19-5 Unable to bear the onslaught any longer, Hornets head coach James Borrego called for a timeout. The 5 Warriors on the court played with an invigorating fervor, their offensive assault relentless, while the Hornets struggled to defend, utterly outmatched. Chapter 85. The onset of carnage. This may well be the most exquisite and dominant quarter the Warriors have played this season thus far. Despite the opponent's limited strength, the Warriors departed from their usual slow starts, elevating their offensive and defensive intensity right from the outset, thus setting a promising tone for the impending playoffs. As the Hornets began their offensive possession, Walker advanced the ball slowly, signaling for a pick at the arc. Batum moved to provide a high screen, and as Walker utilized the screen to penetrate, Batum rolled towards the basket. Walker passed the ball, but Thompson, quick as a flash, intercepted it. The ball was dislodged, and Zhou Tong delivered a quarterback-style long pass to the fast-breaking Curry, renowned for his aerial prowess akin to that of a majestic raven. Curry soared high, but instead of a dunk, he merely pressed the ball against the rim. The Warriors' bench erupted in laughter, swaying with mirth. The ball dropped, and Thompson secured the rebound before Batum could recover. Curry dashed to the three-point line. Thompson dished the ball out, but Curry's shot missed the mark. Biyombo managed to snag the rebound over Looney, yet his pass to Walker was intercepted mid-flight by Zhou Tong's long reach. Zhou paused momentarily and then confidently sank a three-pointer. 22-5 Biyombo had lost count of how many baseline inbounds he had executed, and Walker's expression was one of desolation. As he brought the ball up, he passed to Batum, who was one step inside the three-point line, before making his way to the right corner. Batum, in a display of finesse, went one-on-one against Thompson, using a change of pace to drive past him. Thompson attempted to contest the shot, but Batum's mid-range jumper gracefully arched over his fingertips and found its way into the net. 22-7 Curry dribbled up, and Zhou, utilizing a screen from Looney, emerged to receive the ball. Curry distributed it, and with a feint, Zhou slipped past Parker and attacked the rim. Biyombo, positioned underneath, braced himself. Already having been dunked on once before, he thought perhaps he might endure another. Unable to defend effectively, it would be a matter of capability. But lacking the willingness to even extend a hand or draw an offensive foul was a matter of attitude. It is well known that in the NBA, sometimes attitude outweighs ability. You might not be able to stop a player, but you must at least show some effort. Zhou charged fiercely towards the basket, undeterred by Biyombo's presence. With a powerful leap, Zhou slammed the ball down with authority. Slam dunk. Biyombo found himself on the receiving end of another posterizing dunk, once again accruing a foul. Upon landing, he stumbled, landing heavily on his backside. However, Zhou quickly regained his composure, extending his hands to help Biyombo to his feet. Zhou missed the ensuing free throw, but Looney managed to tip the rebound away amidst the chaos. Thompson seized the ball and promptly passed it out, where Curry caught it and launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. 27-7. The Hornets were utterly overwhelmed, and Walker's frustration was palpable. Recent rumors of Kemba Walker considering leaving Charlotte in the offseason were not unfounded. Year after year of stagnation, devoid of progress, could extinguish even the most enduring patience and enthusiasm. Borrego called a timeout, yet he showed no intention of substituting players. Firmly resolved to keep his starting lineup on the court through the first quarter, even with the deficit ballooning to 20 points. Upon resuming play, Walker brought the ball past half court, but his lethargic pass was easily intercepted by Zhou Tong. Zhou surged forward, catching a glimpse of Curry racing up the right side. Just as he prepared to pass, Walker barreled in from the left, colliding with Zhou and sending him crashing to the floor, the ball flying from his hands. "Hey!" Curry rushed over, shoving Walker aside. "What are you doing? What's wrong with you?" Walker cast a cold, indifferent glance at the prostrate Zhou Tong, maintaining an air of nonchalance in the face of Curry's ire. Thompson, McKinney, and Looney quickly surrounded the scene. McKinney helped Zhou to his feet, while Thompson and Looney confronted Walker for an explanation. Tension crackled in the air, prompting Parker and Biyombo to intervene. Batum stepped in to separate Walker and Curry, urging both to cool down. However, Marvin Williams, unable to restrain his temper, charged in and shoved Curry from behind. Curry promptly turned on Williams, and the situation escalated as both sides converged, intensifying the conflict. From the Warriors and Oppos, bench, Green, and Durant rose to their feet, while assistant coaches scrambled to keep everyone seated. The referees halted the game and hurriedly moved to defuse the situation. Curry and Williams exchanged heated words, while Thompson and Batum also found themselves embroiled in a verbal spat. As both head coaches, assistant coaches, and bench players intervened, the conflict gradually subsided. Incredibly, the instigator, Kemba Walker, received only a flagrant foul, allowing him to remain in the game. Meanwhile, Parker, Biyombo, and Batum each received a technical foul. Strangely, Marvin Williams, who had shoved Curry, faced no repercussions. Even more perplexing, Curry received 2 technical fouls and was ejected despite standing up for Zhou Tong and suffering in the midst of the fray. Thompson, Looney, and Curry each incurred a technical foul as well. As the referees blatantly favored the home team, the visiting fans erupted in cries of biased officiating, echoing throughout the arena. The technical fouls canceled each other out, granting the Warriors 2 free throws and possession due to Walker and Oppos as flagrant foul. Zhou Tong stepped to the line, making both free throws, while possession remained with the Warriors. 29-7 The game resumed with Damian Lee replacing Curry. The ball was inbound to Looney at the top of the arc, who then passed to Zhou Tong. As the victim of the earlier altercation, Zhou struggled to accept the referee's ruling. Emotionless, he held the ball at the arc, disregarding Walker's defense, and boldly launched a three-pointer over him, which found its mark. 32-7 Walker advanced with the ball, utilizing Biyombo's screen to penetrate the lane. Zhou, with a fierce expression fueled by vengeance, pursued him relentlessly. Walker maneuvered around Looney for a layup, but Zhou, from behind, swatted the ball out of bounds with a powerful slap. He discreetly pushed Walker, prompting the referee to blow the whistle for a defensive foul against Zhou. In the arena, the outcry against the officiating grew louder. Walker stepped to the line, converting both free throws. 32-9 As Walker shot his free throws, Zhou cast a dispassionate glance at the baseline referee, nodding thoughtfully in response. Chapter 86 The enraged Zhou Tong before being ejected from the game. Curry had only managed to score a single three-pointer, but astonishingly provided 8 assists and recorded 1 steal. He stood up for Zhou Tong, who had suffered a malicious foul. Even enduring a shove from Marvin Williams during the altercation, Ultimately, it was Curry who received 2 technical fouls and was expelled from the game. He was utterly perplexed by such officiating, incessantly arguing with the referee as he was ushered down the player tunnel by an assistant coach. Thompson shouted at the referee. But perhaps aware of the situation, the official did not penalize him further. It is no wonder that Zhou Tong cast a disdainful glance at the referee during Walker and Oppos as free throws. After Walker converted both free throws, Zhou Tong brought the ball up. At the top of the arc, he executed a swift cross-step, cleanly bypassing Walker. Looney pulled Biyombo out of the paint, allowing Zhou Tong to drive in for a thunderous dunk that ignited the visiting fans' fervor. 34-9 Parker advanced the ball slowly, calling for a pick at the arc. Batum set a high screen, and Parker circled around it to penetrate. Lee relentlessly pursued from behind, while Looney blocked his path. Under pressure from both ends, Parker passed the ball to Walker in the corner. Walker received the ball, evaded his defender, and sank a three-pointer. 34-12 The Hornets then switched their defense, with Zhou Tong now facing Batum. Zhou Tong eschewed screens, his gaze icy and unwavering. Batum exchanged a glance with him, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Seizing a fleeting moment of hesitation from Batum, Zhou Tong confidently stepped back and launched a three-pointer, hitting nothing but net. 37-12 The Hornets quickly executed a baseline inbound, with Biyombo tossing the ball to the galloping Walker, who scored with a powerful layup. 37-14 With time dwindling, Looney inbounded the ball. Zhou Tong received it and sprinted down the court, crossing midcourt to launch an extraordinary long-range three-pointer that miraculously banked in. 40-14 The first quarter concluded with the Warriors leading by 26 points in enemy territory. During the intermission, Zhou Tong earnestly requested, "Coach, please let me finish this game." "No matter what." "Absolutely not," Kerr replied firmly. "I will not risk letting you play the entire 48 minutes, and besides, Steph faced an unjust situation. He stood up for me. What fault does he bear?" Zhou Tong's voice was cold. "If the referees maintain this attitude, I shall utterly dismantle the Charlotte team. I will ensure that every home fan in this arena cheers solely for me." Kerr regarded him meaningfully. Thompson also cast his gaze over, while Looney patted Zhou Tong on the shoulder, saying nothing. Very well. Throughout the season, Kerr had indeed granted Zhou Tong immense freedom. He nodded in acquiescence. "However, if you feel any discomfort, inform me immediately, and I will substitute you right away." "Understood?" Zhou Tong nodded slightly. The Hornets soon discovered the full extent of Zhou Tong's fury. The second quarter began with the Hornets taking the initiative, their lineup comprising Malik Monk, Cody Zeller, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, Miles Bridges, and Jeremy Lamb. As Monk advanced with the ball, Zhou Tong stepped up to defend, his icy demeanor fixated on Monk's every move. Zeller set a high screen, and Monk thought to himself how Zhou Tong wore a poker face, then maneuvered around the screen to penetrate. Yet, Zhou Tong appeared indifferent, seemingly abandoning the chase. After the screen, Zeller rolled out, and Monk, drawing defenders, passed the ball to the top of the arc. Zhou Tong scoffed, intercepting the ball before Zeller could react, prompting a swift transition for the Warriors. Zhou Tong passed to Damian Jones, who pushed the pace with a rhythm akin to flight. As he advanced, he fed Zhou Tong, who sensed an opportunity, executed a shooting fake to evade the pursuing Monk, and then sank a three-pointer. 43-14 Monk brought the ball up, passing to Kidd-Gilchrist at the arc. Kidd-Gilchrist and Lamb executed a give-and-go, with Lamb barreling into the paint, ensnared by Cousins and Iguodala. Lamb clutched the ball, pivoting left and right, searching for an opening. Monk hurriedly approached for a pass, and upon receiving it, Lamb shoved Iguodala aside to deliver the ball. Monk opted for a floater, but Zhou Tong soared like a giant eagle, blocking the shot. The ball fell into Lee's hands. Zhou Tong, disregarding any concerns for stamina, surged forward immediately. He gestured for Lee, who launched the ball down the court, allowing Zhou Tong to catch it mid-air and score with a layup. 45-14 Lamb brought the ball past half-court, facing Jones' defense at the arc. The nimble Bridges came up to set a screen, enabling Lamb to evade his defender. Iguodala seized the moment to converge with Cousins for a double team. Lamb passed to Monk in the right corner, who sidestepped his defender and made a mid-range jumper. 45-16 Zhou Tong quickly advanced with the ball, exploiting the Hornets' disorganized defense to deliver a pass to Cousins beneath the basket. Cousins received the ball, fending off Zeller, who had just arrived to contest, and scored effortlessly. 47-16 Bridges executed a casual baseline inbounds, but Zhou Tong capitalized on the opportunity, intercepting the ball before Monk could react. Monk raised his hands in frustration toward Bridges, who appeared remorseful. Zhou Tong showcased a no-look pass, and Iguodala, ever resilient, decisively sank a three-pointer from the arc. 50-16 Borrego called for a timeout. He observed the determination of his bench players, yet lamented the disparity in talent between the teams, which was insurmountable. As he watched Zhou Tong dominate the court, seemingly omnipresent, he momentarily envisioned the Grim Reaper, Durant, wielding a scythe. Upon returning from the timeout, Monk and Amp, Oppo's layup was thwarted by Cousins, and Lee secured the rebound. The Hornets retreated swiftly, denying the Warriors an easy transition opportunity. Lee ambled forward, passing to Zhou Tong, indicating that he should orchestrate this offensive play. Zhou Tong advanced to the arc while calling for a screen, with Cousins coming up to provide it. The Hornets switched defensively as they encountered the pick, and at the arc, Bridges found himself matched against Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong stepped back, feigning a shot, and Bridges fell for it, attempting to contest the shot but inadvertently striking Zhou Tong's wrist. Zhou Tong casually tossed the ball, which miraculously banked off the backboard and into the basket. The basket counted, and Bridges was called for a foul, granting Zhou Tong an additional free throw opportunity. Zhou Tong converted the free throw. 54-16 Chapter 87. Bloodbath as the first half of the game concluded. The Warriors were leading by an astonishing 41 points on the road. The Hornets were thoroughly overwhelmed, their offense faltering repeatedly while their defense was riddled with vulnerabilities. When faced with a team of the Warriors and Amp, Oppo's caliber, failing to score and unable to defend becomes an inescapable disaster. In just the first half, Zhou Tong had impressively accumulated 38 points, along with 2 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. During halftime, Hornets head coach Borrego appeared remarkably composed. He neither erupted in anger nor displayed any signs of frustration. Instead, he calmly remarked, "I have seen your efforts on the court. The Warriors are like a monstrous creature, a beast with 5 heads. We are merely armed with swords and shields, lacking any magic to withstand the flames they spew. Guys, I am proud of your determination on the court. Even though we are significantly behind, you are taking every possession seriously. We have hopes for the playoffs. Even if we lose this match, winning the remaining 5 games could still allow us to surpass the Pistons for a playoff spot. We must take our fate into our own hands rather than depend on others. There is no need for psychological burdens. Let us enjoy the game." A similar scene unfolded in the visitors' locker room. "Joe, that's enough. You need not return to the court for the second half," Kerr stated in an exceptionally calm tone. Zhou Tong froze at the words. The towel in his hand fell to the floor as he sprang up. "Coach, I am fine. I can still play. Did you not promise I could finish this game?" Kerr and Oppo's gaze lowered, his piercing eyes seemingly dissecting Zhou Tong and Oppo's right ankle. "Can you still exert power with your right foot?" "Yes," Zhou Tong replied with conviction. "Look into my eyes," Kerr insisted. "Can you still exert power with your right foot?" Zhou Tong held his gaze for 2 seconds before lowering his head. "It hurts a bit when I push off." Kerr smiled. "That is precisely what you promised me. The moment you feel discomfort in your right foot, you must inform me immediately, and I will substitute you. Do you remember? I do not comprehend why you are willing to take such a significant risk, insisting on finishing this game despite knowing it could lead to a recurrence of your injury. Perhaps you think you are still young, believing that running and jumping will dissipate the pain in your ankle. But do you know? The pain does not disappear. It merely hides. This is temporary. Once you surpass the prime age of an athlete, you will find that the injuries from the early stages of your career will resurface. We are not under pressure from rankings or records. This game against the Hornets is merely a regular season match, where winning or losing holds little significance. What matters to me is you and the health of every player on this team. I will not gamble your entire career for the sake of a single victory." Kerr approached and patted Zhou Tong's shoulder. "I trust you understand my point." Curry then approached and embraced Zhou Tong, playfully ruffling his hair. "Zhou, I know why you're upset. You must understand, this is part of the game. No one can claim that throughout an entire season, they will not encounter a controversial call. What we can do, or rather the only way we can combat such controversies, is through our performance on the court. In short, thank you, Zhou. But I dislike you." Zhou Tong cast a resentful glance at Curry, who was taken aback. "What? You just messed up my hairstyle." "Huh? Aren't and Oppo's you sporting a buzz cut? What hairstyle is there in a buzz cut?" Zhou Tong laughed. Then, Curry was caught by Thompson, and Zhou Tong swiftly joined in, playfully tussling with Curry. Curry looked at Thompson with disbelief, and Thompson shrugged. "I was just trying to help, my friend." In the second half, Zhou Tong was firmly confined to the bench by Kerr, receiving no playing time whatsoever. Curry requested a towel from the end of the bench and handed it to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong glanced at the towel, casting a puzzled look at Curry. Curry remained silent but continued to exchange knowing glances. Zhou Tong understood. He was eager to partake in the atmosphere, waving the towel and cheering for his teammates' remarkable shots. The home fans were utterly disheartened, a few agitated fans throwing their half-empty popcorn to the ground as they stood to leave. They had hoped that with the Warriors fielding an all-bench lineup, the Hornets could reclaim some ground, yet the performance remained lackluster. Fans could accept their team losing, but they could not tolerate being utterly crushed without even a token fight. Livingston drove to the basket, drawing two Hornets defenders. With an uncanny awareness, he passed the ball to the top of the arc, where Iguodala received it and calmly drained a three-pointer. The two veterans toyed with the Hornets' defense, and the deficit officially surpassed 50 points. 101-50. Perhaps sensing the fans' despair, the Hornets finally found a spark, finishing the third quarter with a 21-1 run, narrowing the gap to 31 points. Some fans who had planned to leave saw their team rallying and believed a comeback might begin in the fourth quarter. So they settled back into their seats. Little did they know, this fleeting hope would lead to even greater humiliation in the final quarter. In the fourth, the Hornets reverted to their previous struggles. The Warriors' youthful exuberance showed no mercy. Upon entering the game, they capitalized on the Hornets' dismal defense and unleashed a barrage of scoring. In just half a quarter, the Warriors responded with another 21-1 run, pushing the lead back to 51 points. Even Cousins, often criticized for being old and slow, showcased a remarkable play, grabbing a rebound and weaving through the court for a layup, leaving home fans in utter disbelief. 137-90 as the final whistle blew. The score was set. The bloody reality laid bare before those who remained to witness the entirety of the fourth quarter. They felt like mere jesters. Kerr approached Borrego to shake hands, and players embraced one another, exchanging pleasantries in a scene of harmony, devoid of the conflicts that had marred the first quarter. Chapter 88. The final battle of the regular season. The Golden State Warriors faced the Memphis Grizzlies in their last game of the regular season at home. Midway through the season, the Grizzlies traded Marc Gasol to Toronto, marking the definitive end of the Dual Bear era. In return for Gasol, the Grizzlies acquired Jonas Valanciunas, DeLon Wright, C.J. Miles, and a second-round pick in the 2024 draft. Alongside Gasol, notable players such as Marshawn Brooks, Garrett Temple, and JaMychal Green were also sent away. As the Grizzlies resolved to undergo a complete rebuild, embracing a youth movement, their next task is to address Conley's contract. As the Grizzlies prepared to challenge the Warriors, having already been eliminated from playoff contention, their starting lineup consisted of Mike Conley, Jonas Valanciunas, Chandler Parsons, Kyle Anderson, and Justin Holiday. In stark contrast, the Warriors' starting five appeared rather unconventional: Damian Lee, Alfonzo McKinnie, Jacob Evans, Jonas Jerebko, and DeMarcus Cousins. Unlike the Grizzlies, who were poised and focused, the Warriors exuded a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. The pregame warm-up resembled a mere formality, with players chatting and laughing, seemingly indifferent to the impending match. The team's more prominent players were absent, and head coach Steve Kerr was notably missing, leaving assistant coach Mike Brown to take the reins. Valanciunas effortlessly won the tip-off, as Cousins appeared disinterested, barely lifting a finger. Valanciunas passed to Conley, who lumbered towards the basket. Conley, with the ball at the top of the arc, deftly maneuvered past Lee with a crossover step and glided to the basket for an easy layup. With the score at 2-0, Lee slowly advanced with the ball, calling for a pick at the arc. Cousins lumbered up to set the screen. But as Lee attempted to cut through, his soft pass was intercepted by the Grizzlies, who quickly transitioned to offense. Conley's fast break culminated in a soaring layup by Parsons, extending the score to 4-0. Lee, the sole reliable ball handler for the Warriors, brought the ball up the court, passing to Jerebko near the three-point line. Jerebko called for a screen, but surprisingly, McKinnie stepped in to set it. This was a feint screen, leading to a handoff pass, as McKinnie spun past his defender and drove to the basket. His deceptive move momentarily fooled Anderson, however. He inexplicably remained in McKinnie's path. Anderson fell to the ground, allowing McKinnie to score, but the referee's whistle signaled an offensive foul, nullifying the basket. Conley advanced the ball again, calling for a screen from Valanciunas. As Conley navigated the pick, he moved toward the left three-point line. Valanciunas rolled to the basket, and as Lee lunged to intercept the pass, Conley delivered the ball to Valanciunas, who scored despite Cousins' defense. The score stood at 8-0 as Lee initiated another play, once more calling for a screen. Cousins set the pick, but following the roll, the Grizzlies' defense shifted, with Parsons defending Cousins. Seizing the mismatch, Cousins called for the ball, yet Lee remained oblivious. Frustrated, Cousins gestured emphatically. Lee called for another screen, with Jerebko executing a fake, leading to a handoff. Jerebko drove toward the basket, But Valen Ins abandoned his assignment to provide help defense, timing his leap perfectly to block Jerebko's shot. Conley regained possession, advancing the ball to the right side, where a sprinting Parsons signaled for the ball. Conley launched a long pass, intercepted mid-flight by the quick-reacting Damian Jones. Jones then attempted a long pass, but it fortuitously landed in Anderson and Oppos' hands. The bewildered Anderson swiftly passed to Parsons, who scored another layup, bringing the score to 10-0. The Warriors quickly inbound the ball, and Lee raced down the court, leaving his teammates behind. Conley positioned himself defensively, anticipating Lee's drive. As Lee crossed half-court, he executed a remarkable dribble move, driving towards the basket. Conley pursued from behind, and they leapt simultaneously. In midair, Lee switched the ball to his right hand, performing a layup to finally score for his team, making it 10-2. Conley once again orchestrated the offense, positioning Valen Ins in the post. With a deft touch, he lobbed the ball to Valen Ins, who then executed a back-to-the-basket move against Cousins. As Jerebko's help defense arrived, Valen Ins shifted the ball, and Conley restructured the play at the arc. Parsons, using Anderson's screen, received the pass and drained a three-pointer, extending the lead to 13-2. The sequence continued as Lee committed an uncharacteristic error, allowing the ball to roll away from him without defensive pressure. As he bent to retrieve it, the ball slipped through his fingers and out of bounds, granting possession back to the Grizzlies. Conley brought the ball past half-court, passing to Anderson, who returned it to Conley. Valen Ins, engaging in a battle for position with Cousins, suddenly cut backdoor, where Conley expertly lobbed the ball toward the basket. Valen Ins soared to catch it, slamming it through the hoop and drawing a foul from Cousins in the process. Valen Ins converted the free throw, bringing the score to 16-2. As the Grizzlies threatened to run away with the game, Mike Brown finally called for a timeout. Chapter 89. Mike Brown's Chicken Soup. It was not a matter of sluggishness, but rather a deliberate choice by Mike Brown. His intentions were noble, aiming to allow players who seldom see the court to regain their competitive edge, perhaps even emerging as unexpected heroes in the playoffs. However, the outcome seemed to backfire as the Warriors exhibited an overconfidence. With the Grizzlies having long been eliminated from playoff contention, they were dismissed as a threat. Before the opening tip, Brown emphasized repeatedly not to underestimate the Grizzlies, reminding his team that no squad in the league could be considered weak. Those perceived as underdogs could unleash astonishing power unexpectedly. His gaze swept across each player's face, yet they exchanged indifferent glances, offering only perfunctory nods. Clearly, the players did not heed Coach Brown's admonitions, and the Warriors were swiftly met with a rude awakening. From the very first second of the game, the Grizzlies displayed unwavering focus, while the Warriors appeared lackadaisical, as if merely passing through. The home team quickly widened the score gap, leaving the Warriors bewildered and disoriented. "It seems you have completely disregarded my words," Brown bellowed, sitting before his players. "I have consistently stressed the importance of respecting the Grizzlies. They are not the weaklings you perceive them to be. If you fail to regard the bear, it will exact a price from you. We did not come here merely for a tour. We are here for victory. Buck up, will you? We are soon to face the Clippers in the playoffs. I trust you are well aware of their performance this season. If the Grizzlies decisively defeat us, one can only imagine what awaits us against the Clippers." Brown's impassioned speech served as a revelation, awakening the players from their stupor. Upon returning from the timeout, the Warriors resembled a completely different team. Mike Conley, the Grizzlies' point guard, was acutely aware of the transformation. Prior to the break, he had noticed a certain lethargy in Lee, but that demeanor vanished upon the resumption of play. A lion remains a lion as long as it finds its teeth. Lee regained his focus, deftly stripping the ball from Conley. He secured possession, while Jerebko and Evans sprinted down the court. Lee delivered an overhead pass, and Jerebko, exerting full effort, saved the ball just before it flew out of bounds. Evans arrived in time to catch it, executing a powerful dunk. The score was now 16-4. Conley and Valanciunas executed a high pick-and-roll, with Conley driving to the basket. Parsons made a weak side cut, and Conley delivered a brilliant no-look pass, setting up Parsons for an easy layup. However, McKinney had other plans. He leaped high behind Parsons, executing a thunderous block that drew applause from the crowd. As the ball fell, Lee regained possession. An energized Evans dashed to the front court, but Anderson appeared swiftly in the passing lane. Lee, with keen awareness, adjusted the arc of his long pass, allowing the ball to sail just over Anderson's fingertips. Evans received it and launched into a 360-degree dunk. The score was now 16-5. 6. Conley's layup attempt was thwarted by Cousins, who secured the rebound. Lee moved in to receive the ball, crossing half-court just before the 8-second violation. At the arc, he called for a screen from Cousins. Using the high-quality pick, Lee found a sliver of space and fired a three-pointer, which swished through the net. The score was 16-9. Conley brought the ball up, passing to Anderson at the top. Anderson raised the ball above his head, leaping to deliver a pass to Valanciunas, who attempted to post up against Cousins. This time, Cousins effectively defended, maintaining his position against Valanciunas' charge. With limited options, Valanciunas passed back out to Anderson, who attempted a three-pointer that went wildly off target. In the ensuing chaos, Lee snatched the ball and launched a long pass down the court. Parsons charged in like an enraged bull, while Jerebko executed an Euro-step toward the basket. At the moment of takeoff, he feigned for a moment. "Shit," Parsons shouted, realizing he had been duped. Unfortunately, while his mind reacted, his body did not. He collided with Jerebko and Oppos' back, who threw the ball skyward as both tumbled into the press area. The ball soared high, kissed the backboard, and fell, bouncing between the rim and the backboard before reluctantly settling into the net. 2 points counted. Parsons was called for a foul, and Jerebko converted the free throw. The score was 16-12. The Warriors had found their momentum, yet Grizzlies coach Bickerstaff remained composed, as if fishing in calm waters. Conley and Valanciunas executed another high pick-and-roll. Conley, drawing defenders, dished the ball to Valanciunas, who muscled through Cousins' defense to score, momentarily stifling the Warriors and Oppos' surge. The score was 18-12. The Warriors quickly initiated a baseline play, with Lee sprinting down the court. He passed to Jerebko, who faked out his defender and calmly sank a three-pointer. The score was 18-15. Anderson, known for his deceptive moves, executed a fake shot that seemed to unfold in slow motion for Jerebko. He maneuvered past Jerebko and attempted a left-handed layup that missed completely. Cousins secured the rebound, and Lee received the ball. The Grizzlies' defense was not resolute enough. Lee seized the opportunity, driving to the basket. He passed out of a double team to Evans, who scored with a deft layup. The score was 18-17. Bickerstaff's timeout was overdue. The Warriors had responded with a 15-2 run, narrowing the gap to 1 point. However, Bickerstaff's delay was intentional. The players were performing well, and he wished to maintain their momentum without interruption. "You are all doing wonderfully," Bickerstaff addressed his players during the timeout. "You have shown the Warriors the strength of the Grizzlies from Memphis. Keep playing this way. Victory in this game is destined to be ours." Chapter 90. Winning or losing, of little consequence. In terms of sheer desire for victory, the Memphis Grizzlies far surpassed the Golden State Warriors. Despite having already secured their absence from the playoffs, the Grizzlies are intent on finishing this season on a high note with a single victory. Observe, once again, Conley delivers a masterful bounce pass, and Valanciunas, with his back to the basket, engages in a one-on-one confrontation with Cousins. Jerebko approaches to provide defensive support, attempting to intercept the ball, yet he fails to do so. Valanciunas bulldozes through Cousins and completes a powerful dunk. The referee and Oppos' whistle pierces the air, calling a defensive foul on Cousins. After the basket, Valanciunas roars in triumph towards Cousins, releasing his pent-up emotions. Cousins merely smiles, the passage of time having dulled his sharper edges. In the past, he would have had words with the referee. Valanciunas misses the free throw, and Cousins taps the rebound down. Lee clutches the ball tightly, counting the players in his line of sight, 9, excluding the referee. Only then does he feel a slight sense of relief, leisurely dribbling past half-court. At the top of the arc, he signals for a pick. With Jerebko setting a high screen, Lee utilizes the screen to penetrate, drawing a double team from the Grizzlies, then kicks the ball out. In the corner, McKinney, freed from his defender, confidently shoots a three-pointer, but the ball bounces off the rim. However, Jerebko descends from above, executing an astonishing putback dunk that stirs the crowd. 2019 Valanciunas inbounds the ball, with Conley urging Anderson to quickly move to receive it. The inbounds pass arrives, and Anderson, moving with agility, brings the ball up to the top of the arc. Conley approaches for a handoff, but it is merely a feint. Lee, falling for the ruse, relentlessly pursues Conley, oblivious to the behind-the-back pass he executed. At the top, Anderson receives the ball, his movements almost in slow motion. Evans is sent sprawling far from the play, and only then does Anderson take a slow shot from beyond the arc. The ball bounces off the rim, and as Valanciunas and Cousins vie for the rebound, Valanciunas secures it, but McKinney swiftly pokes the ball away. Lee and Conley, in an unspoken agreement, dive for the loose ball, resulting in a chaotic scramble. Amidst the flurry, they fail to notice the ball slipping away until the astute Parsons scoops it up and, pivoting, executes a soft floater. The 2 points, which should have been easily secured, are thwarted by Jerebko, who delivers a resounding block, sending the ball out of bounds. Possession remains with the Grizzlies. Valanciunas inbounds the ball, and Conley weaves his way around half the court to receive it. Conley initially takes the ball beyond the three-point line, resetting the offense. Lee vigilantly monitors Conley's every move, only to realize that in the blink of an eye, the ball has vacated Conley's hands. Under the basket, Valanciunas attempts a layup, but Cousins rises to the occasion, presenting an imposing block. Lee seizes the ball and races down the court. With the youthful and energetic Evans barely keeping pace, Lee passes to Evans, who strides in, executing a soft hook shot for 2 points. 2021 unbeknownst to them, the Warriors have quietly overtaken the score. Bickerstaff refrains from calling a timeout, allowing his players to decide their course of action. Cousins powers his way to the basket, drawing a defensive foul from Valanciunas. As Cousins prepares for his free throws, Conley gathers his teammates in a huddle, whispering something unknown. Cousins converts one of 2 free throws, and Valanciunas secures the rebound, passing to Conley to initiate the advance. Conley brings the ball to the top of the arc, with Valanciunas setting a screen. Conley uses the screen to penetrate, drawing 2 defenders before kicking the ball out. At the top, Valanciunas receives the ball and passes to Anderson beyond the three-point line, who then swings it to Parsons in the corner. Justin Holiday, who had been largely inconspicuous on the court, cuts through from the opposite side, receiving a pass from Parsons and scoring with a reverse layup. 22-22 AM moment of folly arises during Cousins' baseline inbounds when Conley sticks closely to Lee, causing Cousins to hesitate. In his instinctive attempt to exert force, Cousins sends the ball soaring over Lee's head. Conley snatches the ball and drives towards the basket without a second thought. Cousins stands beneath the hoop like a formidable barrier. Conley, with finesse, evades Cousins' block and lays it in. 22-24 as the first quarter dwindles, Lee hastily advances, passing to McKinney at the top of the arc. McKinney, holding the ball, glances at the shot clock. Time is slipping away, and McKinney takes the shot clock down to the final seconds, determined to deny the Grizzlies a last shot. He accelerates, weaving slightly, charging towards Valanciunas, leaping high in an attempt to dunk over him. Valanciunas, undeterred, swats the ball down with a massive hand, sending McKinney crashing to the floor. A block. Conley, with a few quick strides, launches an audacious long-range three-pointer from just shy of half-court. Miraculously, the ball strikes the backboard and ricochets into the net. 22-27, Conley's buzzer-beater three-pointer seems to ignite the Grizzlies' spirit as they unleash a ferocious onslaught in the second quarter, outscoring the Warriors 19-4, swiftly extending their lead to 20 points. Brune and Oppo's timeout comes too late. Lee sinks into his chair, seeking a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Zhou Tong sits beside him, animatedly speaking. Lee listens intently, nodding occasionally. The Grizzlies' explosive 19-4 run at the onset of the second quarter sets the tone for the entire match. Despite the Warriors' efforts to close the gap in the remaining time, their early deficit proves too great, culminating in a disheartening defeat in the regular season finale. Meanwhile, on another court, the Thunder orchestrate a comeback in the fourth quarter, with Paul George delivering a decisive three-pointer to narrowly defeat the Rockets. Consequently, the Rockets secure the 4th seed in the West, destined to face the 5th-seeded Jazz in the first round of the playoffs. The Thunder clinch the 6th seed, set to confront the 3rd-seeded Trailblazers. All of this can be attributed to the strategic prowess of Nuggets head coach Malone. He skillfully orchestrates outcomes, ensuring that the 3 teams with the highest net point differentials in the Western Conference, Warriors, Rockets, and Jazz, are placed in the same half of the bracket. Should the Rockets overcome the Jazz, they will inevitably clash with the Warriors in the divisional semifinals. As for the Nuggets, they will face the weakened Spurs in the first round. Regardless of the outcome, whether they meet the Thunder or the Trailblazers in the divisional semifinals, they remain unfazed. Through meticulous planning, Malone paves a clear path for his team towards the conference finals. Should all unfold as he envisions, the Nuggets' ultimate adversaries in the conference finals will most likely be the Warriors. Indeed, despite not openly admitting it, Malone's maneuvering is a deliberate challenge to their rivals. Chapter 91, the first round of the playoffs. Facing the Clippers. This marks Zhou Tong's inaugural journey into the playoffs with true significance. Last season, although he celebrated a championship with the Houston Rockets, he often felt like a mere bystander. Except for a brief moment of brilliance during the decisive Game 7 of the conference finals, D'Antoni largely relegated him to the sidelines. One of D'Antoni's most criticized tendencies is his obsession with a tight 8 to 9-man rotation. During the conference finals Game 7, Kerr boldly expanded his rotation, establishing an almost unassailable lead, bringing the Warriors to the brink of the finals. Had it not been for Zhou Tong's heroic efforts, the Rockets would not have claimed last season and Appos' championship. During the offseason, he departed Houston for the Golden State Warriors, where his role expanded significantly, resulting in a notable uptick in his personal statistics. Despite battling injuries during the regular season, Zhou Tong managed to average 21.3 points, 4.6 rebounds, and 7.0 assists across 52 games, boasting shooting percentages of 48.9 from the field, 38.7 from beyond the arc, and 89.3 from the free throw line. Such statistics might evoke thoughts of star players from mid-tier teams. With a minimal financial outlay, the Warriors epitomized the adage of achieving great things. American commentators incisively remarked, "Imagine if the Celtics had let John Havlicek go for a $3 million contract. Would Auerbach have smashed the heads of the team owner and general manager?" Kerr may not know what Auerbach would do, but he would certainly consider doing the same to Myers and Lacob. Kerr contemplated Zhou Tong taking on a ball-handling role in the second unit, yet in crucial moments, he might need to rely on Zhou's offensive prowess. With Curry and Green already established as primary ball handlers, could they mold Zhou Tong into another Klay Thompson? This would maximize Green's playmaking while preserving Zhou Tong and Appos' offensive threat. Zhou Tong eagerly anticipated his first playoff journey. However, in the first game of the playoffs held at the Oracle Arena, he did not receive a single second of playing time. It was as if Kerr had forgotten about Zhou Tong's existence, opting instead to put the long-absent Jordan Bell into the game during garbage time. The Warriors triumphed over the Clippers with a commanding score of 121-104, securing a smooth victory to start the playoffs. In a post-game interview, an eager reporter tossed the ball to Zhou Tong. "Zhou, first of all, congratulations on your victory in the first playoff game with the Warriors. We all know you had an outstanding season, and we have witnessed your performance. However, tonight against the Clippers, you did not play a single minute. Could you share your thoughts?" "I respect the coach and Appos' decisions," Zhou Tong replied. "I enjoy the atmosphere within the team. We are united in purpose. We share a common goal. Whether I play or not is not solely up to me. I will train diligently, remain focused, and be ready for the coach's call." Silently, Zhou Tong scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Of course, I anticipated this question. Do you think I would allow you to catch me off guard? Ridiculous." The second game of the first round continued in the Bay Area. Zhou Tong again found himself without a minute on the court, yet he voiced no complaints. The championship had always been his greatest aspiration. In his first season in the league, he had touched the coveted trophy that most players strive for over years, sometimes even decades. He began to understand why Curry spoke of the exhilarating feeling of overcoming adversity, defeating one opponent after another, and finally lifting that gleaming championship trophy. Indeed, the championship trophy represents the utmost acknowledgement of a team and Appos' efforts throughout an entire season. Zhou Tong is a man of ambition. He would not be content with just one championship. He yearned to touch the trophy again and again, twice, thrice, many times, hoping to share the highest honor with his teammates. Little did he know that an unforeseen turn of events was imminent. The Warriors, having once led by as much as 31 points, suffered a stunning reversal against the Clippers, losing 131-135 and relinquishing home court advantage. Zhou Tong witnessed from the bench as the team squandered their substantial lead and succumbed to defeat. It is often said that those within the fray may become blind to the situation, while outsiders see the truth most clearly. As an observer, he recognized the underlying issue: complacency. Yes, Zhou Tong saw it all too clearly. The entire team, from top to bottom, fell victim to the same error, underestimating their opponents. Once the lead ballooned to 31 points, the Warriors seemed to relax. Careless passes, poor shot selections, lax defense, and bewildering mistakes ensued. The players appeared convinced that victory was already secured, entirely oblivious to the fact that there were still several minutes remaining in the game. The atmosphere of complacency spread among the players, with even coach Kerr falling prey to its grip. His timeouts were ill-timed, at least tonight. He was thoroughly outmaneuvered by Doc Rivers. The Clippers seized the opportunity presented by the Warriors' laxity and quietly began to gain momentum. A few deft passes from Alexander effortlessly tore through their defense. Gortat contained Looney, Harris stifled Durant, Beverly shadowed Curry. while others scored with three-pointers or dunks, quickly narrowing the gap. In just half a quarter, the Clippers reduced the deficit to 16 points. Yet, even this did not elicit enough concern from the Warriors. Poor shot selections persisted, defense remained slack, and glaring mistakes continued. The Warriors paid dearly for their negligence, as the Clippers closed in with a series of unbelievable, high-difficulty shots. When Kerr finally realized the gravity of the situation and called a timeout, the momentum was irrevocably in the Clippers and Oppo's favor. In the dying moments, Green's critical error extinguished any remaining hope for a Warriors victory. Even though Harrell made one of two free throws, there was insufficient time left for the Warriors to reclaim their win. In the aftermath, Kerr took full responsibility for the defeat. "Yes, I bear the brunt of the blame for this loss. I failed to call a timeout when the Clippers gained momentum." He did not continue, perhaps. There was no need to elaborate further. This series was proving to be far from the easy affair the Warriors had anticipated. Beverly had relentlessly hounded Durant, leading to one ejection and another foul out. Curry's performance faltered, and Green was off his game. The Warriors' journey to Los Angeles remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 92, The Battle of Los Angeles, Part 1. In the third game of the first round, the scene shifts to the Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Clippers. As teams sharing the same city, the Clippers and the Lakers inhabit the same arena, yet their fortunes diverge starkly. The Clippers, with a roster of underdogs, have made their way into the playoffs, while the star-studded Lakers have not even grazed the postseason threshold. The Clippers' starting lineup has undergone significant changes since their first encounter with the Warriors earlier in the season. Lou Williams, JaMychal Green, Danilo Gallinari, Ivica Zubac, and Patrick Beverley. Mid-season, the Clippers parted ways with Tobias Harris and Avery Bradley, while also releasing center Marcin Gortat and guard Milos Teodosic. They brought in several capable players, including JaMychal Green and Ivica Zubac. The Warriors' starting lineup consists of Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, and Kevin Looney. However, the Warriors faced injury troubles early in the playoffs, with backup center DeMarcus Cousins suffering a torn quadriceps muscle during a save attempt, thereby ending his season. While the Clippers lack a singular superstar, they have forged a formidable unit under the astute leadership of Coach Doc Rivers, demonstrating remarkable cohesiveness and tenacity. It must be acknowledged that Rivers possesses a remarkable prowess in nurturing a roster of unsung heroes. In the first quarter, the Clippers and the Warriors battled fiercely, resulting in a deadlock. The Warriors initiated their rotation in the second quarter, with Shaun Livingston, Damian Lee, Jonas Jerebko, and Alfonso McKinnie taking the floor alongside Zhou Tong. The Clippers quickly followed suit, featuring Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Tyrone Wallace, Montrezl Harrell, rookie Jerome Robinson, and Gary Temple, acquired mid-season via trade from the Grizzlies. The Warriors commenced their offense, with Lee orchestrating a play at the top of the arc, calling for a screen from Jerebko. After drawing the Clippers and Oppo's defense, Lee passed to Jerebko, who, facing Temple and Oppo's defense, distributed the ball to Zhou Tong beyond the three-point line. Zhou Tong executed a shooting fake, luring Robinson out of position, then deftly maneuvered past him for a drive to the basket, where he found Livingston for a mid-range jumper. With the score tied at 33, Alexander advanced the ball across half-court, utilizing a high screen from Harrell. Instead of exploiting the pick, he veered left to the three-point line, where Temple provided another screen. Alexander penetrated towards the basket, where Livingston abandoned his assignment to provide help. In a moment of brilliance, Alexander halted abruptly, dishing the ball to Harrell, who executed a smooth bank shot. As the game progressed, the Warriors exemplified patience on each offensive possession, while the Clippers appeared somewhat hasty. Alexander, in an impulsive moment, attempted a long pass to Temple before crossing half-court. Zhou Tong intercepted the pass, and with a burst of speed, left the slower Livingston in his wake, culminating in a stunning dunk from McKinnie. With the score at 37-33, Alexander initiated another play, calling for a screen at the top of the arc. As Harrell set the pick, the Warriors' defense executed a double team. In an attempt to counter, Alexander leaped, passing the ball to Temple, who confidently drained a three-pointer. Zhou Tong, undeterred by Robinson's defensive efforts, signaled for no screen, demanding space for his isolation. With keen awareness, he watched Robinson's movements closely. After several failed attempts to steal the ball, Robinson fell for Zhou Tong's feigned vulnerability, leading to a shooting foul as Zhou Tong drew contact while attempting a three-pointer. Robinson, frustrated, slapped his forehead, while Zhou Tong, stepping to the free throw line, taunted him with words of wisdom. Next time, perhaps you should heed the advice of others, he remarked. Just as he was about to continue, Harrell interrupted, berating Zhou Tong for attempting to lecture him. With a slight smile, Zhou Tong retorted softly, eliciting Harrell's ire. However, Zhou Tong remained unfazed, converting all 3 free throws. As the game continued, Alexander advanced the ball, once again utilizing a high screen from Harrell. Under pressure from a double team, he passed to Harrell, who found himself matched against Zhou Tong. Seizing the opportunity for retribution, Harrell charged in for a dunk, only to be thwarted as Zhou Tong soared higher, swatting the ball away. Livingston seized the loose ball, passing it to Lee, who quickly advanced and found McKinney, resulting in another free throw opportunity after a foul by Alexander. McKinney converted both shots, extending the lead to 42-36. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Coach Rivers called a timeout, as the Warriors seized control of the game, and the Clippers' morale wavered following Harrell's rejection at Zhou Tong's hands. Chapter 93, The Battle of Los Angeles, Part 2. Harrell was incensed. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a verbal spar with Zhou Tong to defend Alexander, only to be met with Zhou's unyielding retort, branding him a coward. This insult ignited a fiery rage within Harrell. He had never endured such humiliation. Determined to reclaim his dignity, he soon found his opportunity when Alexander passed the ball to him. Even fate seemed to conspire in his favor, as Zhou was assigned to guard him beneath the basket. Yet, in a moment of dismay, Harrell squandered the chance for an easy score, as Zhou executed a perfect block on his layup. Following a timeout, Alexander positioned himself at the arc, with Harrell setting a high screen. As Alexander maneuvered right, Harrell rolled towards the basket, arms outstretched, yearning for the ball. Zhou exchanged glances with Livingston, coordinating their defensive efforts, as Alexander delivered a jump pass to Harrell. The ball was tantalizingly close, but Zhou surged out of nowhere and intercepted the pass. Burning with frustration, Harrell seized Zhou's jersey and yanked him down. Zhou immediately sprang to his feet, confronting Harrell. "Your nails seem a bit long. Do you need me to trim them for you?" he taunted. "Mind your own business." Harrell sneered. The exchange escalated, with Zhou challenging Harrell and Oppos, "Es bravado. Is that all you and Oppos, V got? You still Haven and Oppos. T learned your lesson from that block. Should I teach you again?" As tensions rose, both players and Oppos, teammates quickly intervened to separate them, preventing the situation from escalating further. The referees issued each player a technical foul. Harrell, penalized for his earlier actions against Zhou, received an additional flagrant foul, granting the Warriors 2 free throws in possession of the ball. Zhou converted both free throws, maintaining possession for the Warriors. Livingston initiated the play at the arc, and suddenly, Jerebko made a backdoor cut. Livingston delivered a high lob near the basket, and Jerebko soared, catching the ball midair while Harrell attempted to obstruct him. Jerebko's floater bounced off the rim, and as Harrell reached for the rebound, Zhou emerged from nowhere, emphatically dunking the ball over him. With the score now at 46-36, the gap widened to double digits, and Harrell found himself at a disadvantage against Zhou. Harrell glared, but Zhou feigned ignorance. Rivers called another timeout, clearly aware that Harrell was losing composure, fixated on retaliating against Zhou. However, Zhou denied him that opportunity, and instead, Harrell continued to struggle. With a decisive gesture, Rivers benched Harrell, bringing in Zubac prematurely. Rivers seemed to overlook one crucial fact. Zhou possessed commendable skills, particularly as a center. Upon returning from the timeout, Zubac utilized his height to score a basket following a pass from Alexander. Lee advanced the ball past half-court and passed to Zhou at the arc. Zhou signaled for a pick, and Jerebko set a high screen, prompting the Clippers to switch defensively. Zubac found himself face-to-face with Zhou, who skillfully dribbled past him, leaving Zubac disoriented. Zhou accelerated through the defense, connecting seamlessly with McKinney for an alley-oop dunk. With Zubac on the court, the Clippers faced a double-edged sword. While he could exploit his height against the Warriors and Oppos' smaller lineup, his absence from the paint allowed Zhou to showcase his own formidable skills. Alexander continued to control the ball, executing a handoff with Robinson at the top of the arc. As Robinson moved to the right, Zhou closely monitored his every move. Alexander, after navigating half the court, received the ball from Robinson. As the Warriors rotated defensively, Zhou found himself matched up against Alexander. In a moment of agility, Alexander executed a between-the-legs dribble to change direction, momentarily faking Zhou out. However, Alexander swiftly broke past Zhou, delivering a pass to Zubac, who easily dunked as Livingston made a token jump in defense. With the score at 48-40, Lee brought the ball up, weaving through a screen to penetrate the lane. Zubac towered over him, while Alexander and Zubac formed a formidable barrier against Lee and Oppo's advance. McKinney quickly positioned himself to receive the ball, but as Lee passed it, he was intercepted by Tyrone Wallace. Wallace quickly transitioned to a fast break, receiving a long pass from Alexander and soaring for a layup. Lee brought the ball up again, passing to McKinney, who circled out for a handoff. Lee dashed towards the left corner, while McKinney faced Temple and Oppo's defense, employing fakes to find an opening. With Temple remaining steadfast, McKinney passed to Zhou at the right arc. Zhou, now matched against Robinson, executed a deceptive drive before stepping back for a three-pointer. Robinson failed to close out in time, and the ball sailed gracefully through the air into the basket. As Alexander attempted a long pass to Temple, he miscalculated, allowing Lee to intercept the ball. Immediately, Alexander retreated as Lee sent a long pass over his head, which Zhou caught mid-flight, executing a powerful dunk. The score now stood at 56-44. Chapter 94, The Battle of Los Angeles, Part 2. Silence enveloped the Staples Center, an eerie stillness pervading the arena. The home DJ had long ceased to invigorate the atmosphere, and the cheers of the fans had faded into oblivion. They were bewildered by the team's inexplicable decline, after performing admirably in the initial 2 away games. How could they falter so dramatically upon returning home? Hadn't Oppo's Zubac returned early? He should have been dominating the paint, punishing the Warriors and Oppo's smaller lineup, yet the deficit only widened. Alexander advanced the ball at a deliberate pace, waiting for Zubac to lumber past him. Once Zubac positioned himself beneath the basket, Alexander orchestrated the offense from the arc. Lee's defensive prowess was rather lackluster, allowing Alexander to effortlessly breach his guard. As Alexander penetrated, Jerebko and Livingston converged, prompting him to pass to the unguarded Zubac, who easily converted for 2 points. 56-46. Since assuming the role of primary playmaker in the second unit, Lee and Oppo's confidence had notably surged. Observing, he mimicked Green and Oppo's gestures, directing his teammates and Oppo's movements. Zhou Tong navigated around Jerebko and Oppo's screen to receive the ball, and Lee passed to Robinson at the three-point line. Robinson lunged for a steal, but missed, allowing Zhou Tong to advance. As he faced the Clippers' double team, he swiftly relocated the ball to McKinney in the corner, who stepped in for a mid-range jumper. 58-46. Alexander received the inbounds pass, then relayed it to Robinson, who settled at the top of the arc. Zhou Tong guarded him, and Robinson searched for an opening. Suddenly, Zhou Tong feigned a steal, causing Robinson to panic and loft the ball to Zubac beneath the basket. In that moment, Lee emerged from behind, swiftly snatching the ball. After securing it, Lee launched a pass to Zhou Tong, who executed a Eurostep to evade the retreating Robinson, scoring and drawing a foul. Zhou Tong converted the free throw as well. 61-46. The Clippers, afflicted by offensive stagnation, found themselves in dire straits as time dwindled in the half. With one final opportunity, Robinson executed a handoff with Wallace at the arc. Wallace, holding the ball, drove left, facing no defensive pressure from the Warriors. Lowering his center of gravity, he challenged Jerebko directly, extending his arms to release a shot that found the net. 61-48. As Jerebko inbound the ball, the halftime buzzer sounded. The Warriors led by 13 points at the break. During halftime, Kerr commended his players for their performance. "Gentlemen, I am quite pleased with your spirit displayed in the first half. The 2 games in San Francisco are behind us. Here in Los Angeles, we start anew. Until we secure our advancement, the score stands at 0. Maintain your tenacity. In the second half, deliver a heavy blow to our adversaries. Victory is ours for the taking." A similar scene unfolded in the Clippers and Oppo's locker room. "Forget the first half, gentlemen," Rivers instructed, scanning the faces of his players. "The second half is a fresh beginning. We have a full 24 minutes to reclaim control. The Warriors are undoubtedly a formidable foe. We must exert every effort to challenge and confront them. There is no defense that cannot be breached. Stay focused, improve our success rate, and we shall triumph. Let them know who truly reigns at the Staples Center." In the third quarter, the Warriors initiated their offense. Green immediately committed 2 turnovers, and the Clippers and Oppo's Lou Williams sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, swiftly narrowing the gap to 10 points. Kerr promptly called a timeout, stifling the Clippers and Oppo's budding momentum. In the second game, The Warriors had once held a 31-point lead before suffering a historic collapse against the Clippers. Post-game, Kerr faced criticism for his tactical decisions, even acknowledging, "I must take the brunt of the blame for this loss. I failed to call a timeout when the Clippers gained momentum." Kerr was determined not to underestimate the situation again. Despite Green and Oppo's earlier blunders, he kept him on the court. Green repaid Kerr and Oppo's faith, tallying 7 assists in the remaining minutes of the third quarter. Upon returning from the timeout, Durant seized control of the game. He showcased his prowess in three-pointers, fast-break dunks, and post-up plays, adept in mid-range shooting. Of Green and Oppo's 7 assists in the quarter, 5 were directed to Durant, who, in a display of his lethal form, led the Warriors to play their most familiar brand of basketball. Throughout the third quarter, the Clippers faltered defensively and struggled offensively, their focus seemingly misplaced. Rivers exhausted 3 timeouts in a futile attempt to halt the team and Oppo's freefall. The Clippers concluded the quarter with a staggering deficit of 22 points, leaving their spirits crushed. Displeased fans began to exit early. 102-67 as the third quarter drew to a close, the Warriors held a commanding 35-point lead. Recognizing the inevitable, Rivers substituted all his starters at the onset of the fourth quarter, conceding defeat. Ironically, the bench players performed commendably during garbage time, though it was too late to alter the outcome. 132-105 the Warriors reclaimed their home court advantage with a resounding victory, taking a 2-1 series lead. At the post-game press conference, when asked for his thoughts on the game and the upcoming match, Kerr replied, "I'm delighted that we managed to sink those damned shots. Indeed, the Clippers are a formidable opponent, and I hold them in the highest regard. Their relentless pursuit of victory is evident every moment they are on the court, and they exert tremendous pressure on us. I am proud of my players for withstanding that pressure and ultimately achieving victory. However, a single triumph does not equate to advancement. Gentlemen, this series has only just begun. We shall remain focused and pursue victory in every game." A reporter interjected, noting that the Houston Rockets had taken a commanding 3-0 lead in their series. When asked for his thoughts on the Rockets and Jazz matchup, Kerr chuckled dismissively, "We are not concerned with other teams and Oppo's games at this moment. Our opponent is the Clippers, and our focus is solely on them." Chapter 95, Struggle according to the 2-2-1-1-1 competition format. The fourth game continues in Los Angeles. In the previous match, the Clippers and Oppo's strategy of switching defenses upon screens led to Zubac being pulled to the perimeter, where he was repeatedly schooled by Zhou Tong. Despite Rivers promptly adjusting the defensive strategy to keep Zubac anchored in the paint and avoiding switches, Zubac and Oppo's efforts to exploit his height advantage against the Warriors and Oppo's smaller lineup amounted to little more than a drop in the ocean given the over 30-point deficit. The Warriors had effectively taken control of the game by the third quarter, allowing Zubac ample time to rest. He played for less than 25 minutes, while backup center Harrell saw just over 23 minutes of action. Today, on the same court, the entire Clippers team was determined to redeem themselves. Rivers recognized the significance of this game. A failure at home would likely lead to a devastating 1-3 deficit heading into the Bay Area. Thus, he opted for consistency, retaining the starting lineup from the last match: Lou Williams, JaMychal Green, Danilo Gallinari, Ivica Zubac, and Patrick Beverley. In contrast, Kerr took a bold approach, possibly risking it all: Curry, Thompson, Green, Zhou Tong, and Durant. In this pivotal game that could shift the series, Kerr replaced Looney with Zhou Tong in the starting lineup and positioned Durant at center. This decision was undeniably audacious. Should the Warriors falter, Kerr would face considerable criticism. On the defensive end, Zhou Tong was tasked with guarding Lou Williams, the renowned sixth man. The opening tip-off posed a challenge for Durant, who made a token jump before Zubac secured the ball. Williams gained control, and the game commenced. In the first possession, Williams, facing Zhou Tong and Oppo's defense, called for a screen. The pick came not from Zubac, but from Gallinari. The Warriors, adhering to their non-switching principle, allowed Williams to accelerate past the screen, with Zhou Tong closely trailing. Williams attracted a double team near the arc and passed to Zubac in the paint. Zubac, having pushed back against Durant, who retreated a step, easily scored. 0-2 Curry quickly advanced with the ball. With Looney absent, the Warriors lost their sole rim protection but gained mobility. Curry passed to Draymond Green at the top of the arc, where Durant utilized a screen from Zhou Tong to shake off his defender, finding space beyond the three-point line. Green passed to Durant, who effortlessly sank the three-pointer as JaMychal Green failed to keep up. 3-2 the Clippers established their strategy to exploit Zubac. Taking advantage of the Warriors and Oppo's lack of height in the paint, Williams brought the ball up and instinctively lobbed it to Zubac inside. This time, Durant did not attempt to physically contest. Instead, he tried to intercept the pass. However, a miscalculation led to the ball ricocheting off Durant and Oppo's foot back into Zubac and Oppo's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Zubac executed a one-handed dunk, a small release of pent-up frustration. 3. For the Warriors focused on a fast pace, capitalizing on Zubac and Oppo's slower recovery. Curry pushed the ball, passing to Draymond Green just past midcourt. With only Williams defending, Green passed to Durant, who then found Zhou Tong cutting along the baseline. Zhou Tong feigned a layup, only to dish it back to Durant, who soared for a dunk, adding 2 points. Williams was left spinning in the wake of the Warriors' swift offense. 5. For Williams controlled the tempo, waiting for Zubac to settle in the paint before orchestrating the offense. Gallinari provided a screen, allowing Williams to break free from Zhou Tong and drive to the basket. Facing Thompson, who had shifted to block, Williams passed to Zubac, who attempted a hook shot that was thwarted by Durant and Oppo's interference. Zubac, leveraging his height, secured 4 offensive rebounds within 3 seconds. Unable to tolerate the situation, Draymond Green fouled, sending Zubac to the free throw line, where he made one of 2 attempts. 5. Curry, with remarkable urgency, advanced the ball past midcourt and passed to Draymond Green, while Zubac had yet to cross the line. Exploiting the Clippers and Oppo's weak frontcourt defense, Green passed to Zhou Tong, who dashed past Williams and spotted Thompson open in the corner. With a quick flick of his wrist, Zhou Tong sent the ball soaring to Thompson, who converted the open three-pointer. 8. Williams quickly inbound the ball. Noticing Zubac sprinting towards the basket, he made a precise long pass to JaMychal Green near midcourt, who then found Beverly in the right corner. Beverly drove in, passing to Gallinari, who lobbed it to Zubac. As the Warriors' defensive formation was still settling, Zubac easily dunked the ball. 8. The game had nearly devolved into a one-on-one between Zubac and the Warriors, with the Clippers consistently seeking him out. Meanwhile, the Warriors diversified their attack. Draymond Green brought the ball over half-court, encountering Gallinari's tight defense. Using his experience, Green navigated the challenge and passed to Curry, who was freed up by a high-quality screen from Durant. With Beverly impeded by Durant and Oppo's pick, Curry launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. 11. Both teams adhered steadfastly to their strategies. Williams controlled the pace, waiting for Zubac to establish position before initiating the offense. Rivers was skeptical that the Warriors' hot shooting could persist. He believed that as their shooting percentage diminished, Zubac would become the decisive factor. Williams executed a high screen with Gallinari, breaking through after attracting a double team and passing to JaMychal Green in the corner. Rather than shooting, Green drove in to feed Zubac in the paint. Without much effort, Zubac scored as Zhou Tong, who attempted to rotate, fouled him in the process. Zubac converted the free throw. 11-10 when play resumed. Curry, receiving a pass from Draymond Green, attempted a layup, only to be thwarted by Zubac. The ball circled the rim twice before spilling out. This marked the Warriors and Oppo's first miss of the game, and Zubac collected the rebound, passing to Williams to push the tempo. Williams maintained control, waiting for Zubac to settle. At the top of the arc, Williams and Gallinari executed a pick and roll, with Williams breaking through after the screen, although the ball was not in his possession. Gallinari, now free, launched a three-pointer from the arc that found nothing but net. 11-13 Green advanced the ball slowly, while Curry, utilizing Durant's screen, maneuvered to receive the pass. Durant's effective screen left Beverly trailing, granting Curry a clear shot, which he converted with another three-pointer. 14-13 as the game entered an official timeout. The competition was intensely close, with both teams finding their shooting rhythm and the pace quickening dramatically. Chapter 96, the fierce battle in the first section. With the game barely halfway through, Zubac had already amassed 10 points and 4 rebounds. The Warriors' starting 5 lacked a suitable match for Zubac, who dominated the paint with ease. Upon returning from a timeout, Lou Williams brought the ball up and sought out Zubac once more. After being scored on by Zubac at the start, Durant regained his focus, realizing that defending head-on was a folly. The optimal strategy against a dominant center is to maneuver around them. Zubac received the ball under the basket, but Durant, with near-instantaneous speed, circumvented him and stole the ball. Curry seized control of the possession, passing it to Draymond Green for an advance. Green executed an overhead pass, accurately finding Thompson sprinting down the court. Jamal Green and Oppo's defensive recovery was astonishingly swift, Thompson stumbled upon receiving the ball, yet Green was already in position to contest. Fortunately, Zhou Tong was making a determined approach from the left. Thompson passed the ball, and Zhou executed a magnificent gliding dunk. After a turnover at 16-13, Zubak abandoned his position under the basket and called for the ball in the low post. He secured his position, effectively pinning Draymond Green behind him. Lou Williams, positioned at the top of the arc, lobbed a pass to Zubak in the low post, who then faced off against Green. Although Green possessed commendable low-post defensive skills, Zubak held the advantage in both height and weight. As Green struggled against the physicality, Zubak powered through the defense, effortlessly executing a one-handed dunk to score. At 16-15, Green advanced the ball rapidly, seizing every opportunity for a fast break. He positioned himself at the top of the arc, directing traffic with one hand. Outside the left three-point line, Curry utilized the dual screens set by Durant and Zhou to receive the ball. Although Beverly fought through the screen set by Durant, Zhou obstructed his path. Curry even found the time to adjust before calmly sinking a three-pointer. At 19-15, Beverly brought the ball up, passing to Lou Williams to orchestrate the offense. Williams called for a pick-and-roll, with Zubak lumbering to set the screen. Williams maneuvered around the screen and drove toward the basket, with Zubak rolling to the rim. Williams leaped, delivering a pass to Zubak beneath the basket. Zubak then shifted the ball to the corner for Gallinari, who, after shaking off his defender, confidently sank an open three-pointer. At 19-18, Thompson, after receiving a brilliant pass from Zhou Tong, attempted a layup that was slightly too forceful, causing the ball to bounce off the rim. Draymond Green, with impeccable anticipation of the ball's trajectory, soared to secure the rebound. Zhou Tong received the ball outside, reorganizing the offense. He passed to Curry, who sprinted to the right corner. Curry made a quick move, dishing the ball to the emerging Draymond Green. Green, stationed at the top of the arc, directed the play, while the Clippers' defensive rotation faltered, leaving Thompson unguarded. He cut in from the weak side, receiving a pass from Green and rising for a layup. Zubak arrived just in time, swatting Thompson's shot away, sending it out of bounds. The ball, however, remained with the Warriors. Draymond Green inbounded the ball, but Beverly dashed in, intercepting it before Curry could react. The Clippers swiftly transitioned to offense, with Beverly launching a long pass to a streaking Jamal Green, who then distributed to Gallinari on the right flank. Gallinari halted outside the three-point line and launched a shot that teetered on the rim before finally finding its mark. At 19-21, Draymond Green advanced the ball to the top of the arc. Thompson and Zhou Tong executed a cross screen, while Durant exploited a mismatch in the low post, signaling for the ball. Upon realizing that Beverly was defending Durant, Draymond Green wasted no time in delivering a pass to the low post. Durant faced Beverly's defense, spinning for a smooth fadeaway jumper. At 21-21, Beverly controlled the tempo, slowly bringing the ball across half-court. He lobbed the ball to Zubak in the post, who backed down against Draymond Green. Seizing an opportunity, Green attempted to swipe the ball but inadvertently struck Zubak's wrist, causing the ball to bounce out of bounds. Zubak let out a pain cry. Green's attempt was forceful. A foul was called on Draymond Green, and the possession remained with the Clippers. Beverly inbounded the ball, and the towering Zubak lightly tipped it to the corner for Jamal Green. The latter evaded his defender and passed to Lou Williams at the top of the arc. Williams accelerated past his defender, driving to the basket, but his shot missed, resulting in a foul by the trailing Curry. Williams stepped to the free throw line and converted both attempts. At 21-23, the match was a spectacle, with both teams maintaining their shooting prowess until the end of the first quarter. Zubak dismantled the Warriors' interior defense with his adept scoring, low-post play, and rebounding prowess. Conversely, the Warriors relentlessly pushed the pace, capitalizing on every fast break opportunity, exploiting the lumbering nature of the large center. As the first quarter concluded, the score was tied. In the second quarter, the tide turned. The Warriors targeted Looney in the paint, almost every offensive possession seeking him out. Just as Zubak had bullied the Warriors' small lineup in the first quarter, Looney wreaked havoc on the Clippers' interior defense in the second. The Clippers responded in kind, leveraging Harrell's agility to push the tempo, deliberately avoiding half-court setups and capitalizing on fast break opportunities to stay close on the scoreboard. At halftime, the score remained level. In the third quarter, the tug-of-war continued, each team taking turns to shine. Over here, Lou Williams and Zubak executed a pick-and-roll, with Zubak finishing strong. Meanwhile, Curry used Durant's high screen to emerge and sink a three-pointer. During the third quarter alone, the Warriors and Clippers tied 11 times and exchanged leads 7 times. The score remained close, and the atmosphere was intensely competitive. Although both teams experienced a slight dip in shooting efficiency, their performance remained commendably high. As the third quarter concluded, the Clippers led by 1 point thanks to Beverly's buzzer-beater three-pointer. As the final quarter commenced, the Clippers heavily relied on Zubac's interior strength, and Rivers significantly increased his playing time. At the start of the fourth quarter, the Clippers had already racked up 62 points in the paint. This was unacceptable for Kerr. Yet he found himself in a predicament, unable to field Looney for a full 48 minutes due to Cousins and Oppo's injury and the threat of further harm. He understood the paramount importance of health for a championship-contending team. Midway through the fourth quarter, the Clippers held a 5-point lead. It seemed they had firmly grasped control of the game and were poised to even the series on their home court. The Warriors appeared ensnared like moths caught in a web, futilely struggling against their confines. In an effort to give Zubac a breather, Rivers substituted Harrell for him. Ironically, this substitution dramatically altered the course of the entire game. Chapter 97, The Reversal of Human Essence with just 5 minutes and 56 seconds remaining. The Clippers firmly held the upper hand, leading the Warriors 105-100. It appeared increasingly likely that the Clippers would manage to equalize the series on their home court. In the previous play, Curry drove to the basket, drawing a defensive foul from Beverly, and earned 2 free throw opportunities. After Curry successfully made his first free throw, the Clippers made a substitution, with Rivers replacing Zubac with Harrell. Zubac exchanged a brief handshake with Harrell before jogging off the court. Rivers' intent was commendable. Zubac had already played over 36 minutes, and with the game under control, it seemed reasonable to allow him a moment and Oppo's respite. However, he overlooked one critical aspect. This was the playoffs, where even a second of complacency could lead to defeat. Cole also opted for a substitution, pulling out Zhou Tong and bringing in Looney to bolster defense and rim protection. Curry missed his second free throw, leading to a scramble for the rebound. Looney managed to tip the ball away from Harrell, who flailed like a clown, exerting every effort yet failing to touch the ball. Looney secured the rebound and passed it to Draymond Green for the advance. Green brought the ball up, calling for a pick at the top of the arc. Looney set a high screen, allowing Green to maneuver around it, subsequently passing to Curry, who found himself wide open beyond the three-point line due to a colossal defensive lapse by the Clippers. Steven, Rivers shouted, pointing at Curry to alert his players. Where's the defender for Steven? What are you doing? Only then did Beverly belatedly realize he needed to help defend, but just as he began to move, Curry had already sunk the open three-pointer. 103-105. Lou Williams brought the ball up, passing it back and forth with Beverly at the top of the arc. Beverly drove to the basket, challenging Looney's defense head-on. In the corner, Gallinari raised his hands high, signaling for an open shot. Beverly caught sight of his unguarded teammate and passed the ball. Where has your defensive focus gone? Cole erupted in frustration from the sidelines. Do I need to teach you this simple concept? Gallinari received the ball and shot just before Green could contest. However, he squandered the golden opportunity for an open three-pointer. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Looney grabbed the rebound, quickly passing to a sprinting Curry. Curry swiftly found Thompson, who was charging in from the left for a soaring layup, equalizing the score. 105-105. Rivers called for a timeout. Zubac had barely been off the court for a minute before the Warriors tied the game. Looney's crucial rebound over Harrell underscored Zubac's importance. While Harrell's mobility allowed him to play center in a small lineup, his rim protection was rather mediocre. Despite this, Rivers did not make any substitutions during the timeout, leaving Harrell on the court, leaving commentator Reggie Miller perplexed by Rivers' decision. Lou Williams advanced the ball slowly, calling for a pick. Harrell set a high screen, and as Williams maneuvered around it, he drew 2 defenders from the Warriors. Harrell, now at the top of the arc, received the ball but hesitated, quickly passing to Beverly beyond the three-point line. Curry suddenly dashed in and intercepted the pass, prompting Durant to initiate a fast break. Curry delivered an over-the-top pass, and as soon as Lou Williams saw Harrell and Oppo's pass being intercepted, he retreated to defend, positioning himself in Durant and Oppo's path to draw an offensive foul. As expected, Durant barreled into Williams, tossing the ball softly off the backboard and into the net. The referee and Oppo's whistle blew, but it was a defensive foul against Williams. Williams felt aggrieved, insisting to the referee that he hadn't committed a foul. However, slow-motion replays revealed that Williams had established his position within the legal charging area and had not jumped, confirming the accuracy of the defensive foul call. Durant converted the additional free throw. 108-105. The Warriors had taken the lead. The Clippers were left with just 2 timeouts, and Rivers pondered whether to call one immediately. Hesitation in crucial moments is a cardinal sin in coaching. As Rivers deliberated, Lou Williams attempted a quick three-pointer to tie the game, which clanged off the front of the rim and fell into Looney's hands. Draymond Green advanced the ball rapidly. And finally, Rivers made a decisive call for a timeout. Seizing this opportunity, he reinstated Zubac, but the momentum had irrevocably shifted in favor of the Warriors. Zubac positioned himself in the paint, firmly sealing off Looney, raising his arms for the ball. Lou Williams lobbed a pass into the post, and Zubac, with his back to the basket, initiated a strong move against Looney. He powered through the defense and attempted a turnaround shot. A fingertip from Looney grazed Zubac's layup, slightly altering its trajectory. The ball struck the rim and bounced out. Zubac managed to contest for the rebound, but Looney snatched it from him. Curry gained control, passing to Draymond Green for the advance. Draymond brought the ball up, while Thompson, using a screen from Durant, came around to receive it. Draymond distributed the ball, and Thompson, evading Gallinari's defense, effortlessly nailed a three-pointer. 111-105. The Warriors completed an 11-0 scoring run, and Rivers' singular substitution had directly doomed their advantageous position. Time remained, but it was running out. Lou Williams controlled the ball at the top of the arc, calling for a pick. Zubac set a high screen, and as Williams drove in, the Warriors continued their double team. In the corner, Beverly raised his hands, signaling for an open shot. Williams passed the ball, but Beverly's open three-pointer clanked off the rim, and Looney secured the rebound, passing to Curry. Curry approached the arc, deliberately managing the tempo. He passed to Draymond Green, who took small steps toward the left corner. Draymond orchestrated the play from the top, while Durant, engaged in a tussle with Michael Green, suddenly darted beneath the basket. Draymond tossed the ball toward the rim, and Durant, catching it midair, evaded Zubac's attempted block and scored. 113-105. Rivers called a premature end to their final timeout. The Clippers' chances had evaporated, and Rivers could hardly have anticipated that his substitution decision would backfire so dramatically. No, he had an opportunity to rectify the situation. Yet, during the prior timeout, he failed to make any adjustments. Since then, the Clippers had not scored, continuously relinquishing rebounds. The game concluded. The Warriors had claimed another victory on the road, leading the series 3-1. In the aftermath, Rivers faced a barrage of criticism and scorn from peers and fans alike. Meanwhile, on another court, the Houston Rockets were soundly defeated by the Jazz in Salt Lake City, yet they too maintained a commanding 3-1 lead. Chapter 98. Dynamics from all sides. The Utah Jazz ultimately could not escape the fate of being swept by the Gentlemen. In the fourth game of the series held in Salt Lake City, they thoroughly trounced the Houston Rockets, marking their final brilliance of the season. However, during the fifth game in Houston, the Jazz battled fiercely throughout, and just as victory seemed within reach, James Harden delivered two consecutive step-back three-pointers, casting the Jazz into an irretrievable abyss. The game concluded with the Houston Rockets securing victory on their home court, advancing in the playoffs. For two consecutive seasons, the Jazz have been eliminated by the Rockets, with the series score mirroring the previous year at 4-1. Fans of the Rockets contend that Harden has avenged the grievances from the Yao McGrady era, a sentiment not without merit. Recalling the Yao McGrady era, the Rockets were eliminated by the Jazz in the first round of the playoffs for two consecutive years. In the 2006-2007 season, the Rockets lost the most crucial home game in a decisive Game 7. The Jazz, after initially trailing 2 games, mounted a resilient comeback and ultimately eliminated the Rockets. In the 2007-2008 season, McGrady, despite battling injuries, forced himself to play. Although he scored 40 points in Game 6 of the series, it proved insufficient as the Rockets once again fell before the Jazz. That injection ultimately marked the beginning of McGrady's decline. A decade later, under the leadership of James Harden and Chris Paul, the Rockets finally exacted their revenge, perfectly embodying the adage that a gentleman's vengeance is never too late. After ousting the Jazz, the Rockets would face the victor of the series between the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Clippers in the conference semifinals. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Rockets and Warriors, old rivals, are poised to meet in the playoffs for the second consecutive year. Similarly, the Denver Nuggets performed a gentleman's sweep of the San Antonio Spurs. Despite Coach Popovich's best efforts, he could not contain the ever-dominant Nikola Jokic. The Nuggets' prowess far surpassed that of the Spurs, making this series arguably the least suspenseful in the Western Conference. Even before the series commenced, American pundits had predicted the Spurs would struggle, with the Nuggets' advancement being merely a question of how many games the Spurs could resist. Jokic and his Nuggets provided the answer. 5. The series between the Portland Trail Blazers and the Oklahoma City Thunder was a roller coaster. Yet, unexpectedly, the widely favored Thunder succumbed after just 5 games. In the 5th game, Damian Lillard hit a long-range three-pointer over Paul George's defense for a dramatic game winner. The score settled at 118-115, with the Blazers advancing effortlessly to the next round. In the aftermath, Lillard made a farewell gesture towards the Thunder's bench. Post-game, Paul George candidly remarked that it was a poor shot selection. The series between the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Clippers was fraught with complications. After winning 2 consecutive games in Los Angeles, the Warriors appeared to seize control of the series. However, upon returning to the Bay Area, they suffered a disheartening defeat, casting the series into uncertainty once more. Durant found himself embroiled in a confrontation with Beverley, which distracted him from his performance. As tensions escalated, both Beverley and Durant were ejected from the game. As Beverley exited the player tunnel, he was met with cheers from the visiting fans and jeers from the home crowd. With each team left with only one home game, the Warriors bore a heavier burden of pressure compared to the Clippers, who entered the fray unencumbered. In the Eastern Conference, the Milwaukee Bucks decisively swept the Detroit Pistons. Despite Blake Griffin battling the injuries, he valiantly played through pain, giving his all for the team. The Pistons barely made it into the playoffs, and the disparity in skill between them and the Bucks was monumental. The Bucks star player, Giannis Antetokounmpo, hardly needed to exert himself as the Pistons fell. The 4th-seeded Boston Celtics faced off against the 5th-seeded Indiana Pacers in a lopsided series. The Celtics swept the Pacers, eliminating them in 4 games. What was anticipated to be a clash of titans devolved into a one-sided affair. Kyrie Irving dismantled the Pacers' defense single-handedly. And alongside the dynamic duo of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, the Pacers found themselves overwhelmed. The Toronto Raptors, led by Kawhi Leonard, likely did not foresee the Orlando Magic's formidable energy as they lost the first game of the series. Speculation of an upset circulated widely. However, Leonard and the Raptors quickly regained their composure, executing their game plan with precision as if following a meticulously crafted directive towards victory. They swiftly won 4 consecutive games, eliminating the Magic. The Philadelphia 76ers encountered an unexpected jolt as well. The Brooklyn Nets secured a playoff berth as the 6th seed, a development that caught most off guard. The Nets lacked a superstar, relying on a collective team effort, which ultimately became their downfall. In crucial moments, they lacked a decisive player capable of clinching the game, a role fulfilled by the 76ers stars, Joel Embiid and Jimmy Butler. The 76ers swept the Nets, advancing to the conference semifinals, where the Milwaukee Bucks will face the Boston Celtics, and the Philadelphia 76ers will challenge the Toronto Raptors. As the playoffs progressed, the Warriors found themselves as the only team yet to secure advancement. As previously noted, the pressure on the Warriors was exponentially greater than that on the Clippers. They needed to demonstrate that last season's defeat to the Rockets was merely an anomaly. However, even Coach Kerr could not have anticipated the magnitude of the challenge the Warriors faced in the first round of the playoffs. The upcoming Game 6 is a must-win for the Warriors. Any further misstep could lead them to a perilous Game 7, from which recovery may prove impossible. Chapter 99, 099. G6 Thompson. In the realm of the NBA, there exists an individual who, while remaining largely unassuming in his demeanor, possesses the uncanny ability to unleash a formidable performance at a pivotal moment, rendering him virtually unstoppable. This individual is none other than Thompson during the 6th game of the series. It was in this very match against the Oklahoma City Thunder in the conference finals that Thompson, with remarkable prowess, sank 11 three-pointers, single-handedly propelling his team to a triumphant escape from the away game, and subsequently eliminating the Thunder on their home court. This series played a crucial role in influencing Durant and Oppo's decision to depart from the Thunder and join the Warriors. In the first round and Oppo's 6th game, the Warriors faced the Clippers on their home turf. Coach Rivers adhered to a steadfast strategy, maintaining an unchanged starting lineup: Lou Williams, JaMychal Green, Danilo Gallinari, Ivica Zubac, and Patrick Beverley. The Warriors' starting 5 comprised Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant, Kevin Looney, and Klay Thompson. Coach Kerr opted to include Looney in the starting lineup, with Zhou Tong ready to come off the bench. In the previous match, he had employed an unconventional tactic that secured a hard-fought victory on the road. However, can a strategy still be deemed unconventional if it is employed repeatedly? As the game commenced, Zubac won the tip-off. Lou Williams slowly advanced with the ball, marking the official start of the contest. In the opening possession, Williams adhered to his usual approach, passing the ball to Zubak in the low post. A directive from Rivers to exploit Zubak and Oppos's presence inside. Zubak, backing down Looney, drew the attention of Draymond Green, who came over to assist. Zubak then passed the ball back out, allowing Williams to reset the offense. He called for a pick, with Gallinari moving up to set a screen. Williams maneuvered around the pick and drove to the basket, where the Warriors opted not to double-team him. Consequently, Williams took a mid-range shot and scored effortlessly. 0-2 Draymond Green brought the ball up and positioned himself at the top of the arc. With one hand on the ball, he directed his teammates' movements. On the right wing, Thompson utilized Looney and Oppos's screen to receive the ball. Green passed to Thompson, who found his rhythm and, despite the defensive pressure, rose up to launch a contested three-pointer that swished through the net. 3-2 Beverly advanced with the ball, signaling for a high pick. Zubak moved up to set a solid screen, effectively blocking Curry's view of the play. Beverly penetrated to challenge Looney at the rim. Undeterred, he leapt high, seemingly poised to deliver a dunk. However, in a surprising twist, Beverly executed a deftly timed switch and laid the ball in, evading Looney's block. 3-4 Curry crossed half-court, passing to Draymond Green on the left wing. Green advanced to the top of the arc, closely monitored by Gallinari, displaying exceptional court vision. Green delivered a behind-the-back pass to Thompson on the left wing. Thompson, with a series of fakes, drew the defense but remained unfazed. He then rose again, launching another contested three-pointer, scoring consecutively. 6-4 Lou Williams brought the ball up, signaling for no screen as he sought to isolate Curry, displaying mesmerizing ball-handling skills. He maneuvered past Curry and drove to the basket, where he attempted a soft floater that lacked sufficient power. Looney, towering over the play, blocked the shot, passing the ball to Draymond Green, who advanced it to the front court. Green found Curry on the right wing, who, unselfishly, passed to Thompson in the right corner. The ball sailed through the net, marking a third consecutive three-pointer. 9-4 Thompson's scorching shooting compelled Rivers to call a timeout. This game held significant implications for the Clippers' season, determining whether the series would extend to a decisive seventh game or if they would return home prematurely. However, the question remained: how to contain Thompson. Rivers initially intended for Gallinari to guard Thompson, but following a series of severe injuries, his performance had markedly declined. His knees and ankles no longer permitted him to contribute effectively on both ends of the floor. Thus, the responsibility of containing Thompson fell to JaMychal Green. Although Green's height and wingspan offered some potential against Thompson, the early exchanges indicated that his defensive efforts were lacking. Consequently, Rivers resolved to employ double teams whenever Thompson received the ball. Upon returning from the timeout, Beverly advanced the ball slowly, with Zubak positioned in the post. Beverly lobbed the ball into the paint, where Zubak faced Looney. His size and strength posed a significant challenge for Looney's defense. Looney endeavored to maintain his position while contesting Zubak's strong turnaround hook shot, which rattled around the rim before finally dropping in. 9-6 Draymond Green brought the ball up, orchestrating the offense from the top. Curry utilized Durant and Oppos's screen to receive the ball, but Beverly quickly closed in on him. With his shooting space blocked, Looney set another screen, allowing Thompson to receive the pass. Green and Gallinari immediately converged on Thompson, leaving Draymond Green open for a shot. Thompson, however, found a gap to pass to Green, who leapt to catch the ball. With Curry tightly guarded by Beverly, Green's mid-range shot ricocheted off the rim. Nevertheless, Looney soared in to tip the ball back into the basket. 11-6 Before Beverly could cross half-court, he attempted a long pass to Lou Williams. His intention was to catch the Warriors off guard, but he acted too hastily. Curry intercepted the ball, and as Beverly rushed back to defend, Curry launched an over-the-top pass to Thompson, who galloped forward, executing a powerful layup. 13-6 In contrast to Beverly and Oppos's occasional recklessness, Williams exhibited a calm demeanor. He controlled the tempo, waiting for Zubak to establish position before methodically organizing the offense. On the right wing, JaMychal Green utilized Gallinari's effective screen to evade Thompson's defense, receiving the ball and sinking a three-pointer effortlessly. 13-9 Crucial turnover occurred when Draymond Green attempted to inbound the ball, passing it directly between Curry and Durant, neither of whom managed to catch it. Curry, frustrated, buried his face in his hands, while Durant observed Green's outburst with an icy gaze. Seizing the opportunity, Lou Williams executed a Euro step to penetrate the lane. In an effort to draw an offensive foul, Draymond Green positioned himself beneath the basket. However, Williams smoothly sidestepped him, converting the layup with finesse. 13-11 the game entered an official timeout, while Rivers' strategy of double-teaming Thompson remained uncertain in its effectiveness. The recent play demonstrated that pressuring Thompson to pass, while strategically leaving Green open for mid-range shots, could indeed be a viable tactic.